9 Sun God King Chapter 3202 to Chapter 3278. Although Qin Yun was in seclusion, he had already made the necessary preparations. He had a high chance of winning the battle for the primordial ancient ruins. Most of his preparations were to save the strange cat kingdom. He had already gotten the 9 Dragons Kingdom, Phoenix Kingdom, Luo Shu, the Divine Court of Myriad Realms and the Divine Moon Clan to use their craftsmen to forge the 10,000 god-devouring arrow. If the Great Xian Star wanted to attack the strange cat kingdom, they would definitely use a fleet. They would also use super-huge warships, but the flexibility of these huge warships was limited. It was impossible to destroy such a large strange cat kingdom. Therefore, they had to send out their fleet and sweep through the strange cat kingdom. Other than that, Qin Yun had also made many arrangements. For example, he had Morong Darren and Hong Yan lead his team to travel everywhere to brag. The main reason was to smear the Taisher powers and the 4 empires. At the same time, they would spread the news of the primordial ancient ruins. These things could not be said on the magic mirror. If they were to say it, it would expose Morong Darren's position and it would be immediately deleted. Therefore, Morong Darren needed to lead a team to personally go to the various powerful races and cities to spread the news. They had divine artifacts that could travel through space, so they could quickly travel through various places. The matter of the primordial ancient ruins was very important. There were definitely many in the divine desolate land and the various powerful races did not know about it. The Taisher powers and the 4 empires would not speak of this matter because they wanted to control all the primordial ancient ruins. After the powerful races of the divine desolate land knew about the primordial ancient ruins, they would not be fooled away. Qin Yun guessed that there should be primordial ancient ruins beneath some treasure lands. Or perhaps, there were some powerful races that could detect where the primordial ancient ruins were. If a powerful race could obtain an inheritance from the primordial ancient ruins, their strength would increase rapidly. In the divine desolate land, they would also have the power to resist the primordial powers and empires. The magic mirror was already controlled by the 4 empires and the primordial powers. They had deep control over the magic mirror and placed great importance on it. They sent out a large number of people to monitor the various discussions on the magic mirror and listen to the information of the magic mirror users. He used the magic mirror as a platform to smear Qin Yun's name. Most people believed it. After all, people followed blindly. They could see all sorts of negative content about Qin Yun on the magic mirror every day. Furthermore, they did not understand Qin Yun as a person. Over time, their impression of Qin Yun was negative. It had to be said that this move by the empires and grand primes was very destructive. Qin Yun was basically infamous in the hearts of many people. Only those people with power and influence were well aware of this. Especially the leaders of the powerful clans, they couldn't be clearer about this matter. Qin Yun had long foreseen that he would be smeared on the magic mirror. He did not care because the great era of the divine wilderness had just begun. The person who could walk further would be the biggest winner. Although he did not care, he had played with the magic mirror first after all. He was not exactly under the control of the grand prime organizations or empires. As a result, he arranged for his disciple, Wu Xiaoding, to create a team that specialized in researching the magic mirror systems of the 4 empires and grand primes. He wanted to find a way to infiltrate them and find their magic mirror formation foundations or cause various damage. Many of the young outsiders were very interested in this, and they all joined in. Wu Xiaoding understood the magic mirror very well, so he was the person in charge. He had previously reported to Qin Yun and there had already been some progress. Qin Yun stopped cultivating for a few hours and specially made an array to enhance bloodline heavenly runes for the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan. The Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan was a faction with a very promising future. Qin Yun had to rope them in. Before this, the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan had been desperately exploring bloodline heavenly runes, using all kinds of methods to enhance their bloodline heavenly runes. However, due to the pressure of the empires, they had to do it secretly. The 2 arrays were given to Yu Lifan to place one in the Divine Moon of Heavens and the other in the Heaven-Splitting Treasure Land. This was to let their disciples obtain 5th-generation bloodline heavenly runes as soon as possible. The Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan was extremely excited. They did not want Qin Yun for nothing. They directly gave Qin Yun 2 trillion Divine Universe Goldstones. It had to be said that the heaven-splitting ancient clan was very rich. They had once made a fortune in the Nine Suns sacred ground and had received the secret help of the Nine Suns Dharma spirit. Now that they were in the divine moon of heavens, it could be said that they were rich in resources. Xianxia was even more at ease to cultivate after obtaining this large amount of divine universe goldstones. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia cultivated for a month and used up more than 2 trillion divine universe goldstones. The upper limit of his divine universe power had increased to 240,000, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the divine space realm. He could break through soon. However, if he broke through just like that, the upper limit of his divine universe power would be very low after he reached the 9th level of the divine space realm. Therefore, he had to temper all the divine universe heavenly bones in his body and strengthen them. He wanted to increase the upper limit of his divine universe power as much as possible before he broke through. Then, he used more than 1 trillion divine universe goldstones to increase his mental energy by 1,000. He now had 1,200 mental energy. This was a very high level. It should be known that Xiao Qihong's mental energy was only this much. As for those people whose cultivation had regressed, only their divine universe power had regressed. Their mental energy had not regressed by much. However, their mental energy was not frighteningly high either. That was because it was harder to increase mental energy in the later stages. Xianxia learned from Luo Yaya that she used to have more than 2,000 mental energy. Even the top experts of the Empire's and Taisher factions were at most 2 or 3 times higher than her, with a mental energy of around 5,000 or 6,000. In other words, it would not be difficult for Xianxia to catch up to them. It was very difficult to multiply one's mental energy, but Miller could multiply it tenfold. Therefore, her mental energy was very terrifying. This was also one of the reasons why the Great Luo Empire wanted to capture her. Xianxia also asked Miller how her mental power exploded, but she also did not know the reason. The Divine King Heavenly Seal also needed to rest. It could not be used by Xianxia to upgrade it. Xianxia walked out of the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda. Strange Cat King had already received Xianxia's spatial sound transmission array. Ling Yin'er was responsible for contacting Strange Cat King. If it was not an important matter, Ling Yin'er would make a record and report to Xianxia at regular intervals. Strange Cat King was now under great pressure because the Great Mysterious Planet's fleet had been dispatched. The Great Mysterious Planet was originally a Taisher faction of the Hualing universe. The Great Mysterious Planet was now fighting against the Strange Cat King with Prince Hualing's fleet. Prince Hualing also wanted a piece of the pie and hoarded some small divine sun cores. Xianxia did not say much to Strange Cat King. "Hold on, I will come to help you." Strange Cat King certainly believed in Xianxia. If Xianxia really helped him, it meant that Xianxia would have to enter the Nine Sun Holy Land, which was very risky. Xianxia held a meeting on the first floor of the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda. Phoenix Queen, Luo Shu, Nine Dragon King and a patriarch of a powerful clan were all ready to set off for the Great Luo Crown Prince's Taisher historical site at any time. The primordial historical site they were going to had been occupied by the Crown Prince a long time ago. Although it was a relatively small primordial historical site, it was still a primordial historical site. The Crown Prince attached great importance to the primordial historical site, so much so that he put most of his energy into exploring it. That was why he did not cause trouble for Xianxia and Luoshu during this period of time. To the Crown Prince, Luoshu was far more of a threat than Xianxia. As long as Luoshu did not die, she could replace him as Celestial Emperor. Luoshu had been marginalized, but the Celestial Emperor hadn't killed her. Instead, he'd spared her life and sent word to the other heavyweights of the Empire that Luoshu was his daughter, and that no one was allowed to kill her. The Crown Prince was still brooding over the fact that the Celestial Emperor kept Luoshu alive, but he did not dare say anything in front of his father. Luoshu once had a Taisher faction behind her, but that faction had already sold her out. After using her, they abandoned her and even turned to the Crown Prince. Luoshu was once a princess and had fought against the Crown Prince for many years. She was not someone to be trifled with. Even though she was abandoned by the Celestial Emperor and the Taisher faction, she was not discouraged and still wanted to rise. This time, Luoshu played a very important role in the fight for the primordial historical site. This was because she knew where the Grand Prime Ruin was, and she had sent people to investigate further during this period of time. The primordial ancient ruins are under the human snake treasure land, but I haven't found anything strange on the surface of the treasure land, Luo Shu said. Phoenix Queen, Luo Shu, Nine Dragons King, and Qin Yun were not very familiar with the powerful races of the divine wilderness. Therefore, they all looked at the leader of the powerful race that came with Nine Dragons King. Before the Nine Dragons Kingdom came to the divine wilderness, they had already found a powerful race to cooperate with, the Dragon Turtle race. Although the Dragon Turtle treasure land was not within the Nine Sun sacred ground, it was very vast and could be considered a very large treasure land in the divine wilderness. The Nine Dragons Kingdom and the Dragon Turtle race could be said to have hit it off. The Dragon Turtle race leader looked like a kind old man filled with wisdom. As the leader of a race, he was naturally very powerful. In addition, his mental power is very powerful. Qin Yan can sense that the Dragon Turtle Patriarch's mental power is on par with Phoenix Queen and Nine Dragon Kings. The Phoenix Queen and the Nine Dragons King were both kings of mid-level celestial Earths, people whose cultivation bases had regressed. As for the Dragon Turtle Patriarch, he was born and raised in the deity Desolate, yet he had such powerful mental strength. It was very surprising. Therefore, the Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu were very respectful towards this old man. Among our powerful races, the treasure grounds outside of the Nine Sun sacred ground are divided into super treasure grounds, great treasure grounds, medium treasure grounds, and small treasure grounds. Small treasure lands were the most common, followed by medium great treasure lands, and super treasure lands were the least. The human snake treasured land is one of the super treasured lands, the Dragon Turtle Patriarch said. What about the Golden Claw treasure land? Qin Yan asked. Your Excellency Divine King, out of the few treasure lands before you, only the Golden Claw treasure land is a great treasure land. The others are all medium treasure lands. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch smiled and said, of course, a super treasure land is nothing in the Nine Sun sacred ground. However, if the Ninth Divine Sun appears, the treasure lands outside the Nine Sun sacred ground will be strengthened. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. This Dragon Turtle Patriarch actually knew so much. With the appearance of the 90,000 universe divine sun, won't the treasure lands inside the Nine Sun sacred ground also become stronger? The Phoenix Queen asked. The treasure land where her Phoenix Kingdom was located was also a super treasure land. No, the 90,000 universe divine sun will shine outside the Nine Sun sacred ground. Inside the sacred ground, there are already too many divine sun resources. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, if I'm not wrong, after the appearance of the ninth divine sun, the primordial ancient ruins will become even more important. Luo Shu hurriedly said, the primordial faction said that they can't find any primordial ancient ruins in the Nine Sun sacred ground. Could it be that the primordial ancient ruins were deliberately placed outside the sacred ground? The Dragon Turtle Patriarch nodded and said, the ninth divine sun is very powerful. As for what will happen, I don't know. But I am certain that the inheritance of the primordial ancient ruins is closely related to the 9 divine sons of myriad realms. Dragon Turtle Patriarch, have you come into contact with the human snake race? The Phoenix Queen asked. I've come into contact with them before. They are rather cold, but they are not evil. They can be considered a relatively righteous and strong race. They're a powerful race from a supreme treasure ground. They're not weak, so they shouldn't lower their heads to a Taisher faction or the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo, right? The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said with a frown, if there is nothing unusual about the human snake treasure ground, it means that the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo and the rest are doing it in secret. Qin Yin said, the primordial era ruins should be deep underground. Perhaps the serpent race's patriarch discovered the primordial era ruins but was unable to enter. That's why he had no choice but to cooperate with Crown Prince de Luo and company. While Qin Yin and others are discussing about the serpent treasure land, Luo Yaya is outside the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda and said in low voice, news just came from the magic mirror. There is a primordial era historical site under the serpent treasure land. This news was released by the serpent race. They also said that this treasure land belongs to them and no one can steal it. Yaya, continue to pay attention to this matter, Luo Shu said. Then, she closed her eyes and took a small breath. Miss Luo Shu, you know about the primordial ruins, but you don't just know where they are, right? The Dragon Turtle Patriarch asked. I have a key to the primordial era ruins. This key was given to me by my father. Luo Shu said. A key given by the Heavenly Emperor of Zenith Luo, Qin Yun, Phoenix Queen and Nine Dragon King are all very shocked. They are very puzzled as to why the Dragon Turtle Patriarch could see through it. I did hide something about this matter, but I have no other intentions. Luo Shu opened her eyes, they are filled with sincerity. She said, that key is very special. I'm not sure if it can be used to enter the primordial era ruins. But my father said that this key can allow me to enter the primordial era ruins even more smoothly. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo is in the Serpent Treasure Land. Moreover, he has already discussed with the Serpent Race Patriarch. They released the news to lure you over. He might have already guessed that you have joined hands with the Divine King, so he wants to set up a trap to lure you over. The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo is very treacherous. Previously, he sent a very important subordinate to detonate the treasure land, which posed a great threat to Qin Yun. In that case, the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo really needs the key in Miss Luo Shu's hands. Nine Dragon King added. Luo Shu sighed, the Serpent Race, the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo, the primordial powers, they can be said to have joined hands. And we have to enter deep into their territory and snatch it. Can this really succeed? We can succeed. The Serpent Race is very easy to deal with. When the time comes, we will definitely catch the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo and the primordial powers unprepared. Qin Yun said with a smile, he is filled with confidence. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch only smiled and did not say anything. Clearly, he knows how Qin Yun will deal with the Serpent Race. Qin Yun had already thought of a way to deal with the snake-human race. Although he did not know if the snake-human race would be forced to bow down to the Crown Prince of Origin Luo, Qin Yun was absolutely confident that he could suppress the snake-human race. If the snake race was truly enslaved by the Crown Prince of Great Luo, Qin Yun would rescue them. If the snake race were to cooperate with Crown Prince de Luo, Qin Yun would have no choice but to beat them into submission. The Grand Prime Ruin belongs to the Crown Prince of Daluo. He'll definitely protect it with all his might. The Grand Prime organizations probably won't send too many people. After all, there's no need for them to help the Crown Prince so much. Luo Shu said, Grand Prime organizations are still rather selfish. The primordial faction had given the Crown Prince a primordial ruin out of respect for the Celestial Emperor. At most, they had sent a few people to protect him. The Phoenix Queen gritted her teeth and said, if the Grand Prime organizations aren't here, it'll be a pity. She hated the Taisha organizations bitterly. After using her, they kicked her away. The most infuriating thing was that the Taisha organizations had given all the benefits to the Crown Prince of Daluo. To her, this was the most intolerable betrayal. Luo Shu felt the same way as her. What are the origins of the three Grand Prime organizations of our universe? Qin Yun asked. The one who contacted my Phoenix Kingdom is called Wan Tiange. Phoenix Queen said. What a coincidence. I'm also in contact with Wan Tiange. Luo Shu was rather surprised. And I had thought that the Grand Prime organizations behind us were different. They had never communicated with each other before, nor had they told each other about the Grand Prime organizations behind them. They only knew that they had Grand Prime organizations behind them. What about the other two Grand Prime organizations? Qin Yun asked. The Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu both shook their heads. Nine Dragons King said, these Taisha influences are very mysterious. In the Great Flood Cosmos, I have never heard of the names of the three Taisha influences in our cosmos. The Grand Prime faction behind Crown Prince Daluo should also be Wan Tiange. The Phoenix Queen said, in other words, the other two Taisha factions have never shown themselves, and they've been in direct contact with the Celestial Emperor of Origin Luo. Luo Shu lowered her head and recalled something. She said, my mother once told me that my father had many children, but they were all sent to other places. It's extremely likely that they'd been sent to a Grand Prime organization. I heard that the Crown Prince of Grand Luo suddenly appeared and defeated all the other successors with his greatest strength to become the Crown Prince. Is that true? Chu Limin asked. She could also be considered the Celestial Emperor's daughter. Yes. The Crown Prince of Daluo suddenly appeared. I've never seen this elder brother before. I don't even know who his mother is. Luo Shu nodded, looking at it now. It's extremely likely that his mother is part of the upper echelon of a Grand Prime organization. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, the Origin Celestial Emperor married a high-ranking woman from the Taisher faction. This means that the relationship between the Taisher faction and the Origin Luo Empire is very complicated. A few universes should be the same. Nine Dragons King said, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Hong Empire should also be entangled with the Taisher forces. At this moment, Qin looked at Ba Taiyin. Taiyin Ba was from the Blue Cosmos, so he was more familiar with the matters of the Great Blue Empire. I'm not too sure about the situation in the Great Blue Empire. I only know that the Great Blue Sky Emperor has many children, and they are all very powerful. They rarely show themselves. Tyrant Ba said. Luo Shu said, only those whose mother comes from the Taisher faction can cultivate there. Moreover, they have special bloodline and finally become a special race. Qin suddenly thought of Miluer. Miluer's father came from the royal family of the Origin Luo Empire. Could it be that Miluer's father was a prince who cultivated in the Taisher faction since childhood? The Crown Prince of Daluo has the help of his mother's side, so the Taisher faction gave him great benefits. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said. Speaking of this matter, Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen secretly clenched their fists again. The Grand Prime organization had purposefully come into contact with them, offering up some resources and cultivation methods to gain their trust. Their main goal was to screw them over. Qin and everyone present now guessed Phoenix Queen's identity. She should also be the daughter of the Origin Luo Heavenly Emperor. It is very likely that she is one of the earliest children of the Origin Luo Heavenly Emperor. Qin looked at Phoenix Queen's grave and stern beautiful face. The Nine Suns Law Spirit told him to deal with this Phoenix Queen. In other words, Phoenix Queen must have other outstanding aspects. Outside the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, a voice suddenly came in, moreover, it is very urgent. Queen, the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground is under intense attack. The one who spoke was a man, a general of the Phoenix Kingdom. The Phoenix Kingdom was in the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground, and that general was teleported to the Heaven's Altar from the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. The expressions of Phoenix Queen and Chu Limin changed. Qin and company were also alarmed. Pai Xiao, is the enemy coming for the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground or our Phoenix Kingdom? Phoenix Queen asked. I don't know. They might be from a Grand Prime organization. The Patriarch of the Vermilion Bird Clan hopes that you can go back and watch over them so that everyone can be at ease. Pai Xiao said. Your Majesty, please go back first. Qin said, if we take down that primordial era ancient site, the Phoenix Kingdom will have a share. Li Min, stay here and listen to His Majesty the Divine King's arrangements. The Phoenix Queen stood up and gritted her teeth. If that bastard Crown Prince of Daluo sent someone to attack the Vermilion Bird Paradise, I'll teach him a lesson. Sister Phoenix, be careful. Luo Shu reminded. Don't worry. The Phoenix Queen nodded and immediately followed Pai Xiao back to the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land. The Vermilion Bird Treasured Land is within the Nine Sun Sacred Ground and it is a super treasure land. General Chu Limin stayed here to represent the Phoenix Kingdom. There are 50,000 powerful Phoenix warriors here. The Phoenix Kingdom can be considered to have participated greatly in this operation. Qin looked at Luo Shu and asked, Miss Luo Shu, your treasure land won't be attacked, right? My treasure land is deep underground and very difficult to find. Your Majesty the Divine King need not worry. Luo Shu said. Next, they discussed their tactics after entering the human snake treasured land and how to cooperate with each other. After calculating the overall combat power, Qin and them formulated a comprehensive battle plan. After talking for more than half a day, they set off for the human snake treasured land. It is not the entire Heavenly Law Altar that moved over, only the Divine Inscription Mountain moved over. People from all sides entered the Divine Inscription Mountain. This way, it would be more convenient. The interior of the Divine Inscription Mountain is very large. Qin divided many areas for them so that they could properly train their formations during this period of time. Qingyun alone inside the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda, he released a spatial sound transmission array. Xiao Yun, being the All-Heaven's Dragon Emperor is truly not easy. Long Shu's grumbling voice can be heard. She brought Long Qiaofeng and others to unify the All-Heaven's dragon race, and the progress was rather smooth. Only a few powerful dragon race who obtained fortuitous encounters and their strength increased sharply did not pledge allegiance. Most of the other dragon race patriarchs recognized Long Shu as the new All-Heaven's Dragon Emperor. My beautiful sister Dragon Emperor, you just have to get used to it in the future. Qin Yan said with smile, now lead the strongest dragon race army to the human snake treasured land and ask the human snake race if they are willing to join the All-Heaven's dragon race family. Qin Yan has two plans to deal with the serpent race. The first is to have the All-Heaven's dragon race subdue them. The serpent race has both human and serpent characteristics. Their ultimate goal is to evolve into dragons. The All-Heaven's dragon race was destroyed by the Great Luo Empire before, but now they have re-established themselves. Moreover, they have several treasure lands as their base. The All-Heaven's dragon race has caused a lot of commotion recently. All kinds of things have become famous on the Devil Mirror. Qin Yan has been in contact with Long Shu and the others, so he is very familiar with the All-Heaven's dragon race's recent movements. The re-established All-Heaven's dragon race is even stronger than before, but compared to the Taisher factions and the four great empires, it is still very weak. However, at least the All-Heaven's dragon race now has the power to protect themselves. They will not be easily exterminated like before. The new All-Heaven's dragon emperor is not a purebred dragon. Long Shu, a tree dragon, becoming the new dragon emperor will make more variant dragons and half-dragons acknowledge her. The reason why most purebred dragons acknowledge Long Shu is because she was born from the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Back then, she was the All-Heaven's dragon emperor's right-hand man. Of course, the most important thing is that Long Shu is very powerful now. Not only her, Long Qiaofeng, Long Yuqing and Long Tianji are also very powerful. They all entered the Treasure Lands Lake and were evolved by Qin Yun through the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Their Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern power is very powerful, making the other dragon race leaders very envious. Therefore, Long Shu and the others can convince the other dragon race leaders and promise them that they will also have Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box in the future. Currently, only a few very powerful dragon race and the Nine Sun Holy Lands dragon race have not joined the All-Heaven's dragon race. These were powerful dragon clans inside and outside the Nine Sun sacred ground, but they were powerful clans that had appeared along with the treasure land. They were not the dragon clans that had grown up after many years of cultivation. Although they have not joined, the All-Heaven's dragon race's overall strength is still very good. Long Shu and the others have been consolidating the All-Heaven's dragon race's power and making all kinds of arrangements. Therefore, she has been complaining to Qin Yun all day long that she is very tired. The serpent race wants to transform into dragons very much, and Qin Yun has the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box, so he can easily help them transform into dragons. It was just that he didn't know what was going on with the snake tribe. Therefore, he had a second plan, which was to avoid the worst-case scenario. If the serpent race refused to budge, they would have no choice but to attack them by force. 5 days later, the divine mountain of inscription arrived in the sky above a large mountain near the human snake treasure land and hid in the air. Long Tianji had arrived a long time ago, but the dragon race army led by Long Shu had not arrived yet. Long Tianji arrived early and has already entered the human snake treasured land. She has obtained many useful information. Qin Yan secretly met with Long Tianji inside Divine Mountain. At this moment, Long Tianji was also one of the higher-ups of the All-Heaven's Dragon clan. Although she had learned charm techniques from Shui Tianzi, her temperament had changed greatly after becoming one of the higher-ups of the Dragon clan. She was gorgeous and charming. Her charming eyes flickered and emitted traces of domineeringness. In front of Qin Yun, she appeared extremely gentle and charming. Having not seen Qin Yun for many days, now that they were alone, she took the initiative to hug Qin Yun. The two of them had a deep kiss. "Master," Long Tianji said in low voice. "Heavenly concubine, there's no need to call me that." Qin Yun chuckled. "Yunlang." Long Tianji leaned on Qin Yun's body and softly muttered. "Have you been very tired recently? You have worked hard." Qin Yan hugged Long Tianji and gently caressed her face. Long Tianji's feelings for Qin Yan are rather extreme. First of all, Qin Yan is her master. Moreover, she has followed Qin Yan for most of her life. Her current strength and ability to reach this point are all bestowed upon her by Qin Yan. Therefore, she is willing to do anything for Qin Yan, she can even die for him. Not tired at all. Long Tianji said with smile, Yunlang, I used to be a small poison dragon spider but now I have become one of the elders of the All Heavens dragon race. No matter how bitter or tiring it is all worth it. Qin Yan held her lily-white hand and asked, Heavenly concubine, you entered the human snake treasured land and inquired about some important matters? I am one of the elders of the All Heavens dragon race, they are very respectful to me. The one who received me was also an elder of the human snake race, their patriarch did not show himself. Long Tianji sat on Qin Yan's thigh and leaned on him. She said, I also did not see Great Luo's crown prince's people. They looked very calm on the surface but, their elders hinted to me that they are not in control of themselves. Then did you tell them to join the All Heavens Dragon clan? Qin Yan asked. Those elders expressed that they can't make the decision, only their patriarch can make the decision. But because of some reasons, their patriarch can't show himself for the time being. Long Tianji said, it is very likely that their patriarch is being controlled. The human snake race's patriarch wants to borrow their patriarch's power to control the human snake race. Qin Yan said with frown, it seems like if we want to deal with the human snake race, the crux lies in their patriarch. Long Tianji said, Yunlang, the human snake race has great potential, as long as you help them a bit, they will surely transform into dragons. Moreover, they also have a super treasure land, there is a primordial era's historical site underground. It will be a great harvest for the human snake race to join the All Heavens dragon race. Tianji, you must be very careful during this period of time. Now that the All Heavens dragon race has successfully reformed, it will surely attract the attention of Great Luo's crown prince. Qin Yan warned. I know. Long Tianji kissed Qin Yan's lips and said, Yunlang, I will now go to the human snake treasure land to investigate. No, you don't need to go. Qin Yan promptly pulled her hand and said, I have an even more important matter for you to do. Go to the All Heavens divine moon and bring this object to the divine moon's little magical spirit. Qin Yan took out a round crystal ball, inside the crystal ball there is a heavenly rune character. This heavenly rune character is something old brother Taisher has just comprehended. Moreover, he comprehended it through the moon bloodline heavenly rune box. Old brother Taisher only told Qin Yan to quickly bring this heavenly rune character to the divine moon's little magical spirit, it will be very helpful to them. First go find Sister Xianxia, let her take you there. Qin Yan said again. Yes. Long Tianji nodded and said. Long Tianji immediately left and went to the Guanghan Palace through the Divine Rune Mountain's teleportation formation. Qin Yan found the Dragon Turtle Clan leader. Dragon Turtle Clan leader, is your Dragon Turtle Clan interested in joining the All Heavens Dragon race? Qin Yan said with smile. The Dragon Turtle Clan is one of the few dragon races outside of Nine Suns Sacred Ground that did not join the All Heavens Dragon race. Your Excellency Divine King, the unification of the All Heavens Dragon race is indeed related to you. The Dragon Turtle Clan leader said with clear smile, originally, our Dragon Turtle Clan only wanted to be a good tortoise and live a peaceful life but the environment did not allow us to do so. The unification of the All Heavens Dragon race is related to me but we only have a mutually beneficial relationship. Moreover, I will also provide great assistance to the All Heavens Dragon race so that they can grow up and fight against the dragon race inside Nine Suns Sacred Ground. Qin Yan said. The Dragon Turtle race is a half-dragon race among the strong races. They are very powerful. Although they are a race outside the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, they are not weaker than the dragon race inside the Nine Suns Sacred Ground. Outside the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, there are 4 strong dragon races that refuse to join the All Heavens Dragon race. They are all half-dragon races. The Dragon Turtle race is one of them and it is also the strongest. Qin Yan wants to use the Dragon Turtle race to create a breakthrough. As long as the Dragon Turtle race joins the All Heavens Dragon race, the other 3 strong dragon races will start to waver. Your Excellency, do you know why our Dragon Turtle race is unwilling to join the All Heavens Dragon race? The Dragon Turtle race leader asked. Qin stared at the old man's kind eyes filled with wisdom and then shook his head. Because our dragon turtle race wants to follow your excellency, that's why we never thought of joining the All Heavens dragon race, even if the All Heavens dragon empress is your excellency's woman. The dragon turtle race leader really knows everything. Longshu being Qin's woman is a secret. Qin is very surprised. He was very puzzled before, why the powerful dragon turtle race was willing to cooperate with the 9 dragon kingdom and even let them enter the dragon turtle treasure land. So it is because of Qin, the divine king. In the All Heavens divine desolate, there are still a small number of strong races that acknowledge you. Especially during this period of time, the power your excellency has displayed has made us, the divine king faction, acknowledge you even more. The dragon turtle race leader's eyes suddenly became very deep. He sighed and said, however, most of the strong races do not wish for order to suppress them. They all know that the divine king of the All Heavens divine desolate is the order of the All Heavens divine desolate. Those who defy him will face very serious consequences. Qin also sank into deep thought. He always thought that he could not obtain the recognition of many strong races because he was not strong enough, because he was too weak. He was too insignificant when facing the empires and Taisher factions. He was powerless to protect the strong races, so most of the strong races did not acknowledge him. But now, the dragon turtle race leader said that the main reason why they do not acknowledge him is because they do not wish for order to exist. The All Heavens divine desolate great era has begun. It is filled with all kinds of changes. As the strongest races of this land, they have treasured lands with powerful defenses. They hope that they can be unfettered, that no one can suppress them. The divine wasteland needs order. Without order, this land will descend into chaos, into endless slaughter and war. In the end, the apocalypse will descend, erasing us and starting all over again. The dragon turtle patriarch said. Qin naturally knew about the 9 suns world annihilation. He had experienced it many times. Those powerful races had never experienced it, so they naturally did not know the will of the 9 suns world annihilation. Dragon turtle patriarch, I still hope that you can publicly announce that you have joined the All Heavens dragon tribe. Qin said, you are a big family, with you joining, this new dragon race will become even more solid. The addition of the dragon turtle tribe would definitely make the hearts of the All Heavens dragon tribe more stable. The dragon turtle patriarch said, no problem, but we have a condition. The All Heavens dragon tribe must not allow the dragon tribe in the 9 suns sacred ground to join. We will never recognize the dragon tribe in the 9 suns sacred ground. Why? I don't know much about the dragon race in the 9 suns sacred ground. Please enlighten me, dragon turtle patriarch. Qin asked. There are many dragon tribes in the divine desolate. There are mutated variant dragon race with dragon bloodline and beast bloodline. There are also half-dragon beasts like us who are a combination of beast and dragon. There are also half-dragon people who are a combination of dragon and dragon. But in the end, the dragon bloodline in our bodies is of the same origin and it has not been polluted by other dragon bloodline. The dragon turtle patriarch's expression suddenly became very solemn. Qin took out the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. The dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box he mentioned came from this box. The dragon race in the 9 suns sacred ground, their dragon bloodline has been polluted, or has it been evil, devil? Qin asked. Their dragon bloodline has been polluted by the barbarian race. Originally, there were many dragon races in the 9 suns sacred ground, but now they have unified. They call themselves the sovereign dragon race. In order to become stronger, they introduced the barbarian race's bloodline into their bodies. Qin's expression changed. He has seen the barbarian race before, they are indeed very powerful. Moreover, there are also humans among the barbarian race but they are unable to communicate. Moreover, their consciousness is filled with slaughter and brutality. Their bloodline has always been like this. Are the barbarian race really that terrifying? I have seen many Taisher factions enslaving a large number of barbarian race. Qin said. The barbarian race that are enslaved are very weak. There are very few truly powerful barbarian race and the sovereign dragon race has introduced the strongest barbarian race's bloodline. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let the sovereign dragon race join the heavenly dragon race family. They will pollute the pure dragon bloodline. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, "The barbarian race's bloodline is very unstable. You will know when you meet the sovereign dragon race in the future." Qinyan nodded and said, "I will tell Longshu to pay attention to this matter." The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said again, "Your Excellency Divine King, the Taisher factions in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground are also researching the barbarian race's bloodline. It is very likely that they will use the barbarian race's bloodline to breed an even more powerful human race. Once the barbarian race's bloodline spreads outside the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, it will be very troublesome." "I understand, I will take precautions." When Qinyan thought of this matter, he realized that if he doesn't take precautions, once the heavenly divine desolate's lifeforms reproduce for a few generations, the barbarian race's bloodline will become unstable and it will be very easy for the Taisher factions and the empires to use it to carry out all kinds of destruction. "I will talk to the snake human race. I will go and invite them to join the heavenly dragon race together. Moreover, I will use the excuse of meeting their patriarch to create some commotion and divert their attention." The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, "Your Excellency Divine King, when the time comes, I will have to trouble you to secretly act and find the snake human race patriarch and figure out his current situation." The Dragon Turtle Patriarch has also researched Qinyan very deeply. He knows that Qinyan's stealth ability is very strong. He also knows that Qinyan's mental power is not weak. He will definitely be able to accomplish this matter very beautifully. "Alright, but Dragon Turtle Patriarch, you all still have to be careful," Qinyan warned. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Our Dragon Turtle race's strongest point is our defense. We are unkillable tortoises." The Dragon Turtle Patriarch laughed loudly and said. At daybreak, the Dragon Turtle Patriarch led the Dragon Turtle race's group, a total of more than 1,000 people, majestically flew towards the human snake treasure land. The Dragon Turtle race is one of the strongest races outside the Nine Sun Sacred Ground and its reputation is not small. Most of the powerful races are very respectful when they see the Dragon Turtle race. Now that the Dragon Turtle Patriarch has personally taken action, it is naturally very easy for him to enter the human snake treasure land. Qinyan mixed in with the Dragon Turtle race's group. He held a piece of paper in his hand. On it is the news from the Phoenix Kingdom. The people attacking the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land are actually the army of the Great Luo Empire and the Taisher faction Wangtianga. What shocked Qinyan the most is that this is not the handiwork of the Great Luo Crown Prince but a woman called Luo Shuang. The secret letter from the Phoenix Queen said that the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground was facing a lot of pressure, and she was unable to go to battle to support Strange Cat King. As a result, after Qinyan seized the primordial ancient ruins, he would lack the strength of the Phoenix Kingdom when he went to support the Strange Cat King. Luo Shuang, who had attacked the Vermilion Bird Paradise, was one of the Celestial Emperor's daughters. She was powerful and had cultivated in a Taisher faction since she was young. Luoshu was originally a princess of the Daluo Empire. Now that she had been defeated by the Daluo Crown Prince, she had left the core of the Daluo Empire and would never be able to return to the center of power in the Daluo Empire. The Celestial Emperor didn't want the Crown Prince to get carried away, so he released a powerful daughter to fight the Crown Prince. Furthermore, the Daluo Empire needed a powerful princess. She was the face of the empire, and would be able to intimidate the various big shots within the empire. The other three empires did not dare to underestimate them. The Phoenix Queen was one of the daughters of the Celestial Emperor of Exalted Luo. She controlled a powerful kingdom, and her days were much more comfortable than those of the other princes and princesses. When Luo Shuang found out about this, the first thing she did was to attack the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground. She wanted to show the Phoenix Queen that she, Luo Shuang, was the most outstanding daughter of the Celestial Emperor of Deluo. As Qinyan walked, he explained the situation of the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land to the Dragon Turtle Patriarch. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch told Qinyan not to worry. As long as they took down the snake human race, it would be very easy to seize the primordial prime ruin of the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo. They would not need to suffer any major losses to take it. When the time came, everyone would go to the exotic cat kingdom together to provide support. It would be fine even if the Phoenix Queen did not come. The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle race was indeed very influential. The patriarch of the Serpent race immediately let them in and even welcomed them warmly. The man-snake treasured land was mainly made up of forests, and their residential areas were all holes dug out from some giant trees. After more than 1,000 people from the dragon turtle race entered, they saw many human snakes along the way. Although they were human snakes, they looked no different from humans. Only when they entered their strongest state would they turn into human snakes. The people and snakes on the way were all very respectful when they saw the people of the dragon turtle race. This was because the dragon aura from the dragon turtle gave them a lot of pressure. After entering, Xianxia stealthily left in stealth mode. He acted alone. Only the elders of the serpent tribe knew about the tribe leader's situation. The other serpents seemed to be normal. The human snake treasured land was indeed very large. If one wanted to fly through it, it would take more than half a day. Moreover, there were huge trees everywhere that formed a dense forest. It was not easy for Xianxia to find the serpent patriarch. He could only open his heavenly eye and use the luck viewing art. The luck viewing spell allowed him to see the terrain and the luck of living beings. The prerequisite was that Xianxia's psyche powers were sufficiently strong. For example, looking at the terrain, his mental energy had to be able to cover the entire area. As for how much mental energy he needed, it was hard to say. In order to judge a person, one had to have a higher mental energy than others. He did not release the heavenly eye into the sky. If he used the heavenly eye avatar to cover multiple regions, he would indeed be able to find it quickly. However, this would definitely alarm the Crown Prince of Origin Luo. Some of the Crown Prince's men were definitely in the human snake treasure ground. According to Luo Yao's Shadow Pavilion's investigation, the Crown Prince's main forces were outside the serpent race's treasure ground. He did not want to agitate the entire serpent race. After all, the human snake treasure ground was a super treasure ground. If the serpents really went berserk, the Crown Prince of Origin Luo could forget about steadily controlling the entire treasure ground. Xianxia could only investigate one region at a time. Every once in a while, he would use a small-scale spatial voice transmission array to contact the Dragon Turtle Patriarch. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch requested to meet the Serpent Patriarch. However, the elders were very reserved, saying that the Patriarch was in seclusion and it was not convenient for him to come out. The Serpent race's elders seemed to feel threatened and did not dare say a word. Xianxia hid behind him as he floated high in the sky. He constantly expended his psyche powers to open his heavenly eye and use the luck viewing art to survey the entire central region of the human snake treasure ground. Beneath him was a lush forest of gigantic trees that were hundreds and thousands of meters tall. The energy they emitted was a lush green. He could only see it with his heavenly eye. The primordial ancient ruin is underground. Could the Crown Prince of Origin Luo and the Serpent Patriarch be underground as well? Xianxia spent an entire day searching but found nothing. He could only use another method. This method was risky and might attract the Crown Prince of Origin Luo's attention. However, he had no other choice. He had to quickly find the Serpent Patriarch and let the serpent race regain control of the human snake treasure ground. He landed in the forest, then entered one of the big trees that had no one around, and entered the trunk. Inside the tree trunk, he released his dragon tree totem and let the dragon tree totem communicate with all the trees in the treasure land through this tree. Through the consciousness of the trees, he searched for clues from within. He had learned this move a long time ago, but it was not very useful in the end. The main reason was that the tree totem in his body was not strong enough. Later on, he often cultivated with Long Shu, the tree dragon, so his dragon tree totem had become much stronger. Now, it was relatively easy to use. However, it required a large amount of psyche power. His psyche power would leak out. If the Crown Prince of Origin Luo sensed something amiss, he would alert them. Therefore, there was a certain risk. Xianxia's ideal situation was to let the serpent race escape the Crown Prince's control. Then, the Dragon Turtle race and the All Heavens Dragon race would intervene. Luo Shu, the 9 Dragon Kings and the Phoenix Warriors would mix in and help the serpent race repel the Crown Prince's army. This way, the serpent race would naturally join the All Heavens Dragon race and the underground primordial ancient ruins would be developed together. Xianxia's psyche power is being consumed very quickly. Fortunately, he has a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstones and can recover quickly through the Divine King Heavenly Seal. After half a day, he finally found traces of the Serpent Patriarch. Sure enough, he went underground. The entrance to the underground was an unremarkable tree. Furthermore, it was not in the central region of the serpent race. It was in a small forest just outside the central region. Xianxia read the vague memories from the forest and learned that the serpent patriarch was brought down by a large group of people. It should be the crown prince of Origin Luo and his entourage. There were several thousand of them. After discovering this, Xianxia immediately contacted the dragon turtle race patriarch and told him that he was going out. The dragon turtle race patriarch arranged for someone to bring Xianxia out. Xianxia wanted to bring the entire divine inscription mountain with him and place it inside the 9-sun divine soul. The dragon turtle race patriarch then arranged for people to bring Xianxia in. The serpent race did not say anything as they went in and out of the dragon turtle race. Dragon turtle race patriarch, I am preparing to enter the underground and fight the crown prince of Origin Luo. Outside the serpent race patriarch, there is still the crown prince's army. When the time comes, I will leave it to you. Xianxia said. The All Heavens dragon race army led by Long Shu is already on the way. Fighting the crown prince's army is what they desire the most. Mobile users please visit. Although Xianxia had never met the crown prince, Luo Shu and Luo Yaya were very familiar with him. They had been at odds with him for many years. Luo Shu had a deep understanding of the crown prince, but there were still some blind spots. For example, the relationship between the crown prince and the Taisher factions. Xianxia learned from Luo Shu and Luo Yaya that the crown prince had many capable people around him. Furthermore, they were all very loyal to him. However, this loyalty was only obtained by the crown prince through a soul contract. The crown prince was cruel and scheming. He was very cruel to his subordinates and they were all very afraid of him. As they were bound by the soul contract, they could not resist and could only endure it. According to Luo Shu and Luo Yaya, Lu Yi was a very capable subordinate of the crown prince. However, he had been sent by the crown prince to self-destruct in order to kill Xianxia. From this, it was obvious that the crown prince did not value the lives of his subordinates. If he could sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for sufficient benefits, the crown prince would not hesitate to do so. He might even gamble with his subordinates' lives. Xianxia came to a forest in the human snake treasured ground and approached the tree that led deep into the ground. The serpent race must have long discovered the primordial ancient ruins beneath their treasured ground. That was why they created such a passageway. The tree was 200 meters tall and very thick. It was considered a medium-sized tree in the human snake treasured ground. As Xianxia approached, he sensed that there were hundreds of people hiding nearby. Furthermore, they were all very strong, with a maximum divine cosmic power of at least 350,000. These guys are not from the serpent race. They are the crown prince's men. There are hundreds of them hiding and guarding the entrance. If anyone approaches, they will be killed without mercy. Xianxia hid behind them and carefully probed the surroundings. There did not seem to be a single person. The crown prince's men were all very well hidden. I can't enter from that entrance. I will definitely be discovered. Xianxia carefully observed the tree and discovered that there were at least 300 people hidden within it. There were a few hundred around it. There were more than 300 people in the tree and all of them had a maximum divine cosmic power of more than 300,000. Xianxia wanted to enter the ground silently and rescue the serpent patriarch. Then, he would fight the crown prince underground and force him out of the primordial ancient ruins and the human snake treasured ground. The human snake treasured land's geology was very sturdy. It was very difficult to dig a huge passage down, and it was impossible to do so in a short period of time. As for Xianxia, he was able to quickly pass through the soil and rocks to reach the bottom by using his penetration divine ability. However, it would consume a lot of energy. Xianxia was now at the 8th level of the divine space realm. The upper limit of his divine space force was 240,000. He could make his divine space force erupt 4 times outside his body. His total divine space force was close to 1,000,000. This was an extremely terrifying explosive power. Coupled with his divine weapon, those peak 9th level divine space realm experts would be instantly killed if they were the slightest bit careless. Now, when Xianxia uses the mysterious penetration divine ability, he consumes 10,000 divine cosmos power with every breath. He can use the divine king heavenly seal to replenish it. If not, even if he could use the mysterious penetration divine ability, he would not be able to maintain it for long. He quickly went several tens of thousands of meters underground, and after spending more than 2 million divine universe energy, he finally arrived at the primordial ancient site. In the depths of the human snake treasured land, there was a very empty area that could accommodate a city. Xianxia went underground and entered the spacious area. He saw an ancient city emitting a faint golden light. This should be the primordial ancient site. Xianxia floated at the edge of the spacious area. He took out the divine mirror of primordial beginning to illuminate the ancient city, so that brother primordial beginning could take a look. The entire city floated in the spacious underground area. Outside the city gate was a plaza. There were thousands of people outside the plaza. They were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. They were releasing their mental power. In front of them, there was a huge power-storing crystal ball used to store mental power. They needed to inject large amounts of mental power into the crystal ball and then explode their mental power through the crystal ball to open the city gate. The fact that the great Luo Crown Prince and the others could not open the gate meant that the gate could not be blasted open with brute force. It required large amounts of mental power. And beside the huge crystal ball, there was a small altar. On the altar lay a robust middle-aged serpent. From time to time, he would let out angry roars. Clearly, this middle-aged serpent was the serpent race leader. He had been used as a sacrifice. You bastards will never be able to enter the holy city. You are filthy and despicable creatures. You are not worthy of entering the holy city. The serpent race leader shouted angrily. Serpent race leader, why don't I capture your son and sacrifice him first? The person who spoke was an elder. Xianxia was searching for traces of the great Luo Crown Prince, but he did not seem to be here. This made him secretly alarmed. The great Luo Crown Prince did not come personally. He thought that he could settle things with him here. Although the great Luo Crown Prince did not come, the people here were definitely his capable subordinates or experts from a Taisher faction. When their power-storing balls are filled with mental power, you can destroy them. When that happens, you can save the serpent race leader, said Brother Primordial beginning. Xianxia had his own plans. He first carefully left the spacious underground area. Then, he took out a small spatial voice transmission array and contacted the Dragon Turtle race leader. Dragon Turtle race leader, the great Luo Crown Prince does not seem to be in the primordial ancient ruins, said Xianxia with a voice transmission. Then it's very likely that he's on the surface. This guy sure is vigilant. Your Excellency, you must be careful down there. Leave the surface to us, the All Heavens Dragon race, said the Dragon Turtle race leader. Soon after, Xianxia contacted Long Shu and told her to pay more attention to the surface because the great Luo Crown Prince might be on the surface. The great Luo Crown Prince exterminated the All Heavens Dragon race once, and the great Luo Empire's army is outside the human snake treasured land. The great Luo Crown Prince must have received news that the great Luo Empire's army has arrived at the human snake treasured land. With the Dragon Turtle race leader on the surface, Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. The Divine Rune Mountain he brought down has a total of 150,000 soldiers. There are his Divine King Army, Phoenix Army, Luo Shu Army and 9 Dragon Army. All of them have 5th generation bloodline heavenly runes. They are more than enough to deal with a few thousand people. Xianxia returned to the spacious area again. The power-storing ball outside the city gate has become even brighter. The serpent race leader should be able to handle it, right? Xianxia secretly took out the God King spear that has transformed into a God King cannon. He is preparing to shoot a myriad devouring God arrow. The altar that sealed the serpent race leader is beside the power-storing ball. It is several meters tall and is even bigger than the altar. If the power-storing ball explodes, it will definitely affect the serpent race leader. However, it is only an explosion of mental power. The explosion of mental power is not aimed at any target. It is just a storm of mental power. Those who are affected by it will at most have their souls fiercely attacked. Xianxia asked in Wukong to follow him. After the attack, he will send in Wukong to seal the space and prevent them from using the magic mirror to communicate with the outside world. Although he couldn't see the Crown Prince, he knew the situation here like the back of his hand. There might even be a clone hiding in the crowd. If something happened here, even if the space here was sealed, the crown prince would immediately know that something had gone wrong. What Xianxia needed to do was to let the crown prince not know that he was here. Once the crystal ball exploded, a berserk wave of mental energy would rush out. If one didn't protect oneself in time, one's soul would definitely be affected. The souls of doppelgangers were generally weaker, and could not withstand such a powerful spiritual Yuli wave. The crown prince would at most know that the crystal ball had suddenly exploded. He wouldn't know that it was Xianxia's doing. Xianxia was patiently waiting for the crystal ball to accumulate enough mental energy. Only then would the effect be better. These guys are here to break the door, but the crown prince's main body isn't here. This means that the upper echelons of a Taisher faction are here. Xianxia observed the group of people. He was trying to see if he could tell that they were from a Taisher faction, but he couldn't. The light from the crystal ball was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, it was trembling slightly and shooting out strong rays of light. It's about time. The hidden Xianxia had already aimed at the crystal ball and shot a myriad god-devouring arrow. The myriad god-devouring arrow was several meters long. It was placed in the storage space of the God King cannon. When needed, it could be used to shoot a relatively large arrow from the God King cannon. The myriad god-devouring arrow was very fast. As it flew, it frantically devoured the energy around it. It could be said that it absorbed all the energy in the surroundings. The arrow accurately hit the crystal ball and produced a loud explosion. A berserk mental energy wave suddenly rippled out in all directions. It looked like waves of golden light. Everyone at the entrance of the ancient city felt as if their heads were about to split open. Some even fell to the ground as if their souls had dispersed. Those that fell were most likely avatars. The souls of these avatar puppets were too weak. Even if they had methods to protect their souls, they would still be finished against such a powerful mental energy wave. Xianxia quickly released the inscription Divine Mountain. Luo Shu, Nine Dragon King and Chu Limin appeared with their army and quickly surrounded the few thousand people. Xianxia brought Monkey King, Ba Tain and Su Xiaoba to the altar where the Serpent Patriarch is. And Wukong brought dozens of alien race people and quickly set up a formation to seal the space. Nine Dragon King, Luo Shu and Chu Limin did not bring all the warriors out of the Divine Mountain. They only brought 30,000 warriors each. The head of the serpent tribe was screaming in pain. He was sealed on the altar. After Xianxia went over, he used the divine mirror of primordial beginning to easily break the seal on his body and save him from the altar. Luo Shu, the Nine Dragons King, and the others were also controlling the several thousand people. There were close to 100,000 of them. Surrounding the several thousand people whose souls were being attacked was a piece of cake for them. With Xianxia's help, the Serpent Patriarch very quickly recovered. The first thing he did after recovering is to take out a large axe and crazily hack at the altar. Only after smashing it into pieces did he stop. Luo Shu, Nine Dragon King and the others are now controlling the few thousand people. They have nearly 100,000 warriors, so it is very easy for them to besiege those few thousand people. "Hello Serpent Patriarch, I am Xianxia," Xianxia said with smile. "I know. The Serpent Patriarch is very easy to talk to." He laughed heartily and said, "I knew that your Majesty Divine King would come to save me. Everyone says that Divine King is a coward, but I never thought so." Xianxia only laughed and said, "Serpent Patriarch, this is General Chu Limin, she is representing Phoenix Kingdom. This is His Majesty Nine Dragon King of Nine Dragon Kingdom." He did not introduce Luo Shu because she doesn't want to expose herself. Many thanks everyone, many thanks everyone. The Serpent Patriarch can see that these 100,000 warriors are very powerful. Their bloodline heavenly runes are also very strong. With so many powerful warriors, the serpent race doesn't need to fear the Crown Prince anymore. "Oh, that's right, Dragon Turtle Patriarch is also here. He is still up there," Xianxia said again. "Then I am even more relieved. Thank you all very much." The Serpent Patriarch changed into a set of clean clothes and walked towards the several thousand people of the Crown Prince. "Serpent Patriarch, among these people, who are the Crown Prince's subordinates?" Chu Limin asked. "They are not the Crown Prince's subordinates. They are all from a Taisher faction. This Taisher ancient site was originally going to be given to the Crown Prince, but after they came here, they discovered that this Taisher ancient site is not simple. So they want to share it with the crown prince, the serpent patriarch said. As he spoke, he walked over and started beating the old men in a frenzy, ruthlessly beating them up. These people from Taisher faction are gradually regaining their consciousness. When they learned that Qin Yun's people came, they immediately became dumbfounded. How did Qin Yun come in? And he even brought so many powerful warriors with him. So many people want to come in, why is there no movement at all? This Taisher faction's people have naturally heard of Qin Yun. Because not long ago, great Xianxia suffered greatly at Qin Yun's hands. The arrogant goddess Xianxia was even more humiliated by Qin Yun. Without exchanging blows with Qin Yun, they definitely do not know how terrifying Qin Yun is. After the serpent patriarch vented his anger, he said, "Your Excellency, this Taisher ancient site is very difficult to open and enter. Let me make it clear first, I am willing to share this Taisher ancient site, but you must not use me as a sacrifice." Qin Yun said with a smile, "That won't happen. This Taisher ancient site is very large. If we develop it together, it will allow all of us to become stronger. This is a win-win situation." What a joke, without sacrificing the serpent patriarch, there is no way to open that door. Qin Yun, we admit that you have some ability, but you know nothing about Taisher ancient sites. You should not know how Taisher ancient sites were formed, right? An elder said with a sneer. If you want to enter, then obediently let us go. Then capture the serpent patriarch. Only by using his blood as a sacrifice can you open the door. Another elder shouted, "Of course, after you let us go, you must first kneel down and apologize to us." The serpent patriarch became very angry hearing this. He really wanted to rush over and stomp the old man to death, but he did not go over because he knows that these people are very important. After all, these old men know how to open the ancient city. Qin Yun said to Su Xiaoba beside him, "Xiaoba, this guy who made me kneel down is very arrogant. How do you usually deal with this kind of people? Go over and give him a set." Su Xiaoba rubbed his fists, then immediately rushed over and violently beat up the old man. Then he kicked the old man too. Arrive in front of Qin Yun and forced him to kneel down and kowtow to Qin Yun. "You are done for. We are Taisher faction's wise men of virtue and prestige." The old man gritted his teeth and furiously said. But before he could finish speaking, Qin Yun stomped on his head. Mobile users, please visit. Qin Yun being so ruthless in dealing with these so-called wise men caused many people present to be very surprised. Even Luo Shu and Nine Dragon King thought that Qin Yun would only capture these wise men and would not do anything to them. But now, Qin Yun crippled the old man in 2 or 3 moves and took out his divine universe. This is completely crippling his cultivation. Of course, this old man once surpassed the 9th level of the divine space realm and cultivated the powerful divine universe heavenly bone. Even without the divine universe in his body, he can still survive. Therefore, after the old man lost his divine universe, he became completely terrified. His body is still very strong, he did not faint even after being beaten up. "You are all wise men of virtue, right? Fine, I want to see how much the Taisher powers behind you are willing to pay to redeem you." Qin Yun shouted, "Xiaoba, little monkey, take out all the divine universe in their bodies." Qin Yun wants to cripple these wise men from the Taisher powers and see if they are willing to redeem them. This Taisher power is helping the Crown Prince of Great Luo. Moreover, the Crown Prince of Great Luo used words to insult Xiao Yuan and the others. Qin Yun is not showing any mercy. Su Xiaoba and Monkey King led the Divine King army and very skillfully took out the divine universe in the bodies of the Taisher power people. They want the divine universe in their bodies to be useful so that Qin Yun can refine super power storing pearl. The human snake clan leader is completely at ease. He was worried that the Taisher power people would successfully trick Qin Yun and then use him as a sacrifice. Qin Yun is now in the most miserable situation. Even if these Taisher power people die, they will not help Qin Yun open the ancient city gate. The Crown Prince of Great Luo is truly treacherous. If he was here, he would definitely fall into my hands. Qin Yun is somewhat unwilling. He has always wanted to capture the Crown Prince of Great Luo and beat him up. He wanted to let the entire Divine Desolate know the consequences of having designs on the 9-Sun Divine Maiden. "Without us, you will never be able to enter." An old man from the Taisher power said with a bitter smile. Which Taisher power are you from? Qinyan grabbed the old man and asked. Tui. The old man laughed sinisterly, don't even think of getting anything out of my mouth. I won't tell you. Even if you kill me, I won't lower my head to you. They have already been crippled and now they hate Qinyan very much. Really? Qinyan has many methods of torturing people. He only used 2 sets on the old man before he couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle when they saw Qinyan's torturing methods. No one would be able to endure such torture. The old man was very stubborn just now, but now, even if Qinyan did not ask him about it, he would still tell him everything. This Taisher faction was called the Supreme Hall. In this universe where the Daluo Empire was located, the 3 Taisher factions were the Imperial Heaven Pavilion, the Supreme Hall, and the 9 Heavens Island. Wang Tianga had an extremely good relationship with the Supreme Palace. The one who tricked the Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu was Wang Tianga. The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo's mother enjoyed an extremely high status in the Hall of Paragon. Therefore, the Hall of Paragon and Wang Tianga would secretly help the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo. The Taisher factions were originally from the Taisher civilization. They had existed for many years and had always wanted to completely control the order of the universe, and they did a very good job. The relationship between the Taisher factions and the Daluo Empire was very close. For example, the Daluo Celestial Emperor's women all came from the Taisher factions. Most of his children grew up in the Taisher factions. The Daluo Celestial Emperor's women fought openly and secretly, so there was a lot of internal strife within the Taisher factions. The Daluo Celestial Emperor also used this method to make the Taisher factions unable to unite, allowing the Daluo Empire to dominate. The main reason why the Daluo Empire could become so powerful was because the person who founded it was truly powerful. Although the Daluo Ancestral Emperor was already dead, his fame still made the 3 Taisher factions fear him. The Taisher ruins had existed before the Taisher civilization flourished. The reason why the Taisher civilization could appear was because of the Taisher ruins. But as the universe's magic spirit was threatened, the ruins were sealed one by one, sealed in divine suns or stars. These divine suns and stars would eventually turn into continents. Most of them were gathered in the divine wilderness, so they were right below it. Even the Taisher factions didn't understand what was going on with the Taisher ruins, because they seemed to be the origin of all civilizations. They were very mysterious. At the peak of the Taisher civilization, they fought against the universe's magic spirit, so both sides suffered heavy losses and the universe's magic spirit was sealed. That was when the Daluo Empire rose, and the Taisher civilization declined. The situation in the other universes was more or less the same. Whether all the Taisher ruins were gathered in the divine wilderness or not was still uncertain. The Taisher factions guessed that although there were many universes' magic spirits, they were all a single entity. In fact, all the magic spirits were a single entity. Their thoughts were interconnected. According to Old Brother Taisher, to understand this matter, one needed to understand a lot of heavenly patterns. Have you entered the other primordial era ruins in the Gods Desolate? Asked 9 Dragons King. Our Supreme Palace already has 2 large primordial era ruins in the Gods Desolate. We've successfully entered. And the one below the Serpent Treasure Land is rather special. We have never seen this type before. What's special about it? Asked the Serpent Clan leader. First of all, it is below a treasure land. It looks like the 9 Sun Law Spirit deliberately gave it to your serpent race. Furthermore, although this Taisher ruins are not very big, they seem to be the most luxurious type. The materials used to build them are all the best. Most of the other primordial ruins are cities or large clusters of buildings, while this primordial ruin is like a huge, luxurious palace, said Jian Chen. The old man said. Strange, why is it below the Serpent Treasure Land? Qin Yan is very puzzled. The Dragon Turtle Treasure Land is also a super treasure land, why is it not here? There is also one below the Heaven Opening Ancient Clan's Treasure Land, I wonder what it is like. That is because our serpent race is fated to do so. The Serpent Clan leader said with smile, Your Excellency Divine King, our serpent race is willing to join the dragon race but we are not dragons. So we ask Your Excellency Divine King to help us transform into dragons. Only then can we join the dragon race legitimately. From the Serpent Clan leader's point of view, the Taisha ruins are too far away from them. He knows that Qin Yun has the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box and can help their entire race transform into dragons. This is the most practical benefit. According to our Supreme Palace's palace master's guess, the master of the Taisha ancient city below the Serpent Treasure Land is a very high-status noble. The old man said again. Where is Great Luo's crown prince? Is there a way to contact him? Qin Yun asked. The old man looked around and said, his avatar was originally here, but after it was affected just now, the soul in the avatar has already dissipated. Then what about his true body? Qin Yun only wanted to know if the crown prince's true body had come. I'm afraid he's still in the imperial city of the Daluo Empire. Even we don't know where his true body is. The elder shook his head. Qin Yun knew that the crown prince was a very cautious person, but he never expected him to be this cautious. Not many people knew where his true body was. Actually, sometimes we can't even tell the difference between his avatar and his true body. His mother is an elder of the Hall of Supreme, and he has abundant resources. It's normal for him to have many powerful avatars. The old man said again. Qin Yun then asked about Luo Shuang. Luo Shuang was the new princess of the Daluo Empire, and she was currently leading troops to attack the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land. The Phoenix Queen had not come this time because of Luo Shuang. These people did not know much about Luo Shuang. After all, it was just gossip, and these few thousand people mainly studied the primordial ruins. They did not know much about Luo Shuang, but they knew of her existence. She was the daughter of a female elder of Wang Tiange. Like the Daluo crown prince, Luo Shuang's mother was a female elder of a Taisha faction. It had to be said that the Daluo celestial emperor was quite capable, to be able to take down a female elder of a Taisha faction. Also, these people from the Hall of Supreme knew that Luo Shuang had attacked the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land. Furthermore, Wang Tiange had contributed the most, and the Daluo Empire had also contributed a bit symbolically. There were several reasons why Luo Shuang had attacked the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land. First, she was targeting the Phoenix Queen and the Phoenix Kingdom. The Phoenix Queen was famous, beautiful, and powerful. She was also the queen of a kingdom. Although the princess and the crown prince had high status and were powerful, they were still inferior to the monarch of a powerful kingdom. Luo Shuang, as the new princess, needed a lot of fame. In addition, she knew that the Phoenix Queen was also one of the Daluo Celestial Emperor's daughters. Unlike the other children of the Daluo Celestial Emperor, the Phoenix Queen could be considered to have founded her own sect, establishing a powerful kingdom by herself. The exalted Celestial Emperor had given his children a chance to establish their own kingdoms, but none of them had done so, mainly because they all wanted to inherit the throne. Among the exalted Celestial Emperor's daughters, the Phoenix Queen was one of the most outstanding. Luo Shuang wouldn't allow anyone more outstanding than her to exist. Therefore, even if she couldn't destroy the Phoenix Queen, she had to let the Phoenix Queen know how powerful she was. Wang Tiange supported Luo Shuang because he hoped that she would have a higher position in the empire. He even hoped that she could overthrow the Crown Prince of Origin Luo. Even if she couldn't overthrow the Crown Prince of Origin Luo, she would at least have a place in the empire. The exalted Celestial Emperor was powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, he would eventually die. Once he did, the struggle for power would intensify. Qin Yun had previously thought of supporting Luo Shu to fight for the throne. However, Luo Shu decided to learn from the Phoenix Queen and establish her own faction. What will happen if Wang Tiange helps Luo Shuang attack the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land? Qin Yun had previously fought with the Great Profundity Star. With his current strength, he was unable to withstand the Great Profundity Star's full power attack. The Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground will definitely be breached. Both the Vermilion Bird Tribe and the Phoenix Kingdom are too weak against Wang Tiange, the elder said with certainty. The Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground will fall? The Serpent Tribe leader exclaimed. He knew that the Taisha factions were strong, but he didn't know how strong they were. Therefore, he admired Qin Yun for daring to fight the Great Profundity Star and make them suffer. The Serpent Tribe was considered a very powerful tribe outside of the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, but they were very afraid of the Vermilion Bird Tribe. The Vermilion Bird Tribe was the nemesis of the Serpent Tribe. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird tribe was a powerful tribe within the Nine Suns sacred ground. It won't fall, but the Vermilion Bird treasure ground's defenses will definitely be breached. We all speculate that Luo Shuang will only deal a heavy blow to the Vermilion Bird treasure ground and the Phoenix Kingdom. She will leave after the battle to avoid being trapped, the elder said. Qin Yun was somewhat worried about the Phoenix Queen. Qin Yun is somewhat worried about Phoenix Queen. He had previously asked if she needed any reinforcements, but Phoenix Queen said that there was no need. It wasn't just Qin Yun. Luo Shu, the Nine Dragon King, the Serpent Tribe leader, Chu Limin, and Luo Yaya were also very curious about the Taisher factions. The Supreme Palace and Wan Tiange were the backing of the Crown Prince of Deluo and Luo Shuang respectively. As for the Nine Heavens Island, it was relatively low-key and mysterious. Even the people of the Supreme Palace didn't know much about the Nine Heavens Island. They only knew that one of the daughters of the Nine Heavens Island Lord was the Deluo Celestial Emperor's woman. As for the Taisher factions of the other universes, the people of the Supreme Palace also didn't know much about them. They didn't even know their names. They only knew that the empires of the four great universes had frequent exchanges with the upper echelons of the Taisher factions. Qin Yun turned to look at the mysterious primordial ancient city in front of him. He learned from the people of the Supreme Palace that there weren't many inheritances in the primordial ancient ruins, and there were many artifacts from the primordial civilization. And the most powerful inheritances were the heavenly rune characters and heavenly rune divine medicine. In some primordial ancient ruins, there were sleeping primordial ancient beasts, which were also very powerful existences. The living beings of the primordial civilization were limited to the 9th level of the divine space realm, but later on, they broke through the limit. Even the universe law spirits couldn't restrict them. The primordial ancient ruins had such inheritances that could break through the limit. Of course, if they broke through the limit again, it would be a new cultivation realm. Therefore, the primordial ancient ruins were extremely important to the empires and the primordial powers. Sir Divine King, you can't open that door. Even if we use all our strength, we might not be able to open it. We've already tried many times before. The old man from the Supreme Palace sighed and said, we haven't tried sacrificing the Serpent Patriarch yet. This primordial ancient ruin seems to have been handed over to them by the 9 young law spirits to guard. The Serpent Patriarch is a breakthrough point. The Serpent Patriarch immediately flew into a rage and shouted angrily, old bastard, so using me as a sacrifice was just a test. You don't even have absolute confidence, yet you want to use your father's life to try? Sir Divine King, we are willing to cooperate with you to open this door. We only ask that you let us live. The old man knelt on the ground and said in a very humble manner. I've said it before, I'll get the Supreme Palace to redeem you. Let's see what price they can pay. Qin Yun smiled and threw out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly became very big, it is like a small hill. The seal's head is Qin Yun's statue. It is shining with golden light, as if it was carved out of a golden crystal. It is luxurious and filled with a disdainful aura. Qin Yun used the Imperial Heaven Divine technique to control the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Imperial Heaven might spread in all directions, causing everyone present to feel as if a powerful law spirit has descended. He released the Divine King Heavenly Seal and erupted with a pressure similar to that of a law spirit, causing everyone present to feel fear. Qin Yun rarely used the Imperial Heaven Heart to activate the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Imperial Heaven Divine power released by the Imperial Heaven Heart is very special. Although it is not particularly powerful, the power is very shocking. Inside the Divine King Heavenly Seal is Brother Taisher. This is a relatively weak Dharma spirit. However, even the smallest Dharma spirit gives people great pressure. Especially now, everyone's cultivation is limited to the 9th level of the divine space realm. Facing the Dharma spirit, they are even weaker. Those who are familiar with Qin Yun know that the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hands is very terrifying. It is not that they did not have the thought of snatching the Divine King Heavenly Seal. However, after understanding that the Divine King Heavenly Seal was born with Qin Yun, they gave up on this idea. It can be said that without Qin Yun, there would be no Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Divine King Heavenly Seal is connected to Qin Yun's soul. No one can control this Heavenly Seal. Even if it falls into someone else's hands, it would only be trash. On the plaza in front of the primordial ancient city's gate, thousands of people from Supreme Palace are trembling. They have lost the divine universe in their bodies, so they are even more powerless to resist the pressure from the divine king heavenly seal. The group of wise people from Supreme Palace now know that Xianxia's divine king heavenly seal is not simple. This kind of divine object is something even Taisher powers cannot create. In their eyes, the divine king heavenly seal is just an object. But in Xianxia's eyes, it is a friend, a trustworthy partner. Brother Taisher, you'll definitely be able to open this door. Xianxia said in his heart. Absolutely. Brother Taisher can now sense the primordial ancient city even more clearly. He is sure that he can open it. Xianxia did not ask him how he can open it. He only gently waved his hand and let the divine king heavenly seal fly over. The divine king heavenly seal did not directly attack the gate. Instead, it flew above the ancient city. The surface of the seal constantly burst out with intense light. Those are the runes formed from energy. These runes are very mysterious. They are formed by intense light. After the light penetrated the ancient city's barrier, they carved runes on many places in the ancient city. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Especially the wise people from Supreme Palace. They never expected that this divine king would grasp such a method to easily unseal the primordial ancient ruins. Nine Dragon King, Serpent Patriarch and Luo Shu felt even more that this divine king is very important in the divine desolate. Even without Nine Yang Dharma spirits' help, he still holds great power. The Serpent tribe's leader was finally relieved that he wouldn't have to become a sacrifice. Not long after, the divine king heavenly seal flew back, shrunk and landed in Xianxia's hand. You can open the door now. Old brother Taisher said. Under the escort of Su Xiaoba and Monkey King, Xianxia walked towards the dazzling and golden city gate. He used the small divine king heavenly seal in his hand to stamp the city gate. Bang! A loud sound came from the city gate, and then the vast underground area seemed to tremble. Waves of intense fluctuations rippled throughout the ancient city. The originally golden ancient city was suddenly filled with cold air. White cold air gushed out from the ancient city. This deep underground spacious area was very large, and it was pitch black in all directions. The ancient city was suspended in the air above this dark and spacious area. But now, the surroundings suddenly flashed with white light. The dark area turned white. More accurately speaking, the darkness was sealed by the incomparably cold power of ice, causing everyone to see a white ice wall in the distance. At this moment, the ancient city had become a frozen city. The gate opened, cold air still surged out violently. Supreme Palace's wise experts are now gathered together. They are protected by the barrier released by Nine Dragon King and the others, otherwise they would have turned into ice cubes. This underground area is like an underground ice world. The top, the ground and the walls are all covered with ice. It's primordial ancient beast, star-swallowing ice python. A Supreme Palace old man's voice is filled with fear as he let out a miserable shriek. We are done for, we are done for. This kind of coldness caused even berserk experts like Su Xiaoba and Monkey King to shiver from the cold. Their bodies are covered with frost. Xianxia is holding the divine king heavenly seal. He let out a bloodline heavenly rune flame into his body to drive away the cold. How strong is this guy? Xianxia immediately grabbed Monkey King and Su Xiaoba and returned to the plaza. Then he waved his hand and released 9 huge dragon altars. At the same time, he let the divine inscription mountain set up the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation in the middle. Even though more than 100,000 soldiers released divine cosmos power to resist the bitter cold, their bodies are still covered in ice and frost. Even Luo Shu, 9 Dragon King, Chu Limin and other experts' eyebrows are already covered in frost. That kind of ice cold was truly terrifying. Because just now, everyone had felt a terrifying cold force seep into their divine cosmos. If it weren't for everyone erupting with their divine cosmos force at the same time to resist that cold force, the majority of the square would have already turned into ice. However, even if they resisted together, they would not be able to hold on for long. This kind of cold is truly dreadful. Moreover, it is unceasingly invading their divine cosmos. Xianxia set up the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and took out the bloodline heavenly rune box to draw out the bloodline heavenly rune flame. Only then did everyone feel a trace of warmth. Supreme Palace's wise experts, who were almost frozen into ice, are incomparably shocked. The formation Xianxia casually released actually has such power. More than 100,000 soldiers and big shots once again felt the formidable hidden power of the Divine King. Just this formation alone is not easy to break in Divine Desolate. Sir Divine King, we should quickly run. This primordial ancient ruin is a great vicious ancient ruin. An old man from Supreme Palace said, with such a powerful ancient beast guarding it, even my Supreme Palace would have to abandon it. Any primordial power would have to pay a great price to suppress such a great vicious ancient ruin. The star-swallowing ice python turned into a huge pillar of white energy and shot out from the center of the ancient city into the sky. It wants to directly attack the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. Xianxia, I'll leave it to you. Xianxia immediately released Xianxia. The moment the ninth heaven vermilion bird appeared, the world of ice and snow immediately surged with heat wave. After Xianxia came out, she directly turned into the ninth heaven vermilion bird. This beautiful and tyrannical divine bird has long since transformed into an extremely powerful divine bird. Everyone who was shivering from the cold just now, in the blink of an eye, they are sweating all over from the heat. It is simply a world of ice and fire. Xianxia originally wanted to warn Xianxia a few more times, but this little girl is now extremely excited. After seeing the star-swallowing ice python, she directly rushed over to attack. Don't look at her human form as a little girl carved from jade. She often played with Momo and the other cute little girls. When she became ruthless, she became an extremely ferocious vermilion bird. Your Excellency Divine King is truly wealthy. Human Snake Patriarch is currently trembling. He is most afraid of this kind of powerful bird-type divine beast. To him, it is a nightmare. It's actually the ninth heaven vermilion bird. Luoshu looked at the great battle in the distance in shock. The little black donkey is in the divine inscription mountain. He doesn't dare to come out right now. As a black tortoise, he is far from being as good as the vermilion bird Xianxia. He is afraid that Xianxia will laugh at him. Xianxia originally planned to temporarily retreat because the star-swallowing ice python is indeed too powerful. If not for Xianxia, he would have to use all his strength to suppress it. At that time, many of his secrets would definitely be exposed. Originally, he didn't know that Xianxia could resist the star-swallowing ice python, but Xianxia inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit could actually sense the aura of the star-swallowing ice python outside. Xianxia was very worried at first, but Xianxia said that she is not afraid at all and can easily deal with the snake. Therefore, Xianxia immediately set up the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation to protect everyone and then let Xianxia out. At this moment, he is standing on top of the Divine Rune Mountain with a solemn expression. He is activating the Divine King Heavenly Seal and at the same time operating the power of several Divine Suns inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. If Xianxia is not a match for the star-swallowing ice python, he will need to use even stronger power to help Xianxia. The ninth heaven Xian Sparrow's flame is very terrifying. The entire plaza was originally covered in thick ice, but now it has melted into mist. The ice of the primal beginning ancient city also began to melt. Now, Xianxia is no longer controlling the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation to resist the star-swallowing ice python's cold energy but the heat wave erupting from Xianxia's body. Xianxia didn't expect that Xianxia would be this powerful. After Xianxia evolved into the ninth heaven Xian Sparrow, she didn't fight much. Xianxia was also reluctant to let her go out to fight. And inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, she often entered the Divine Sun to sleep and cultivate. Moreover, there are many delicious things like dragon peaches and so on. It can be said that her growth is very fast. Ling Yun'er, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are often together with Xianxia inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Even they don't know how powerful Xianxia is. That little girl Xianxia has begun to cultivate the Divine Sun Cultivation Technique. The Divine Sun Cultivation Technique was recorded by Momo. Xianxia is often together with Momo, so she must have comprehended something from it. In other words, Xianxia's body cultivates Divine Sun? Xianxia is astonished. It should be. Old brother Taisher is now even more certain. Could it be that cultivating the Divine Sun Cultivation Technique can allow one to break through the limit of the ninth level Divine Universe realm? Xianxia secretly pondered. He also doesn't know what Yang Yang's current cultivation is. Yang Yang's divine space force was at most 1.5 million, while the star-swallowing ice python's divine space force was at most 2 million. However, the star-swallowing ice python was countered by Yang Yang, so the higher divine space force did not have much of an effect on it. She should still be at the 9th level of the divine space realm. You have to know that she is a divine beast. With such a huge body, she can withstand even higher divine cosmos power. Old brother Taisher said, the stronger the body, the higher the upper limit of the divine cosmos power in the divine cosmos. If I cultivate all of the divine universe heavenly bones and strengthen my body, will I reach the limit? At that time, how do I break through the upper limit of the divine cosmos power? The divine cosmos in Qin Yun's body was formed from an energy body. If his body wasn't strong enough, then the upper limit of his divine cosmos force would be limited. When one's cultivation was restricted, it was mainly due to the suppression of the divine universe within their bodies. If they were unable to cultivate the divine universe within their bodies, then they could only cultivate their fleshly bodies. Cultivating the fleshly body was very slow and painful. Moreover, one had to pay a great price. Many people could only make do with their fleshly body, and mainly relied on the divine universe within their body. The battle in the sky was very intense. The people on the ground were trembling in fear. Because with individual strength, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from such powerful beasts. In the heavens divine desolate, how many such powerful beasts were there? Once they encountered them, wouldn't they be finished? Everyone began to think about how they could obtain even more formidable power when their cultivation was restricted to the 9th level of the divine cosmos realm, and the beasts could become extremely huge, which meant that the upper limit of the divine cosmos power could be even higher. At the same cultivation level, powerful beasts were basically stronger than humans. Although the 9 dragons' kingdom and the others were humans, their bloodline could allow them to transform into dragons. Therefore, as long as they worked hard and continued to explore, the upper limit of the divine cosmos power would definitely be higher. There was no need to talk about the dragon turtle race. Everyone carefully thought about it and discovered that most of the stronger races were related to beasts. If the heavens dragon race rose in power in the future, wouldn't they become the strongest race in the heavens divine desolate? It was no wonder that the great Luo Empire ruthlessly suppressed the heavens dragon race and wanted to break them up. In addition, if they could control powerful beasts, wouldn't they also control a powerful deterrent force? The little black donkey heard everyone's discussion inside the divine rune mountain and became slightly excited. We beasts are going to rise, the heavens divine desolate belongs to us. The mountain god ruthlessly patted his head and said with smile, fat donkey, you idle fish only know how to eat all day, you won't be able to turn over. The azure dragon said with smile, little black, look at that vermilion bird, she is also a big foodie. She is so strong after transforming, what about you? The little black donkey is very unhappy. Big sister vermilion bird follows the sect master, all the things she eats are of the highest quality. Why don't you look at what I eat? I eat trash all day, how can it compare to the delicacies she eats? That Baize is also a divine beast, look at how good his body is, unlike you, you are as fat as a ball. He Shu said. The little black donkey didn't say anything, he just silently ate his divine fruit. There are many powerful beasts inside the divine rune mountain and the divine rune palace. Moreover, they can obtain the best bloodline heavenly rune inheritance. Not long after, they will be able to display very formidable power. This spacious underground area no longer has a bit of cold air, instead it has turned into a hot furnace, flames soared to the sky everywhere. The star-swallowing ice python was originally a very long and very large ice snake. Its body was covered with very beautiful ice crystal scales. Now it has been beaten. Black and swarthy, the ice crystal scales on its surface have all melted. The snake's skin is white and has already been burnt black, the fragrance of meat wafted everywhere. The star-swallowing ice python that came out in an awe-inspiring and domineering manner was very quickly beaten up like a pitiful worm. It can be said that it is being hung up and beaten by Yang Yang. Big brother, seal it. Yang Yang secretly transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. Ah? You don't want to eat this guy? It is roasted very fragrant. Qin Yun is very surprised that this little foodie is not eating the star-swallowing ice python. I don't eat meat for a long time, I found even more delicious food. Yang Yang giggled and said. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and pressed it on the star-swallowing ice python's body, leaving behind a very complicated rune. Yang Yang flew back and forth in the underground area. She took back all the flames she released and then returned to the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. Just like this, the ancient primordial beast star-swallowing ice python was suppressed and sealed. It even turned into an old man. The star-swallowing ice python in human form knelt down and begged Qin Yan for mercy. "This little snake knows his wrongs. Please spare my life, sir. Did you want to freeze us to death just now?" Qin Yan looked at the white-clothed old man. He is the incarnation of the star-swallowing ice python. After being seriously injured by Yang Yang, he became very weak. "This little snake is the guardian beast of this city. I have been waiting for the city master to return. Someone is attacking the city. This little snake naturally has to defend," the star-swallowing ice python said bitterly. When the star-devouring ice python flew out, it was extremely arrogant, intimidating everyone present. That kind of domineering and dazzling appearance could be said to be extremely eye-catching. However, it didn't take long for the star-swallowing ice python to be beaten like a dog and be sealed. Everyone felt relieved when they saw the star-swallowing ice python's aura disappear. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation didn't disperse. Everyone stayed inside. Qin Yan also told them not to come out to prevent the star-swallowing ice python from going crazy. "City Lord, this city should be very ancient, right?" Qin Yan asked. "That City Lord, will he really come back?" When asked about this, the star-swallowing ice python immediately burst into tears. It choked up so much that it couldn't speak. In the end, it burst into tears. No one expected that the domineering primordial ancient beast would cry like a child. Qin Yan coughed and said, "I didn't say I would kill you. Is there a need for this?" The star-swallowing ice python lost his temper. After all, he was completely suppressed by Yang Yang. As long as Yang Yang was here, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. "Sir, I have been sleeping in the city for a long time. The city lord once told me that he might never come back. He told me to wait here and guard the city," the star-swallowing ice python said. "Then did he say what he wanted you to wait for?" Qin Yan asked. The star-swallowing ice python shook his head and asked, "What time is it now?" Qin Yan didn't know how much time had passed since the primordial ancient civilization. He looked at the Supreme Palace people. An old man from Supreme Palace shouted, "It's the 999th universe epic's end." The star-swallowing ice python screamed in shock, 999th universe era's end? This was the first time Qin Yan learned that they were in the 99th universe era's end. 9 Dragons King, what does this mean? Qin Yan asked 9 Dragons King. A universe era is 100 million years. This means that your universe is 9 billion years old and will soon reach 100 billion years. 9 Dragons King said doubtfully, "Strange, our Great Flood universe is only 500 plus universe eras." Ba Taiyin said, "Blue universe is 600 plus universe eras. Does that mean our universe is the oldest?" Qin Yan asked, 999 universe epochs, are you sure? The star-devouring ice python found it hard to believe that this was real. The old man from Supreme Palace, who was within the 9 Dragons Heaven origin formation, asked, "Which universe epoch were you in back then?" This star-devouring ice python was probably the first Grand Era ancient beast the Grand Prime faction had encountered, and it had been beaten into submission, which was why they had the opportunity to interact with it. Back then, we were at the 100th Cosmos epoch, and it just so happened to be the 100th Cosmos epoch. That morning, we had just celebrated the completion of the 100th Cosmos epoch, and in the afternoon, the City Lord sent me to sleep. The star-devouring ice python said. In other words, the astral-swallowing ice python did not know what had happened. "I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up, the entire city was empty. I slept and woke up again until you broke through the city's defenses." The star-swallowing ice python was at a loss. It still couldn't accept that so much time had passed. 9 Dragons King exclaimed in surprise, "Almost 80 billion years have passed, but this city isn't damaged at all. How come your lifespan is so long?" The star-devouring ice python shook his head repeatedly. He was completely dumbfounded. This point was also hard for everyone to understand. Not to mention tens of billions of years, even a few 100 million years wouldn't be enough. And according to Luo Shu, the Great Luo Empire and the other empires had only ruled the cosmos for a few 100 million years. The various empires' celestial emperors had already changed over 100 times. According to the various empires and Grand Era factions' guesses, the appearance of living beings should have only been a matter of 1 billion years. But now, the star-swallowing ice python in this ancient city said that they had existed since the 100th cosmos epoch. It had been almost 90 billion years since then. Then what had happened in the cosmos in the past 90 billion years? Were there no other living beings, or could it be that after the destruction of the Grand Era civilization, all the living beings in the cosmos were destroyed, and life only began to appear in the past few 100 million years? What puzzled Xianxia the most was that the cosmos was clearly so ancient, so how could the Great Luo Empire and the 3 Grand Era factions rule it for so long? Even a large number of divine sons were destroyed. In the end, it was the 9 young Dharma spirits that broke the deadlock and saved the various great cosmos Dharma spirits. Then after the Dharma spirits of the various cosmos were unsealed, they should have been able to use the cosmos power to instantly destroy the empires and Grand Era factions, but they did not do so. The Dharma spirits of the cosmos were sealed by the empires and Grand Era factions, but this was something that happened many years ago and was recorded in ancient books. As for whether it was true or not, it was hard to say. After the Dharma spirits of the cosmos were unsealed, they easily retrieved the power of all living beings and restricted them to the 9th layer of the divine space realm. They even gathered these divine space realm living beings in the divine wilderness of the heavens. It could be said that their power was boundless. Star-swallowing ice python, is the city lord of the city still alive? Xianxia asked. I don't know. The star-swallowing ice python shook his head and said, What happened? What happened? And Wukong looked at the ancient city and said, This city might have the power of time, causing the flow of time inside the city to be different from outside. This reminded everyone that it was completely possible. If that's the case, then what important thing must have been preserved until now? Luo Shu said. At that time, I heard that our Grand Era would experience a nirvana every 100 cosmos epochs. In other words, 100 cosmos epochs is the destruction period, and 200 cosmos epochs is the reappearance period. If that's the case, 1000 cosmos epochs is the reappearance period of the Grand Era. The star-swallowing ice python suddenly said. The old man from the Supreme Palace exclaimed, Could it be that this ancient city is the earliest ancient city of the Grand Era? It's the ancient ruins of the Grand Era. Most of the ruins you found before were ancient ruins of the other cosmos epochs? Xianxia said. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Our Great Flood cosmos is very young, but there were still ancient civilizations that appeared before. They should have come from your cosmos to our side. 9 Dragon King said. The star-swallowing ice python said, Sir, since you could break the ancient city's barrier and subdue me, then this city should belong to you. Although the ancient city's barrier was broken, there was still a powerful and mysterious power shrouding it. Xianxia tightly grasped the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Inside the Heavenly Seal is a Grand Prime. Although he made a copy of it, it has a deep relationship with the primordial Grand Prime. The primordial Grand Prime is in the hands of the 9 Sun Law Spirit. Who knows what kind of existence the primordial Grand Prime is? Let's go in and take a look. Xianxia said. Su Xiaoba and Monkey King are walking at the front, but when they entered the city, they were sent flying by a very powerful power. The city gate is already open, there is no barrier, but they still can't enter. Master, maybe only you and this ice snake can enter. Su Xiaoba said. Previously, it was agreed that Luo Shu, the 9 Dragon Kingdom, the Phoenix Kingdom, as well as the Dragon Turtle race and the Human Snake race could all enter. But now, only Xianxia can enter. This made him feel somewhat awkward. Your Excellency, please go in. If there's anything you can share, just share it with us. If you can't, I won't say anything, Luo Shu said. This was because it was all thanks to Xianxia's efforts that they were able to come here. They were just there to be bystanders. The 9 Dragon King, Zhu Limin, the Serpent Tribe's patriarch, and one of the Dragon Turtle Tribe's elders also had no objections. Ice Python, let's go in. Show me around. Qin Yun said. Although the star-swallowing ice python was seriously injured, it was only unable to continue fighting. Walking was not a problem. Qin Yun is not afraid of the star-swallowing ice python at all. Yang is still full of energy. With her here, the star-swallowing ice python would not dare to attack Qin Yun. Moreover, he also knows that Qin Yun is very powerful. He is the leader of this group of people and also some god king. Yes, Sir Divine King, the star-swallowing ice python stood up and bowed as he followed behind Qin Yun. Qin Yun and the star-swallowing ice python walked towards the gate of the primordial ancient city. After entering the city gate, Qin Yun very easily crossed it. But the star-swallowing ice python was sent flying by a formidable power. After being sent flying, the star-swallowing ice python landed on its butt on the ground. It was dumbfounded and started to doubt its life. He couldn't get in, he just flew out of there not long ago. Why couldn't he go back in now? Could it be that because they lost, they couldn't protect this ancient city, so they were disqualified? The star-swallowing ice python began to cry again. He couldn't accept this reality. Qin Yun originally wanted to bring the star-swallowing ice python along to familiarize him with the primordial ancient city, but now it seems that he can only go in by himself. Of course, it should be possible to put people into storage treasures and bring them in. However, after entering and releasing them, they might be attacked or even killed by the ancient city. Therefore, Qin Yun did not dare to take the risk. When Nine Dragons King and the others saw that star-swallowing ice python couldn't enter, they were even more surprised. Why could only Qin Yun enter? They are naturally not afraid of the star-swallowing ice python because it has already been sealed by Qin Yun. When Qin Yun entered the ancient city, the city gates suddenly closed. Everyone surrounded the star-swallowing ice python and asked all sorts of questions related to the primordial civilization. The star-swallowing ice python came from the primordial civilization, so everyone was curious about it. After Qin Yun entered the ancient city of primordial beginning, he took out the divine mirror of primordial beginning and illuminated the surroundings. He wanted Brother Taisher to take a look at the ancient city. The buildings in the city were all shining with golden light. They looked like they were built with golden crystals. The whole place was empty. There was nothing there. Let's go to the center of the city first. Old Brother Taisher said. After Qin Yun entered the city gate, there was a road that led straight to the center of the city. He flew close to the ground and soon arrived at the city center. There were no buildings in the center of the city. Instead, there was a very spacious square with a giant golden monument erected in the middle. The top of the monument was also empty, and nothing could be seen. I wonder if the flow of time inside is different from outside. Qin Yun said. He is somewhat worried that not long after he entered, many years have passed outside. There's not much of a change. After we broke through the enchantment of this city, the time formation stopped. Old Brother Taisher said, use the Divine King Heaven Seal to touch that giant monument. The monument was 100 meters tall. Qin Yun floated in the middle and gently touched it with his hand. There was no other reaction. Then, he used the divine mirror of primordial beginning to probe. After confirming that there were no other problems, he dared to use the Godly King Heaven Seal to touch it. The Godly Monarch Heaven Seal contained the Grand Prime Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Although it was a replica, it still had a large portion of the original Grand Prime's abilities. After the Godly King Heavenly Seal touched the stone tablet, the entire stone tablet began to tremble violently. Then, heavenly runes began to appear on every brick of the square that was thousands of meters wide. It was as if a large formation had suddenly been activated. All the buildings in the city were emitting powerful energy. A golden mist spewed out from every corner of the city. It surged towards the square in the middle of the city and entered the stone monument before entering the Godly Monarch Heaven Seal from the stone monument. At this moment, Qin Yun is holding the Godly Monarch Heaven Seal tightly. He can feel energy frantically pouring into the Godly Monarch Heaven Seal. He now understands that this primordial beginning ancient city is actually made of energy crystals. Those buildings are sparkling crystals and energy is hidden within them. From the energy that erupted at this moment, this energy is very special. It can last for eternity, so the entire city has not decayed even after tens of billions of years. Old Brother Taisher, how are you? Qin Yun hurriedly asked. A large amount of memories are being transmitted in. This is the inheritance of the primordial civilization. Old brother Taisher seems somewhat excited. What's the main point? Qin is also very excited. A brand new beginning. It's a long story. In short, it can make you stronger and allow you to transcend the 9th level of the divine space realm. It's also a new reincarnation, the reincarnation of the heaven and earth universe. Old brother Taisher seems to be excited to the point that he is in a mess. Qin can feel old brother Taisher's excitement. He also wants to quickly know what kind of inheritance old brother Taisher has obtained. The people outside the city saw the miraculous scene inside the city and are extremely curious. They all hurriedly asked the star-swallowing ice python. The star-swallowing ice python does not know what is happening. He is more curious than anyone because even he can't enter the city, but Qin can. Why, at this moment, the dragon turtle patriarch arrived. He came down through the entrance because the 9-Dragon King had already contacted him through the spatial sound transmission array and told him the situation below. He was told to come down after dealing with the people above. After the dragon turtle patriarch came down, he hurriedly said, "The situation above is not good. The Crown Prince of Great Luo and the 2 super strong armies of the primordial powers have already arrived outside the human snake treasure land. The All Heavens dragon race has already entered the human snake treasure land, but with their strength, they are still not enough to fight against the Crown Prince of Great Luo. The Phoenix Queen originally had a very strong force. If the Phoenix Kingdom's army and the Vermilion Bird Race's army came, with the All Heavens dragon race and Qin's cooperation, it would not be a problem to force back the Crown Prince of Great Luo. We can only wait for the Divine King to come out. They haven't launched their attack yet, right?" Luo Shu asked. "Not yet. They gave us 3 days to let the human snake race open the barrier within 3 days and let them in to annihilate the All Heavens dragon race," the dragon turtle patriarch said. A few of the human snake race's elders also came down. They hurriedly went to see their patriarch. "These bastards are going too far. The human snake treasure land was bestowed to us by the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. What right do they have to threaten us like this?" The human snake patriarch is very angry, but there is nothing he can do. In the divine desolate, if not for the alliance of many powerful races, there is no way to fight against the armies of the primordial powers and empires. The Crown Prince of Daluo, who was outside, already knew that something had happened to the underground primordial ancient city. However, he did not know the exact situation. Among the thousands of Supreme Palace people, there were quite a few clones that had fallen. There must have been a few big shots who had arranged for their clones to enter, so that they could know what was happening underground at any time. Outside the human snake treasured land, are there more people from the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo or the Hall of Paragon? Asked Luo Shu. Supreme Palace has sent 3 super warships. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, "It's the super warship that attacked the Golden Claw treasure land on the Taishan planet." An elder from the Hall of Supreme suddenly said, "Where are the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo? How many of them are here?" "The Crown Prince of Origin Luo has 200,000 soldiers. They look like well-equipped soldiers of the Empire, not his own," the Dragon Turtle Patriarch said. "This is probably an army approved by the Celestial Emperor of Origin Luo." Luo Shu said, "If 200,000 Imperial soldiers came, then it means that even the Celestial Emperor of De Luo attaches great importance to this ancient city. Super beginning ancient city must have sent out a very strong signal and been caught by them. That's why they joined hands and mobilized as much power as possible in a short period of time to attack the human snake precious land," the old man from Supreme Palace said. "If it was before, the people from the Supreme Palace might have been happy. After all, the Supreme Palace and the Daluo Empire would definitely be able to take down the human snake treasure ground. But after they discovered that Qin has the 9 Heavens Vermilion Bird and also subdued the star-swallowing ice python, they realized that Qin's current power is very formidable. Even if Supreme Palace and Great Luo Empire were to take over the human snake treasured land, they would have to pay a huge price. Furthermore, now that Qin has entered the ancient primal beginning ancient city, if he were to obtain some other powerful items, the Great Luo Empire and Supreme Palace might suffer greatly. The people from the Supreme Palace actually hoped that the Great Luo Empire and the Supreme Palace would not attack the human snake treasure ground. They were worried that such a fierce attack would anger Qin Yun and cause him to kill all of them. When that happened, they would lose their lives. If there was anyone here who was most afraid of the Supreme Palace and the Empire's attack, it would be the Supreme Palace's captives. Friends, why don't you let one or two of us out to explain the situation? An old man from the Supreme Palace said, if we were to fight, it would not be good for either side. This super beginning ancient city has already been obtained by Lord Divine King, so even if they were to attack, it would be meaningless. If we were to go out and explain this situation, we would be able to avoid the conflict from escalating, which would be beneficial to everyone. Since Qin Yun is not here, this matter will be discussed by 9 Dragon Kings, Dragon Turtle Patriarch, Human Snake Patriarch, Luo Shu and Chu Limin. If they were to fight, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. The old man from Supreme Palace said again. They had thousands of captives, and they were still very important to Supreme Palace, so they believed that Supreme Palace was willing to retreat. After discussing with everyone for a while, the Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, "Alright, I'll let the 2 of you go out and talk to them." Then, they found 2 younger-looking men from the crowd and sent them out to spread the word. The 2 youths were Supreme Palace's wise men and they were quickly sent out of the human serpent treasure land. 2 hours later, they did not return. The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan descended from the sky with a grave expression on his face. "How is it?" the old man with the highest position in Supreme Palace hastily asked. Supreme Palace's side said that they want us to let you go first, otherwise they will attack the human serpent treasure land within a limited time. They also said that they have absolute confidence in rescuing you. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said. This. What should we do? The old man from Supreme Palace said anxiously. They think that we won't be able to resist for long. As long as we break the barrier of the human serpent treasure land, they will win more than half. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said with sneer, even without His Excellency Divine King's power, if we join hands, they won't be able to take us down. There are still 3 days. Let's discuss tactics. We will not consider His Excellency Divine King's power for now. 9 Dragon King said. The Divine Inscription Mountain is still here. Most of the people they brought are inside the Divine Inscription Mountain and there is still the All Heavens Dragon Race army above. Long Shu has already been invited down. Long Xiaofeng and Long Tianji are above. Long Yuqing is guarding a treasure land of the All Heavens Dragon Race. Qin Yun is in the middle of the primal beginning ancient city. Through the Divine King Heavenly Seal, he extracted the primal beginning civilization from the huge stone tablet. Old brother Taisher, you should know a lot about the primal beginning civilization, right? Is it good news or bad news? Qin Yun asked. Old brother Taisher became silent for a while and said, there are good and bad news. In short, the primal beginning civilization is about to be reborn. Moreover, the rebirth speed will be very fast. The 9 Sun Law spirits will do their best to help the primal beginning civilization rebirth. Qin Yun is very shocked hearing this. Isn't the 9 Sun Law spirits standing on the side of the universe law spirits? Isn't the primal beginning civilization in conflict with the universe law spirits? Why does the 9 Sun Law spirits want to help the primal beginning civilization grow? The primal beginning civilization is destroyed once every 100 cosmos eras. Do you know who destroyed it? Old brother Taisher asked. The universe law spirits? Qin Yun said with frown. Yes and no, the universe law spirits are just pushing the boat to destroy the primal beginning civilization in passing. The main reason is because of the barbarian life forms. Qin Yun is shocked. Are barbarian life forms that powerful? Barbarian life forms. Qin Yun can't help but think of the 9 Sun Holy Lands dragon race. They have already introduced the blood of barbarian life forms to make themselves stronger. This is what the Dragon Turtle Patriarch said. The universe law spirits are just law spirits. To them, if one kind of life form in the cosmos is too strong, they will create another kind of life form to suppress it. If they can't suppress it, they will seal the power of the strongest life form. Old brother Taisher said. Don't tell me that the life forms in the cosmos are restricted to the 9th level of the divine space realm so that they can be easily killed by the barbarian life forms? Qin Yun said in shock. Yes. But the 9 Sun Law spirits don't want divine desolate to become a graveyard. So they want to compete with the universe law spirits. Divine Desolate was created by the 9 Sun Law spirits. They believe that the life forms in Divine Desolate will be restricted by order. Old Brother Taisher said, the primal beginning civilization exterminates the barbarian life forms, the barbarian life forms exterminates the primal beginning civilization. This kind of thing keeps repeating. After the barbarian life forms become stronger, the primal beginning civilization will be suppressed. If the primal beginning civilization is too strong, the barbarian life forms will suppress it. This kind of thing keeps repeating in many cosmos. But now, some of the universe law spirits don't want to continue repeating this kind of thing. So they want to try to combine the primal beginning civilization and the barbarian life forms to form a third kind of life form. They want the 3 different kinds of life forms to fight each other. This is very dangerous because the ones who will suffer in the end will be the life forms in Divine Desolate. Old Brother Taisher said. To those universe law spirits, this might be a game or an experiment. Xianxia suddenly thought of the ancient Desolate. The 9 Sun Law spirits said that the ancient Desolate was some kind of experiment. Could it be related to this? A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Suns Divine King as soon as possible. Xianxia has seen barbarian species before. Those barbarian species are relatively weak, but to the living beings of the Divine Desolate, they are very powerful. Barbarians had a huge weakness, which was that they were few in number. If they could improve on this weakness and increase their numbers, they would become even more terrifying. Old Brother Taisher said, the law spirits of many universes have always wanted to create the most perfect living beings. They hope that the living beings they create will be undying and indestructible, and will be the strongest. Thus, the Dharma spirits of the few universes competed with each other to see whose creation was stronger. Then, it went out of control. Out of control? Xianxia said with a frown, could it be that the ones sealing the universe Dharma spirits are the living beings they created? That should be the case. However, after they were sealed, the powerful beings vanished as well. These powerful beings are not primordial humans, nor are they barbarians, said Brother Taisher. Xianxia suddenly thought of Malur. She had a very special bloodline. Xianxia, the living beings in the divine wilderness in the heavens will be divided into 3 types based on their bloodlines. The first was mainly the bloodline of the Grand Prime. The powerful races of the God Desolate Heavens, and you all have the Grand Prime bloodline. The second is the barbaric bloodline. There are a few barbaric universes filled with barbaric life forms. Now that those universes are connected to the 9 Sun sacred ground, they will definitely enter the divine wilderness on a large scale in the future. And the third is the combination of the barbarian bloodline and the grand beginning bloodline. This bloodline is the strongest, and it is also a bloodline life form that all the magic spirits in the universe support. This bloodline will be taken in by the 4 empires and grand prime organizations. It's hard to say whether the kingdoms of the 4 universes will take it in. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch abhorred such a bloodline. Therefore, he had previously exhorted Xianxia to prevent the 9 Sun Sacred Lands dragon race from joining the All Heavens dragon race. It would taint the pure dragon bloodline. The powerful races of the 9 Sun Sacred Ground will likely introduce this third bloodline because it will make them stronger. Furthermore, they will receive the support of the universe's law spirit, said Xianxia. It's not just the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. If the powerful races of the divine barren heavens can't resist the temptation, they might also bring in a third bloodline. Once there are enough beings with the third bloodline, they'll be able to wipe out all of them, regardless of whether they're beings with the barbaric bloodline or the Grand Prime bloodline, said Brother Grand Prime. How much do you know about the third bloodline? Asked Xianxia. Brother Taisher had obtained a large amount of legacies from that stele. The ancient Taisher had studied the fusion of the barbarian bloodline and the Taisher bloodline a long time ago, but they had not succeeded. The primeval people had long predicted that the universe law spirit would fuse the 2 bloodlines in the future and create an even more powerful creature. As for what kind of mentality the universe's law spirits had when they did such a thing, it was hard to say. It would take a long time for a living being to enter the 9 Sun sacred ground and find a barbaric species to introduce their bloodline. And the universe's law spirits hope that the third bloodline will appear quickly, so they will secretly help. The fastest way is to directly bestow the powerful races of the divine barren heavens with the third bloodline. In other words, most of the powerful races that are born with the 90,000th universe divine son will have this third bloodline. Brother Taisher sighed. And we have no way of stopping it. Wouldn't the nine-sun law spirit be making a wedding dress for the universe's law spirits? No wonder he supports the primeval civilization. Xianxia felt a headache when he thought of how the divine barren heavens would give birth to a group of powerful races with the barbaric bloodline. The nine-sun law spirit also needs to create a bloodline that belongs to him to carry on the inheritance, which is the nine-sun bloodline. However, to inherit the nine-sun bloodline, the requirements for all aspects are extremely high, said Brother Taisher. Xianxia said, the birth of the 90,000th universe divine son should also be the time of the rebirth of the primeval civilization. What generation of bloodline heavenly runes will the powerful races that appear at that time have? It shouldn't be that high. I don't know. In short, when the time comes, the 4 great empires and a few primeval powers will first bring in the third bloodline. And when the primeval civilization reappears, it will also be born as a powerful race. I guess that the primeval Grand Prime Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box has a large number of primeval civilization souls sealed inside. The primeval Grand Prime has always been in the hands of the nine-sun law spirit. If there are a large number of primeval people's souls inside, then after the primeval people are reborn on a large scale, they will quickly form a fighting force. Xianxia is very shocked. After the primeval people died, their souls actually entered the primeval Grand Prime box and waited for an opportunity to be reborn. In fact, the souls of many powerful races in the divine barren heavens belong to the primeval people. For example, the dragon turtle patriarch, I suspect that he is one. Brother Taisher said again. The ironic thing is that the primeval powers are also the descendants of the primeval people. However, now they want to bring in the barbaric bloodline to improve their own bloodline. The dragon turtle race appeared not long ago. They appeared with the 8th divine son, right? This dragon turtle patriarch looks like an old fox. Could it be that his soul is also a primeval person? Xianxia found it very strange before. Perhaps that's the case. The memories in their souls haven't been completely released, so they don't know much about the primordial civilization. Or perhaps this part of their memories has been sealed and will only be unsealed at some point. Brother Taisher also obtained the inherited memories from the giant tablet. Only then did he realize that the primeval Grand Prime was the carrier of the soul. Xianxia really wants to know when the 90,000 universe divine son will appear. After the birth of the 9 divine sons, the powerful races in the divine barren heavens will greatly strengthen. And the new powerful races will mainly have the primeval bloodline and the third bloodline. They cannot be provoked. As a divine king, he has just made a name for himself outside the 9-sun sacred land. Now, 2 powerful factions that cannot be provoked suddenly appeared. How can he maintain order? This won't do. I must step into the 9th level of the divine space realm before the birth of the 9 divine sons. Although Xianxia thinks so, it might not be up to him when the time comes. Because he doesn't have that much time. For example, after he leaves this place, he has to go to the Phoenix Kingdom and then to the Exotic Cat Kingdom. The Exotic Cat Kingdom and the Phoenix Kingdom are 2 very large kingdoms with a lot of people. They absolutely cannot be allowed to join the third bloodline faction. Therefore, Xianxia must have a good relationship with them. Xianxia, wait until I absorb the inheritance here. Maybe I can evolve. At that time, I can make you stronger even faster. Brother Taisher said. Do I still need to consume divine universe golden stones? Xianxia still has nearly 20 trillion divine universe golden stones. He is worried that it will not be enough to fill the bottomless pit of the divine king heavenly seal. Of course it needs to be consumed. This is a must. Brother Taisher said, I might be able to help you open the 8th pearl of the 9-sun divine soul. The 8th and 9th pearls of the 9-sun divine soul have things placed in them by the 9-sun law spirit and the universe law spirit. It will definitely be very useful. Suddenly, the entire underground space trembled. This underground area has a very strong barrier. Now that it suddenly trembled, it means that a very strong power is attacking from the ground. Could it be that the Taisher faction and the Crown Prince of Deluo attacked? They broke through the human snake treasure land? That shouldn't be. Xianxia is very surprised. The human snake treasure land is a super treasure land. The entire treasure land is extremely rich in resources and contains very powerful energy resources. There are many giant divine universe golden stones and also many fragmented divine universe golden stones. There are even divine universe purple crystals and divine universe black gold and so on. Such a huge amount of energy could make the entire treasure land's barrier even stronger. Even if the Great Luo Empire and Taisher powers joined forces to attack, they would not be able to break through so easily. However, Xianxia can feel such a huge commotion deep underground. This means that the power attacking the human snake treasure land is extremely powerful. The primal beginning ancient city under the human snake treasure land is very important. It's normal for the Empire and Taisher powers to attack together. Old brother Taisher said, right now the commotion is a bit big but it hasn't entered the barrier yet. I hope the human snake treasure land's barrier can last for a while. Xianxia still can't leave. Old brother Taisher still hasn't finished receiving the inheritance of the primal beginning ancient city. Outside the primal beginning ancient city, only the star-swallowing ice python is still here. The Supreme Palace's captives are all locked inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. The 9 Dragons' heavenly origin formation is still outside the city gate. The star-swallowing ice python is waiting in the middle of the 9 Dragon altar for Xianxia to come out. In the eyes of the star-swallowing ice python, Xianxia is his new master. The city lord of the primal beginning ancient city is no longer there. Xianxia can enter the primal beginning ancient city and there is also a 9 heavens vermilion bird that defeated him. Therefore, this star-swallowing ice python can only choose Xianxia as his master. The star-swallowing ice python can also feel the commotion from the plaza outside the city gate. He was injured by Yang earlier and is now healing. Outside the city gate, he can absorb the energy leaking out of the primal beginning ancient city and use it to heal. The human snake treasure land originally had many huge trees forming a forest. And now, those forests are all burning. It is a blood-red flame that turned into a terrifying wave of fire. It is slowly devouring all the trees in the human snake treasure land. The barrier of the human snake treasure land is indeed very strong. After suffering many powerful attacks, it has not been destroyed. However, the enemy is just too strong. They created a very small opening and poured in a special and strange blood-red flame. The fire began to spread. The most terrifying thing was that after the blood-red flames burned to a certain degree, they would turn into a vortex and then condense into a huge fireball. When the blood-red fireball reached a certain size, it would suddenly explode, and then a wave of flames would surge out and spread. The human snakes in the human snake treasured land were all gathered at this moment. They were extremely afraid of this blood-red flame. This strange and powerful flame seemed to be born to restrain them. The 9 Dragons Army, Luoshu Army, Phoenix Army, and God King Army were setting up isolation barriers to prevent the flames from spreading. The strange flames burned the trees, absorbing energy from the trees, and then gathering them together to explode. If they weren't stopped, the resulting fireball would be even bigger. Everyone worked together and displayed their respective abilities. They set up an isolation barrier and gradually brought the fire under control. As for the people from the inscription gate in the Divine Inscription Mountain, they repaired the weak hole that had been pierced through. At the same time, they entered the center of the human snake treasure land's Great Formation to control the Great Formation to become stronger. The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo and the Hall of Supreme Honor had agreed to take action 3 days later. Now that there was only 1 day left, the human snake treasure ground had already erupted with such intense flames. This caught everyone off guard. According to the latest news that the Dragon Turtle clan leader had received, the flames were not released by the Crown Prince of Deluo or the Hall of Supremacy. Furthermore, they were not the ones who had attacked the barrier previously. It was the Huoling Empire of the Huoling universe. Didn't the Huoling Empire attack the exotic cat kingdom together with the Taishan star? Hearing this news, Luoshu was very surprised. At this moment 9 Dragon Kings, Dragon Turtle Patriarch and other leaders are gathered in the Divine Rune Mountain. It was Crown Prince Huoling and Taishan Star who attacked the strange cat kingdom. The Empire is the Empire, and the Crown Prince is the Crown Prince. The 9 Dragons King furrowed his brows and said, however, this human snake treasured land has already been targeted by the Daluo Empire and the Supreme Temple. Now that the Hualing Empire has suddenly intervened, the Supreme Temple and the Daluo Empire are actually sitting on the sidelines. Then there's only one possibility. They originally only planned on controlling this ruin, but now they want to work together to destroy this important ruin. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said. The Hualing Empire must have sent a super warship, right? Longshu said, but we haven't seen a single one so far. There are a total of 3 hidden in the sky. The Supreme Temple, the Daluo Empire and the Hualing Empire each have 3, making a total of 9. But they don't have any intention of using the super warships to attack. Luo Yaya said. The exotic cat kingdom can't hold on much longer. The 3 super warships of the Hualing Empire came from the exotic cat kingdom. Chu Limin said. The army brought by the Crown Prince of Daluo has entered the super warships. Luo Shu said, this way, when they use the super warships to attack, we can only block, we won't be able to fight back. Currently, only Qin Yun has the ability to destroy those super warships. However, that is a matter of the past. When the major powers saw the super warships of the Taishan Star destroyed, they will definitely make improvements and strengthen their defenses. Even if Qin Yun attacked, it would be very difficult to destroy them. The super warships are used to break the barrier of the human snake treasured land and then inject a large amount of that strange flame. Finally, the army will be sent to sweep through. If they abandoned the treasured land and left, they would not have to face such great pressure. The primordial ancient ruins under this treasured land are very important. The Divine King has not come out yet, we must buy time for him. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch was thinking about how to turn the situation around. Here, the Dragon Turtle Patriarch was like an experienced and astute strategist. Everyone listened to him. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch walked back and forth a few steps and asked, and Wukong, can we teleport to the exotic cat kingdom from here? Yes. But we need to absorb a lot of energy from the treasured land. And Wukong looked at the Serpent Patriarch and replied. How much can we use? Will we drain the treasured land dry? Of course not, use as much as you want. The Serpent Patriarch said straightforwardly. The barrier of the treasured land can still hold on for a while. The flames of the Hualing Empire are already under control. Then we will send some troops to the treasured land of the exotic cat kingdom. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, let's see if the Hualing Empire will send reinforcements. In the face of such a super warship, no matter how many soldiers were left to guard the treasured land, they would be wiped out by the enemy. The barrier of the treasured land of the exotic cat kingdom had already been broken. Now was the time for the army to sweep through the treasured land. Sending troops at this time could help relieve the pressure on the exotic cat kingdom. They could also force the Hualing Empire's super warships to retreat. Although exotic cat kingdom lost to Qin Yun, it is still a kingdom after all. It still has its own foundation. Even if it is attacked by a powerful enemy, it can still resist for a period of time. According to the latest news, only Prince Hualing and the army of the Taishan Star attacked. However, after a long time, the Hualing Empire sent 3 more super warships. After breaking through the barrier of the exotic cat kingdom's treasure land, the 3 super warships rushed to the human snake treasure land. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch also knows the importance of the exotic cat kingdom. This is because all the major factions in the Divine Desolate know that the exotic cat kingdom has secretly pledged allegiance to Qin Yun. If Qin Yun cannot protect the exotic cat kingdom, then other factions will have to think twice before pledging allegiance to Qin Yun. In addition, the exotic cat kingdom's treasure land was also in the 9 Sun sacred ground. It was said that the location was quite good. If he could protect this treasure land, it would be much easier for him to march into the 9 Sun sacred ground in the future. Although the Phoenix Kingdom's Vermilion Bird treasure ground was also in the 9 Sun sacred ground and they could build a large teleportation array to become a passageway for Qin Yun and company to enter the 9 Sun sacred ground, the more such passageways, the better. Therefore, the Phoenix Kingdom and the exotic cat kingdom are very important to them. The treasure land where the exotic cat kingdom is located should be the White Tiger treasure land. This is a very large treasure land, and the White Tiger race in the treasure land is extremely powerful. As long as we successfully help them repel the enemy, the exotic cat kingdom and the White Tiger race will be even more willing to join us. Join us, said the Dragon Turtle Patriarch. The enchantment of the White Tiger treasured land has already been broken. Now, the armies of the Supreme Mystery Planet and the Huoling Empire have entered the White Tiger treasured land to sweep through it. Luo Shu said, "Our warriors have been strengthened by the formation and obtained the 5th generation bloodline heavenly runes. They can fight against the Huoling Empire and the warriors of Taishan Planet. They should have an underground city. Let's get in touch with them first. After that, I will go to their underground city and set up a teleportation portal," and Wukong said. The White Tiger treasure ground was also very vast, and it would be difficult to sweep through it with just 2 or 3 super warships. Therefore, the ground army needed to attack and defeat the Exotic Cat Army and the White Tiger Army in the White Tiger treasure ground. The Divine Wasteland had become very strong, and it was difficult for the earth to be torn apart. Even if it was a very violent vibration, it would still cause damage to the earth, especially in the treasure land. Therefore, many powerful races would build underground cities or many underground tunnels in their treasure lands. It would not be easy to completely annihilate all the powerful races in the treasure lands. In a treasure land like the White Tiger treasured land, even a few hundred cities would appear to be empty. If 2 or 3 underground cities were hidden underground and protected, it would be very difficult for those super warships to break through. Exotic Cat King had a spatial sound transmission formation. And Wukong could use this spatial sound transmission formation to locate Exotic Cat King. Then, he could directly teleport to Exotic Cat King's side to set up the formation. While they were discussing, the Divine Judge of the Myriad Realms Divine Court suddenly arrived. The teleportation formation that Wukong had set up in the Human Snake Treasure Land could connect to the 4 God Suns. The sudden arrival of the Divine Judge surprised everyone. Although the current strength of the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms was relatively average, 1 more person meant 1 more portion of strength. The God Chief Judge did not come alone. He brought along a few deity-throned gods: Thunder God, Fire God, War God, Hercules God, Snow Goddess Ru Jing, Star God, and Wind God Luo Yao Feng. Sword God Xia Wufeng was also here. They were all deity-throned gods who were good at fighting. The reason why they were brought here by the Divine Judge was because their strength was at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm and the upper limit of their Divine Space Force was 400,000. In the past, these deity-throned gods could obtain energy from multiple divine sons of the myriad realms to make them stronger in battle. But later on, the 9 Sons Law Spirit no longer allowed them to obtain the power of the myriad realms' divine sons, causing the entire Divine Court of the Myriad Realms to weaken rapidly. Originally, the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms was formed to maintain order in the Divine Desolate. But as more and more powerful forces appeared in the Divine Desolate, the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms lost its sense of existence. Later on, with the help of Divine King Qin Yun, the Divine Desolate gradually improved. Now, many deity-throned gods had their own missions and were active outside the Divine Desolate and the 9 Sun Sacred Land. The main purpose was to rope in many powerful races and let the patriarchs and elders of those races sign a soul contract with the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms and abide by the rules set by the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms. They achieved good results in this aspect, and those relatively small powerful races would join them. They didn't need to pay anything. If the powerful races were attacked by others, the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms would also lend a hand. Although the strength of the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms was not as weak as before, it was still unable to grasp the strongest power. Therefore, they couldn't make those large powerful races bow their heads. However, in the past 2 days, they suddenly discovered that deity-throned gods could obtain power from the 4 divine sons in the Divine Desolate. They didn't know what was going on, and they all believed that it was Qin Yun's doing. In the Divine Desolate, they could absorb the energy of the 4 divine sons to speed up the recovery of their divine cosmos power. Or, when needed, they could use their deity thrones to mobilize powerful gods. The power of Yang could assist in attack or defense. The 4 divine sons were created by Qin Yun. They were also Qin Yun's last territory. However, Qin Yun's understanding of the 4 divine sons was still very little. For example, he didn't know that deity thrones could absorb the divine power of the 4 divine sons. Our Divine Court of the Myriad Realms is not as weak as before. Now, with the help of the 4 divine sons, our divine cosmos power will be even stronger. The Divine Court's own strength was much stronger. He had tested it before and could easily kill the elites of the empire. Warriors. Strange, after Brother Yun entered the primal beginning ancient city, we were able to absorb the divine power of the 4 divine sons. What did he do? Xia Wufeng also discovered that he could borrow divine power from the 4 divine sons in the past 2 days. You all seem to be battle-type gods. However, what the human snake treasured land needs right now is defense. His Excellency the Divine King is still down there. It's best if we guarantee that he won't be disturbed. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, "How's your defense?" Star God said, "Using offense as defense is not a problem. I can summon stars to descend or summon stars to move and collide in the sky. I can disturb those big ships." Summoning stars. Currently, the universe's law spirit has not been sealed. The stars in the sky are firmly controlled by the universe's law spirit. It's difficult to destroy them. Luo Shu said in astonishment, "We shouldn't be able to summon stars anymore, right?" Star God smiled faintly. That charming smile caused even Luo Shu's mind to waver. "The stars I summon are all created by me. Naturally, I can. If a large star were to descend, its power would be very great. Star God could summon stars, so it would undoubtedly pose a great threat to the super-large ships. Alright, you guys go to the White Tiger treasured land first. Finish the battle there quickly and then hurry back." The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said. Is there really no problem with the defense of the Snake Treasure Land? Now, 3 forces are attacking together. The Divine President was a little worried because Qin Yun was under the Snake Treasure Land. The most important task of the Myriad World Divine Court was to protect Qin Yun, the Divine King. My Dragon Turtle clan can protect the Snake Treasure Land. We can hold on until you come back. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, "You don't have to worry too much. As long as the Cat Kingdom succeeds, we can temporarily force the 3 super ships of the Soaring Fire Empire to retreat. The remaining Great Luo Empire and Supreme Palace are nothing to fear." In their previous calculations, only the Great Luo Empire and Supreme Palace would attack the Snake Treasure Land. Then, they estimated their own strength to fight against these 2 great forces. However, the arrival of the Soaring Fire Empire was unexpected. If the Soaring Fire Empire was added, their chances of winning would be very difficult to say. If they had the power of the Phoenix Kingdom, it would be more or less possible. But now, the Phoenix Kingdom was also attacked and could not contribute much. This battle can be considered the first time our alliance has joined forces. Although the Divine King is not here, we can still fight this battle well. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, "Everyone, don't worry. The Snake Treasure Land is very important. This will be the starting point of our alliance. I will defend this place even if I have to risk my life." The Dragon Turtle clan was best at defense. He was confident that he could protect Qin Yun. The Myriad World Divine Court knew the Dragon Turtle clan very well. Outside the 9 Sun Holy Land, the Dragon Turtle clan was considered a strong clan in the front row. Moreover, they had a super treasure land. They often sent people to contact the Dragon Turtle clan, but they were unable to get the Dragon Turtle clan to accept the Myriad World Divine Court. Now, the Dragon Turtle Patriarch had been recruited by Qin Yun and was willing to join the Dragon clan as an example. This was a good thing for the Myriad World Divine Court. The Divine President and the Star God also agreed to help the Cat Kingdom. Whether or not they could make the 3 super ships of the Soaring Fire Empire retreat from the Snake Treasure Land, it would be beneficial in the end. And Wukong had already returned and said, "The great formation over there is ready." Everyone enter the Divine Inscription Mountain and teleported over. Then, we can quickly enter the battle. There were 9 levels inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Each level was very large and could accommodate many people. This was also the reason why Qin Yun brought the Divine Inscription Mountain this time. It was because he could bring an army to carry out a surprise attack. Luo Shu, Chu Limin, 9 Dragon King, Snake Clan leader and Long Shu all led their armies into the Divine Inscription Mountain. There were a total of more than 800,000 warriors. Only a small portion of the Serpent Warriors and the Dragon Tortoise Tribe's warriors remained in the Serpent Lands. Most of their forces were sent to support the Strange Cat Kingdom and the White Tiger Tribe. After the big shots of the alliance left, the Patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan muttered to himself, whether or not the grand beginning Nirvana city can be successfully opened and operated will depend on your excellency the godly king. Patriarch, what is the grand beginning Nirvana city? Could it be the underground city? A young man asked. Yes, that city is very important. It determines whether or not we, the Taisher people, can be reborn. We are all Taisher people. Our souls came from the Taisher civilization hundreds of universe eras ago. However, due to some reason, we are unable to fully awaken our memories. But as long as we can enter Nirvana city, it will be fine. The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan smiled and said, only your excellency the godly king can enter. Let's see if he can open it. Why would such an important Nirvana city be built under the Serpent Lands and not under our Dragon Turtle treasured lands? The young man asked doubtfully. This was arranged by the 9 young law spirit. The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan said, let's prepare to move. Those big ships seem to be about to attack. At this moment, they were still in an underground city under the Serpent Lands. The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan came to the surface and looked at the repaired barrier above. 9 giant ships appeared. The Serpent Lands were enveloped by a super huge glowing dome. This barrier was very powerful. It required a strong enough force to burst out at the same time in order to destroy the barrier. As long as the barrier was destroyed, they could attack the Serpent Lands and go deep into the underground Nirvana city. The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan had already come to the surface and was floating in the air above the forest, paying attention to the situation in the sky. There were 9 giant ships in the sky. At this moment, they were revolving around the Serpent Lands barrier, as if they were looking for a suitable position to attack. Once these 9 giant ships attacked at the same time, the power would definitely be extremely great. It would be able to break through the barrier, but the patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan was still confident that he could block it. If 9 giant ships attack at the same time, then I will have to pay a huge price. The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan said to the elders beside him, if I fall, you guys take over. You must protect the Serpent Lands. The elders nodded silently. The Dragon Turtle clan could completely not participate in this matter. Their Dragon Turtle treasured lands were also very powerful, but they had to fight against these forces. This was because the souls of the Dragon Turtle clan all came from the primordial civilization. It was just that they had yet to fully awaken. Although the so-called primordial forces were also the descendants of the primordial people, they had long since deviated from the original intentions of the primordial civilization. 12 hours after the Divine Inscription Mountain arrived at the White Tiger treasured lands, 3 giant ships suddenly flew away from the sky. Has the fire-soaring empire withdrawn? The patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, the fire-soaring empire had more than 3 giant ships, but they could only use 3 of them now. The other giant ships had to be left behind for the empire, or to preserve a certain amount of offensive power, just in case. These 3 giant ships had left the Serpent Lands and had to quickly rush to the White Tiger treasured lands to support them. Otherwise, the White Tiger treasured lands barrier that they had worked so hard to break through would have been in vain. Taking down the strange cat kingdom would allow them to obtain a large number of small divine sun cores. This was a very scarce resource at the moment. It was very important for the fire-soaring empire and the supreme Xian star. At this moment, Qin Yin suddenly appeared behind the patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan. He came out of the underground Nirvana city and brought the star-swallowing ice python with him. The star-swallowing ice python was cultivating outside the Nirvana city, and its injuries had already recovered. This was an extremely powerful primordial ancient beast, much stronger than the Dragon Turtle clan leader. He now called Qin Yun master, and was completely loyal to Qin Yun. Patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan, how is the situation in the Serpent Lands? Why isn't the Divine Inscription Mountain here? As soon as Qin Yun came out, he felt that the Divine Inscription Mountain was far away from the Serpent Lands. Seeing Qin Yun come out with the star-swallowing ice python, the patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan was completely relieved. He said with a smile, Your Excellency Divine King, I made a decision on my own and sent them to support the strange cat kingdom. You won't blame me, right? Then, the patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan briefly told Qin Yun the situation. After Qin Yun heard this, he nodded and said, This is indeed possible. If it goes smoothly, I won't have to go to the White Tiger treasured lands personally. He raised his head and looked at the 6 giant ships in the sky. He didn't have the Divine Sun nuclear bomb refined from the small Divine Sun core, so it was difficult to shoot down these giant ships. However, he still had a way to shoot down the giant ships. He didn't need to shoot down all of them. As long as he could shoot down one, it would have a deterrent effect. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch obviously knew that Xianxia had once shot down such a super warship, but it was different now. The people in the warships all knew that Xianxia was in the human snake treasured land, so they would definitely be on guard. Your Excellency, these super warships must have been modified. They are not easy to destroy. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, it's best to investigate the situation clearly before attacking. He was worried that Xianxia would waste precious weapons. If he could investigate the situation clearly and if the defense of the super warships was really strong, there was no need to attack like before. I have other methods. Xianxia no longer had any Divine Sun nuclear bombs, otherwise he would have really given it a try. How's the situation in Primordial Nirvana City? The Dragon Turtle Patriarch was very concerned because it concerned the rebirth of the entire primordial civilization. I have already activated this city and everything inside is operating successfully. After you enter, you will soon be able to awaken the memories of the primordial civilization and obtain the bloodline inheritance of the primordial civilization. Xianxia said, but it's best not to enter now because the human snake treasured land has not stabilized. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch was very excited. He did not understand how Xianxia had activated the city, but he knew that Xianxia must have paid a huge price. That city can accommodate millions of people. It will be our starting point. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch said, Your Excellency, you don't have to worry that the revival of our primordial civilization will affect your dignity. Xianxia shook his head, it's hard to say. The primordial civilization was very powerful back then. If the entire primordial civilization was as powerful as it was back then, it would be normal for them to be unconvinced by me. That won't happen. You will always be the godly king that I acknowledge. I know very well that the divine wilderness needs your excellency. The entire divine wilderness was formed because of your excellency's great efforts. In this new era, after the revival of our primordial civilization, we will definitely be able to recognize right from wrong. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch was very certain. However, Xianxia was not so optimistic because even most of the powerful races in the divine wilderness did not acknowledge him. Unless he could display extremely powerful strength to intimidate the living beings in the divine wilderness, he would be able to make them follow the order of the divine wilderness. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch saw that Xianxia was somewhat pessimistic and felt slightly worried. The Dragon Turtle race was only a small portion of the revived primordial civilization, and the entire primordial civilization was huge. The primordial civilization was also divided into many eras. This was because the primordial civilization would be destroyed once every 100 cosmic epochs before reappearing. They would leave behind a large number of souls in each epoch. Every era's primordial civilization would have a huge difference in their thinking. The souls of the Dragon Turtle Patriarch and the others belonged to the earliest primordial civilization. They did not forget their original intentions and pursued limitless breakthroughs. White Tiger Treasured Land, how is the situation? Qin asked. Patriarch was Dragon Patriarch. The Patriarch of the Dragon Turtle clan then briefly explained the situation of the exotic cat kingdom. The Divine Inscription Mountain directly teleported to the White Tiger Treasure Land. Then, several super strong armies rushed out, catching the Great Mystery Star and Hualing Empire's armies off guard. After these two transcendent forces destroyed the White Tiger Treasure Land's barrier with their super warships, they dispatched their armies to sweep the White Tiger Treasure Land. They wanted to capture the leaders of the White Tiger Treasure Land and the exotic cat kingdom and force them to hand over their control. During the process, the White Tiger tribe and the White Tiger tribe hid underground and engaged in guerrilla warfare. Therefore, the Great Black Star and Hualing Empire's armies were not very successful. Later, after the Emperor's Heaven's Path Divine White Mountain passed, the White Tiger tribe and the Hualing Empire cooperated with the other armies to fight back. They could only ask for reinforcements. As for the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and Phoenix Kingdom, only the Vermilion Bird tribe's Path Divine White Mountain's barrier was broken. Princess Luo Xuan led Wang Tiange's army and didn't enter the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land. Otherwise, they would be trapped. Instead, they sent hundreds of elite squads to carry out sneak attacks inside the Vermilion Bird treasure land. This gave the Phoenix Kingdom and Vermilion Bird tribe a headache. Luo Shuang's elite squads were made up of 10 people. They were very good at hiding. They hid in such a vast treasure land, and it was very difficult to find them. These elite squads were very powerful and they carried many advanced tools. From time to time, they would cause trouble and give the Phoenix Kingdom and Vermilion Bird tribe a headache. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird tribe and the Phoenix Kingdom had to form many squads and spread out to search the treasure land. They wanted to find all the hidden enemies and kill them. The Vermilion Bird treasure land is indeed very troublesome. This will affect the Vermilion Bird tribe and the Phoenix Kingdom's harvesting of resources. Qin said with a frown, "Wait until this place is stable, I will go and help them." Qin had a way to quickly sweep the entire treasure land. He just needed Malheur to come out and help. Although it was risky, he was not afraid at all. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal obtained the inheritance in Taisher Nirvana City, it also underwent a Nirvana transformation and became even more powerful. "Your Excellency Divine King, how can we force the super ships in the sky to retreat?" The Dragon Turtle Patriarch could only block the attacks for a period of time. He couldn't force them to retreat. "Ice Python and I will sneak into one of the super ships," Qin said with a smile, "directly cause trouble from inside, this is the fastest way." The Dragon Turtle Patriarch is frightened. Qin wants to kill his way into a super ship. The super ship's defense is very strong. How can it be so easy to sneak in? Even if he sneaked in, it is the enemy's lair. However, he thought about how powerful the star-swallowing ice python is. If he could really sneak in, then the star-swallowing ice python would indeed cause a lot of trouble inside. Not only the star-swallowing ice python, Qin also has the 9th heaven Xian Sparrow. That is the 9th heaven divine beast that made the star-swallowing ice python kneel. Qin learned from the Dragon Turtle Patriarch that the gods of the Myriad Realms Divine Court can absorb the divine power of the 4 divine suns. Although he can't absorb it himself, Yang can. 9 Sun Divine Hammer, Heaven Crown Hat, Heaven Trampling Divine Boots, these sun souls can also absorb the power of the 4 divine suns. This can undoubtedly increase his defense and combat power. If the sun soul can't absorb the energy of the divine sun, it will weaken a lot. Therefore, Qin hasn't used it for a long time. Dragon Turtle Patriarch, you guys just need to guard this place. I will start now. Qin grabbed the star-swallowing ice python's shoulder and used invisibility. After becoming invisible, he quickly flew out of the barrier and flew towards a super ship of the Great Luo Empire. As he approached the super ship, Qin sensed a very strong mental power wave fluctuating back and forth. This mental power wave is currently scanning the surroundings. Even if a mosquito approaches, it can be clearly scanned. However, this is completely useless against Qin. The barrier released by his Divine King Heavenly Seal can prevent them from being discovered. Ice Python, don't be in a hurry to attack after entering. Qin transmitted his voice to the star-swallowing ice python and said, "When I tell you to attack, attack. And when you attack, don't make too much noise." The main reason why Qin chose the Great Luo Empire's warship was to find the Great Luo Crown Prince. After approaching the warship, he didn't use Mysterious Penetration divine ability. With the defense of a warship of this level, it wouldn't work. The warship was surrounded by large and small mirrors. If there was any movement, the mirrors would immediately transmit the information to the main control room. Qin carried the star-swallowing ice python and flew around the super warship stealthily for a long time before he found a very concealed entrance. It was near the rear of the warship and there was an opening the size of a small door. This door was used for patrols and there were a large number of soldiers guarding the entrance. Even if he found this small entrance, it would still be very difficult to sneak in because there were 20 very powerful soldiers guarding the entrance. Qin and the star-swallowing ice python looked at the entrance from afar and paid attention to the patrols. "Master, if you want to enter from here, you can only force your way in." The star-swallowing ice python transmitted to Qin. "Ice Python, go attack this warship. You don't need to become too big to avoid becoming an easy target. Lure them away and I'll go in myself." Qin could only do this. Although the star-swallowing ice python quickly lost to Yang, he was not weak. Especially after absorbing the energy of Taisha Nirvana City, he became stronger in all aspects. Qinyan didn't need the star-swallowing ice python to risk his life. As long as he attracted attention, the star-swallowing ice python's strength was more than enough and he wouldn't be injured. Yes. The star-swallowing ice python immediately took action. Not long after, the star-swallowing ice python transformed into his true form. He wasn't very big, but the divine cosmos power aura on his body was very powerful. Especially the ice-cold power, it instantly froze the 10 patrols into ice and they fell to the ground. The sudden appearance of the star-swallowing ice python caused a huge commotion. The star-swallowing ice python successfully attracted the patrol's attention. Moreover, he attacked the side of the warship with all kinds of berserk ice swords. At first, the patrols thought that it was a relatively powerful beast, so they immediately gathered their strength and charged at the star-swallowing ice python. At this time, Qinyan also quickly entered the small door and stuck to the top of the passage. At this moment, many soldiers rushed out from the passage to surround and attack the star-swallowing ice python. After Qinyan successfully entered, he carefully searched for the main control room inside the warship. He wanted to know if the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo's true body was here. Even if he wasn't here, he could capture his avatar and kill it. That way, he would be able to intimidate the Crown Prince. The current Qinyan's upper limit of divine cosmos power has greatly increased. He has never cultivated the divine cosmos within his body. The reason why he could increase it is because his fleshly body has improved greatly. The energy that erupted from the giant monument in primordial Nirvana City had transformed Qinyan's body through the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Actually, as long as he entered the plaza in the middle of the primal Nirvana City and accepted the tempering of the giant monument, his body would be able to improve. Qinyan's previous upper limit of divine universe force was 240,000, but now it had risen to 300,000. His divine universe heavenly bone had also been completely tempered and strengthened. Being tempered in Taisha Nirvana City had saved him a lot of time and a large amount of divine universe golden stones. This was a huge harvest, not to mention the inheritance he had obtained from the Divine King Heavenly Seal. He was only at the 8th level of the divine universe realm, but he already had an upper limit of 300,000 divine universe force. If he stepped into the 9th level of the divine universe realm, his upper limit of divine universe force might even reach 600,000. After Qinyan's fleshly body became stronger, his divine universe force also increased a little, from 1,200 to 2,000. It had to be known that after Qinyan's divine universe heavenly bone was strengthened, he was different from others. It was more difficult for him to cultivate the divine universe heavenly bone, which meant that his divine universe heavenly bone was very powerful. Therefore, his current fleshly body was stronger than many 9th-level divine universe realm experts. The star-swallowing ice python could sense that Qinyan had become stronger. Originally, a primordial ancient beast like him could completely disregard most human experts, but now, he felt a kind of pressure when facing Qinyan. Even if Qinyan did not let Yang, the 9th heaven Xian sparrow, come out, the star-swallowing ice python felt that he could not beat Qinyan. Qinyan put on the heavenly hat. Currently, his divine universe force was a huge shortcoming. 2,000 divine universe force was not bad for many people, but in his opinion, it was far from enough. There were at least 3,000 of the Supreme Palace's wise men who had been captured. There were even more than 4,000 middle-aged and elderly people. If one's body and divine universe force were equal, then the other party's divine universe force was strong, then the other party was strong. Qinyan used the heavenly hat to prevent the other party from using powerful divine universe force to attack his soul. The super warships were very large. The smallest was 10,000 meters long, and the largest was tens of thousands of meters long. It was like a small city floating in the air. The energy source inside was also the divine sun core. The interior was very complicated. It was not easy to find the main control room, but it was very easy to find the energy source. The energy source was the divine sun core. Using the divine mirror of primordial beginning, he could quickly determine where the divine sun core was. The large energy source of this level of super warship should be formed from a large number of small divine sun cores. It would be great if I could take away their small divine sun cores. Qin passed through the inner passageway and flew towards the location of the energy source. After the star-swallowing ice python completed its mission, it immediately flew away and harassed the super warships. Although the super warships were very large, they were helpless when the powerful and agile beasts got close to them. They could only let the soldiers fly out to attack. The star-swallowing ice python was a snake. The Great Luo Empire and the Supreme Palace believed that it flew out from the human snake treasure land. The big shots in the super warship were rather surprised because according to their previous intelligence, there were no such powerful beasts in the human snake treasure land. Qin took out the divine mirror of primordial beginning and quickly traveled through the Great Luo Empire's super warship. He could use the penetration divine ability to pass through many compartments and head towards the energy source. If I find the location of the energy source, I can find the main control room. Through the divine mirror of primordial beginning, Qin could see that the energy source was in 17 places on the super warship. The energy source was the small divine sun core. They were not all placed in one place, but there was one place where the small divine sun core was the most. There were a total of 20 and the other places only had 3 to 5. Qin needed the small divine sun core. This could be used to refine the divine sun nuclear bomb. This was the killer of super warships. As long as he killed a few more, these super warships would not dare to run amok in the divine desolate. Moments later, Qin finally arrived at the cabin where the 20 small divine sun cores were stored. This cabin was very large. The small divine sun cores formed a formation and there were 10 armored warriors guarding it. They did not discover Qin's arrival. The star-swallowing ice python is indeed worthy of being a primordial ancient beast. That kind of incomparably strong ice-cold power can easily freeze warriors at the 9th level of divine universe power, making them fall to the ground like ice sculptures. Even if the people sealed in ice don't die, they will be seriously injured. Supreme Palace and Great Luo Empire are the strongest powers in this universe, their reaction speed is extremely fast. When they saw that the warriors they sent out were useless against the star-swallowing ice python, they let the warriors return to the huge ship. Next, they sent out many small flying ships. These flying ships are only a few dozen meters long and have very strong armor. They have powerful crossbows inside that can shoot flame bolts. After dozens of these small flying ships flew out from the huge ship, they crazily shot flame bolts at the star-swallowing ice python. These flame bolts are not small, they contain extremely strong energy and are supported by runes. When they hit the star-swallowing ice python's body, a series of explosions occurred. This kind of crossbow is also very expensive. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not be willing to use it. But now they have no other choice. Furthermore, they can already see that the star-swallowing ice python is a primordial ancient beast. They want to capture it and study it. Qin previously told the star-swallowing ice python not to fight head-on if he can't beat it. Now that the star-swallowing ice python has successfully completed his mission, after he feels pain, he should immediately retreat. Qin stealthily entered the energy core cabin of the super-huge ship. There are 20 small divine sun cores forming a large formation here, the energy waves are very berserk. Although the warriors guarding here are very strong, no matter how strong they are only at the 9th level of the divine universe realm. Old brother Taisher, can you quickly dismantle the small divine sun cores here? Qin asked. The inner core of the little divine sun inside the cabin is not very big. It is several tens of meters tall and there are ropes formed from runes connecting them. There are also many thick rune ropes inside the little divine sun's inner core that are connected to the 4 walls of the cabin to transmit energy. If he wants to take away the small divine sun cores, he must first cut off those rune divine mountains. Qin carefully observed and discovered that it is very difficult to easily cut them off. Moreover, after cutting them off, it will definitely cause a great commotion. It might even cause energy fluctuations and cause the small divine sun cores to become unstable. Not in a short period of time, their technique is very brilliant, it is easy to destroy the small divine sun cores but it will be difficult to take them away. I'll go attract the attention of those 10 warriors and buy time for you, is that alright? Qin also knows that the small divine sun cores have become very rare. If possible, he must try his best. Alright. Old brother Taisher replied. Qin first used the divine mirror of primordial beginning and the godly king heavenly seal to seal the door to prevent anyone from barging in to provide reinforcements. Then, he let the divine mirror of primordial beginning float silently and shine on the rune chains. Divine of runes of sect dragon. The Qin of the Yun of spirit, of the divine of the Ling dragon, dragon of Qin Yun let Ling Yuner come out of the 9 sun divine soul. Ling of Ling Yuner has long been suffocated inside. This charming and beautiful person is now wearing a handsome black tight leather armor. Don't look at it as leather armor, it is made from the material of the nether sun core. Her equipment has a very strong devouring power. When she receives a powerful energy attack, she can absorb and devour it. Ling Yuner also has nether sun and she used to be the nether sun Tao spirit. Ever since she obtained a body, she has comprehended a set of cultivation method of her own. Furthermore, she has cultivated together with Qin Yun many times, so her cultivation naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, inside the 9 sun divine spirit, she often cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together with Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. She also comprehended the divine sun cultivation method with MOMO. She has very high attainments in the cultivation of the nether sun. Qin Yun is still very at ease with Ling Yuner. Even if she can't beat them and encounters danger, she can immediately come to Qin Yun's side and enter the 9 sun divine spirit. With Ling Yuner's help, it is much easier for Qin Yun to hold back the 10 warriors inside. Qin Yun and Ling Yuner can't kill them. Not to mention the strength of the warriors arranged here, their equipment is also very good. The armor on their body has very strong defense and absorption power. Qin Yun used the 9 sun divine hammer to smash the head of a warrior twice. However, the other party is completely fine. Moreover, when he hit, he can feel that his own power instantly dissipated after landing on the helmet. After all, these are the warriors of the great Luo Empire. Their equipment is very advanced. Moreover, this batch of equipment was made before their cultivation had regressed. This time, Qin Yun can be considered to have experienced the foundation of the great Luo Empire. It is more powerful than he imagined. For example, the warriors guarding here, their equipment is very terrifying. It is very difficult to break through with the power of the 9th level of the divine space realm. Fortunately, the cultivation of these warriors is limited to the 9th level of the divine space realm. If the upper limit of their divine space power is high enough and they use these equipment well, they will burst out with very terrifying power. With Qin Yun's strength, it is impossible to resist. Yuner, be careful of their weapons. Qin Yun and Ling Yuner's mind are connected, so he can immediately transmit his thoughts to Ling Yuner. Xiao Yun, we must try our best to obtain their weapons. We must find a way to restrain this kind of equipment. Ling Yuner is also very serious at this moment. She has tried many kinds of attacks but was unable to damage the other party's equipment. At this moment, the divine mirror of primordial beginning returned to Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun, I'm almost done. Release the divine king heavenly seal and you can destroy those rune chains. The divine mirror of primordial beginning said. Qin Yun immediately jumped into the air, took out the divine king heavenly seal and pressed it on the back of the divine mirror of primordial beginning. Then, he used the mirror to quickly illuminate the rune chains. Bang bang bang. The rune chains suddenly self-destructed and broke. Yuner! Qin Yun shouted. Ling Yuner immediately drilled into the inner cores of the small divine sun and directly erased the spirit inside. The warriors are immediately alarmed. They originally thought that the two of them were spies who had sneaked in and wanted to destroy the inner cores of the small divine Sunday. In their opinion, the inner cores of the small divine sun in the cabin are difficult to destroy, so they don't need to worry at all. Even if a very intense battle breaks out here, it will not affect the inner cores of the small divine Sunday. But now, the inner cores of these 20 small divine sun have actually loosened. Ling Yuner immediately returned to the 9 sun divine spirit. Qin Yun activated the 9 sun divine spirit and released his mental power to lock onto all the inner cores of the small divine Sunday. Then, he quickly stored them inside the 9 sun divine spirit. Xiao Yun, can you get their equipment? Ling Yuner asked, she is still very concerned about the equipment. I'll do my best. How could Qin Yun not want to get his hands on it? He wants to see how it was made, what materials and runes were used. The 20 small divine sun cores in the cabin are very important. Now that they have been taken away by Qin Yun, the entire super battleship did not fall down. The main thing is that there are still small divine sun cores in other parts of the super battleship. These super battleships have all been modified. After Qin Yun destroyed the super battleship of the Supreme Mystery Planet, it attracted the attention of these great powers. They all modified the super battleship in a very short period of time. The cabin ceiling is very good and the resistance is very strong. The 10 powerful warriors previously exploded with a large amount of divine universe power, but they did not cause any damage to the cabin. Qin Yun did not leave immediately because he wanted to obtain the equipment of these warriors and deal with them here. Although the cabin was large, it was still too small for someone at the 9th level of the divine space realm. This was because their movement speed was already very fast. It would be very difficult for Qin Yun to dodge the attacks of 10 powerful warriors in this cabin. At this moment, Qin Yun displayed his movement technique to the extreme to barely dodge. He has already put away the 9 Sun Divine Hammer. Although the power of the 9 Sun Divine Hammer is very great, it is not very good against 10 powerful warriors. Moreover, the armor of those warriors is too strong. Qin Yun previously wanted to use the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron to catch them, but he was afraid that these warriors would be too strong. After entering the cauldron, they would destroy the cauldron. He could only take out the God King Spear and try using the stronger 10,000. Devouring God Arrow. In this cabin, Qin Yun jumped back and forth. It is difficult to see with the naked eye. However, those warriors can still capture Qin Yun's movement trajectory. Finally, Qin Yun found an opportunity to shoot an arrow and hit a warrior. It has to be said that the 10,000 Devouring God Arrow is very strong. After all, it was forged with a large number of divine universe heavenly bones. Because the warrior received a strong impact, the power of his body instantly dispersed. He could not hold the saber in his hand tightly and it fell to the ground. Qin Yun immediately rushed over and took the saber. What surprised him is that even the 10,000 Devouring God Arrow could not penetrate that warrior's armor. Isn't the armor of these guys too strong? It should be impossible to make it on a large scale. Otherwise, they would have already dealt with the star-swallowing ice python. Qin Yun remembered that the warriors patrolling outside did not have such good equipment. After all, they are warriors guarding the energy source, so their equipment is naturally the best. With their current cultivation, it should be difficult for them to forge any more. This level of equipment might even be out of print. Qin Yun thought about it carefully. The empires and the Taisher factions were the strongest humans in the universe. Back then, they possessed immense strength, so the powerful equipment they created was naturally not something a 9th firmament divine space realm expert could imagine. With that in mind, a person of the Daluo Crown Prince's level would definitely have better equipment. Even if he encountered a clone, it would be difficult to take him down. Qin Yun originally wanted the other party's armor, but now it seems that getting a saber is already not bad. Fortunately, there are only 10 of them. If there were more, it would be a big problem. Qin Yun could only give up on the idea of taking the armor. Having the saber was enough. He would return to study the saber thoroughly and think of a way to restrain it. Just as he wanted to use the penetration divine art to leave the cabin, he realized that he couldn't. However, when he touched the barrier, he discovered that there was an even more powerful barrier outside. Furthermore, there was a thick blue wall outside the barrier. I am trapped here. Qin Yun is not flustered at all. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Qin Yun, you are in there, right? I knew you would come. The other 10 warriors in the cabin had already stopped attacking Qin Yun. They stood at 10 different positions in the cabin, maintaining a relatively far distance from Qin Yun. Are you Great Luo Crown Prince? Asked Qin Yun. That's right. My real body is not here. Great Luo Crown Prince's voice was very cold. He said in a disdainful tone, we did not attack the human snake treasure land because we wanted to take a gamble and see if you would sneak in. I never expected you to really come. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. He had fallen into someone else's trap. He knew that Great Luo Crown Prince was very sinister, but he never expected him to set up a trap for him here. I have no intention of taking your godly monarch heavenly seal. That thing does not belong to me. I only wish to obtain your bloodline heavenly pattern box, said Great Luo Crown Prince. Hand it over and I will let you go. Those bloodline heavenly pattern boxes were extremely important, especially the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Great Luo Crown Prince had nearly obtained it. However, he had been snatched away by Qin Yun along the way. Are you really surprised that you managed to trap me here? Sneered Qin Yun. Qin Yun, it looks like you are still unaware of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens situation. When the 9 God Sons appear, they will gather together and enter the 9 God Sun core. When that happens, it will be the perfect opportunity for me to capture them all in one fell swoop. Great Luo Crown Prince chuckled. Of course, when that happens, I won't be the only one. Many others will want them. Qin Yun could not help but clench his fists. Indeed, it was not just the Great Luo Crown Prince. Crown Prince Ling Tian and the others seemed to know of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden's uniqueness. Great Luo Crown Prince, you have spoken rudely to my wife many times. I will make you pay the price, said Qin Yun coldly. Is that so? You are now my prisoner. How are you going to make me pay the price? I look forward to it. Great Luo Crown Prince sneered. There were 10 warriors with extremely powerful equipment in the cabin. They were temporarily unable to take down Qin Yun, but Qin Yun was unable to do anything to them either. There was a barrier that had been set up outside. It would be very difficult for Qin Yun to charge out. Even if he did, there might be a large number of warriors with powerful equipment. Therefore, Great Luo Crown Prince believed that Qin Yun would definitely perish at his hands today regardless of the situation. Qin Yun remained very calm. When he entered, he had already considered the worst-case scenario. He was prepared to deal with such a situation. In addition, his main goal in entering the super warship was to destroy the entire super warship. Obtaining the Little Divine Sun Core was only secondary. What surprised Qin Yun was the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. How did Great Luo Crown Prince know of their actions? Could it be that the 9 Sun Divine Maiden's actions were not a secret to the Taisha factions and empires? Then how did they know? Qin Yun himself did not know that the 9 Sun Divine Maidens would be entering together after the 9 God Sons appeared. It was definitely very important, but they did not tell him. It meant that it was extremely dangerous. They did not wish for him to take the risk. Yuner, let's join forces and use that move. Qin Yun immediately summoned Ling Yuner. The moment Ling Yuner appeared, she immediately released a black nether sundae. Qin Yun also released his nether sundae. After the 2 nether suns appeared, they suddenly fused together. Under their control, they immediately released an extremely powerful devouring force. At the same time, it distorted the surrounding space. Mobile users, Qin Yun and Ling Yuner's nether suns have fused together and erupted with terrifying power. Even those soldiers with powerful equipment are afraid of this devouring power. At this moment, they have no choice but to use their greatest power to make their bodies stick to the wall. If they were sucked into the nether sun, they don't know what the consequences would be, but they will definitely not feel good. The main reason why Qin Yun released the nether sun is not to attack but to defend against all kinds of traps in the cabin. Since Great Luo Crown Prince set up traps here early on, it means that he has already made many preparations. The cabin is very sturdy, even the 10,000 God devouring arrow would find it difficult to break. This is mainly because the material of the walls are very sturdy and combined with the runes to form a defensive power. Generally speaking, this kind of defense is to counter all kinds of powerful attacks. As long as it is set up in advance, it is very difficult to break. And the nether sun released by Qin Yun and Ling Yuner together has produced spatial distortion power, devouring power and decomposition power. It is very difficult to defend against. There are very few people who can control nether sundae. Even in empires and kingdoms, very few people cultivate nether sundae. The main reason is that nether sun is very difficult to cultivate in the early stage. Many people cannot endure it, and if they are not careful, they will be devoured by the nether sun. Qin Yun can endure it, so it is very rare. Nether suns are also very rare in the universe. Even if one can encounter one, it would be a very large nether sundae. No matter how strong one is, they can only take a detour when encountering a large nether sundae. If they are not careful, they might be devoured. So when it comes to defending against nether suns, empires and Taisha powers lack experience. Especially Qin Yun and Ling Yun'er's nether suns, the effects produced by them are something that inscription masters cannot predict and cannot resist. The entire cabin space has been distorted. After the nether sun distorted the space, the runes on the walls have been distorted to varying degrees. This caused the runes' accuracy to drop and their power to be greatly reduced. Crown Prince De Luo's avatar was alarmed. He previously believed that it was too risky for Qin Yun to use his true body. He thought that Qin Yun would use his avatar. But now it seems that Qin Yun's avatar can accomplish the impossible. Naturally, Great Luo Crown Prince only knows that there are powerful energy fluctuations inside the cabin. Space is distorted and runes are greatly affected. He can't see the nether suns because the moment the two nether suns fused together, the people outside the cabin lost all connection with the inside of the cabin. Your Highness, should we open the entrance and enter? An elder asked worriedly, I wonder what method Qin Yun used to interrupt our surveillance of the cabin. Zenith Luo's Crown Prince had a solemn expression as he said, No, pass down the order. Send more people to the other energy source cabins. Qin Yun is a very greedy person. If he escapes, he will definitely continue plundering our little divine sun cores. That. Your Highness, what exactly did he do? That cabin is so sturdy, yet they still managed to destroy it. Are our 10 warriors all right? The old man was still very worried. From the looks of it, he must have used the nether sun. Zenith Luo Crown Prince closed his eyes as if in deep thought. According to the detailed information I obtained on Qin Yun, he cultivated a nether Sunday. However, I never expected him to cultivate it to such a level without suffering a backlash. This is truly rare. I thought he had already sealed the nether sun and used it for something else. The old man was shocked. According to his understanding of the cabin, the nether sun must be strong to a certain extent to cause such a situation to occur in the cabin. Your Highness, nether suns are so rare. Should we go in and capture them? The elder suddenly became excited. With our current cultivation, how confident do you think we are in seizing the nether sun that others have painstakingly cultivated? Zenith Luo Crown Prince sneered. Don't think about that. Prepare a trap. We must trap Qin Yun in this super huge ship. We cannot let him go to the 9th divine sun. Isn't Qin Yun restricted from entering the myriad world's divine sunland? The old man said, what's there to worry about? Don't forget that Qin Yun is a god king. Moreover, the restriction is only the 8 myriad world's divine suns. He can enter the 9th divine Sunday. Furthermore, there is a big problem with the 4 divine suns. They are no longer under the control of the 9 suns law spirit. Maybe Qin Yun can return to the 4 divine suns. Zenith Luo Crown Prince said, as long as he can go to the 9th divine sun alive, it will be very disadvantageous to us. It will disrupt our entire alliance's plan. Yes, we will definitely trap Qin Yun in this super huge ship. The old man promptly nodded. Although Qin Yun's nether sun can't directly break through the sturdy cabin, it can affect the runes inside and outside. Especially after the fusion of 2 nether suns, the twisting power and devouring power become even stronger. Ling Yun'er looked at the 10 armored soldiers and transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. Xiao Yun, what do you think will happen to those soldiers after they enter our nether sun? I will give it a try. Qin Yun also wants to see how powerful the fusion of his and Ling Yun'er's nether sun will be and whether or not it can destroy those armors. Their nether suns are cultivated by themselves, naturally they are not as dreadful as the nether suns in the cosmos. However, under the same cultivation level, they are still very strong. Qin Yun took out the heaven-locking chain and tied up one of the soldiers. Then he vigorously dragged the soldier over. The soldier tried his best to stick his body to the wall, but after being dragged by Qin Yun, his body was pulled away from the wall and then sucked into the huge black nether Sunday inside the nether sun's devouring domain. Only Qin Yun and Ling Yun'er are not affected. Moreover, they can control the nether sun. After the soldier approached the nether sun, the runes on the armor were affected by the nether sun's twisting power. Then the armor gradually bent and elongated. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive. The reason why this kind of armor is so powerful is because of the great effect of the runes. He immediately took out the God King cannon and shot an arrow at the soldier. The 10,000 God-devouring arrow instantly penetrated the soldier's armor and destroyed the divine universe inside his body. Success! Ling Yuner shouted in pleasant surprise. After other soldiers saw this, they became extremely flustered. Before, they thought that even if they could not defeat Qin Yun, they would not be killed because they are very clear that the armor on their body is very powerful. But now, it has been pierced through. I did not expect to find a way to break it so quickly. Qin Yun accidentally found a way to break this kind of super strong equipment. However, he is still very shocked that this kind of mysterious and formidable runes can produce such formidable defensive power when combined with special materials. Qin Yun used the power of the Nether Sun to destroy the runes on the armors of the warriors, breaking through their powerful defense and inflicting heavy damage on them. 10 myriad god-devouring arrows pierced through the divine cosmos of the warriors one by one. 10 warriors were killed just like that, and their equipment was successfully retrieved. What surprised him is that Great Luo Crown Prince did not take any action. He thought that Great Luo Crown Prince would launch a fierce attack on this cabin. This cabin is still relatively important. They can't launch an attack that's too strong, lest they destroy the entire super ship. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, what do you plan to do next, leave the super huge ship or continue staying here? Great Luo Crown Prince did not take any action. That means that he has already set up a trap. If I continue to stay in the super huge ship, I will definitely fall into his trap. Qin Yun pondered and said, but I have to destroy this super huge ship. This seems a bit difficult. Great Luo Crown Prince is more difficult to deal with than I imagined. The battleships obtained from the strange cat kingdom were placed inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain went to the White Tiger Treasure Land to provide support and also brought several hundred battleships with them. Previously, Qin Yun took dozens of small Divine Sun cores from dozens of battleships and left them for his own use. He did not refine them into Divine Sun nuclear bombs. Looks like they won't attack this cabin. Instead, they will set up traps in other cabins and wait for me. Qin Yun is thinking about how to destroy this super huge ship in the most cost-effective way. Xiao Yun, if they don't come in, then we will be very safe in this cabin. Ling Yuner said, then you can begin now. 10 Divine Sun nuclear bombs should be enough, right? Qin Yun took out the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace and the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Creating Divine Sun nuclear bombs not only requires the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace but also the runes of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Now the runes of the Divine King Heavenly Seal are even more powerful, and the power of the Divine Sun nuclear bombs has also increased. It was just that the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace was not strong enough. Otherwise, if he placed the 10 little Divine Sun cores into the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace and then used the God King Heavenly Seal to suppress it, the power of the thing created would definitely be extremely terrifying. The inner core of the little Divine Sun was originally very big, but after being compressed, it would be dozens of times smaller than before. The energy would be compressed to a certain extent without exploding, but once it was detonated, the power would definitely be filled with destruction. Qin Yun released the Divine King Heavenly Seal and let it float above the Pill Transformation Heavenly Cauldron. It can speed up the Pill Transformation Heavenly Cauldron's operation. And the Dan Transformation Heavenly Furnace can absorb the energy of many Divine Suns in the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to circulate its powerful energy and compress and refine the inner core of the little Divine Sunday. I'll need about 6 to 8 hours to complete the refinement. There should still be enough time. Qin Yun thought to himself. Ling Yuner looked at the Nether Sun and let it slowly revolve, producing distorting power to distort the runes in the cabin. As long as this powerful Nether Sun exists, anyone who comes in from the outside will immediately be sucked in by the Nether Sun. Even if the Daluo Crown Prince detonated an entire warship, the Nether Sun could distort the incoming energy for a short time, forming a gravitational field around the Nether Sun's field. The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo had only sent his avatar over, but his main body had placed all his attention on his avatar. Your Highness, should we attack the Human Serpent Treasure Land now? According to the Supreme Temple Master and Celestial Arch, the primordial ancient ruin beneath them might be a Nirvana city, and it might even be the most ancient Nirvana city. An elder beside the Daluo Crown Prince said. Although the Hualing Empire's warship has left, we still have 6 warships here. Even if there's only one left, it's enough to destroy the primordial Nirvana city below. From my point of view, capturing Qin Yun is of utmost importance. The bloodline heavenly pattern box in his hands is very important. Furthermore, we have to stop him from entering the 9 divine suns. The Daluo Crown Prince said. Why, Qin is just one person. What can he do if he enters the 9 divine suns? The elder was puzzled. He's a godly monarch, a human that not even the 9 suns Dharma spirit can suppress. Furthermore, he's the lord of the 4 divine suns. Most importantly, he's not just one person. The Crown Prince of Origin Luo said, the Phoenix Queen, Luo Shu, the Exotic Cat King, and the 9 Dragons King are all on his side. The All Heavens Dragon race, the Dragon Turtle race, and other powerful races are also willing to serve him. The elder said disdainfully, so what if we take them? Even if they work together, they're nothing more than ants against the 4 empires and the primordial factions. Furthermore, we're about to become new humans. The primordial people are definitely no match for us new humans. The new humans were formed from the fusion of the primordial bloodline with the barbarian bloodline. The world will indeed belong to us new humans in the future, but if we want to have a stable start, we need to eliminate all potential threats. Qin is a very big threat. The Daluo Crown Prince said. Your Highness, you worry too much. The old man smiled. Once our new beginning Nirvana city is built, a large number of people will fuse with the bloodline of the barbarians and quickly become perfect humans. At that time, whether it's the barbarians or the primordial humans, they will all become our energy. The Daluo Crown Prince did not say anything else. Instead, he said, quickly move the 10 minor divine sun cores into a cabin. Qin is very greedy. Since he managed to sneak in this time, he'll definitely get the most out of it before he's willing to leave. This guy is a glutton. He'll soon pay the price for his greed. The elder smiled and said, we've already set up the new cabin. If he releases the nether sun again, we can only kindly accept it. Does your supreme palace really have the confidence to take down the nether sun? The Daluo Crown Prince asked. Of course. Many years ago, our supreme palace even dared to touch the super-large nether sunday. The elder is very proud, he smiled and said, the nether sun cultivated by humans is just a small lump of mud to our supreme palace. This time, the Daluo Crown Prince was truly wrong. Qin has already obtained enough minor divine sun cores. His main goal in entering the warship is to destroy. He obtained 20 and then used 10 to refine divine sun nuclear bombs. This is already a profit. After 6 hours, Qin has already made 10 divine sun nuclear bombs. It's even stronger than last time. The old brother Taisher said. Then we can retreat. Qin said, I'm just afraid that after we destroy their supergiant warship, they will retaliate crazily. The Dragon Turtle race can block it. Even if the Dragon Turtle race can't block it, Taisher Nirvana City can block it. The old brother Taisher said, it's just that unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't expose the power of Taisher Nirvana City. Otherwise, it will cause many of their factions to join forces to annihilate us. The Taisher Nirvana City under the human snake treasure land is after all from hundreds of universe eras ago. The current Taisher factions and empires have no idea about the Taisher civilization from tens of billions of years ago. Qin took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and prepared to leave the supergiant warship. After leaving, the 10 minor divine sun cores can explode. The space in the cabin was originally very sturdy, but after being distorted by the nether sun, the space weakened. Qin used the heaven-leaping shuttle to easily leave the cabin. After the heaven-leaping shuttle left the cabin, it arrived at a very distant and safe location. After all, the commotion caused by the detonation of the cabin was very huge. If he did not go far, he might be affected. Qin knew very well that if he blew up this super warship, it would definitely incite an intense counterattack from the other warships. If they could not find Qin, they would definitely attack the human snake treasure zone. If the human snake treasure zone did not have sufficient defenses, Qin would not dare to act rashly. The human snake treasure zone's defenses were not weak. Now, there was a Taisher Nirvana City beneath the treasure zone that Qin had already activated. Once it faced an extremely powerful attack, the Nirvana City could defend itself. The defensive range was very large, enough to protect the treasure zone's core region. Qin was in the heaven-leaping shuttle with Ling Yun'er beside him. She wanted to see how the super warship would explode. What Qin Yan was more concerned about was that after the birth of the ninth divine son, the 9 young divine maiden would gather at the core of the ninth divine Sunday. Why would they gather together? Inside the super warship that Qin Yan had infiltrated, a middle-aged man anxiously came to the Crown Prince's avatar. The Crown Prince's avatar was in the main control room, monitoring the situation in the various cabins. Your Highness, we have just detected that something has traveled through space. It left from the large energy cabin, the middle-aged man said. Is it possible that Qin Yan has left the super warship? The Crown Prince's avatar's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. How did he travel through space? Even if he could do it, he shouldn't have left just like that. There are still many lesser divine sun cores in the super warship. Doesn't he want them? The Crown Prince was so alarmed by the news that he lost his composure. Your Highness, don't panic. Even if Qin Yan escaped, it's not a bad thing for us, said an elder. How is it not a bad thing? Qin Yan took away 20 lesser divine sun cores and killed 10 of our most capable warriors. He wreaked havoc in this supermassive warship, but he eventually left unscathed. We suffered heavy losses, said Zenluo's Crown Prince coldly. And I was planning on taking him down. To him, not being able to capture Qin Yan was a great loss because he had suffered too many losses at Qin Yan's hands. Previously, Qin Yan had wiped out a large number of the dominant dragon core, leaving the Crown Prince feeling the pinch. Later on, every time he secretly sent troops to deal with Qin Yan, he suffered heavy losses. Only by capturing Qin Yan would he be able to redeem himself, but now, it was equivalent to Qin Yan running to his house to take something, and in the end, he left unscathed. No, it's impossible for someone like Qin Yan to just leave like that. If he did not continue to obtain the Little Divine Sun Core, it means that his goal is not the Little Divine Sun Core, but... Crown Prince of Zenith Luo's expression changed drastically as he thought of the worst-case scenario. Qin Yan's goal was indeed not the Little Divine Sun's core but to destroy the super warship. Your Highness, you overestimate Qin Yan. If he wasn't here for the Little Divine Yang's core, could he be here to destroy this superhuge ship? How was this possible? He had just barged in, what could he have done? To destroy our super warship, he would need a large number of Little Divine Sun cores. Furthermore, he would have to place them in various locations. The elder said with a smile, Qin Yan has been trapped in the large energy cabin all this while. He can't do much. At most, he can destroy that cabin. Crown Prince of Zenith Luo closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. That's right. Our super warship has been modified. It's not that easy to destroy. The item he used to destroy the Great Profundity planet's super warship should be gone. Otherwise, he would have used it a long time ago. The elder chuckled and said, Great Profundity planet is a grand prime faction of the Hualing cosmos. Their heritage is far inferior to our Hall of Supreme. Their super warship is much inferior to ours. Our Zenith Luo cosmos is much better than their Hualing cosmos. If Qin Yan really succeeds, then all of you will be doomed. As for me, it's only my avatar that's doomed. I really don't have to worry too much, said Crown Prince of Zenith Luo with a sneer. The elder's expression changed as he immediately took out a thick set of armor and put it on. Abandoned ship, everyone retreat. Crown Prince of Zenith Luo shouted from the main control room, relaying the order to everyone. He wasn't being kind, he just didn't want to lose his own people. To him, the people in this super giant ship were all very important tools. The super warship was indeed from the Zenith Luo Empire, but it was mainly built by the Hall of Supreme. Furthermore, the main personnel on the ship were from the Hall of Supreme. The people in this super warship all knew how powerful it was, because they had often witnessed the super warship's expeditions. Now that they heard Crown Prince of Zenith Luo order to abandon ship, they could not believe their ears. Abandon ship? Is this a joke? Who in the Zenith Luo cosmos can make us abandon ship? That's right. Back then, Celestial the Arch mentioned in the Heavenless warship that the defense of the ship is extremely strong and that it can be lawless. That's why it was named the Heavenless warship. What the hell is abandoning ship? Is this Crown Prince's first time on the Heavenless warship? Doesn't he understand the Heavenless warship? He's too young. The Heavenless warship is invincible. The crew on the heavenless warship discussed in their respective cabins. They had lived on the ship for many years, so they could not abandon ship and flee. In their opinion, there was no need to do so. The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo was a little confused. These people actually did not listen to him. However, he could understand why. The heavenless warship had been lent to him by his father, the Celestial Arch. The crew only listened to the Celestial Arch. Moreover, the heavenless warship was built by the Hall of Supreme. The job of maintaining the heavenless warship was also done by the Hall of Supreme. The Hall of Supreme mainly listened to the Celestial Arch. Although the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo's mother was in the upper echelons of the Hall of Supreme, the upper echelons of the Hall of Supreme wouldn't listen to the Crown Prince's every word. Abandon ship. All of you, abandon ship. Do you hear me? Do you all want to die? The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo roared angrily, cursing the bunch of idiots in his heart. He had only saved them to minimize the losses. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by the old fogies of the Zenith Luo Empire. However, everyone remained indifferent and continued with their work. At that moment, the 10 Divine Sun nuclear bombs in the large cabin exploded. A loud explosion erupted from the inside of the warship, followed by scorching energy that tore through the walls of the cabins. In the blink of an eye, the warship was filled with scorching energy. Then, it broke down from the middle and crashed to the ground. When it hit the ground, there was another loud bang and a huge wave of fire surged in all directions. Only 100 or so people managed to escape. They were all wearing super strong armor, which was why they had survived. Those who had escaped were the heads of the various departments. They were all shocked to the core. The people in the other 5 warships also shuddered at the sight of the heavenless warship's destruction. Mobile users, the heavenless warship was shot down and fell to the ground. The enormous disturbance that erupted shook the entire human snake-treasured land. The people in the other super warships couldn't believe it. The heavenless battleship was considered a very strong battleship. If even the heavenless battleship was shot down, then their battleships would definitely not be able to withstand it. Fear began to spread. The people in the Supreme Palace and the Daluo Empire's battleships began to panic. Waves of fear surged into their hearts. Even the captains of the super warships wanted to leave this place immediately. If the battleship they were on crashed and destroyed like the heavenless battleship, the captain and the other upper echelons might be able to escape, but everyone else would die. Moreover, the captain would be held accountable when he returned. Crown Prince de Luo's avatar had successfully escaped. He floated high in the sky and surveyed his surroundings in search of Qin Yun. However, he failed to find him. Your Highness, our battleship has been destroyed. The old man who had escaped was beside the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo with a dejected expression. It's none of my business. I'm not the one controlling this warship. After all, none of you listen to me. The Crown Prince of Great Luo said coldly, furthermore, I am not the commander of the attack on the human snake treasure ground. The Empire and Supreme Palace were originally going to attack the human snake treasure ground and destroy Nirvana City. I was just taking part in it. This was shifting the blame, so he had to quickly wash it clean. He looked coldly at the super battleship in the Sea of Fire. The area 100,000 meters below him was filled with all kinds of flames and violent energy. There were many small divine sun cores inside the battleship. At that moment, they were all detonated, so the explosions continued. The Crown Prince of Daluo did not sympathize with those who had died because he had asked them to abandon the warship. If they had not hesitated and immediately used the escape tunnel to escape, there would not have been so many casualties. In the end, it was the people in the heavenless warship who did not listen to him. The Crown Prince of Daluo was not dejected at all. In fact, he was a little happy. He thought to himself, who asked you to not listen to me? The first person to know that the heavenless warship was going to be destroyed was him, the Crown Prince. In the future, if anyone dared to disobey him, they would have to consider the consequences. Your Highness, the one who set the trap to capture Qin Yun is you. This responsibility is not easy to shake off. After all, Qin Yun entering the heavenless warship was part of your plan. The old man was sweating profusely. If the Crown Prince of Great Luo wasn't responsible, then the blame would be on him. Captain Heavenless Warship, the reason why Qin Yun can come in is because I let him in. Don't you know why Qin Yun was able to enter? The Crown Prince of Daluo sneered. The Heavenless battleship was dumbfounded. He was secretly vexed. His Heavenless battleship had already been destroyed, but the great Luo Crown Prince still addressed him as the Heavenless battleship captain. Wasn't he being sarcastic? Don't tell me this responsibility is all mine? The voice of the Heavenless warship's captain became colder. First, the reason why Qin Yun was able to enter the Heavenless warship is because your defenses were not good enough. Secondly, the reason why I set up a trap for Qin Yun was because I was worried that your defenses weren't good enough. In fact, my judgment was correct. Qin Yun did come in, but I couldn't catch him. But that has nothing to do with me because I did my best. The Crown Prince of Great Luo looked at the Heavenless warship's captain with an authoritative gaze. Seeing that the latter was silent, he continued, thirdly, I asked all of you to abandon the warship, but you did not do so. Whose fault is that? Fourth, the greatest responsibility for the Heavenless warship's crash lies with Qin Yun. The Heavenless warship's captain cursed inwardly because the Crown Prince of Great Luo was indeed flawless. At the beginning, the Crown Prince had warned him to be careful of Qin Yun and not let him sneak in. However, the Heavenless warship did not take it to heart. Later on, Qin Yun really did sneak in. Therefore, the Crown Prince's judgment was correct. Furthermore, the trap had successfully trapped Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun had escaped. This was something the Crown Prince did not expect. Qin Yun's ability to destroy the Heavenless warship was even more unexpected. From the beginning to the end, the Crown Prince of Great Luo did not bear much responsibility. The Heavenless warship's captain was definitely the scapegoat. The Heavenless warship's captain took a few deep breaths and said slowly, Your Highness, please give us your instructions on what we should do next. I can't give any instructions. The other warship captains will not listen to me. The Crown Prince of Great Luo had been searching for Qin Yun. He had released his powerful psyche power but to no avail. Should we attack the human serpent treasure ground? There are still 5 super warships. If we attack at the same time, we should be able to blast a huge hole in the human serpent treasure ground's barrier. The Heavenless warship's captain asked. I don't know. You should ask the Supreme Celestial, the Arch, or the Paragon Palace Master. The Crown Prince could not be bothered to give instructions. All he wanted to do now was to find Qin Yun. At the very least, he had to injure Qin Yun severely. Otherwise, he would really suffer a huge loss. The Heavenless warship's captain took out his magic mirror and transmitted his voice to the other warship captains. He informed them of the Heavenless warship's situation and told them to pay more attention. As long as Qin Yun did not sneak into the warship, it would be safe and would not be destroyed. Following that, the Heavenless warship's captain contacted the Great Luo Empire for instructions. The Crown Prince asked, What did the Great Luo Empire say? The Heavenless warship's captain sighed. They said to wait for them to discuss it. This Qin Yun is really not easy to deal with. It's no wonder Great Profundity Planet suffered such a huge loss. The Huoling Empire and Great Profundity Planet are currently working together to attack the Strange Cat Kingdom and the White Tiger race in the White Tiger Treasure Ground. Guess what happened? The Crown Prince asked. What, did they end badly? The Heavenless warship's captain's brows pricked up in shock. A surprise army suddenly appeared in the White Tiger Treasure Ground, catching the Great Profundity Planet and the Huoling Empire's ground armies by surprise. Nearly all of them were wiped out. According to the latest intelligence, it was Qin Yun's Godly King Army and the Myriad World's Divine Palace. Apart from that, there was the Heavenly Dragon Race Army. The Crown Prince said, perhaps the Huoling Empire and Great Profundity Planet will lose even more super warships. How is that possible? Shouldn't they be defending the Human Snake Treasure Ground? Why did they send them to reinforce the White Tiger Treasure Ground? The Heavenless warship's captain was shocked. The Crown Prince sneered. The Hall of Supreme, Great Profundity Planet, Great Luo Empire, and Huoling Empire. These 4 major factions are actually helpless against Qin Yun's alliance. If word of this gets out, how do you think the entire Heavenly God Wilderness will view Qin Yun and us? The Heavenless warship's captain fell silent. Qin Yun had won the battle once again. Furthermore, he had won beautifully. But this is good as well. It can elevate Qinyan's status. It's not a bad thing for me. As long as I take down Qinyan, the prestige I establish will be very high. Luo Shuang and the other empire's crown princes will be suppressed by me. The crown prince of Great Luo was actually somewhat excited. Crown prince of Great Luo, I overestimated you. Qinyan's voice suddenly sounded. The crown prince of Great Luo and the heavenless warship's captain's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, a destructive supergravity came crashing down from the sky. Floating in midair, they were instantly crushed into the warship ruins on the ground. When they looked up into the sky, they saw Qinyan slowly descending. Behind him floated a huge black nether sun. Both the heavenless warship's captain and the crown prince are wearing extremely strong defensive armors. That's why they could easily escape from the warship. They are very strong, their upper limit is close to 400,000 divine cosmos force. However, Qinyan is confident that he can defeat them. The premise is that he has to break their super strong defensive armors. After Qinyan left the warship, the star-swallowing ice python immediately went to find him. Therefore, he is not alone. He released the nether sun and let it descend from the sky. The twisting power and supergravity it produced made the crown prince and the heavenless warship's captain feel uncomfortable. They are shocked by Qinyan's nether sun's power. They rarely see humans cultivate nether Sunday. In their opinion, Qinyan is a human who has never surpassed the 9th level of the divine space realm. It is impossible for him to have a powerful nether Sunday. But now, Qinyan's nether sun's power is very strange. It cannot be measured by divine cosmos force. It must be known that there is an energy body inside Qinyan's divine cosmos. The heavenly imperial heart is protected inside that energy body. And Qinyan can now transfer strands of energy from the energy body. This is not divine cosmos force. Of course, the energy inside the energy body is very special. Qinyan can only absorb it through the nether sun and then release it. Old brother Taisher said that the energy is too strong. With Qinyan's current body, it is very hard to bear. Therefore, the crown prince's clone and the heavenless warship's captain are very shocked after sensing the nether sun's energy. Qinyan released the nether sun and used it to absorb the energy of the energy body. The supergravity produced is very strong. Even the sturdy ground has a large area that is sinking. The nether sun also has a strange twisting power. It directly distorted the runes on the armor of the crown prince's clone and the heavenless warship's captain, causing their armor's defense to drop. Crown Prince of Daluo, I originally thought that you were an expert. However, you are only thinking of destroying me to raise your reputation. This shows that you have yet to break free from the mindset of a weakling. Qinyan sneered. Qinyan, shut up. The crown prince angrily rebuked as if his sore spot has been poked. You are even worse than Luo Shu. Qinyan still has a contemptuous smile on his face. Luo Shu has long decided to be independent. As for you, you are still coveting your father's celestial arch position. In this great era of the divine wilderness, you should go out alone and establish your own great cause. This was the reason why Qinyan was mocking the crown prince of Zenith Luo. The crown prince of Daluo had also thought about it. However, he felt that there was no need for him to do so. As long as he worked hard and solidified his position as crown prince, the Daluo Empire would be his in the future. Qinyan, the one who is laughable and pathetic is you. It seems like you don't know anything about the 9 god sons. Ha ha ha, you have such a close relationship with the 9 sun divine maiden, but they didn't tell you. From the beginning to the end, you were just their tool. The crown prince of Zenith Luo's avatar suddenly laughed maniacally. Qinyan had a calm expression. Over the years, many things had happened between him and the 9 young divine maiden. He knew very well that it was impossible for things to be as the crown prince of Zenith Luo had described. Qinyan really did not know anything about the 9 divine sons. He never blamed the 9 sun divine maidens for not telling him. Instead, he felt very gratified. Because they didn't say anything, it meant that it was very dangerous. They were doing this to protect him. But now, since Qinyan knew about it, he would definitely go. It was because the 9 god sons were very dangerous. He was worried that something would happen to the 9 sun divine maiden. Qin Yun, you are just suppressing my avatar now. My true body is so powerful that it makes you feel inferior. When you see my true body, you will understand why a 9-sun divine maiden like Xiaoyuan is only worthy to be a slave in my eyes. The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo continued to provoke Qin Yun. Die. Qin Yun frowned. The supergravity sword pierced down from the sky, shattering the Crown Prince's avatar. However, killing the Crown Prince's avatar made Qin Yun very unhappy. If he wanted to find his true body, he had to go to the 9-sun sacred ground. He had to go directly to the imperial city of the 9-sun sacred ground. That would be extremely dangerous. Qin Yun would definitely go. He was the order of the divine wilderness. Sooner or later, his order would envelop the entire 9-sun sacred ground. He shone the primordial beginning divine mirror at the heavenless worship captain. He's not an avatar. Old brother Taisher said. Qin Yun took out the divine king heavenly seal and pressed it against the divine universe inside the heavenless worship captain's body. A square rune appeared on the surface of the seal and sealed the divine universe inside the heavenless worship captain's body. Then, he pressed down on the heavenless worship captain's head, restraining his soul to prevent it from escaping. Ice Python, capture him. Qin Yun said to the star-swallowing Ice Python. More than 100 people ran out of the heavenless worship, but they did not dare to come over. They knew very well that once they attacked, they would definitely die. They were all watching from afar. They were terrified. The heavenless worship was destroyed by Qin Yun. They finally saw the person who destroyed the worship and captured their captain. What do you want? The heavenless worship captain said angrily. I want to see how much value you have in the Supreme Palace's eyes. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. The black and terrifying nether sun suddenly spun frantically. The people who escaped from the heavenless worship in the distance suddenly fell from the sky and their bodies were involuntarily sucked over. After the star-swallowing ice python froze the heavenless worship captain, it immediately went over and froze the others. Qin Yun is rather curious about the supergiant warship. Only the captain is very familiar with the inside of the supergiant warship. He plans to keep the captain and the upper echelons of the ship. Later, he will hand them over to the inscription gate and let them think of a way to understand the situation of the supergiant warship from the captain's mouth. In the future, he will inevitably have to fight against supergiant warships. The more he understands, the better. Use your magic mirror to tell the bosses of Great Luo Empire and Supreme Palace that the Human Snake Treasure Land is very important to me, Qin Yun, and the Nirvana City below is even more important. If they dare to attack the Human Snake Treasure Land again, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't think that I, Qin Yun, don't dare to enter the 9-sun Holy Land. If you force me to enter the 9-sun Holy Land and retaliate, it will be too late for you to regret. Qin Yun said to the Heavenless Worship Captain. The Heavenless Worship Captain took out his magic mirror and did as he was told. He did not say anything more, he still cared about his life. At least Qin Yun did not torture him, this is already not bad. After a while, the Heavenless Worship Captain said, they might continue to attack the Human Snake Treasure Land, it will be 5 supergiant warships attacking at the same time. Qin Yun frowned, Supreme Palace and Great Luo Empire, are they really not afraid of my revenge? It's not that they are not afraid, it's just that they don't know your methods, they don't know how powerful you are. The Heavenless Worship Captain's attitude is very low, he said respectfully, they don't believe that you can bring them huge losses at the current stage. I will make them believe it. Qin Yun looked at the 5 supergiant warships in the sky, then imprisoned the Heavenless Worship Captain and the others in a storage container. Just as Qin Yun and the star-swallowing ice python returned to the Human Snake Treasure Land's barrier, the 5 supergiant warships in the sky began to move. It seems like they are about to attack the Human Snake Treasure Land. Qin Yun was not surprised that the Supreme Hall and the Great Luo Empire still wanted to launch an all-out attack on the Human Snake Treasure Ground. After all, these 2 transcendental powers had to protect their dignity and ensure their deterrence. The destruction of the Heavenless Warship was witnessed by the people on the other super warships. It wouldn't take long for this news to spread. If the Heavenless Battleship was destroyed and the Great Luo Empire and the Palace of Supreme didn't retaliate, wouldn't it mean that the Palace of Supreme and Great Luo Empire were afraid of him? this indirectly made the powerful races of the divine wilderness believe that Qin Yun was a powerful godly monarch who could suppress two transcendental factions. On top of that, within the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, the Exotic Cat Kingdom and the White Tiger Treasure Ground were besieged by the Taishan planet and the Hualing Empire. Originally, Exotic Cat Kingdom and White Tiger Treasured Land were on the verge of being defeated. But later on, Qin Yun's allies appeared and quickly reversed the situation. This way, it was equivalent to Qin Yun's alliance fighting against four transcendental factions at the same time. Furthermore, they had the upper hand. If Qin Yun were to win this time, more and more powerful races would join Qin Yun in the future. After the myriad heavens divine wilderness acknowledged Qin Yun, they only needed to pay a certain amount of resources to Qin Yun or the myriad world's divine court every year, and they would be protected by the myriad world's divine court. In that case, the Taishan forces, the four great empires, and the kingdoms and powerful races within the Nine Sun Sacred Ground would not be able to exploit the other powerful races and obtain resources from them in the future. The most fatal thing was that once the divine court of the myriad realms grew stronger, it meant that order would completely cover the entire divine wilderness. The Taishan forces, the four great empires, and the other powerful races and kingdoms in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground did not want to be restricted by order. From their point of view, they were the only order in the divine wilderness. Any powerful race or force outside of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground should pay tribute to them and become their slaves. Qin Yun returned to the human snake treasure land. He doesn't need to do anything else. The Dragon Turtle clan would take care of the matter of guarding the human snake treasured land. He took out the Nine Sun Skyrazor Pagoda, entered it, and released the Heavenless Warship's captain. The fact that the captain could control an entire warship meant that he had a very high status. He was definitely a subordinate of the Celestial Emperor of Origin Luo or the Paragon Temple Master. Is the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo really that powerful? Qin Yun asked. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be difficult for you to defeat him with your current strength. But now, he has obtained the brand beginning bloodline and become a brand beginning person. His every aspect will be doubled. The Heavenless Warship's captain said, for example, his foundation divine space energy was originally 400,000, but after he obtained the rebirth bloodline, his foundation divine space energy increased to 800,000. Qin Yun was now at the 8th stage of the divine space realm. His basic divine space force's upper limit was 300,000. If he stepped into the 9th stage of the divine space realm, his basic divine space force's upper limit would reach 600,000. He was still far from reaching 800,000. Other than the increase in my basic divine universe energy, my mental force and physical body have also improved. The Heavenless Warship's captain added, if the Crown Prince of Great Luo were to unleash 2 or 3 times his divine cosmos power during battle, he would be even more powerful. The reason why Qin Yun did not break through to the 9th level of the divine space realm was because he wanted to think of a way to raise the upper limit of his basic divine space force to 500,000. Once he entered the 9th tier of the divine space realm, his upper limit would reach a maximum of 1 million. Then, he would be invincible in the divine wilderness. What are the new humans? Qin Yun asked. They are the new Taishan people. When the barbarian bloodline is introduced and fused with the Taishan bloodline, they will become the new humans. The Heavenless Warship's captain said, the universe's Dharma spirits created 2 life forms with different bloodlines to fight each other. They have now decided to unify the 2 bloodlines, which is the new humans. Won't there be any problems if the barbarian bloodline is introduced? Qin Yun remembered that the barbarian life forms were very brutal. The Heavenless Warship's captain smiled bitterly and said, the universe's Dharma spirits do not care about this. They only want to see how far the life forms with the new bloodline can grow. If they lose control, they will destroy the divine wilderness and start all over again. The universe's Dharma spirits are very powerful now. Celestial the Arch said that the universe's Dharma spirits have already fused into one, so they will not be sealed again. In front of the universe's Dharma spirits, we are just a bunch of ants. The fusion of multiple universes' Dharma spirits? This news caused Qin Yun's expression to change. The barbarian universe's Dharma spirits are definitely the brutal kind. If they fuse, doesn't that mean that the universe's Dharma spirits also have a brutal side? He immediately thought of it. Because to the universe's Dharma spirits, all of this is just a game they created when they were bored. The 9 young Dharma spirits want to jump out of this game and start a new era. Do you all choose to become new primordial humans? Xianxia asked. We have no choice. If we don't become new primordial humans, we will all die when the next calamity descends on the divine wilderness. The Heavenless Warship's captain shook his head and said, the 9 young Dharma spirits cannot stop the universe's Dharma spirits from testing the divine wilderness. Only by becoming new primordial humans can we survive. Then what about Nirvana City? Xianxia has high hopes for the human snake treasure land's Nirvana City. Nirvana City is a fire seed left behind by the ancient primordial humans. They thought of all kinds of methods to make living beings evolve into powerful bloodlines. This kind of evolution is very successful, but because it can threaten the universe's Dharma spirits, it has always been suppressed. The Heavenless Warship's captain sighed and said, actually, the reason we are looking for Nirvana City is to destroy the fire seed and civilization inside. Why, are you the descendants of the ancient primordial humans? Don't you want to obtain this bloodline? Xianxia is very puzzled. Nirvana City was created by the most ancient primordial humans, the primordial civilization that was destroyed in the 100th universe era. And we are the primordial humans that came later. We have been toyed with by the universe's Dharma spirits for many years, making us mistakenly believe that we are invincible in the universe. Who knew that we have always been used by the universe's Dharma spirits to conduct all kinds of experiments or to verify some of their ideas? The Heavenless Warship's captain said this with a sorrowful expression. This is the first time he has heard of such a saying. The universe's Dharma spirits were previously sealed, causing the empires and primordial powers to become the supreme rulers of the universe. Moreover, it is the same situation in several universes. He never expected there to be such a layer of relationship. Then, why did Xiaqiru, Yushi, and Yutian go to other universes? Divine King, aren't you going to avoid it? The combined attack of 5 super warships is very powerful. The Heavenless Warship's captain is very worried because he knows that Xianxia is on the human snake treasure land. Those warships have already started attacking. It's just that their attacks are still unable to pose any threat to the human snake treasure land's defenses. Xianxia said very calmly. The Heavenless ship's captain's face is filled with astonishment as he immediately looked out the window. From time to time, flashes of light would appear. Indeed, there are super huge ships in the sky, crazily attacking the human snake treasure land. And the entire human snake treasure land is extremely quiet. In the past, the barrier of the human serpent treasured land had a hole pierced through it. How did it become so strong now? Did Nirvana City strengthen the human snake treasure land's defense? The Heavenless ship's captain asked in astonishment. Because I opened the underground Taisher Nirvana City, the human snake treasure land's barrier has already fused with Nirvana City. As a result, the human snake treasure land's barrier has been strengthened. However, Nirvana City has yet to intervene in the defense. Xianxia said. Right now, it is only the human snake treasure land's barrier's self-defense. If the super huge ships in the sky continue to attack with even greater power, Nirvana City might intervene. Xianxia and the Dragon Turtle clan leader have already informed them that if the human snake treasure land's barrier can't hold on, their Dragon Turtle clan will go up and try not to use Taisher Nirvana City's power. Taisher Nirvana City can indeed produce a very strong defense, but it will consume a lot of Nirvana City's energy. Afterwards, it will take a period of time to replenish the consumption. If the Dragon Turtle clan can block it, there is no need for Nirvana City to consume it. After enduring this attack, everyone can enter Nirvana City and receive the ancient primal bloodline inheritance. From there, they can undergo Nirvana transformation. Otherwise, after Nirvana City consumes a large amount of energy, it will take a long time to replenish. It won't be able to open Nirvana in a short period of time. The Dragon Turtle clan leader assured Xianxia that if their Dragon Turtle clan goes all out, they can block it for a period of time. They will try their best not to let Nirvana City consume too much energy. Nirvana City's strength has already exceeded our imagination. The Heavenless ship's captain sighed with emotion. How much do you know about these Taisher Nirvana cities? Xianxia asked. There are many primal beginning ruins in God Desolate, but there are only 20 of them in Nirvana City. After entering Taisher Nirvana City, most of the powerful races in God Desolate will awaken the memories of the ancient primal beings. The Heavenless Ship's captain said, many powerful races in God Desolate have souls from the ancient primal beings. They were all planned by the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. This was something that Qin and old brother Taisher already knew. The Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit had a primordial Taisher, which contained a large number of souls. When the Nine-Yang Law Spirit created the powerful races, batches of powerful races quickly appeared. Not long after they appeared, they had rich experience or extraordinary wisdom. This meant that the souls in their bodies contained a large amount of memories. There should also be a primordial beginning ancient city under the heaven-opening treasure land. Qin needed to rope in even more powerful races and let them enter Nirvana City to awaken the ancient Grand Prime's memories and obtain the inheritance. Only then would they be able to resist the new humans. If it were not for the Grand Prime's memories and bloodline, they might not even be able to defeat the barbarians. You should know quite a bit about the Nine Sons Divine Maiden, right? Qin Yan's gaze suddenly turned cold. The Heavenless Warship's captain immediately felt immense pressure. He hurriedly said, I know very little about the Nine Sons Divine Maiden. I only know that the Crown Prince of Great Luo enslaved the divine daughters and divine sons born from the divine sons. Tell me everything you know. Qin also knew that the Crown Prince of Great Luo had such a hobby. Therefore, he could not wait to get rid of the Crown Prince's true body and make him disappear from the God Wilderness. After the ninth divine son is born, the descendants of the divine sons will undergo a huge transformation. Such beings were originally created by the Great Luo Empire and the primordial factions to destroy the divine sons. The Heavenless Warship's captain noticed Qin expression and paused for a moment before continuing, Now, the universe's law spirit is secretly helping us and gave us a special bloodline divine insect. As long as we place these bloodline divine insects into the divine sons of the divine son descendants, they will be able to devour the divine son descendants and cause them to transform. The universe law spirit wants to strengthen the divine sons of the myriad worlds to destroy the divine sons? Qin immediately frowned. That's right. Furthermore, the universe law spirit personally created the universe gods to live within the nine divine sons. The Nine Sons Divine Maiden will work together to seal the core of the nine divine sons and prevent the universe gods from coming out. The Heavenless Warship's captain sighed. If the universe gods come out, they will also cooperate with the new humans. Currently, there were only 3 divine sons with divine sons. They were the ancestor divine son, second divine son, and third divine Sunday. Ever since Qin created the 4 divine sons, the descendants of the myriad worlds divine sons were unable to live within them. If 3 myriad worlds divine sons were destroyed above divine desolate, it would still be a huge disaster for divine desolate. Qin was initially nurtured by the 9 sons. His main mission was to destroy the divine son descendants and protect all the myriad worlds divine sons. With the current strength of the divine son descendants, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years to destroy a huge divine Sunday. However, it was hard to say if the divine son descendants were strengthened by the universe law spirit. What about the 9 sons? Qin asked. Perhaps the 9 sons are fighting against the universe law spirit and have no time to care about divine desolate. Divine desolate was created by the 9 sons. It was originally meant for the primordial to be reborn. But now, it is the cradle of the new humans and the universe gods. The Heavenless Warship captain sighed again. Divine Monarch, you will be the number 1 enemy of the new humans and the universe gods. Qin closed his eyes. This information was very important. It would let him know the current situation in Divine Desolate. The Heavenless Warship captain was a captain after all. He could learn a lot of useful information from the Origin Celestial Emperor. The Origin Celestial Emperor has long begun fusing with the primordial bloodline and will soon succeed. After that, the Empire will undergo a blood change from top to bottom. The entire Empire will soon become primordial humans. The Heavenless Warship captain appeared very excited even in front of Qin. He also hoped to become a primordial humans and obtain even greater power. This power is given to you by the universe law spirit. It is only using you as test subjects. Are you going to accept it so easily? Qin sneered. We are all tools. You are the tool of the 9 sons, and we are willing to be the tools of the universe law spirit. Isn't it all for survival? As long as we can survive, that's all. The heavenless warship captain smiled bitterly. Xianxia lifted his collar and asked, "What kind of attack will those warships launch next? The power of the warships is not limited to this, right? They will attack the little divine sun core and use it to blast the human serpent treasure land's barrier. This is also the most powerful attack of the warships." The heavenless warship captain quickly said, "Divine monarch, you must block it or we will all die." If the little divine sun core fell down, its power would indeed be enormous. It could break through the barrier of the human snake treasure land. Once the human snake treasure spot's barrier was breached, the super battleships would attack the depths of the treasure spot. This would definitely require the little divine sun's core to attack. They would directly use the little divine sun core to attack. Its power was far inferior to the refined divine sun nuclear bomb. Therefore, Xianxia had a rough understanding of the little divine sun core's power. Even if they break through the barrier, it will be difficult for them to penetrate deep into the treasure land. Xianxia said, "The ground of the treasure land is very sturdy. It won't be that easy to penetrate now. But, if a small divine sun core lands near us, we'll be doomed." The heavenless ship's captain is very flustered. He is very afraid of death. "I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" Xianxia is very calm now. He used the spatial sound transmission array to contact the dragon turtle patriarch and told him that the little divine sun core was about to fall. The dragon turtle patriarch immediately replied, "Your Excellency, please rest assured. We can block the explosion of the little divine sun core." The worst outcome I expected was that they would use the little divine sun core to bombard the human snake treasure land on a large scale. "We have a way to block it." "I believe you. But you still have to be careful," Xianxia warned. He immediately arrived at the top of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Standing here, he could feel that the entire 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda was absorbing divine power from the 4 divine suns. Could it be that I can return to the 4 divine suns? Xianxia previously learned that the divine position gods of the myriad realms divine court could obtain the energy of the 4 divine suns after coming to the divine desolate land. At that time, he guessed that he might be able to enter the 4 divine suns. Previously, when the great Luo Empire descended into the divine desolate land, they had reached an agreement with the 9-sun law spirit to not allow Xianxia to enter the divine sun originally. This was something to be happy about. However, Xianxia thought of the worst possibility. It was that the 9-sun law spirit had lost control of the myriad realms divine suns. In other words, other than the 4 divine suns, the other myriad realms divine suns might have a huge problem, causing the 9-sun law spirit to lose control. Xianxia brought the heavenless ship's captain to the top of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and looked at the 5 super ships in the sky. The human serpent treasured land was very big, and the location where the 5 super warships attacked was right above Nirvana City. A circular vortex of intense light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the 5 super warships that covered the sky. "It's starting!" The heavenless warship's captain suddenly shouted while trembling. "How many little divine sun cores will fall at once?" Xianxia's expression gradually turned solemn. "One at a time, but 5 super warships mean 5. The heavenless warship's captain said in fear, "Divine King, why aren't you leaving? If the 5 little divine sun cores fall down, we'll definitely die." Xianxia is currently above Taisher Nirvana City. This is also the position where the super warship is attacking. The dragon turtle tribe can block it. Xianxia believed in the dragon turtle race. Star-swallowing ice python accompanied Xianxia. He was also very quiet. At this moment, many beams of light shot into the sky from the ground. They were all from the dragon turtle race. They suddenly rushed into the sky and turned into giant golden dragon turtles. The gigantic dragon turtles were like small islands flickering with golden light. The golden tortoiseshells on their backs were covered in thick dragon scales. Profound bloodline heavenly patterns flowed on every scale. Thousands of gigantic dragon turtles floated in the sky like hundreds of small floating islands. They formed a very powerful formation. Their great formation quickly formed and transformed into a gigantic golden turtle back illusory image. This illusory image covered an area of several million meters. The turtle back-like dome slowly floated up and actually broke through the barrier of the human snake treasure land and was exposed outside. The 5 warships in the sky suddenly dropped the little divine sun cores from the flickering white light vortex at the bottom. The 5 captains naturally saw the gigantic turtleback illusory image, but they didn't think much of it. They still attacked the little divine sun cores. Boom boom boom, the 5 little divine sun cores touched the gigantic turtle illusory image and produced a violent explosion. It is as if the world is being torn apart. Such a violent movement only caused the human snake treasure land to tremble slightly. It was not breached. The 5 little divine sun cores exploded very quickly. They actually blocked it. The most terrifying thing is that the energy from the explosion of the little divine sun cores seems to have been absorbed by the gigantic turtle illusory image. Then it quickly transformed into energy and entered the thousands of dragon turtles' turtle shells. Can their turtle shells withstand so much energy? It's really inconceivable. The Heavenless Warship's captain is very alarmed. He never expected that this group of dragon turtles would actually be able to block the energy of the 5 little divine sun cores. They can quickly refine that energy. Xianxia exclaimed. He can also see what the dragon turtles are doing. The dragon turtles are only drawing the energy into their turtle shells and then refining it inside. After refining, it is released through the turtle shell. That kind of energy is very pure and can be absorbed by the entire human snake treasure land. Finally, it will gather in Nirvana City. They seem to be doing this on purpose. Star-swallowing ice python said in shock. The souls of the dragon turtles came from the ancient primal. Their memories have not completely awakened. The reason why they can do this should be because of their instincts. The captains of the super warships communicated with each other and then continued to release the little divine sun cores. Another 5 little divine sun cores fell down. This time, the great formation released by the dragon turtles still did not move at all. It blocked the explosion of the 5 little divine sun cores and absorbed most of the energy into the turtle shell. This dragon turtle race is truly powerful. The Heavenless Warship's captain sighed and said, "This is just a powerful race outside of the 9 Sun Holy Land, and they are already so powerful. In fact, the strength of the dragon turtle race is not weaker than the powerful races of the 9 Sun Holy Land. The Vermilion Bird race of the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land and the White Tiger race of the White Tiger Treasure Land are also fighting with the Taisher powers. The Vermilion Bird Treasure Land's barrier was broken, but that was all. Princess Luo Xuan led Wang Tianga to attack the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land only to demonstrate her might to the Phoenix Queen. This should be the first time the Taisher powers and the Empire joined hands to fight against the powerful races of the Divine Desolate. Xianxia did not participate much in the defense of the human snake treasure land. The dragon turtle race was in charge. The terrifying defensive power they displayed surprised Xianxia and the Heavenless Warship's captain. Xianxia originally thought that the dragon turtle race would pay a great price to defend. He never expected that they would not need to pay anything. Instead, through this defense, they would be able to nourish the Taisher Nirvana City beneath the human snake treasure land. No wonder the dragon turtle race patriarch was at ease and allowed the All Heavens Dragon Army, 9 Dragon Army, Luo Shu Army and Divine King Army to go to the White Tiger Treasure Land to support them. If the Empire and the Taisher powers were defeated in the White Tiger Treasure Land and the Human Snake Treasure Land, it would bring great unity to the Divine Desolate. Xianxia has always been worried that within the 9 Sun Holy Land, a large number of powerful races would choose to obtain the New Beginning bloodline. The powerful races within the 9 Sun Holy Land were a powerful force that could not be ignored. If they came to suppress the powerful races outside the Divine Desolate and force them to join the New Beginning bloodline camp, it would be dangerous. The second round of attacks from the 5 super warships was still unable to shake the dragon turtle formation formed by the numerous dragon turtles. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. It had to be known that even in the past, when their cultivation levels hadn't regressed, many experts were still very afraid of using the little divine sun's core to attack. Unless they were the top ones, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. However, the highest cultivation level of this group of dragon turtles was only at the 9th level of the divine space realm. After they formed the formation together, they were actually able to withstand it. If it were an empire or a Taisher faction, they would have thousands of 9th level divine space realm warriors. Not to mention the explosion of 5 little divine sun cores, even one would be enough to cause them to suffer heavy casualties. The powerful defensive power displayed by the Dragon Turtle clan shocked the captains of the 5 super warships. They all sent the news back to the upper echelons of the Origin Luo Empire and Supreme Palace to get them to give instructions for the next step. If they continued to attack with the Little Divine Sun Core, it would definitely not have any effect. It would only be a waste of the Little Divine Sun Core. However, if they did not continue to attack, they would not be able to breach the human snake treasured land. Their main mission this time was to break the barrier of the human snake treasured land and destroy Taishur Nirvana City beneath it. For this, they had already paid a great price. The thousands of sages who had gone down to open Taishur Nirvana City had been captured by Qin Yun. Later on, Qin Yun had struck down a super warship. In the end, their attack with 10 Little Divine Sun Cores had failed. If they did not do something in the human snake treasured land and returned like this, it would be a crushing defeat. Therefore, he had to ask his superiors for instructions on what to do next. Do they choose to continue attacking or leave? Asked the star-swallowing ice python. These super warships do not have any other means of attack. Every time they release a Little Divine Sun Core, that is their strongest attack. The Heavenless Warship's captain sighed. If it were in the past, they might have been able to release Little Divine Sun Cores, but now, they cannot be so wasteful. There were fewer and fewer Little Divine Sun Cores. Now, the cultivation of the living beings was limited to the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. With such strength, it was impossible to obtain more cores from the Little Divine Sunday. If multiple universes were to fuse together, there would definitely be countless divine suns of various sizes, and the inner cores of small divine suns would be inexhaustible. But now, the cultivation of the living beings had already regressed to the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm, and they were powerless to take any more. Qin Yun gained a lot from Nirvana City, but he needed time to digest it before he could convert it into his own strength. Old Brother Taishur and the Celestial King Heavenly Seal improved the most, but Qin Yun did not have the time to use them for cultivation. Your Excellency, you can rest assured now. Even if they release 50 small Divine Sun Cores at the same time, we can still block them. The Dragon Turtle Patriarch sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun using his psyche powers from afar. I'm very relieved now. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The human snake treasured land was very important. Even if Qin Yun did not mention it, the Dragon Turtle Patriarch would do his best to protect the human snake treasured land and Taishur Nirvana City beneath it. The 5 super warships in the sky were in an awkward position. They didn't know whether to fight or not. If they retreated just like that, how would the entire divine wilderness view them? Qin Yun was now a lot more relaxed. He used the spatial voice transmission array to contact Phoenix Queen. Phoenix Queen, how's the situation on your side? Qin Yun asked. Phoenix Queen and the others used the magic mirror to know the situation of the human snake treasured land and the white tiger treasured land at any time. However, Qin Yun was unable to understand their situation. The vermilion bird treasured land's barrier has been broken through and many people have snuck in. They are all hiding inside the vermilion bird treasured land. It will be very difficult to find them one by one. I wonder what kind of people Luo Shuang sent into the vermilion bird treasured land. Phoenix Queen is worried about this. The vermilion bird treasured land is inside the 9 sun sacred ground and it is very vast. Only by strictly controlling the entrance and exit can one know who is inside the treasured land. Now that the barrier has been broken, a large number of people sent by Luo Shuang have snuck in. This is indeed very troublesome. They are hiding inside the vermilion bird treasured land and from time to time cause trouble. I have a way to help you quickly find them. Once my side is completely stabilized, I will go to the vermilion bird treasured land to take a look. Qin Yun said. That's great, the human snake treasured land should be stabilized. Since their super warships can't be broken, they don't have any other tricks. Phoenix Queen hoped that Qin Yun would quickly go to the vermilion bird treasured land. She also brought Qin Yun to meet the vermilion bird patriarch. At this time, the 5 super warships in the sky suddenly flew away from the human snake treasured land. They retreated? Qin Yun still doesn't dare to believe it. What else can we do other than retreat? It takes a lot of energy to float such a huge super warship in the sky. The Heavenless Warship Captain said, this time, we have completely lost. The Supreme Palace and the Great Luo Empire joined hands to attack the human snake treasured land. In the end, they were defeated and even lost a super warship. This news quickly spread like wildfire in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The powerful clans outside the Nine Sun Sacred Ground have long used the magic mirror. Even if this news was strictly sealed and not announced on the platform, many people secretly spread it. This is something the Empire can't control. The magic mirror platform is not only controlled by the Great Luo Empire. The four great empires and Taisher powers are also involved. Otherwise, the other empires and Taisher powers would not be at ease using it. Therefore, the Great Luo Empire can't immediately delete all kinds of unfavorable news about them. Heavenless Warship Captain, you should have an avatar in the Great Luo Imperial City, right? Use your avatar to contact the Great Luo Empire or the Supreme Palace. I am willing to release you. Let's see if they are willing to pay a great price to redeem you. Xianxia said. Attacking the human snake treasured land caused great damage to the entire treasured land. This must be compensated, the losing side must pay. I will do my best to make them compensate. The Heavenless Warship Captain promptly replied. Soon after, Xianxia handed over the captives captured by the Heavenless Warship Captain to the Dragon Turtle Patriarch. The entire human snake treasured land has already calmed down. News also came from the White Tiger treasured land. The Hualing Empire and the Great Xian Star's ground forces suffered heavy losses. They have already begun to retreat from the White Tiger treasured land. The Exotic Cat Kingdom and the White Tiger treasured land have been saved. Their losses are not small. What surprised Xianxia is that one of the Hualing Empire's super warships was shot down by the Myriad Realm's divine court. The main thing was that the star god put in the most effort. She continuously summoned huge stars to descend, and then cooperated with the dragon race's giant dragon and the white tiger race's white tiger to successfully strike down a super huge ship. Xianxia wasn't too sure about the exact situation. He would only know when they returned. Xianxia stood on top of the Nine Suns heaven-raising pagoda and looked at the 8 myriad worlds' divine suns in the evening sky. Finally, his gaze landed on the 4 divine suns. The radiance of the 4 suns suddenly became much brighter. After that, the entire Nine Suns sky-raising pagoda started to shine with multicolored light. Xiaoyun, I'm Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan's sweet and gentle voice suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. Yuelan, how are you guys now? Xianxia was very surprised and asked anxiously, when will the 9th divine sun come out? Are you going to take the risk of entering the 9 god suns? Wait for me, let's go in together. Xiao Yuelan must have encountered something urgent. Otherwise, she would definitely call him little hubby. We are currently in the cores of the other divine suns. Once the 9th divine sun is born, we will immediately enter and seize control of it. The situation inside will be very complicated. Xiao Yuelan's voice is still very anxious. There is a problem with the 9 Yang Dharma spirit's consciousness transforming into a human. He is currently in a daze. Xianxia is very shocked. He previously heard that the 9 Suns Law spirit wanted to transform into a human. He never expected that it would really transform into a human. However, there was a problem. Yuelan, you must bring me into the 9th divine Sunday, Xianxia quickly said. I heard that the 9th divine sun will become the territory of the cosmos god race. Let's not talk about the 9th divine sun for now. There's something more important that requires your help. There's a problem with the divine moon of the heavens. The energy in the center of the moon suddenly became chaotic. The current situation is unclear. Xiao Yuelan said, Xiaoyun, right now, only you can handle the matter of divine moon of heavens. Xianxia originally planned to properly cultivate, but since the matter is so urgent, he can only make a trip to divine moon of heavens. Thankfully, the situation in the divine wilderness had stabilized. The Dragon Turtle clan's powerful defense made Xianxia feel at ease. Furthermore, the rise of the Myriad World's divine court had demonstrated extraordinary power. They could also borrow the power of the 4 divine suns. In the divine wilderness, their alliance had the ability to defend themselves. Why is this happening to the heavenly god moon? Xianxia asked. We're guessing that someone is deliberately causing trouble in the divine moon of the heavens to lure us away. The divine moon of the heavens is also very important to us. Xiao Yuelan said. I will head to the Moon of Heavens as soon as possible. Qin said, Yuan, what is the background of that crown prince of Great Luo? Don't bother with this tramp. I believe that you can definitely take care of this disgusting fellow. Xiao Yuan said. From her tone, Great Luo Crown Prince has infuriated her. It was evening and the myriad heavens divine moon gradually appeared. Qin looked up at the myriad heavens divine moon and discovered something amiss. Something's wrong with the divine moon of the heavens, said Qin. The divine moon's defense is gone, and there's a problem with the moon's heart. The divine moon's little magic spirit can't focus on opening the divine moon's barrier, so you have to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the divine moon will be invaded. Xiao Yuan warned, Xiao Yun, you must remember that you are the most important. If you can't protect the heaven's divine moon, then so be it. You must protect yourself. This trip to the heaven's divine moon will definitely be dangerous. That's why Xiao Yuan said such words. They, the 9-Sun Divine Maiden, had no other choice. Otherwise, they would not have risked their lives for Qin. I know, said Qin. We still need to cultivate and prepare to enter the 9th Divine Sun for the great battle. When you return from the divine moon of the heavens, we can contact each other again. I will secretly tell you about the 9th Divine Sun behind Sister Kiru's back. Xiao Yuan said, Sister Kiru, Sister Yang, Sister Bingxing and Sister Yu don't want to involve you because it's too dangerous. But I feel that it's necessary to let you understand the situation clearly. Truly my good Yuan, this is how it should be. Qin is very gratified in his heart. He doesn't blame Xia Kiru and Yang Shuriwa because they are thinking about his safety. The greatest mission of the 9-Sun Divine Maiden is to protect Qin, the Divine King. And Xiao Yuan feels that Qin has such deep feelings for them. Their relationship is not that of superior and subordinate. If he knew that they are taking risks, he would definitely be very anxious in his heart. Naturally, she wants to let him know what they are doing. Xiao Yun, if you want to do something dangerous, you must tell me. Xiao Yuan's voice is filled with hidden bitterness. Because Qin often took risks alone in the past, it made them endlessly worried. Got it, I will rush to the heaven's divine moon now. Qin said. Oh that's right, is there a woman called Phoenix Queen in the heaven's divine desolate? Xiao Yuan asked. What's wrong? Qin said somewhat strangely, 9-Sun Law Spirit once told me to find her for protection, so she can protect me from death. Actually, 9-Sun Law Spirit told him to capture Phoenix Queen. She is very crucial, she can indeed protect you from death. You should try your best to gain her trust and let her help you at the crucial moment. Xiao Yuan said. What is her background? Qin is puzzled. He is currently quite appreciative of Phoenix Queen. Because Phoenix Queen has long since acknowledged him as the Divine King and even cooperated with him. She even hoped that he would make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land to help. I'm not too sure. Sister Kiru said so. Alright, you should quickly go to the heaven's divine moon. When you need to contact me, release the 9-Sun heaven-raising pagoda and call me. If I can respond, I will immediately respond. Xiao Yuan said, Xiao Yun, be careful on the way. After cutting off the connection, Qin immediately used the spatial sound transmission formation to contact Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua brought the divine inscription mountain to the White Tiger Treasure Land. There is a teleportation formation inside the divine inscription mountain that leads to the 4 divine suns. Qin entered the 4 divine sun divine quartz heavenly city and used the teleportation formation inside to immediately head to the heaven's divine moon. The White Tiger Treasure Land has already stabilized. The divine inscription mountain can be temporarily returned. The dragon race is still in the treasure land. Be it the White Tiger Treasure Lands or the Vermilion Bird Treasure Lands, they were the entrances for the Alliance to enter the 9-Sun Holy Land in the future. Therefore, they attached great importance to the treasured lands of these 2 allies. The divine inscription mountain immediately returned to the Human Snake Treasure Land. As for the matter regarding primordial Nirvana City beneath the Human Snake Treasured Land, Qin left it to the Dragon Turtle Patriarch to handle. He was to arrange for the various races to enter Nirvana City to receive the heritage. Qin also made Star Swallowing Ice Python stay in the Human Snake Treasure Land and let it guard Taisher Nirvana City. As for himself, he went to the four divine suns. Through the divine inscription mountain, he successfully teleported to the four divine suns. If they were together, he would feel a resistance after activating the teleportation array, causing the teleportation array to be unable to be activated. Xianxia immediately arrived at the teleportation hall of the Divine Court's Divine Court Heaven City. The spatial god happened to be there. "Brother, congratulations on returning to the four divine suns." The space god was very surprised to see Xianxia and smiled. "Brother Space, I want to go to Mystic Moon of the Heavens." Xianxia said anxiously, "Let's catch up when we have time in the future." "All right." The spatial god immediately controlled the teleportation array and teleported Xianxia to the Divine Moon of the Heavens. After Xianxia arrived at the Divine Moon of the Heavens, he discovered that the barrier that covered the entire Divine Moon has disappeared. At the same time, a very powerful aura suddenly surged over. It made Xianxia feel both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. This is Xianxia's aura, but it is different from before. Furthermore, this aura is faintly discernible, as if only he could sense it. Sure enough, not long after, a black shadow appeared. Xianxia, who was wearing black armor, flew over from afar at an extremely fast speed. "Yun, this place is very dangerous. Quickly release the heaven-leaping shuttle and take me away." Xianxia's voice entered Xianxia's mind. Xianxia immediately took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and brought Xianxia in. Then, he quickly flew away from this place. He quickly sensed that something is chasing after the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xianxia teleported from the four divine suns to the Divine Moon of the Heavens. He teleported to a roughly uninhabited area and also teleported to the Divine Moon of the Heavens. He directly went to the uninhabited area because he did not want to alarm the heaven-splitting ancient race, because he was not sure if there were any spies planted by the Great Luo Empire in the heaven-splitting ancient race. What he did not expect was that just as he arrived at the uninhabited area, Xianxia immediately came over. It seems like she had been waiting for him here for a long time. After Xianxia entered the heaven-leaping shuttle, she immediately put away the black armor on her body and wore a white dress. That intoxicating and wonderful fragrance instantly filled the entire control room. Her dignified and beautiful face is currently very serious. She is looking at the four large mirrors on the four walls of the control room. From them, she can see what is chasing behind. "Sister Xianxia, have you been waiting for me?" Xianxia asked. He has already controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to travel through space, but the thing behind can still catch up. "Yes, I guessed that you would be teleported over from the four divine suns in the next few days. I came here yesterday through the Divine Court City's teleportation formation to wait for you." Xianxia is still very seriously looking at a very large mirror. The thing chasing behind is a black mist, it is impossible to see what it is. Xianxia arrived behind her and hugged her from behind. He kissed her face that is releasing a wonderful fragrance. Xianxia also turned her head and kissed Xianxia. Then, she tightly held Xianxia's hand and said, "Yun, can't you see that thing clearly with the equipment on the heaven-leaping shuttle? You don't know what it is either?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. Xianxia shook her head, then turned around and pulled Xianxia to a large chair in the control room and sat down together. She currently looks somewhat tired. After sitting down, she leaned on Xianxia's shoulder and gently closed her eyes. "Yun, the moon's heart of the heavens is in chaos. Yulan and the others told me not to go near the moon's heart. They said that it would be very dangerous for me to enter the moon's heart and only you can enter. However, I have a strong intuition that I must enter," Xianxia said. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to continuously travel through space, but the black mist is still following behind. He gently rubbed Xianxia's lily-white hand and kissed the back of her hand. "I'll bring you in. I'll be fine." Xianxia opened her beautiful eyes that were filled with tenderness. She thought that Xianxia would reject her. "Sister Xianxia, I have enough power to protect you," said Xianxia with a smile. "Yun, there are some things I should have told you earlier." Xianxia faintly sighed. "I hid it from you before because I didn't want to get you involved." Xianxia was the empress of the Divine Moon clan, and in her previous life, her name was Tianshi, the Nine Heavens goddess. "Is it about the Jiutian goddess? I met Xianxing before, what's going on? The Nine Heavens goddesses are quite mysterious." Xianxia always had a question. Xianxia seems to be stronger than Xiaqiru, Luo Yaofeng and Yu Shangyun, the three nine heavens goddesses. The nine heavens goddess can also be considered the daughter of the universe's law spirit. You should be very clear that the nine sun goddess has her own mission, and the nine heavens goddess also has her own mission. Yu Shangyun said. Universe law spirit's daughter? Qin Yun was astonished. Tian Shiro. That is Sister Kiru. She was planted by the universe's law spirit to infiltrate the nine sun law spirit's side and became the nine sun goddess. After Yu Shangyun said this, Qin Yun's body can't help but tremble. Yu Shangyun knows that Qin Yun is worried that Xiaqiru will betray him. She repeatedly shook Qin Yun's hand and said, "Don't worry, the universe law spirit is not the original universe law spirit, so she won't listen to the current universe law spirit. Of course, she also won't completely listen to the nine sun law spirit, she has her own independent mission." Qin Yun took a deep breath and said, "It seems like I don't know many things about you. Yun, although I am the daughter of the universe law spirit, the current universe law spirit is formed from the fusion of many universe law spirits. It is no longer my original father, I won't listen to him. Moreover, he can't control my life and death, he will definitely send the nine heavens goddesses or God's sons to assassinate me and take back my unique soul." Yu Shangyun said. She didn't explain it to Qin Yun before because she was worried that it would implicate Qin Yun. With Qin Yun's character, if he knew, he would definitely protect her with all his might. And she is worried that Qin Yun will die because of this. Similarly, Xiaqiru and Luo Yaofeng will also suffer the same threat. However, they have a tacit understanding and didn't tell Qin Yun. Qin Yun took out the divine mirror of primordial beginning and released it outside the heaven-leaping shuttle. He wants to see the grayish-black thing clearly. In that case, the thing chasing you might have been sent by the universe law spirit? Qin Yun said with a frown. At this moment, he slightly tightened his grip on Yu Shangyun, giving her a great sense of security. "I'm not sure. I only know that the reason why the moon's heart of the heaven's divine moon is in turmoil might be because of the universe law spirit's scheme." Yu Shangyun said, "If that's really the case, then there might be two universe god race. One is in the moon's heart of the heaven's divine moon and the other is in the ninth divine Sunday. The universe law spirit is so powerful, why didn't it directly attack you and Sister Kiru?" Qin Yun is very puzzled. If the universe law spirit makes a move, how can we block it? Because the universe law spirit is the order of this universe, the order will not directly take action. It will only give orders and let the people who maintain the order do it. It will judge me as someone who destroys the order of the universe, so the people who maintain the order will deal with me. Yu Shangyun said. The divine mirror of primal beginning flew back and clearly illuminated the thing inside the grayish-black ball of gas. Qin Yun projected the scene on the big mirror on the wall. It is a small flying boat, its surface is silvery gray, it is releasing a very powerful energy, moreover it can travel through space. This thing is not as fast as the heaven-leaping shuttle, so it can't catch up. Yu Shangyun was chased by this flying boat before, causing her to consume a lot of energy, which is why she is slightly tired. I attacked this thing before but its defense is very strong, I was unable to shake it. Yu Shangyun said. The guy who protects the order of the universe law spirit, could his strength surpass the 9th level of the divine space realm? Qin Yun is very worried. No, the universe law spirit will not destroy its own order. Yu Shangyun shook her head. That's good. Qin Yun took out the God King cannon and inserted a few meters long myriad devouring God arrow. Let me try and see if I can penetrate that thing. Inside the main control room, Qin Yun controlled a spatial whirlpool to open and then shot the myriad devouring God arrow towards the whirlpool. After the myriad devouring God arrow flew out, it automatically locked onto the flying boat behind it. Furthermore, while flying, it devoured the surrounding energy and gathered it inside the arrow. The moment it hits the target, the arrow will explode the energy it devoured. The myriad devouring God arrow that Qin Yun shot out was extremely fast. Even a 9th firmament divine space realm expert would be hit if they were not careful. However, the small flying boat dodged the god-devouring arrow very agilely. It looked as though it had brushed past the god-devouring arrow. It had evaded the arrow exquisitely. In the end, it was still dodged. Previously, when I attacked that thing with all sorts of weapons, they were all dodged. Yu Shangyun said with a frown, that thing should have an ability that allows it to dodge at the most crucial moment. Although the 10,000 God-devouring arrow did not hit the small and medium-sized flying ship, it did not mean that it was useless. When flying, the 10,000 God-devouring arrow could devour the surrounding energy to maintain its high-speed flight. On the divine moon of the heavens, the 10,000 God-devouring arrow could absorb more energy, so it had enough energy. After shooting through the air, it made a big circle and immediately chased after the small flying boat. It aimed at its target and shot over at lightning speed. This time, the 1,000 devouring God arrow still missed its target. Just like before, the small flying boat narrowly avoided it at the most crucial moment. This again. Xianxia said, "Yun, we can't go on like this. Why don't I go out and disrupt that thing's protective shield, make it lose that ability, and then you can attack?" "Don't go out yet. I know what ability it is. I have a way to crack it. I just didn't expect them to be able to use this ability so freely." Xianxia's expression gradually turned serious. Could it be the ability of the Nether Sun? Xianxia had also thought of this before, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Xianxia nodded. The small flying boat used the distorting power of the Nether Sun, which could distort space. When the 10,000 God-devouring arrows attacked the small flying boat, they were bounced off by the distorting power, making it look like the small flying boat narrowly dodged. Xianxia understood this power the most, so he knew how to crack it. He took out another 1,000 devouring God arrow, then took out the deity king heavenly seal. He quickly imprinted several runes. They are all runes related to Nether Sun. They are modified by Nether Sun totem and bloodline heavenly rune. That thing has a Nether Sun inside? Or could it be that the people inside possess the Nether Sun? Xianxia naturally knows that Xianxia cultivates the Nether Sun, so she also has an understanding of the Nether Sun's abilities. It is very difficult for people who cultivate Nether Sun to reach Xianxia's cultivation. Most of them die from backlash very early on. Most likely they have Nether Sun inside their body, but their Nether Sun is not that strong. Although Xianxia did not go out, he can roughly determine the strength of the Nether Sun. The Nether Sun's greatest nemesis was the Nether Sun. As long as there was a stronger Nether Sun, it would be able to restrain the Nether Sun, Xianxia said. If that's the case, then the fellows inside that thing are most likely from the Cosmos God race. The humans created by the universe's Dharma spirit had to be based on the current order, so their cultivation could not exceed the 9th tier of the divine space realm. The stronger they are, the more powerful they can be. Isn't the Cosmos God race not appearing yet? Xianxia is currently pouring the power of the Nether Sun into the 10,000 God-devouring arrow. Not only his Nether Sun divine power, but also the Nether Sun divine power extracted by the 9 Sun divine soul Nether Sun pearl. A small portion of the Cosmos gods have appeared within the great Nether Sun at the center of the 9 Sun holy ground. If we want to create a large number of Cosmos gods, we have to devour an extremely powerful spirit body. Only after tearing the spirit body apart would we be able to create a large number of powerful souls. After the 9th divine sun comes into being, a small Dharma spirit will be born. Even though it's a small Dharma spirit, it is enough to create a huge Cosmos God race. Also, the Cosmos God race needs powerful mental power. Through the Dharma spirit, the souls created will have even more powerful mental power. Xianxia understands this very well. Mainly because she is the daughter of the Cosmos God spirit, she said that the moon core of the heaven's divine moon might also give birth to a strong Cosmos God race. Because the moon core has a small Dharma spirit. If they can't create a Cosmos God race in the moon core and the 9th divine sun, then what will happen to the Cosmos God race? Xianxia asked. At that time, the Cosmos God race can only be created by themselves. At that time, the super-large Nether Sun at the center of the 9 Sun holy ground will be their headquarters. Xianxia sighed and said, if such a strong Cosmos God race really exists, then they might be even more savage. There is a super-large Nether Sun at the center of the 9 Sun holy ground. And now, this super-large Nether Sun is still expanding. The interior of the Nether Sun has become the headquarters of the Cosmos God race. This means that it will be very difficult to attack and destroy such a race. Nobody knows what kind of role the Cosmos God race will play in the Divine Desolate. They only know that this power will be like a huge mountain that will suppress all living beings in the Divine Desolate. The cosmos god race can just obediently hide in the center of the nine sun holy ground. They can forget about using the divine moon and the divine moon to envelop the divine desolate. The 10,000 god-devouring arrow in Xianxia's hand is currently emitting black gas. He placed the 10,000 god-devouring arrow into the barrel of the god king cannon and fired it like before. This time, the 10,000 god-devouring arrow's flying speed is not very fast, but it is very straight. It seems like there is no power that can change this arrow's straight trajectory. The small flying boat seems to have realized that there is something wrong with this arrow. Therefore, the small flying boat suddenly used black gas. At this moment, the 10,000 god-devouring arrow's speed suddenly increased. Like a black electric arc, it instantly broke through the small flying boat's black gas barrier and entered the small flying boat. Boom! With a loud explosion, the small flying boat was directly torn apart, and a few pieces of it exploded. Yu Xiangyun is secretly shocked. She can't help but be pleasantly surprised. She knew that her man is very strong and can do things that she can't. If it was her or other experts, they would not be able to do anything to the small flying boat. However, Xianxian can do it, and it is not difficult at all. After the small flying boat exploded, 5 people wearing white armor jumped out. They are wearing a transparent hood. The hood is like a crystal ball, and it looks like it has a very strong defense. They are all young and handsome. They are 5 men, and they are very tall. Their expressions are filled with cold arrogance and anger. Sister Xiangyun, are these guys from the cosmos god race? Xianxian wants to go out and fight with them. Although he is only at the 8th level of the divine space realm, his divine space power has an upper limit of 300,000. Furthermore, his fleshly body is extremely strong. If he explodes his divine space power by several times, his power will be very strong. Furthermore, he has a pile of powerful weapons in his hands. Are we going out? Xianxian still asked Yu Xiangyun. He is worried that Yu Xiangyun has not recovered from her previous consumption. I have rested enough. Let's go out. Yu Xiangyun also wants to meet this group of mysterious people. If it was before, Yu Xiangyun would definitely let Xianxian get rid of these people and directly leave. But now, she wants to see Xianxian's strength. Xianxian said that he can protect her, so of course she believes him. She just wants to feel how Xianxian will protect her. Mobile users please visit, they are very strong. Yu Xiangyun released her armor. After exiting with Xianxian, she immediately sensed how strong those people were. Xianxian nodded and became serious. He took out his 9-sun divine hammer. When those 5 males saw Xianxian and Yu Xiangyun, they became furious. You all destroyed our flying ship. I will make you all pay a painful price. One of the males angrily shouted. Who asked you all to follow us like a shadow? Xianxian snorted, where exactly did you all come from? Are you from the cosmos god race, or which mountain did you pop out from? We are the strongest humans in this cosmos. Since you know that, you still dare to be so impudent? That male coldly looked at Yu Xiangyun, saying, Tian Shixiang, I'll give you 2 paths. Either return with us or die here. Not returning. Yu Xiangyun's voice was cold and filled with dense killing intent. What's wrong with you returning with us? When the time comes, we will make you our empress. All you have to do is to give birth to a child for us. Another male said with a frivolous tone, laughing, isn't that good? Xianxian's expression changed. Yu Xiangyun actually had such a status in the eyes of the cosmos god race. Empress, that was equivalent to an ant queen bee. She was in charge of giving birth to eggs. He now understood why Yu Xiangyun was so disgusted with the cosmos god race. They actually wanted to use her as a tool to give birth. Yu Xiangyun's bloodline was definitely excellent. That was why she was targeted by the cosmos god race. You all only have one path to walk, and that is to die here. Yu Xiangyun tightly gripped the divine sword in her hand. Her cold voice was filled with endless fury. Ha ha ha, die here, the myriad heaven's god moon has already been captured by us. The moon heart is under our control. And this will be one of our mother lairs. We will capture a large number of powerful females from the myriad heaven's god wilderness and make them our factory, strengthening our cosmos god race. The man in the lead laughed out loud. The current scale of the cosmos god race was too small. If they wanted to strengthen, they could only do so through such methods. They seemed to have some method to allow the young to grow up quickly. The moon heart being captured was indeed the work of the cosmos god race. Is this the intention of the cosmos law spirit or yours? Yu Shangyun coldly said. The law spirit of the universe is still unable to control our thoughts. He only wants to retrieve your soul, and we feel that you are more useful in other places. A man laughed sinisterly and said, Tianshi Xiang, are you going to give up the opportunity to become our empress? I really don't understand. Why would the law spirit of the universe create such a bunch of filthy things? The universe law spirit should have merged with the barbarian universe law spirit's consciousness. It seems like the universe law spirit is no longer the same as before. Yu Shangyun's voice carried a trace of grief. We're dirty. How are we dirty? It's obviously very clean. Do you want to check? The man laughed and said, Tianshi Xiang, the law spirit of the universe created us to differentiate between good and evil in this universe. You are evil? Qin Yan asked. No, you are the evil ones. The strong were righteous while the weak were evil. Evil cannot prevail over good. You will always be evil, ha ha ha, no matter how we deal with evil people like you, we will always be righteous. The man smiled. Qin Yan put away the sky-leaping shuttle and took a deep breath. He contacted his old brother Genesis Supreme so that he could replenish his divine cosmic power at any time. It's been a long time since I've fought beyond my limits. Qin Yan looked forward with a trace of excitement in his eyes. You are just evil people. The universe law spirit is the supreme creation of this universe. He is righteous and the universe god race he created is also righteous. We have decided that you are evil people, so you are evil people. After the man finished speaking, he immediately charged at Qin Yan. The weapon in his hand was a long sword. Qin Yan could tell with a glance that this long sword was very strong. It was even stronger than the equipment of the warriors he encountered on the heavenless battleship. This sword thrust straight at Qin Yan's forehead, wanting to pierce through his head. Qin Yan is wearing a sky hat. At this moment, he has absorbed the divine power of several divine suns in the 9-sun divine spirit, creating an extremely strong defense. This sword was incomparably fast. It carried 600,000 divine cosmic power as well as a very strong mental cosmic power. If it was anyone else, their mind would have been crushed by the mental cosmic power in an instant and their head would have been shattered. Even Yu Shangyun did not have time to make a move. She originally thought that this sword was aimed at her. However, the tip of the sword finally stopped in front of Qin Yan's forehead and was unable to advance any further. It was blocked by the power of the sky hat. After all, it was the sun soul. Furthermore, it had the support of the 9-sun divine spirit and a few divine suns. The power of the 9-sun divine spirit and the sun soul gradually appeared. They could erupt with unimaginable power. Qin Yan's 9-sun divine spirit had not reached large success yet. He still had 2 pearls that had not been opened yet. He still had 9 divine suns, but their power was still so terrifying. If he had reached large success, wouldn't he be able to do it? The sky hat was the sun. Soul of the nether sun. It was often refined in the nether sun pearl of the 9-sun divine spirit. It was unknown how much stronger it was, so it could naturally use the power of the nether sun. After the man's sword was frozen, it was firmly sucked in by the sky hat's extremely strong suction force, causing him to be unable to retract his sword and unable to move it in the slightest. The most terrifying thing was that the sky hat's suction force had firmly sucked in the man's hand along with the sword hilt. Even if he wanted to let go of the sword, it would be very difficult. Furthermore, the energy in his body was being crazily devoured. The nether sun in Qin Yan's body is very powerful, but it is far inferior to the nether sun inside the 9-sun divine spirit. The nether sun inside the 9-sun divine spirit had the help of several other divine suns. Furthermore, it had devoured many small divine suns. At this moment, the energy swallowed by the sky hat was pouring into the nether sun. Why do you have such? Before the man could finish speaking, Qin Yan's 9-sun divine hammer suddenly smashed down. Boom! This male from the cosmos god race had a crystal helmet that seemed to have a powerful defense, yet it was directly shattered by the 9-sun godly hammer. His entire head disappeared. His body was wrapped in a sturdy armor, yet it was shattered within the armor. Qin took a deep breath. Just now, he used 200,000 divine cosmic force to burst out 4 times, producing a total of 800,000 divine cosmic force. After that, he used the 9 sun divine hammer to double it, which is 1,600,000 divine cosmic force. In front of such powerful divine cosmic force, even the warriors of the cosmos god race could only die on the spot. The most terrifying thing is that after Qin consumed 200,000 divine cosmic force, he quickly replenished it with the God King Heavenly Seal. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Qin lightly snorted and then looked at the remaining 4 people. All of you, come at me together. Even if they were from the cosmos god race, they would still feel fear. Their boss was killed in 1 move. If Qin attacked them, they would not be able to block more than a few moves. Xianxia secretly let out a sigh of relief. Not only did she relax, she also felt very comfortable. The feeling of being protected by her sweetheart was so comfortable. Qin does not know how strong Crown Prince of Great Luo is. If he is as strong as these trash cosmos god race, then he can deal with him with 1 hammer. If 1 hammer cannot deal with him, then 2 hammers. Your boss has been killed by me. What do you want to say now? Qin indifferently glanced at them and asked. You, who are you? A man asked. He finally paid attention to Qin. Qin and Xianxia are together, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. I am Deity Desolate God King, Divine Moon Emperor, for Divine Sun Master, Alliance Master of 9 Suns Alliance, Palace King of 9 Yang Divine Palace, Sect Master of Inscription Gate, Sun God of Myriad Realms Divine Court. Qin said clearly. He suddenly missed Xiaoyuemei. If this girl was here, she would definitely be able to come up with even more awesome-sounding titles. You are that Qin? That man said in shock. You have heard of me? Qin is somewhat surprised. The Cosmos Law Spirit injected memories about you deep in our souls. It said that if we meet Qin, we must kill him. Qin said with smile, I am right in front of you. Why don't you come and kill me? Kill Qin, these 4 Cosmos God race men do not dare to go over and kill him. Their boss was killed in an instant. If they go over, it will only be a road to death. What they need to consider now is not how to kill Qin but how to survive. Qin has arrived at Deity Moon. This news must be reported to the Cosmos God race and Moon Heart so that they can prepare to deal with Qin. Killing Qin is the memory in their souls. However, they do not think that Qin is very strong. After all, they are arrogant and think that their Cosmos God race is the strongest in Deity Moon Heart. How many people do you have in Moon Heart? Has Moon Heart really become a nest? Xianxia asked. If we answer, will you let us go? A man asked. No, I will not let you go. You must die. Qin said, if you answer, you will not suffer so much. Humph, don't even think about getting a single word out of us. One of the men sneered, Qin, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely be heavily injured when facing the 4 of us with our lives on the line. The commotion here is too big. After you are heavily injured, you will have to face the pursuit of our other clansmen. Before he finished speaking, Qin had already rushed over and started beating them fiercely. Xianxia also joined in, beating up the 4 Cosmos God race men until they were severely injured. Qin used some torture on them and finally got a lot of information from their mouths. The heart of the moon did not become the lair of the Cosmos God race. They were born in the depths of the cosmos, and their birthplace was the inner space of a supersized God Sunday. That oversized God Sun was relatively far away from here. It was like a star in the sky, and it would take some time to reach there. Furthermore, the defenses of that place were extremely strong. There were many powerful cosmos gods and the protection of the cosmos spirits. It was very difficult to head to their birthplace and destroy it. Within the Moon Heart, there were a total of 3,000 cosmos gods. They were all not weak warriors. Many cosmos gods were within the supersized underworld sun at the center of the 9 sun holy ground. The cosmos spirits had opened up a huge space within that supersized underworld sun that could accommodate several tens of millions of people. That old supersized god sun was their birthplace. A total of 1,000,000 cosmos gods were created, and they were divided into 5 batches at different locations. they had different roles. Furthermore, these 5 batches of cosmos gods had their own territories and did not interfere with one another. They rarely interacted with one another. Those few cosmos gods were killed in the end. Qin Yun and Yu Xiangyun immediately went to collect the fragments of that small-sized flying ship. These materials had great research value. There aren't many cosmos gods in the moon heart, only 3,000. Qin Yun looked at the 8 myriad realms gods' sons. According to hearsay, there were cosmos gods hiding outside those myriad realms gods' sons. They were thinking of ways to control the myriad realms gods' sons. Can we deal with them? Should we find some helpers? Yu Xiangyun was slightly worried. If it were just a small number of cosmos gods, she and Qin Yun could still deal with them. 3,000 cosmos gods was not a small number. How is the strength of the god moon small law spirit? According to logic, even if this kind of law spirit could not display its power in the deity heaven's god desolate, it should not be a problem in its own territory, right? Qin Yun was puzzled about this. He had asked those cosmos gods before, but they did not know the inner details. They only received orders that Yu Xiangyun was in the deity heaven's god moon, and they were asked to capture her. The god moon small law spirit is in the moon heart. Naturally, she has great power. The reason why she is being controlled should be because the group of cosmos gods has a powerful seal given by the cosmos god law spirit, allowing them to quickly seal the god moon small law spirit. Yu Xiangyun said. Qin Yun had never interacted with the god moon small law spirit before, so he did not understand her strength. But Yu Xiangyun, Xiao Yuelan and the others had interacted with her before, so he understood her strength better. Thus, we do not need to face those 3,000 cosmos gods after entering the moon heart. We just need to release the power of the god moon small law spirit. This should be easy to accomplish. Qin Yun said. I'm afraid the seal of the cosmos god law spirit is not easy to break. Yu Xiangyun had thought of this method before, but she did not have the confidence to break the powerful seal. Qin Yun was not afraid of the seal of the cosmos god law spirit. With the God King heavenly seal and many bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, in addition to the ancient Grand Prime inheritance, he would definitely be able to open it. The seal of the cosmos god law spirit is operated by the cosmos gods. It is not directly used by the cosmos gods. Thus, no matter how powerful it is, there is a limit. Qin Yun pulled Yu Xiangyun's hand and said, Sister Xiangyun, let's go to the moon heart now. Amen. Yu Xiangyun nodded. Qin Yun used the penetration divine power to directly enter the moon's core and head for the space in the moon's core. Not long later, they reached the moon heart space and concealed themselves. The entire moon heart space was very bright. There were many palaces here. Previously, this was where the Guanghan Palace was located, the headquarters of the God Moon race. Later on, it was handed over to the heaven-opening ancient race. Now that the cosmos gods had come, the heaven-opening ancient race could not defeat them and had no choice but to retreat. The moon heart space was very big. It could easily accommodate a dozen cities. Furthermore, it was filled with energy. After arriving, Yu Xiangyun immediately said, other than the cosmos gods, there are also warriors from other superpowers. There are also warriors from other superpowers. Are they warriors from the Grand Prime superpowers and the 4 great empires? Qin Yun frowned. There are also many barbarian humans. Yu Xiangyun was very shocked. What are they gathering here for? Could it be to alter their bloodline, to create a new beginning human? Qin Yun could not help but have this thought. He hurriedly asked, Sister Xiangyun, can you sense where the God Moon little law spirit is? It's over there. Yu Xiangyun pointed at the center of the moon heart space. There was a white moon floating there. The God Moon little law spirit is inside? Qin Yun looked at that small moon. That is the true body of the God Moon little law spirit. It is a very small moon and a powerful soul body. It was very difficult to save the divine moon little magic spirit, and Yu Xiangyun could not do it by herself. Unless she joined forces with the 9 Sun Goddess, and mobilized a large number of divine moon clan women, and even fought to the death, it would be possible to regain control of the moon heart. But with Qin Yun here, it was different. Yu Xiangyun felt very safe when she was with Qin Yun. That kind of steadiness made her feel that there was nothing that could not be done. She now secretly reflected. Qin Yan was indeed weak in all aspects, causing her and Nine-Sun Goddess to be overly concerned about him. They were overly worried about his safety, afraid that he would fall into danger. Thus, many things were hidden from Qin Yan. Ever since the Empire and Taisher powers descended into the deity Desolate, Qin Yan's strength increased by leaps and bounds. He was so strong that Yu Shangyun and Nine-Sun Goddess could not even imagine it. Yu Shangyun had heard before that Qin Yan once cultivated very hard. For the sake of becoming stronger, he paid a huge price and suffered all sorts of hardships. Especially before, he even experienced the tempering of 9 lifetimes. She suddenly felt that she had underestimated her man too much. Even though she knew that he was very strong, her desire to protect him was also very strong. Thus, she was always worried that something would happen to him. Qin Yan once appeared relatively weak in front of this group of powerful women. It was only his strength that stood out. If he were to fight alone, he would not be able to compare to Yu Shangyun and the others. Furthermore, he would often shamelessly call these beauties big sister. Over time, they would protect Qin Yan even more. They were not willing to let him participate in dangerous matters, afraid that he would be beaten to a pulp. Yun, save the divine moon little magic spirit. You can weaken the cosmos gods. This time, it's all up to you. Yu Shangyun transmitted to Qin Yan. I will definitely save her. Qin Yan had long taken up the divine mirror of primal beginning to shine on the divine moon little magic spirit, allowing old brother Taisher to construct the seal-breaking runes within the divine king heavenly seal. At that time, as long as the seal pressed down, the seal would be broken. What have you experienced during this period of time? You must have suffered a lot to become so strong, right? Yu Shangyun's voice suddenly became very gentle and transmitted into Qin Yan's mind. Nothing much. I've been quite busy during this period of time. I've been fighting against external powers everywhere and roping in allies. Qin Yan really did not suffer much. His days of suffering have long passed. Now it can be said that it is time to enjoy life. Yu Shangyun did not think so. From her point of view, for Qin Yan to become so strong, he must have been torturing himself crazily and undergoing all sorts of cruel cultivation in order to become strong in a short period of time. Then you must be very tired. After this, you must have a good rest. I will accompany you to have a good rest. Shangyun said. Qin Yan's heart palpitated. Yu Shangyun's voice was filled with affection. Indeed, it had been a while since he had spoken to the Empress Xiang. Of course, with Ling Yun'er, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi by his side, his, and Yun's life was to be. However, this Empress Yu Shangyun was indeed very alluring, especially that wonderful fragrance on her body. It made people linger on and forget to leave. Yun, investigate thoroughly before taking action. It's better to be steady. Yu Shangyun warned. She knew that Qin Yan was very strong, but she was still worried. I'm investigating. I don't know how many big shots of the Taisher powers and empires are here. Qin Yan said, their bloodline transformation should be very important. Those crown princes are very disgusting. All of them are the same. I wish I could chop them up. Yu Shangyun was filled with hatred towards the crown prince of the empire. Her voice entered Qin Yan's mind, making him deeply feel her hatred. They harassed you? Qin Yan had secretly fought with the 2 crown princes. The clones of Crown Prince De Luo and Crown Prince Huoling had suffered greatly at his hands. The Crown Prince of the Tianhong Empire, the Crown Prince of the Great Blue Empire, as well as the Crown Prince of the Great Luo and Crown Prince Huoling, all said on the magic mirror that they would hold a competition to see who could capture the Divine Moon Emperor first and take him as a concubine. Yu Shangyun said, they all know that I am the daughter of the universe law spirit, so their hearts are filled with filthy thoughts towards me. The Crown Prince of the Great Luo and Crown Prince Huoling, those 2 pieces of trash, have suffered at my hands. As for the other 2, I will let them experience my power sooner or later. Qin Yan also took the opportunity to tell Yu Shangyun about how he had defeated the Crown Prince of the Great Luo and Crown Prince Huoling. Yu Shangyun was very happy to hear this. She was unable to make those crown princes suffer, but Qin Yan could. He was indeed worthy of being her man. Yun, when you teach them a lesson next time, tell them that I am already your woman. You have to help me torture them ruthlessly. Yu Shangyun warned. Definitely. Qin Yan said with a smile. He had known Yu Shangyun for so long, but this was the first time he felt this side of her. How is your contact with the Phoenix Queen been? She is also one of the 9 heavens goddesses, and she is very different from us. She has obtained even more inheritance from the universe law spirit, but she is still unable to dig out how strong the inheritance given to her by the universe law spirit is. Yu Shangyun asked. Qin Yan was very shocked. The Phoenix Queen was actually the reincarnation of the 9 heavens goddess? Why can she obtain so many inheritances? Qin Yan asked. She and Xianxia both succeeded their mother to become the 9 heavens goddesses. Me, Kiru and Luo Luo are all reincarnated 9 heavens goddesses. When we reincarnated, we lost the most important inheritance, but because of this, we also obtained more freedom and were able to be free from the restrictions of the universe law spirit. Although the mothers of the Phoenix Queen and Xianxia are both 9 heavens goddesses, they are already completely dead. Before they died, they passed down the position of 9 heavens goddesses to their own daughters. They are still under a lot of restrictions. As for what the restrictions are, I did not ask the Phoenix Queen. Even if I asked, she might not tell me. Although she trusts me a lot, there are some secrets that she would not say even if they were to rot in her stomach. Yu Shangyun said. Qin Yan is still very curious about the inheritance that the Phoenix Queen obtained. She does not know much about the primordial powers and the primordial ruins. She does not seem like someone who has the inheritance of the universe law spirit. She encountered some trouble in the Vermilion Bird treasured land. I promised to go and help her. Qin Yan said. She told me about this matter before and even asked me if you can really solve the problem of the Vermilion Bird treasured land. She is also very curious about you. Yu Shangyun said, the Vermilion Bird treasured land is very important. If you can help them this time, the Vermilion Bird treasured land will definitely completely acknowledge you as the divine king. How strong is the Vermilion Bird patriarch? Qin Yan asked. She is an old granny. I have seen her once and her strength is still very strong. However, whether or not she is strong in your eyes, I am not sure. Yu Shangyun said. Qin Yan's strength is unfathomable. Furthermore, he is only at the 8th level of the divine space realm. In his eyes, not many people are experts. Mobile users, please visit. Qin Yan suddenly understood the reason why the 9-yang law spirit wanted him to get close to the Phoenix Queen. It should be to let him dig out the inheritance of the universe law spirit from the Phoenix Queen. Back then, the cosmos law spirit was good, but after fusing with other cosmos law spirits, it was no longer the original cosmos law spirit. Qin Yan's 9-yang divine spirit still had something left behind for him by the universe's law spirit. However, he had yet to open the pearl. After elder brother Taishur obtained the inheritance of Taishur Nirvana City, he said that he had the confidence to open one of the 9-yang divine spirit's pearls. However, now is not the time. His 9-yang divine soul still had 2 pearls that he had yet to open. One of them was left behind by the 9-yang dharma spirit. It was highly possible that he could only open it with the help of the 9-yang divine maiden. After this is over, I will go to the Phoenix Queen's side, said Qin Yun. I'll go with you. Yu Shangyun said, the Phoenix Queen trusts me a lot, and she believes in my words. When the time comes, let's try and see if we can ask about the inheritance of the universe's magic spirit, as well as Xianxia. Xianxia was a goddess of the 9 heavens, but the strange thing was that she was born in another universe. Just what kind of universe spirit inheritance did she have? Her status on the Great Mystery Star was extremely high. Perhaps it had something to do with the inheritance she possessed. Sister Shangyun, I'm almost done investigating. We can make our move now. However, I need some time to break the seal. Can you hold them off later? Qin Yan asked. In the heart of the divine moons and the heavens, I can absorb a massive amount of divine power. If I use the divine universe heavenly art to the limit, I can block them for a period of time. Yu Shangyun was very confident in herself. After all, she was the empress of the divine moon clan, one of the 9 heavens goddesses. With Qin Yan's help, her divine moon clan had already passed through several difficulties and was able to calmly develop. During this period of time, she had also improved a lot. If we really can't do it, we'll retreat and go back to ask for help. Qingyun mainly relied on the Divine King Heavenly Seal to absorb the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's energy to break the seal, so he still had time to spare. If he had Yu Shangyun's help, the pressure on him would not be so great. We can do it. We can't fail this time. If we fail, they will definitely be alerted, and it won't be easy to carry out the next time. Yu Shangyun said, "Yun, don't worry and break the seal, leave the rest to me." Yu Shangyun's tone was very firm. It could be seen that she attached great importance to this operation. Although the Divine Moon clan's headquarters had already left the Divine Moon of the Heavens, she still saw the Divine Moon of the Heavens as their root. This was because they had too many connections and emotions with the Divine Moon. This was especially so for the Divine Moon Little Fa Ling. For a long time it had been the Divine Moon women who had raised her. This Little Fa Ling was viewed by the entire Divine Moon race as their clan spirit, their little sister. "Let's go now, while they're still relaxed," said Qin Yun. "I can communicate with the Mystic Moon's little magic spirit for a short period of time. I'm waiting for news from her. When the time comes, we'll have her cooperate," Yu Shangyun said. Qin Yun and Yu Shangyun concealed themselves at the edge of the moon core space. The entire moon core space was very spacious, and the visibility was very good. From here, one could see many people walking under the Mystic Moon's small magic spirit. Moreover, there were many large formation pillars and tall formation flags. They want to strengthen the seal on the Divine Moon's little guardian spirit and control it to obtain the energy of the entire Divine Moon. Old brother Taisher suddenly transmitted his voice to Qin Yun. The true formidable energy of the Divine Moon lies within the moon core. But without the Divine Moon's small magic spirit to release it, no one can obtain it. So just sealing the Divine Moon's small magic spirit is not enough, they also have to control it. This is very difficult. Moreover, this kind of ability is not something that Taisher powers and Cosmos God race can do. The materials used to set up the formation were clearly made by the universe's Dharma spirit in secret. Originally, Yu Shiji wanted to control the Divine Moon's small magic spirit. Fortunately, she was killed by Qin Yun, otherwise there would be no end of trouble. Not long after, Yu Shangyun transmitted her voice to Qin Yun, "The small magic spirit wants us to proceed immediately. Those guys are not very strong, they have a total of 8,000 people. When the time comes, the Divine Moon's small magic spirit will do her best to help me obtain more moon core's energy and let me release stronger defense." "Alright, let's go now." Qin Yun nodded. He pulled Yu Shangyun's hand and used Void Step. In an instant, they arrived above the small moon. Floating in the moon core space. This small moon has a diameter of 1,000 meters. Its entire body is condensed from powerful soul energy and possesses extremely powerful mental power. This is the current form of the Divine Moon's small magic spirit. But the form of the 9-Sun small magic spirit is not like this. It is said that the 9-Sun small magic spirit's form is not within any myriad realms Divine Sunday. It has transcended beyond the myriad realms Divine Sunday. After Qin Yun went over, he immediately took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The entire Divine King Heavenly Seal became like a huge mountain. From top to bottom, it pressed down on the Divine Moon's small magic spirit. The Divine King Heavenly Seal immediately flickered with golden light. It frantically absorbed the Divine Sun energy within the 9-Sun Divine Spirit. Such a huge movement immediately alarmed the Cosmos God race, as well as the warriors of the Taisher powers and empires below. In just a moment, a large group of powerful warriors wearing armor floated around the Divine Moon's small magic spirit, surrounding it tightly. Their equipment is very strong. Yu Shangyun immediately said to Qin Yun, "Attacking them now is futile. We can only defend and stall for time." Qin Yun could also tell that the armor on these warriors had a very strong defense. They were originally powerful warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. They were warriors who had once far surpassed the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. Even after their cultivation levels had regressed, their Divine Space Force and bodies were still very strong. Yu Shangyun and Qin Yun's cultivation did not surpass them. Thus, even if the two of them worked together, it was impossible for them to exterminate them. If Qin Yun was prepared and had many Divine Sun nuclear bombs, it would not be a problem. Of course, using Divine Sun nuclear bombs in this kind of place would cause great damage to the moon core space. It might even affect the divine moon's small magic spirit. The divine king heavenly seal became very big. There is a human sculpture of Qin Yun on it. It is like a huge mountain standing on top of the seal. Qin Yun and Yu Shangyun are currently standing on top of the sculpture. Divine moon extermination. Above Yu Shangyun, a bright moon suddenly floated. After this moon appeared, a large amount of moon core energy frantically gathered over. The divine moon released by Yu Shangyun flickered with an intense light that is like a wave. It fluctuated in all directions and repelled all the divine space energy attacking from all directions. Qin Yun is inwardly alarmed. This is an attack fused with divine space energy and mental space energy. That mental space energy is like a net that enveloped the dense and boundless mental space energy and charged out in all directions. The mental power and divine space power that Yu Shangyun was controlling did not come from her body. Her current cultivation was already at the 9th level of the divine space realm, and the upper limit of her divine space power was more than 400,000. But now, she basically did not use much of the divine space power in her body. She only released the divine moon that she cultivated and was able to gather a large amount of divine space power and mental power. The divine moon race mainly cultivated the moon, so their mental power was very strong. They could also obtain the power of the divine moon of the heavens. This was also the reason why the divine moon of the heavens was so important to them. This was because their cultivation techniques and even many of their tools relied on the divine moon of the heavens to maximize their power. Yu Shangyun had previously said that she could use the energy within the moon's heart, which was why she could control a large amount of divine space power and mental power. This should be the energy within the divine moon's little magic spirit or the moon's heart. Qin Yun used the divine mirror of primal beginning to take a look. Within the moon that Yu Shangyun released, there were tens of millions of divine space power. This divine space power is not hers, so she is unable to use it freely. If she were to use it to attack, it would even affect you. Right now, it is most suitable for defense. This divine moon extinguishing technique of hers can condense the divine space power into a moon. After transforming the divine space power into a moon, it can quickly produce a large portion of the mental power. Then, the two can combine and attack, severely injuring the soul and body at the same time. The fact that Yu Shangyun could use such a killing move also surprised old brother Taisher. If I were within the 4 divine suns, would I be that strong? Qin Yun asked. The 4 divine suns were the mother suns that he had participated in the creation of. They were also called the Calamity Sun or something like that. Of course you can use it within the 4 divine suns. Old brother Taisher said, in the moon's heart, not only Yu Shangyun, all the women of the divine moon race should be able to become much stronger. Qin Yun immediately thought of Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Yu Shangyun, Sister Shangyun, Sister Tianzi, and Sister Qingqing are with me. At this moment, the powerful warriors in the surroundings all used their powerful heavenly talismans to coordinate their attacks with all kinds of heavenly talismans and divine weapons. Their power grew stronger and stronger, and Yu Shangyun herself also felt a lot of pressure. The energy barrier that she had formed was indeed very strong. The spiritual energy that was released could blow away a large group of people. But those warriors that came from the Taisher superpowers and empires as well as the cosmos gods were not weaklings. Furthermore, there was a huge number of them, and they had powerful equipment in their hands. They soon reacted and found a way to coordinate their attacks. You can let them out. I'll teach them how to use the energy here. Yu Shangyun naturally knew that Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had been following Qin Yun. Furthermore, the two of them had been cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra in the Divine Moon Clan. Qin Yun contacted Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi and briefly explained the situation outside before letting them out. After they came out, Yu Shangyun immediately sent a sound transmission to them, instructing them to release the divine moon that was cultivating in their bodies. They all cultivated the divine moon. This cultivation method was created by Yu Shangyun after she comprehended the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. It allowed the women of the Divine Moon Clan to absorb the divine space energy of the myriad world's divine suns, and then use the divine moon of the heavens to transform the divine universe in their body into a divine moon. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, the two absolute beauties, are also somewhat nervous at this moment because they are facing many powerful enemies. Furthermore, what they want to do is also very important. It is related to whether or not they can save the divine moon little law spirit. They would usually be inside the 9-sun divine spirit, helping Qinyan forge all kinds of materials, taking care of those strange and mystical medicinal ingredients, or helping to create duplicates. They rarely participate in battles. Now, the moment they came out, they joined hands with Yu Shangyun, the Divine Moon Clan's empress, so they felt very nervous. They were filled with reverence towards Yu Shangyun. They had cultivated in the Divine Moon Clan for a very long time and received Yu Shangyun's guidance. They only knew that Yu Shangyun and Qin Yun were allies and that Qin Yun had become the Divine Moon Emperor. They did not know about the intimate relationship between Qin Yun and Yu Shangyun. Only a few women knew about the intimate relationship between Qin Yun and Yu Shangyun. The main reason why Yu Shangyun wanted to keep it a secret was because she did not want to bring too much trouble to Qin Yun. That was because she, the Empress of the Divine Moon Clan, was one of the 9 heavens goddesses. Don't be nervous, you guys can do it. Yu Shangyun is currently using the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together with Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. It is equivalent to entering a joint cultivation state, allowing their divine universe power and mental universe power to fuse into one. In this way, the 3 divine moons they released quickly fused together. The divine universe power gathered from the moon's core suddenly increased by a lot and then formed a rippling barrier that enveloped the entire divine moon small magic spirit and the huge divine king heavenly seal. Qin Yun and the 3 women stood on the head of the divine king heavenly seal statue. At this moment, the pressure suddenly decreased by a lot. The attacks of the 8,000 enemies will not affect them for the time being. Sister Shangyun, should we counterattack? Zi Qingqing asked. I cultivate a purple moon phoenix, it can release mental universe power to attack. I can quickly fill the surroundings with fire liquid. My fire liquid can gather and absorb fire liquid, soaking them in it. Shui Tianzi said. Not yet, their strength is not limited to this. Wait until they are exhausted, then we can counterattack. Yu Shangyun said, our priority is to protect Qin Yun and let him break the seal of the divine moon small magic spirit. By then, it will be much easier. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing are also cultivating within the 9 sun god soul. Furthermore, they frequently researched combat techniques with Momo, Yang Yang, and the others. Yu Shangyun did not dare to look down on this group of cosmos gods. Previously, Qin Yun could easily kill a few of them, but those were the weaker ones. There were a total of 3,000 cosmos gods doing missions within the moon's core. They were all powerful warriors and not weak at all. Indeed, at this moment, there were 300 cosmos gods who suddenly released 300 violet small divine suns. They actually cultivated the divine universe purple sun. It's the divine universe purple Sunday. How did these fellows cultivate such things? Zi Qingqing said with great shock. She and Shui Tianzi wanted to cultivate the divine universe purple sun within their divine universe to strengthen their own purple moon. But even if Yang Yang tried her best to help her, and Qin Yun thought of many methods, he could not cultivate it. Unless he refined the divine universe purple sun cultivated by others and then fused it into her body. The moment the 300 divine universe purple suns appeared, they surrounded the entire divine moon small magic spirit, forming a very powerful pressure. Qin Yun, I never thought that you would actually come. Why aren't you properly defending the Taisha Nirvana city? Why did you come here to die? The one who spoke was an old man from the great Luo Empire. He understood the situation of the human snake treasure land very well. Do you see that? This is the strongest human, the cosmos god race. Another old man from the Taisha superpower sneered, and we have already become the new beginning humans. Now, we will let you experience how strong we new beginning humans are. That old man immediately released an enormous sword which floated above his head. This sword was actually formed from a small divine sun. After their cultivation was restricted, if they wanted to obtain more power, they would have to cultivate the divine universe within their body into a divine sun or divine moon. It was very difficult to cultivate into a divine Sunday. It required a special technique or a suitable small divine sun to fuse into the body. Out of the 3,000 cosmos gods, only 300 could release a divine Sunday. And the divine universe purple sun they released was definitely bestowed by the cosmos law spirit. The divine sun sword released by the old man from the Great Luo Empire should have been cultivated by him. If that was the case, this old man was indeed very powerful. He should be an expert beside the Great Luo Heavenly Emperor. When Yu Shangyun, Zi Qingqing, and Shui Tianzi's divine moon fused together, it was much bigger than before. The reason why they were still able to withstand the pressure that was constantly charging at them was because they could borrow the energy of the divine moon in the heart of the moon. However, the energy they could borrow and control was limited. If they were facing a few dozen people who could release divine universe purple sun, they would not be afraid at all and could completely suppress the other party. Now, they were facing 300 divine suns and experts from the 4 great empires and Taisher powers. Afterwards, 50 elders from the 4 empires and Taisher factions released their little god sons, and they could all transform. Some of them took the shape of weapons, while others took the shape of beasts. It had to be said that the overall aura of these 50 old men was a bit stronger than the cosmos gods. The pressure on Yu Shangyun and the others increased. Previously, she was very confident that she could block these people, but now, she was not so sure. Qin Yun, the divine moon released by your side is indeed very strong, but it is only the fusion of 3 divine moons. It can't shake us at all. Even if you can use the power of the moon core, there are too few divine moons and the amount of energy you can use is limited. If we only have a few dozen people with divine sun, we will definitely not be your opponent. The old man from the Great Luo Empire said. Although he released the divine sun that transformed into a sword, he did not attack immediately. The others did not attack because they were more or less worried. They were afraid that Qin Yun would destroy their divine sun after attacking with their divine Sunday. One had to know that those divine sun were equivalent to the divine universe in their body. If they were destroyed, it would be terrible. Qin Yun, we will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you obediently cooperate with us, we will not make things difficult for you. The old man continued, we only hope that you can stop and place the Divine King Heavenly Seal here so that we can seal it. They knew that Qin Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal could not be obtained, it could only be sealed or destroyed. Are you so confident that you can take me down? Qin Yun said with sneer, why don't you attack? The defense released by Yu Shangyun and the others was still very strong. They could hold on for a period of time, or at least block a round of attacks. The other party released a large number of divine suns. The momentum was vast and the aura was ferocious. It attacked Qin Yun and company from all directions. However, the aura was blocked by the divine moon barrier released by Yu Shangyun and company. The old man from the Great Luo Empire said, Qin Yun, don't think that we are afraid of you, that's why we don't dare to attack. We can destroy you at any time. Then attack. Qin Yun chuckled. I can't wait for you to attack. Watch how I deal with all of you. The Great Luo Empire was very familiar with Qin Yun's methods. Not long ago, they clashed with Qin Yun in the human serpent treasured land and suffered a crushing defeat. Qin Yun had many means. If he directly used his divine sun to attack, he might be at a disadvantage. Then we won't be polite. The old man shouted loudly, attack. The several hundred little divine suns they released suddenly trembled. Then, a wave of divine cosmos power rushed towards Qin Yun and company. It was only the divine cosmos power that rushed over from a distance. The divine cosmos power released by several hundred divine suns was vast and mighty. It fiercely attacked from all directions with overflowing might and let out a burst of terrifying whistling sound. It's coming, we'll block it. Yu Shangyun said in a deep voice. Then, she immediately mobilized the energy within the moon core to form layer upon layer of energy barrier, enveloping the entire Divine King Heavenly Seal and the Divine Moon Small Magic Spirit. The vast and mighty Divine Cosmos power is very ferocious. It broke through many layers of energy barrier, but it was still unable to break through. The defensive energy barrier released by Yu Shangyun has a total of more than 100 layers. The other party has only broken through half of them. Moreover, under Yu Shangyun's control, the dozens of layers of barrier that were broken through were immediately restored. Although the amount of energy that Yu Shangyun and company could mobilize from the moon core was limited, it was still very strong. If they could mobilize even more energy, they would be able to form hundreds or even thousands of layers of barrier. Yu Shangyun, Shui Tianzi, and Zi Qingqing were under a lot of pressure just now. They were afraid that they would not be able to protect Qin Yun. But now, they realized that Qin Yun was not nervous at all. According to their understanding of Qin Yun, they knew that Qin Yun was preparing to play dirty. On one hand, Qin Yun had been provoking the other party to attack. On the other hand, he wanted to test the other party's courage and strength. On the other hand, he wanted them to attack with the Divine Sun. Don't worry, we are safe. They will continue to attack and try to use the Divine Sun's divine cosmos power to break through your defenses. We can't let them succeed. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to Zi Qingqing and the other two girls. Yun, you want them to release the Divine Sun to attack? Yu Shangyun asked with a voice transmission. At this moment, the three of them had established a mental sound transmission network with Qin Yun. The four of them could hear each other's mental sound transmission. Yes, even if they release the Divine Sun to attack, it will be futile. I can block it. Qin Yun was least afraid of the Divine Sun's attack. Moreover, he was an expert in eating Divine Sundae. He couldn't wait for the other party to immediately attack with the Divine Sun and then collect all of them. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi understood Qin Yun's methods very well because they knew that there were several large Divine Suns within the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Qin Yun was an expert in using Divine Sundae. It could be said that no one could compare to him. When they attack again, we will increase our defense to the limit, allowing them to break through even fewer protective barriers. This way, they will have no choice but to use the Divine Sun to attack. Yu Shangyun said, Yun, wait a moment and tell them that you are about to break the seal of the Divine Moon's little magic spirit and force them to use the Divine Sun. After knowing Qin Yun's plan, Yu Shangyun immediately cooperated. Soon, the other party launched a second round of attacks. They were still in the distance, using the little Divine Sun they had cultivated to condense waves of divine cosmos power and attack from afar. This time, the Divine Moon that Yu Shangyun and the others had fused with suddenly became bigger. It flickered with a strong light and the protective barrier suddenly strengthened. Previously, the other party could only break through 40 to 50 layers of their protective barrier. Now, they could only break through 20 layers. Is that all you've got? I will soon break the seal of the Divine Moon's little magic spirit. At that time, all of you will die without a doubt. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, I advise you to run for your lives like dogs. Hurry up and scram, stay far away from the Divine Moon of the heavens. The Cosmos Gods, the people from the Taisher superpowers, and the people from the four great empires were still very aggressive when they released their God Sunday. Yet now, they withered, it was impossible for the Cosmos Gods to escape. They gathered here firstly to make use of the powerful soul energy of the God Moon Little Magic Spirit to create more Cosmos Gods. Secondly, to control the deity's heaven's divine moon and use it to transform the new era humans. The empires and Taisher were clear that Qin Yun was purposely provoking them to use their god sons to attack. There was definitely a trap within. They already had a certain level of understanding of Qin Yun. They knew that Qin Yun was a very strange and mysterious person. He always did unexpected things, so they didn't dare to use their divine sun to attack. If they released their god sons, they would be very powerful. Usually, the target would not be able to defend against it without an equivalent defense. God sons were cultivated painstakingly. Furthermore, there were techniques to protect the god sons. The cultivated god sons would not be destroyed so easily. However, their enemy was Qin Yun. They had to consider more. Thus, the empires and Taisher old foxes did not release their god sons to attack even though they spoke arrogantly. Those god sons that were turned into weapons were incredibly powerful. The cosmos gods were also waiting for them to attack. Even though the cosmos gods had just been created not too long ago, they were not foolish. The Great Luo Empire and the Taisher superpowers clearly had a deeper enmity with Qin Yun. However, they did not use their divine sun weapons to attack him. Even for the cosmos gods, their god sons were precious. When the cosmos gods were created by the cosmos gods, they did not give everyone a god Sunday. That was because it was very difficult. The cosmos gods might be a magic spirit, but they could not control the resources of the entire cosmos. If they were to use a large number of god sons, the entire cosmos would lose balance. Furthermore, the cosmos gods weren't the entirety of the cosmos spirits. Even if they were killed, the cosmos spirits wouldn't act. They were created to be tools. They had their own consciousness and had to survive on their own. The three superpowers were discussing rapidly in the dark. They could either give up on the deity's heaven's divine moon and escape or release their god sons to attack. They could not bear to escape from the deity's heaven's divine moon. If they did not escape, once the mystic moon's little relic spirit broke the seal, they would definitely die. If they let their divine son attack, as long as they could break through the defenses released by Xianxia and company, they would be able to stop Qin Yun and even capture him. That way, not only would they be able to resolve the danger, they would also be able to capture Qin Yun. It was the best of both worlds. Of these two paths, the best outcome is undoubtedly to attack. However, there is a certain degree of risk because Qin Yun is very treacherous. He is clearly provoking them to attack in order to trick them. Right now, no one wanted to stand out. If their precious divine son was killed, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. They had to make a decision in a short amount of time because the mystic moon little magic spirit's seal would soon be broken. At that time, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. Soon, they made their decision. They're going to release the divine sun to attack. When Xianxia saw that there were more than 10 divine suns moving, his face immediately became serious. Sister Xianxia, I will let Yuner come out and let her release the nether sun and fuse it with your divine moon. She also knows the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. In addition, I can use my divine realm to illuminate it and fuse it. Together. Qin Yun hurriedly transmitted his voice to Xianxia and company. Ling Yuner immediately came out and released the nether sun. Her sudden appearance and the release of the nether sun caused the cosmos god race people to be extremely surprised. The nether sun is a very special divine Sunday. It is also the most feared divine sun cultivators. It is very difficult to cultivate the nether sun to this extent because even if someone obtained the nether sun seed by chance, during the cultivation process, it would be devoured by the nether sun. The nether sun released by Ling Yuner very smoothly fused with Xianxia, Shui Tianzi, and Ziqingqing's divine moon. After the fusion, Xianxia immediately sensed even more energy. She can now use this nether sun moon to control even more energy from the moon heart. Just a moment ago, there were only 100 layers of energy barrier. Now, it suddenly increased to 300 layers. Moreover, each layer has become very thick. The defense is several times stronger than before. The fusion process is very smooth. Qin Yun didn't even use the divine mirror of primal beginning. The divine mirror of primal beginning has the power of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune. If it uses all of its power, it can successfully fuse. The main reason was because Ling Yuner, Ziqingqing, and Shui Tianzi often cultivated together. Furthermore, the three of them and Xianxia were all Qin Yun's women. They had all cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Qin Yun. In addition, their current goal is the same. In their hearts, they hope to help Qin Yun. Therefore, their compatibility is extremely high and they can trust each other. This sudden increase in defense has caught the cosmos god race people by surprise. Of the dozen or so divine sun they released, half were from the cosmos god race and the other half were from the Taisher powers and the 4 great empires. They only released a dozen or so. They were worried that they would be tricked if they released too many at once, so they used a dozen or so to test the waters. But now, it seems that their dozen or so divine sun are unable to break through the 300 layers of thick energy barrier. Sure enough, although the 15 divine sun ferociously charged over, they only broke through 100 layers of energy barrier before stopping. However, when they wanted to retract their divine sun, they discovered that their divine sun was not under their control. One must know that Qin Yun previously snatched away other people's divine sun several times. It was all because Ling Yuner entered the divine sun and cut off the spirit inside the divine sun. Ling Yuner is now using her powerful mental power to pour into the dozen or so divine sun and quickly cut off the connection. After all, she is the nether sun Dao spirit and is the most proficient in this aspect. Even Xianxia is secretly alarmed. Ling Yuner actually has such ability. After the dozen or so divine sun were cut off, the dozen or so people who released the divine sun immediately turned pale. They are equivalent to crippled. Xiaoyun, it's up to you. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun waved his hand and the 9 sun divine spirit enveloped the dozen or so small divine sun and then absorbed them into the 9 sun divine spirit. At this moment, the Taisher powers have the urge to vomit blood. They clearly knew that Qin Yun was tricking them, but they still had no choice but to attack. In the end, they were tricked. Are you going to run? Or continue attacking? Qin Yun asked. Run? Wouldn't it be very vexing to run away just like that? Everyone, let's attack together. With their strength, they won't be able to withstand the combined attack of hundreds of divine suns. They will definitely be defeated. Every time we attack with about 10 divine suns, we won't be able to pose any threat to them. An old man from the Taisher faction shouted, if we work together, we will definitely succeed. He wanted to chat with more like-minded people. Article title: Follow You Read Literature on WeChat. Chatting about life and looking for a bosom friend. All the big shots present are secretly afraid. They are afraid that their divine son will be taken away by Qin Yun, but they are not willing to leave just like that. They have so many people, a total of more than 8,000 warriors. Although only 300 of them can release divine sun, it is still more than Qin Yun's group. Under such a great advantage, they are so weak and powerless. If this were to spread out, how would they be able to face others? Cosmos God race, Taisher powers, and 4 great empires are known as the 3 superpowers of Divine Desolate. They are the existences that will dominate the entire Divine Desolate. And now, with so many of them, they are suffering defeat in front of Qin Yun, a God King. You don't have much time. Qin Yun reminded them. The seal of the Divine Moon Small Magic Spirit is gradually weakening and will soon be broken by Qin Yun. If they don't stop Qin Yun, or if they don't run, they won't have time to choose. Go, the leader of the Cosmos God race shouted. Now that things have reached this point, they can only take a gamble. Actually, they are truly afraid in their hearts, but they also believe that if they work together, their chances of winning are still very high. Because they have more than 300 divine sun on their side, they feel that no matter how strong the other side is, it is impossible to block the simultaneous attack of several hundred divine Sunday. Even if they can block it, it is impossible to take away all 300 divine sun in one go. As long as they stop Qin Yun, they can obtain the greatest victory. In their opinion, with such a great chance of winning, they should not retreat in defeat. They are here. Qin Yun said in a deep voice, I will leave the rest to you. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he immediately released his nether sun and nether moon and instantly fused into nether sun and moon. Another nether sun moon appeared and it even fused with Yu Shangyun's and the others. The moment the 2 nether sun moon fused, they suddenly became incomparably huge, like a huge pitch-black hole, revolving above the divine moon small magic spirit. The sudden appearance of this nether sun moon suddenly allowed Yu Shangyun to control more energy within the moon core. Originally there were only 300 layers of energy barrier, but it suddenly expanded outwards and kept increasing in number. The Divine Moon Small Magic Spirit is currently unable to control the moon core's energy, but it can continuously release energy for Yu Shangyun and the others to control. Yu Shangyun, Shui Tianzi, Zi Qingqing and Ling Yuner are all surrounding Qin Yun at this moment. They are circulating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, so the Nether Sun Moon they created together can smoothly fuse with Qin Yun's Nether Sun Moon. They can even clearly sense that Qin Yun's Nether Sun and Moon are very terrifying. Qin Yun alone has cultivated these 2 terrifying things, and they have known Qin Yun for so long, yet they have never sensed it. The effect of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra manifested itself at this moment. It could make the Sun and Moon become stronger after they fused. Yu Shangyun's comprehension of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra was the deepest. Later on, she even comprehended and created an even more powerful technique from it. However, Qin Yun did not know about it. When she and Qin Yun cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, she was the one who led the way. At this moment, the energy barrier protecting Xinyu's little Dharma spirit was becoming thicker with every layer. Previously, there had only been 300 layers, but in the blink of an eye, it had multiplied by several times. There were now 1,500 layers. Every layer of the energy shield was like a huge net, hundreds of divine suns rushed over. Their power was indeed great, but they could only break through a few hundred layers of energy shield. Those divine suns broke through the energy shield, but they only broke through one layer and then continued to break through the next layer. They did not break through the energy shield in one go. The most terrifying thing is that after the energy shield was pierced, it could be repaired immediately. After those divine suns quickly pierced through several hundred layers, they discovered that the energy shield they pierced through has actually been repaired. It is already impossible for them to retreat. A large number of divine suns are now in a dilemma. They rushed forward but they can no longer rush forward. They retreated but they were trapped. Yuner, I'll leave it to you. Yu Xiangyun is somewhat excited as she lightly shouted. Ling Yuner is also very excited. She cultivates Nether Sunday. When she saw those divine suns, it is as if she saw prey. She immediately controlled the huge Nether Sun Moon and used her strongest mental power to cut off the mental connection between the divine suns and their masters. She destroyed the spirit bodies inside the divine suns. Mission accomplished. Ling Yuner's progress is very smooth. The people who released the divine sun have ashen faces. Each and every one of them are angry and fearful. In the end, their divine sun was still taken away. They didn't expect that someone would be able to mobilize such a large amount of moon core energy. There is a lot of energy inside the moon core and only the women of the Divine Moon Clan can mobilize and use it. Yu Xiangyun is the empress of the Divine Moon Clan. Her affinity with the moon core energy is extremely high. The Nether Sun Moon she controls is strong enough, she can control enough moon core energy. The moon core is their home ground. If it was Jin Yun, even if he could mobilize the moon core energy, he would definitely not be able to do it to Yu Xiangyun's level. Yu Xiangyun is also very clear that if Jin Yun did not fuse the Nether Sun Moon with their Nether Sun Moon, she would not be able to control so much moon core energy so quickly. They and Jin Yun are invincible existences inside the moon core. Jin Yun, I want to eat you. The old man from the Great Luo Empire is so angry that his eyes turned red and his voice is filled with resentment. You won't have the chance to eat because you're going to die soon. Jin Yun laughed loudly and said, actually, the seal on the Divine Moon's little magic spirit has already been undone. It's just that in order to seize your Divine Sun, I made the Divine Moon's little magic spirit cooperate with me. After Jin Yun finished speaking, he stored the more than 300 Divine Sun into the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Hearing Jin Yun's words, those people panicked and immediately fled. One after another, they took out spatial teleportation tools to escape from here. You want to run? You won't have the chance. The huge Nether Sun Moon suddenly released a powerful twisting power that shook the space, causing their spatial teleportation tools to directly malfunction. They are inside the moon core and can't contact the outside world, so the outside world doesn't know what is happening here. Recklessly coming to the moon core, none of you can escape. Yu Xiangyun said coldly. Who are you? An old man from the Great Luo Empire said in fear because he seems to have heard Yu Xiangyun's voice before. I am the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. Yu Xiangyun's ice-cold voice is filled with anger. The crown prince of your empire once spoke rudely to me and said many things that made me feel disgusted. I want to cripple you all and let those bullshit crown princes know that I am not someone to be trifled with. Yu Xiangyun is the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. Although those crown princes have never seen her before, they know that she is extremely beautiful. In addition to her status as the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan and the 9 Heavens goddess, they all want to subdue her and make her their female slave. This made Yu Xiangyun very angry. When the crown prince's cultivation did not regress, they were indeed very powerful. However, their current cultivation is only at the 9th level of the divine space realm, so Yu Xiangyun is not afraid of him. Little magic spirit, I'll leave it to you. Jin Yun said. Humph, you are only helping me break the seal now, I can't wait any longer. Divine Moon's little magic spirit's voice came out. It is a little girl's voice, it is filled with resentment. I deliberately said that before to anger those guys. Jin Yun laughed and said, Little magic spirit, you can attack as much as you want now. Remember, leave those guys from the empire behind, Sister Xiangyun will use them to vent her anger. Jin Yun could have let the Divine Moon little magical spirit break the seal a long time ago, but he was worried that this little girl magical spirit would not cooperate with him at that time. She would angrily attack and kill those people. If those people were killed, then the Divine Sun in their body would immediately turn into energy and dissipate into the moon core. To Jin Yun, this would be a great waste. The myriad heaven's divine moon does not need energy because the entire divine moon itself is an enormous energy. Furthermore, it can absorb the energy of the myriad realm's divine Sunday. Thus, in the eyes of the divine moon little magical spirit, those few hundred divine sun are as worthless as sand. Once the sealed little magical spirit breaks the seal, she would not listen to Qin Yun at all. She would immediately exterminate those people in rage. Yu Shangyun and the others completely understood Qin Yun's actions. These divine sun are very precious resources to them. For example, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, they have always been trying to cultivate a small divine universe purple sun, but they have never succeeded. Now that they have suddenly obtained so many, they do not need to cultivate anymore. They directly let Qin Yun refine them into their bodies. After knowing that the divine moon little magical spirit's seal has been broken, the expressions of the cosmos gods, the four great empires and the Taisher powers became even uglier. Because they know that in the moon core, when the magical spirit is not sealed, it is an unparalleled existence. Little magical spirit, wait. Before Yu Shangyun finished speaking, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly surged out from the moon core. It gathered together and enveloped those people. Yu Shangyun did not continue speaking because it is already too late. She planned to let the divine moon little magical spirit be gentler and leave the people of the four great empires to her. She will cripple them and then return them to the crown princes of those empires. The divine moon little magical spirit does not have any sense of propriety. To this kind of powerful magical spirit, there is no such thing as mercy. The enemies in the moon core were instantly destroyed by the divine moon little magical spirit using powerful energy. They died until not even dregs remained. In the eyes of the divine moon little magical spirit, this is nothing more than transforming some flesh and blood energy into the purest energy. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. Killing that group of people like this is letting them off too easily. Furthermore, they have many powerful equipment on them. If he could collect them, it would be a very good harvest. Qin Yun told the divine moon's little magic spirit to leave those empire's people behind, but she did not hear his words. Is it over? Zi Qingqing looked around. It was empty. All the buildings on the ground had been destroyed. In the blink of an eye, that group of powerful warriors had been reduced to ashes, turning into a mist of energy. This group of despicable fellows, they were all created by the universe law spirit. The universe law spirit is becoming more and more despicable. I hate him. The Xingyu little magic spirit's voice was full of displeasure. The thing he created actually wants to use me, what a bastard. Little Fa Ling, how did they sneak in and seal you? Yu Shangyun asked. It's all because of the trash from the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Many of them are traitors. They were the ones who brought those guys in. Xingyu little magic spirit said angrily, to think that I thought so highly of them and even helped them become stronger, who knew that they would be so useless. Qin Yun met Yu Lifan before. At that time, he told Yu Lifan to eliminate the traitors in the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Because the great Luo Empire had planted many traitors in the heaven-splitting ancient clan, it was very harmful to them. For example, this time, it almost caused the divine moon's little magic spirit to have an accident. These guys can be considered tactful. They knew that they had harmed me this time, so they immediately left the heaven's divine moon. They sent me a message before, saying that they were very sorry and that they would never enter the heaven's divine moon again. Xingyu little magic spirit said. How many people are left in the divine moon great land? Yu Shangyun asked. The divine moon's little magic spirit understands this the most. They're all gone. The moment I was sealed, I told the people in our camp to immediately evacuate the mystic moon land. The faster, the better, the mystic moon little magic spirit said. Right now, only those despicable people are here. Get rid of them. Yu Shangyun said. I already got rid of them while we were talking. Divine Moon's little magic spirit giggled and said, Sister Shangyun, this Qin Yun is quite reliable. Yuelan always talks about her little husband, this is the first time I have seen him. Little magic spirit, can you contact the Nine Sun magic spirit? What's his situation now? Qin Yun hastily asked. He heard that these magic spirits are connected to each other. He is currently fighting with the universe's magic spirit. That's why the universe's magic spirit can't interfere too much with the heaven's divine moon, heaven's divine desolate and myriad realms divine Sunday. Big brother Nine Sun magic spirit, he originally wanted to transform into a human but a problem occurred and he was disrupted by the universe's magic spirit. Fight? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed. I also don't know how they are fighting. In short, it is still very gentle and not too intense. Divine Moon's little magic spirit lightly sighed. The original grandfather universe's magic spirit was very good. But now, he has been led astray by other universes' magic spirit and fused with them. He is no longer the original him. The relationship between these magic spirits was originally very good, but many things happened later on, causing it to become like this. Little magic spirit, what do you plan to do next? Qin Yun asked. After the universe's magic spirit became like this, the universe god race he created immediately attacked you. This time it was Yu Lan who contacted me and told me to immediately come over to save you. It's hard to say in the future. Yu Xiangyun nodded and said, Little magic spirit, the universe god race will definitely not let you off. In their eyes, you are very easy to bully, they will definitely come again. This is also the reason why Divine Moon's little magic spirit is very angry. They want to use me to create even stronger new humans or cosmos gods. These fellows have the help of the cosmos law spirit and gave them a very strong seal. That's why they can seal me. Fortunately, they aren't strong and can't unleash the full power of the seal. Otherwise, it would be hard to break it. The universe's magic spirit created the universe god race and the new humans. The Nine Sun magic spirit improved the bloodline of the primal beginning humans. Then I will also create humans that belong to the heaven's divine moon. Sister Xiangyun, I plan to start with your divine moon race and use your divine moon race as the foundation to create a new divine moon race. This way, we will be able to fight against the new humans and the universe god race. Divine Moon's little magic spirit spoke out her thoughts. As long as there is no harm to us, of course I agree. Yu Xiangyun said, Little magic spirit, you can reform us, but the premise is that you can't harm us. That's for sure. You are all my good sisters, how could I harm you? Divine Moon's little magic spirit smiled and said, Qin Yun, thank you very much for saving me. I will give you a chance to cultivate and increase your mental power. How much you can increase will depend on your luck. Qin Yun's mental power is a big shortcoming. His body has already caught up and has been upgraded in Taisher Nirvana City. His upper limit of divine space power is 300,000 and he can break through to the 9th level of divine space realm at any time. However, he wants to pursue an even higher limit. He is thinking of a way to increase his upper limit of divine space power to 500,000 and then step into the 9th level of divine space realm. At that time, his upper limit of divine space power will be able to reach 1 million. Old brother Taisher currently does not have a better way to increase his divine space power. Even piling up divine universe golden stones is useless. He can only use other extreme methods, but it is still very slow. If he wants to increase his mental power, Qin Yun needs to make a further breakthrough in order to continue increasing his mental power. Now that the Divine Moon little magic spirit has given him a chance to increase his mental power, he naturally cannot miss it. Little magic spirit, I'm ready. Let's begin. Qin Yun is already impatient. Big sister Xiangyun, bring him along. I'm very tired, I'm going to rest. Divine Moon little magic spirit said. Yu Xiangyun nodded at Qin Yun and said, Follow me. Ling Yuner, Shui Tianzi, and Zi Qingqing also returned to the Nine Sun Divine Spirit to see the Divine Sun that Qin Yun just obtained. They want to try and see if they can fuse the Divine Sun into their body. Yu Xiangyun brought Qin Yun and landed on the ground of the Moon's core. The ground inside the Moon's core has already been cleaned by the Divine Moon little magic spirit. Now it is completely empty. However, after Yu Xiangyun and Qin Yun landed on the ground, a silver-white tower suddenly appeared in front of them. After entering the tower, they saw a very large pool, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. There is actually a space inside the tower. This tower is the Moon's core. After Yu Xiangyun entered, she put away her armor and took off her white clothes. Qin Yun is startled. He knew that to cultivate mental power, he had to enter this pool. Come down, Yu Xiangyun said. This is the Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon Lake, Yu Xiangyun said. The women of our Divine Moon clan used to soak in this lake to cultivate their mental energy. Originally, men were not allowed to enter, but little Fowling Ling has made an exception. Qin Yun quickly arrived at the lake. With Yu Xiangyun's help, the two of them began cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yan did not know to what extent his mental power could be raised. He only knew that the increase was very fast, and it was mainly because of Yu Shangyun's help. This was because only the divine moon female could absorb the energy of the myriad heaven's divine moon pond. Then, by cultivating with Qin Yan, he could obtain energy from it. 3 days passed. Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun came out of the pagoda. He was still somewhat reluctant to part because he had indeed spent the past few days very relaxed. It was mainly because of Yu Shangyun's company. Although the current Yu Shangyun was still ice cold, she was much gentler than before, especially the wonderful fragrance on her body, which was getting stronger and stronger. Yun, it will be very difficult to raise the upper limit of your divine universe power. In the past few days, Yu Shangyun also knew the direction of Qin Yan's cultivation. There should be a way. Only in this way, after I step into the 9th level of the divine space realm, will I be able to possess an even stronger fighting strength. Qin Yan said. He had originally planned to cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together with Yu Shangyun to see if she could help him improve a little. However, he had tried a few times now, but to no avail. However, his divine universe power had increased by 2,000. His upper limit of divine universe power had already reached 4,000. Now that you have stepped into the 9th level of the divine space realm, your upper limit of divine universe power can increase to 600,000, which is already very strong. Currently, in the divine desolate, 400,000 divine universe power is the limit. Yu Shangyun said. Don't forget the new humans and the cosmos god race. Qin Yan shook his head. Since I can reach 600,000, then others can also reach it, so I have to be higher than them. Maybe the Phoenix Queen has this kind of method. I originally planned to go with you to find her, but now I have to take charge of the matters of the new divine moon race. Yu Shangyun raised her head and looked at the divine moon little magic spirit floating in the air. It's fine, I can talk to Phoenix Queen, I can handle it. Qin Yan said with a smile, I will go to the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land now, she should be very anxious. Inside the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land, many of Luo Shuang's people have sneaked in. How could Phoenix Queen not be anxious? If she did not find these people in the huge Vermilion Bird Treasured Land, she would definitely not be at peace in the future. Be careful. Yu Shangyun took the initiative to kiss Qin Yan. Qin Yan hugged her for a while and then left Xianxia. After he left, Divine Moon Little Magic Spirit said, Sister Shangyun, is this Qin Yan really reliable? The 9-yang Dharma Spirit had chosen him, which meant that it had placed everything on him. If he is not reliable, we will all be done for. Little Magic Spirit, what is the situation with 9 Sun Law Spirit? Yu Shangyun asked, you can't tell him too much, right? The 9-yang Dharma Spirit didn't allow me to say it. In short, he is indeed fighting with the universe Dharma Spirit, but he is at a disadvantage. As for the other details, I can't say. The little Shinyu Dharma Spirit said, actually, that's all at the level of Dharma Spirits. You humans don't need to know, you just need to do things according to your own ideas. Yu Shangyun took out a teleportation formation pillar and began to arrange it. It can be used to teleport to the 4 divine suns and divine moon women from there. Qin Yan left the divine moon, entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and immediately rushed to the human snake treasured land. The dragon race outside the 9 Sun sacred land will welcome the unification of the human snake treasured land. This unification will be on a much larger scale than before. Under the human snake treasured land is the Taisha Nirvana city. The dragon turtle race and many other powerful races have already sent people to undergo nirvana and awaken the memories of the ancient Taisha. After arriving at the human snake treasured land, Qin Yan immediately met with Long Shu. Long Shu is now the dragon emperor of the dragon race. She did not disappoint Qin Yan and used her formidable power to unify the dragon race. Now, the dragon race can enter the Taisha Nirvana city and obtain an even more powerful Taisha bloodline. When we went to the White Tiger treasured land, we learned that there is an azure dragon race and a fire dragon race in the 9 Sun sacred land. They are both very powerful dragon races and they have already introduced the barbarian bloodline. Long Shu said, most of the powerful races in the 9 Sun sacred land are going to become one with the barbarians. What about the Black Tortoise race? Qin Yan asked. The Black Tortoise race and the Great Luo Empire have formed an alliance. Long Shu sighed. Among the powerful races in the Nine Suns Sacred Land, only the Vermilion Bird race and the White Tiger race are willing to join our alliance. It doesn't matter, we have the Taisher Nirvana City, it can make our allies even stronger. Long Shu, I want to make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land. You must be careful during this period of time and guard your treasured land well. Qin exhorted. Alright, I got it. I will discuss it with the Dragon Turtle race leader. Long Shu nodded. Qin immediately went through the Human Snake Treasured Land's teleportation formation and went to the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land. This is the first time he is going to a powerful race's treasured land in the Nine Suns Sacred Land. The last time he entered the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, there were not so many powerful races. The Four Empires and the Taisher forces had not arrived either. Back then, the most dangerous creatures in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground were the barbarians, especially the barbarian humans. The immense power they possessed was something Qin Yun could never forget. Back then, a few seniors of the Heaven-Splitting clan had no choice but to perish together with the barbarians in order to save their juniors. That was the only way for them to escape. There were still barbarians in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, and they were getting stronger and stronger. The four great empires, the Taisher factions, and many powerful races in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground were all absorbing the bloodline of the barbarians to make them stronger. This was enough to show how terrifying the barbarians were. The barbarian humans also needed to absorb the Grand Prime's bloodline to improve their bloodline and make them stronger. After the barbarian humans evolved, they were also the new generation of humans. In this way, the new humans in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground would be divided into two camps. The four great empires and the Taisher factions were on the same side, and they were going to fight against the barbarians. Because for many years, the universes that the four empires were in had been fighting with the barbarian race universe, and they often had to prevent the barbarian race universe from invading. Qin arrived at a large city in the Vermilion Bird Treasured Land. The city's walls and barrier had already been breached and traces of battle could be seen everywhere. Before he came, he had already informed the Phoenix Queen. The Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground was divided into two regions, one for the Vermilion Bird Tribe and one for the Phoenix Kingdom. Because the treasured land was very big, even if it was divided into two regions and built dozens of big cities, the treasured land still seemed very spacious. More than 10 big cities in Treasure Land City had been attacked. Luo Shuang had led Wang Tiange to attack. Although they had just attacked quickly, it had given the Vermilion Bird Clan and the Phoenix Kingdom a headache. Qin arrived at Phoenix Kingdom's Phoenix Royal City. He went straight to a teleportation hall in Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Queen was already waiting for him there. The Phoenix Queen was wearing a fiery red phoenix armor, and she was always in combat mode. It could be seen that the crisis in the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground had not been resolved yet. General Chu Limin had already returned. She was currently searching for the enemy hidden within the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. Your Excellency, you're finally here. How have you been resting these days? I've just finished dealing with the human snake Paradise, and now I have to trouble you with the Vermilion Bird Paradise. I'm really sorry. Although the Phoenix Queen's cold and elegant face was filled with dignity, she still spoke very courteous words. I'm in good shape right now. I can start right away, said Qin Yun. He looked around. There were quite a number of people here. They were all trusted aides of the Phoenix Queen. There were men and women, a total of dozens of people. They had never seen the God King before. This time, they wanted to see the God King's glory. They had long heard that Qin Yun had transformed their Phoenix army to become extremely powerful, so they were very impressed by Qin Yun, a divine king. And this time, when the Daluo Empire and the Supreme Hall attacked the Human Snake Treasure Ground, they did not gain any advantage at all. Instead, they suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to flee. It could be said that Qin Yun had become very famous in this battle. Many powerful races had no choice but to be unconvinced. Come, I'll take you to see the leader of the Vermilion Bird Tribe. The Phoenix Queen said, she has wanted to meet you for a long time. Qin Yun nodded and followed Phoenix Queen out of Phoenix Palace. They flew into the sky and headed for where the Vermilion Bird Patriarch was. Now, with only Qin Yun and Phoenix Queen, Qin Yun could ask her about the Nine Heavens Goddess. Queen, has Sister Xiangyun contacted you? Qin Yan asked. She contacted me not too long ago and said that you would come. She also said that you stayed at the Moon's Heart for a few days. Phoenix Queen naturally knew about the intimate relationship between Qin Yan and Yu Xiangyun. She said that you went to the Moon's Heart for an important matter and wanted you to tell me about it. Phoenix Queen looked at the 8 myriad realms' divine suns in the sky. It was afternoon and the sunlight was fierce, but it made her feel somewhat uneasy. Cosmos God race, for great empires and Taisher powers, they entered the Moon's Heart and sealed the divine Moon's little magic spirit. Qin Yan said, I went to the Moon's Heart for this matter. Phoenix Queen's heroic eyebrows wrinkled and said, the situation is actually this serious, even the divine Moon almost suffered a calamity. It seems like the universe's magic spirit has completely changed. Your Majesty, I heard from Sister Xiangyun that you are also a 9 heavens goddess and a rather special one at that. Qin Yan said. He originally came to the Vermilion Bird treasure ground to help, and now he also wanted to try and see if he could obtain any inheritance from her. Yes, I should be the most special among the 9 heavens goddesses. Xianqing and Luo Shuang may have inherited their mother's status as 9 heavens goddesses, but I am still a little different from them. Phoenix Queen said. Wait, Luo Shuang is also a 9 heavens goddess? Qin Yan was shocked. If she isn't a 9 heavens goddess, how could she have such a high status? She brought an elite army of the celestial, the Arch of Origin Luo, and the strongest army of the Wang Tianga. Otherwise, the Vermilion Bird treasure ground wouldn't have been beaten to such a state. Phoenix Queen was very angry when she talked about this matter. Luo Shuang attacked the Vermilion Bird treasure ground purely to show off and force her to leave the 9 Suns sacred ground. Compared to the two of them, how are you special? Qin Yan asked. Luo Yaofeng, Tianqiru, and Tian Shixiang have all reincarnated many times. Therefore, the inheritance memories they received from the universe's magic spirit will become less and less. Xianqing, Luo Shuang, and I all inherited the previous 9 heavens goddesses' inheritance. We are all passed down from mother to daughter, but even so, a lot of the inheritance will still be lost. Xianqing and Luo Shuang's inheritance has been lost over the years. Although I inherited it from them, my inheritance memories have not been lost. Phoenix Queen said. Ah, why haven't you lost it? Qin Yan was very surprised. That's because the first 9 heavens goddess of my lineage sealed her inheritance in her soul from the beginning and never touched it. She then passed it down from generation to generation. Phoenix Queen said, even in my generation, the inheritance memories of the universe's magic spirit are still sealed. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. This inheritance of the 9 heavens goddess had been passed down for so many generations. He had thought that it had only been passed down for 2 generations. Then when can the inheritance memories be unsealed? Qin Yan asked. Sister Xiangyun said that this is very important to you. It might be a very important secret of yours. Phoenix Queen suddenly fell silent. She looked ahead and did not say a word as she flew in the air. She seemed to be hesitating if she should tell Qin Yan. After a while, Phoenix Queen said, I also don't know how to unseal it. My mother told me that this seal can only be unsealed by the universe's magic spirit. It was the first 9 heavens goddess of my lineage who requested the universe's magic spirit to seal it. Qin Yan more or less guessed that Phoenix Queen was unable to undo the seal. Otherwise, she would have obtained the inheritance of the universe law spirit long ago. Your Excellency, do you want to know what inheritance the universe law spirit gave me? Phoenix Queen asked. My current cultivation is facing a bottleneck. I might not be able to break through. Qin Yan believes that the inheritance left behind by the universe law spirit is definitely related to cultivation. This inheritance is very important to me. It might be a cultivation technique that belongs only to me. This kind of cultivation technique can't be known by others. If someone knew, it would mean that I would be in great danger. Phoenix Queen said, what's more, I can't undo the seal right now. Like Luo Shuang and Xianqing's inheritance, what is it like? Qin Yan asked, did they become very strong because of the inheritance? The inheritance they obtained has been shared with the Taisher powers over the years. This is also one of the reasons why the Taisher powers are so powerful. In addition, many of those cultivation techniques were only suitable for them. However, they were unable to cultivate so many techniques, and if they were to spread out, others would not be able to cultivate them. Over time, they were lost. The Phoenix Queen sighed. As for my inheritance, I don't know what it is. Xianxia said, Queen, I might be able to help you undo the seal. I don't need you to share the inheritance with me. I just hope that you can give me some pointers when the time comes. This won't touch upon the core secrets of your cultivation technique. Phoenix Queen shook her head and said, Your Excellency, I know you are very capable, especially in the Tao of inscription. However, that seal is very powerful. Other than the universe law spirit, no one can undo it. I might be able to. Xianxia is very confident. Alright, wait until you help our vermilion bird treasured land clean up those hiding fellows. I'll let you try. Phoenix Queen can only let Xianxia give it a try. She holds on to a trace of hope. If he can truly undo the seal, it will be of great benefit to her. Not long after, Xianxia followed Phoenix Queen to the Vermilion Bird Patriarch's mansion. This is a 1,000-meter tall tree. She lives inside the tree hole. Phoenix Queen brought Xianxia into a very large tree hole and arrived at a reception hall. The tree hole is very bright. The main reason is that the tree's flesh naturally emits light. That kind of pale white light shone on the body and felt very comfortable. This tree wasn't the biggest in the Vermilion Bird Paradise, but it was the most precious. The Vermilion Bird bloodline flowed through the Vermilion Bird's veins. They could be Vermilion birds, but they could also transform into humans. Only in an extremely intense battle would they transform into a powerful Vermilion bird. Most of the time, they maintained their human form, so they could also be considered humans. The Vermilion Bird tribe's chief was an old granny. She was tall and skinny, and her face was cold and stern. She looked a bit fierce, and her eyes gave off a threatening glint. Accompanying the Vermilion Bird Patriarch were more than 10 Vermilion Bird elders. They were all here to watch the godly monarch. After learning of Xianxia's arrival, they naturally welcomed him. When the Vermilion Bird Patriarch saw Xianxia, she, who didn't like to smile, squeezed out a smile to welcome him. Welcome, Divine King. Because there are many things in the treasured ground, I didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive me. The Vermilion Bird clan leader said. When the Vermilion Bird Paradise was experiencing a fierce battle, Xianxia was fighting against the enemies in the Human Snake Paradise. I was unable to help you. Please forgive me. Xianxia originally wanted to come over to help, but he really couldn't leave. The Vermilion Bird Patriarch laughed and said, Divine King, there's no need to be polite. Now that we have repelled the enemies and we have a common enemy, we have also become allies. We are extremely grateful for Divine King's help this time. The Vermilion Bird Paradise had many enemies with extremely strong concealment abilities. This was the biggest headache for the Vermilion Bird tribe. If they couldn't find these people, the entire Vermilion Bird Paradise would not be able to have peace. If we want to find the enemies hiding in the Vermilion Bird Paradise, we need extremely strong mental power to carry out a large-scale search. Xianxia said. Right now, we are using our mental power to search, but the Vermilion Bird Precious Land is very big, and some of those fellows are hiding deep underground, making our search a lot more difficult. An elder said. He was an elder of the Vermilion Bird race. We have already strictly guarded the city gates to prevent the enemies from sneaking into the cities to cause destruction. However, as long as they are still hiding in the Vermilion Bird Paradise, it will cause us endless trouble in the future. Another clan elder said with a worried expression, Divine King, do you have a better way for us to easily find those fellows? Xianxia nodded, I have a way, but I need some Divine Universe metal stones. Let me briefly explain my train of thought. It is to refine a type of tool. The main core of this tool is the Divine Moon. As everyone knows, the Divine Moon can transform energy into powerful mental power. This way, this kind of tool can release even stronger mental power, cover a wider area to search, and even go deep underground. I plan to put this tool on the flying ship. As long as we control the ship to fly in the air, we can sweep the ground. When everyone heard Xianxia's idea, they all nodded their heads, but they still had many doubts. Your Excellency, where should we get this Divine Moon? Should we look for the Divine Moon clan? The Phoenix Queen asked. They should be willing to lend it to us, right? Her relationship with Yu Shangyun is not bad, but she is not sure if she can get that many divine moons. The divine moons they cultivate are not suitable for this kind of thing. I will create a specialized divine moon to create the needed tool. This is not a difficult matter for me, Qin said. He had previously refined a nether moon for Yu Yu. With his current strength, combined with the moon bloodline heavenly rune box, creating a divine moon is very easy. I will create 1,000 small divine moons. This will require some time and divine universe metal stones. Qin said, about 5 trillion divine universe metal stones. No problem. The Vermilion Bird Clan leader said, we have divine universe metal stones, shall we start now? How long will it take? About 10 days. Qin said. 10 to create 1,000 small divine moons? Everyone present is extremely shocked. This divine moon only specializes in converting divine universe goldstones into special psyche powers. It's specially used for searching, so it's not a divine moon in the true sense of the word. Therefore, it's rather simple to create, said Qin with a smile. Everyone, prepare the flying ship. Soon after, everyone began to get busy. The Phoenix Queen brought Qin to a very spacious underground palace and told him to do it there. The others either transported the divine universe metal stones to Qin or prepared a large ship. Qin let Ling Yun'er, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi come out. They also have divine moon. Using the primal beginning divine mirror, they can quickly duplicate their small divine moon. In addition, they can use their own divine moon to pour in divine universe power. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had tried to fuse with the divine sun and the 9 sun divine soul but found it extremely difficult. They could only wait for Qin to fuse with them when he had time. Now, they were doing their best to help Qin create that special little divine moon. With the large amount of divine universe goldstones provided by the Vermilion Bird race, it could be completed even faster. Qin also needed the assistance of the Dan Transformation Heavenly Furnace and the Divine King Heavenly Seal to transform the little divine moon. The Vermilion Bird race trusted Qin very much and would cooperate with him to provide him with large amounts of divine universe goldstones. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird race was in contact with the White Tiger race because they were now allies. The White Tiger treasure land had suffered a large-scale invasion and suffered great losses. With the help of the Vermilion Bird race and the Phoenix Kingdom, they could recover faster. The Vermilion Bird race and the Phoenix Kingdom needed to find powerful allies in the 9 Sun Sacred Land because they already knew of the existence of the new humans. There would soon be 2 camps of new humans in the 9 Sun Sacred Land. At that time, the 2 treasure lands of the Vermilion Bird race and the White Tiger race would be caught in the middle. If they were not strong enough, they would definitely be toyed with by the 2 camps. The 9 Sun Sacred Land was very large and occupied nearly 30% of the entire Divine Desolate Land. It was also the most abundant in resources. The new humans of the 2 camps did not need to leave the 9 Sun Sacred Land, so they would mainly move within the Sacred Land. When they were strong enough, they would go out and start attacking the treasure lands of various powerful races. This was their path of conquest. In the 9 Sun Sacred Land, other than the 2 camps of the new humans, there was another powerful existence above the new humans, the Cosmos God race. No one knew how powerful the Cosmos God race was because they had yet to display their strongest power. The Human Snake Treasure Land had been publicly renamed as the Dragon Province and would be the main territory of the Dragon race. There would be many large cities built in the Dragon Province, all belonging to the various Dragon race tribes. The Human Snake race had also joined the Dragon race. The Dragon Turtle race would now migrate to the Dragon Province. They did not give up on the Dragon Turtle Treasure Land. The Myriad Realms Divine Court had built a large teleportation formation between the Dragon Turtle Treasure Land and the Dragon Province, so they could go to the Dragon Turtle Treasure Land to mine resources. The Myriad Realms Divine Court also had a large city in the Dragon Province. They could enter Taishur Nirvana City to undergo Nirvana. Due to the victory of the Human Snake Treasure Land, the powerful clans outside of the 9 Sun Sacred Ground had to join the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms and promise to abide by the rules set by the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms. The supreme ruler of the Divine Court of the Myriad Worlds was godly monarch Qin, so it was equivalent to him being acknowledged. The strongest race outside of the 9 Sun Sacred Ground was the All Heavens Dragon race. With the All Heavens Dragon clan taking the lead to maintain the order of the Myriad Realms Divine Court, the other powerful clans could only follow suit. Those powerful clans were not stupid because they knew that there were many super forces in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. They were all colossal existences that looked down on all living beings outside the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The forces in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground were extremely powerful, and they could obtain a large amount of resources from there. Once they were bored in the sacred ground or needed resources from the outside, the powerful clans outside the sacred ground would definitely be slaughtered like weeds. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. From time to time, the powerful races within the Holy Land would form teams to attack the treasured lands of the powerful races outside. They called this behavior training. Xianxia was refining the little divine moon in the underground palace of the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. He was unaware of the changes in the situation outside the Nine Sun Sacred Land. If he were to know, he would definitely be surprised. This was because he was previously very worried that the powerful races outside the sacred ground would switch to the faction of the new humans. If all the powerful races outside the Nine Sun Sacred Land became the new humans, then the entire divine wilderness would be in danger. However, the current situation was that the major forces in the Nine Sun Sacred Land did not care about the powerful races outside. In their opinion, the powerful races outside the sacred ground were all lowly and did not deserve to be called the new humans. 10 days had passed and the situation inside and outside the Nine Sun Sacred Land had changed significantly. Xianxia did not need to worry about the arrangements for the human snake treasure ground because the divine court of the Myriad Realms and the All Heavens Dragon race would take care of it. 1,000 little divine moons had been created and placed inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Xianxia had used a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones and did not disappoint the Vermilion Bird race. More than 1,000 large and small flying ships have already stopped outside. Next, Xianxia will place the refined small divine moon on their flying ships. These ships were mainly from the Phoenix Kingdom. The people controlling the flying ships were all trustworthy. The method to use the little divine moon is also very simple. It is to consume the Divine Universe Goldstones and then transform them into special divine cosmos power. It can cover a very large area and even go deep underground to sense life forms. As a result, these flying ships could sweep through the Vermilion Bird Paradise and quickly find the enemies that were hiding in the Vermilion Bird Paradise. In 2 or 3 days, these flying ships set off one after another. They were divided into small groups responsible for patrolling the area. This way, they can completely cover the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground and carry out a long-term search. At this speed, it won't take more than 10 days to search the entire Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. Phoenix Queen is in a large hall, looking at the huge map on the table. This table is like a crystal, it was specially made by Xianxia. You can see the flying trajectories of the 1,000 patrolling flying ships. The Vermilion Bird clan leader revealed a smile and said, "We have already received news saying that we have found the enemies. We searched for so long before but couldn't find a single one. Now there are results so quickly. Luo Shuang must have left behind a lot of people and they are all very important. As long as we capture them, it will definitely make Luo Shuang anxious," Xianxia said. After half a day, they had captured thousands of enemies who were hiding deep underground. Both the Vermilion Bird tribe and the Phoenix Kingdom were impressed by Xianxia's power. At night, with the help of the Divine Moon's power, the patrol ship's detection range was greater, and it could penetrate deeper into the earth to detect life forms. Thus, night was the best time to search. In the middle of the night, an important message came from a patrol ship. They found a huge circular building here, and there were at least 3,000 living beings inside. It should be left behind by Luo Shuang and the others the last time they attacked. The Phoenix Queen pointed at a place on the map and said, "Your Excellency, are you interested in coming with us to take a look?" "Let's go." Xianxia nodded. The Phoenix Queen brought the 5 powerful generals and entered Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle. They immediately teleported to the spot where they discovered the circular building. Several patrol ships had explored the area and confirmed the location of the circular building. "I want to chat with more like-minded people about." Article title, "Follow You Read Literature on WeChat." Chatting about life and looking for a bosom friend. Xianxia also had a probing tool and it also had the ability to drill into the ground. All he needed to do was add a mysterious penetration divine ability talisman. After a series of probing, it was confirmed that the thing underground was a spherical object that was thousands of meters wide. It should be a large aircraft that had the ability to conceal itself. Such a big thing was hidden deep underground. We actually didn't know about it before. After the Phoenix Queen learned of the size of this thing, she was very puzzled. Even if they had such a thing during the chaotic battle, we should have discovered it, right? Queen, this location is still rather remote. During the battle, no one came here. An old general said. However, such a big thing should have left some traces after being sent deep underground. The Phoenix Queen could see that below them was a forest. The trees towered into the sky and there were no traces of destruction at all. Someone went deep underground to place it there. Xianxia said, first, put this large spherical aircraft in a very large storage space, then go deep underground and open up a space that can accommodate this tool. Then, release the spherical aircraft. If that's really the case, then they must have paid a great price to place the spherical aircraft down there. The Phoenix Queen said, hundreds of thousands of meters underground, it's hidden very deep. That is the deepest underground boundary of the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. The enemies hiding in the Vermilion Bird treasured ground have been found one after another. Luo Shuang should already know about it. She might make another move and launch another attack. An old general reminded, my queen, should we strengthen our defenses? In case the barrier is breached again. Xianxia said, you can't defend against their attack for the time being. You can go to the Dragon Province through the teleportation formation and seek help from the Dragon Turtle tribe. They can defend against the attacks of those super huge ships. Alright, I'll immediately contact the Vermilion Bird Patriarch. It's more suitable for her to appear. The Phoenix Queen nodded and said, let's continue to catch the spies. According to the news that came in, the number of spies they found was increasing. The number had already reached 10,000, furthermore, these spies were all very outstanding warriors. Many of them came from the Wangtian Pavilion, a Taisher faction. It could be said that Luo Shuang had invested a lot. No one knew how many spies she had sent out after breaking through the Vermilion Bird Treasure Grounds barrier. What she could be sure of was that she had sent these spies to the Vermilion Bird Treasured Ground to make the entire treasured ground restless. Perhaps they could force the Vermilion Bird clan and the Phoenix Kingdom to leave this treasured ground, or perhaps they could destroy the core of the treasured ground. While Xianxia and company were searching for the giant ball hidden underground, the patrolling fleets in other areas of the Vermilion Bird treasured land reported that they had also discovered a giant ball. There's more than one of these things. The Phoenix Queen sneered and said, it seems that Luo Shuang also knows that sending ground troops into the Vermilion Bird treasured ground will not be able to defeat us in one go. That's why she has a backup plan. Let's wait a little longer. We should be able to find more of these things soon. Xianxia said, I'm guessing that they buried such a thing deep underground to set up an array. It's an important array foundation. How powerful would it be if such a huge formation was set up, and there were so many of them at that? The Phoenix Queen and the old generals were secretly frightened. If this great formation was truly activated, what kind of disaster would it bring to the Vermilion Bird treasured ground? Fortunately, we discovered it in advance. An old general let out a long sigh and said, Your Excellency Divine King, can you stop this great formation from activating? Xianxia smiled and said, this great formation hasn't been activated yet. They purposely hid it so deep to avoid being attacked. If we can discover it now, we can destroy their plan to set up the formation. The Vermilion Bird treasured ground was very solid. It was extremely difficult to enter such a deep place and take out such a huge thing. Even if they wanted to enter deep underground to attack, it would be impossible to do so in a short period of time. The Vermilion Bird treasured ground was within the 9 Sun sacred ground. Furthermore, it was a huge treasure ground, so the ground was very solid. It was impossible to directly attack from the ground to a depth of hundreds of thousands of meters. Xianxia actually had a way. He was currently waiting to determine just how many of these things there were. Your Excellency Divine King, can you roughly see what kind of great formation this is? An old granny asked. She was also an old general. I don't know for now, but my guess is that it should be to interfere with the operation of the Vermilion Bird treasured grounds barrier. This way, the Vermilion Bird treasured ground would lose the protection of the barrier. Their supergiant warships would be able to attack from the sky and quickly sweep through the entire Vermilion Bird treasured ground. It would be very easy to completely defeat the army inside the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. Xianxia said. If they wanted to take down this kind of treasure ground, they first had to paralyze their barrier. Otherwise, their various warships would not be able to display their strength. No matter how powerful their attacks were, they might be blocked by the barrier of the treasure ground. When it was almost daybreak, the patrol fleet found a total of 20 of these giant spheres. Xianxia looked at the large map on the table. There were already 20 marked points lit up on it. As expected, they are surrounding the core of the Vermilion Bird treasured grounds barrier. They really want to paralyze the Vermilion Bird treasured grounds barrier. Xianxia said, then we can take action now and get these things out of the ground. 20 of them. Each of them has 3,000 people. That's 60,000 people. I wonder if they are all soldiers? Phoenix Queen frowned and said, the patrol team has found enemies hiding in the treasure ground. There are already a total of 50,000 of them. The old granny general cursed in a low voice, what exactly is Luo Shuang's intention? She just wants to step on me and kill me to make a name for herself. Phoenix Queen coldly snorted. Xianxia already knew that Luo Shuang was also the 9th-son divine maiden. Then it wouldn't be that simple for her to deal with Phoenix Queen. It is possible that Luo Shuang knows that Phoenix Queen's soul has an important inherited memory bestowed by the universe law spirit. She wants to snatch this inherited memory. Phoenix Queen herself should be clear about this, but she can't say this kind of thing out loud. Otherwise, even more people will want to snatch it away. The reason why she told Xianxia is because she trusts him. Your Excellency Divine King, I'll have to trouble you next. Phoenix Queen said. If they wanted to get this kind of huge object out from deep underground, it would be very strenuous. And Xianxia, the Divine King, must have a way. If I have the Queen's help, then I won't have to be so tired. Xianxia said with a smile. If I can help, I will definitely do my best. Phoenix Queen said. Come with me to the depths. I'm afraid that my strength alone isn't enough. Xianxia said. She nodded and then let the generals go back. She followed Xianxia into the depths. Xianxia brought her and used the mysterious penetration divine ability. Very quickly, they arrived at the location where the huge object was hidden. They are currently outside the sphere. Queen, is Luo Shuang trying to snatch your inheritance? Xianxia asked with voice transmission. Yes, I won't let her succeed. Phoenix Queen said, after we settle the matter here, I'll let you help me remove the seal on the inherited memory. Xianxia was filled with curiosity towards the inheritance left behind by the universe law spirit to the Phoenix Queen. Now that the Phoenix Queen was willing to let him remove the seal, it meant that she had complete trust in him. Can I try it now? Xianxia asked. Now? The Phoenix Queen frowned, aren't we going to shatter Luo Shuang's formation now? Xianxia took out the divine mirror of primal beginning and said, I'll see if I can remove the seal on your inherited memories first. It'll be quick. Come. The Phoenix Queen nodded. Xianxia placed the divine mirror of primal beginning on top of her head and told her to relax her mind. Her soul did not release any resistance. Very quickly, old brother Taisher transmitted his voice to Xianxia. His voice was very serious. Xianxia, the seal on her soul is very powerful. Without absolute confidence, don't force it, otherwise it won't be good for her. What? Even old brother Taisher can't undo it? Xianxia was very alarmed. Of course I can undo it, but it will cause her great harm. In other words, only when she dies can the seal on this inherited memory be undone. Old brother Taisher said, to perfectly undo this seal, I need a very brilliant technique. I can't do it both ways right now. Xianxia took down the divine mirror of primal beginning. From his expression, the Phoenix Queen could already tell the result. I told you, it's very difficult to undo. The Phoenix Queen sighed, this is impossible to solve. I've tried many methods before but I don't have a single clue. It can be done, but it will cause you great harm. This seal and your soul are closely intertwined. Right now, there is no way to get the best of both worlds, but I will definitely find a way. Xianxia said. The Phoenix Queen was rather surprised and hurriedly asked, how much damage will it do to me? Looking at her reaction, it was obvious that she was willing to suffer a certain amount of damage to remove the seal. This was because it could make her stronger and allow her to fight against Luo Shuang and Xianxia, a goddess with a powerful background. It might cause your soul to dissipate, so I can't blindly try. Qin Yan shook his head and said, don't think about taking the risk. This is very dangerous. Even if it's risky, I still plan to try. The Phoenix Queen was actually very determined. No, the risk is great. I don't want you to die. Qin Yan shook his head repeatedly. Give me time, I'll think of a better way. The Phoenix Queen was very clear that her sealed inherited memories were very important. Even she dared to take the risk. However, Qin Yan did not allow her to do so. It meant that deep down in his heart, he did not covet her inherited memories. This gave Phoenix Queen a good impression. Alright, I'll wait for you. The Phoenix Queen looked at the outer wall of the giant ball and said, there are thousands of powerful warriors inside. Can the two of us handle them? Should we kill them or capture them alive? Qin Yan asked, this is your territory, you have the final say. If we don't, it'll be much easier. If we don't capture them, we'll kill them all. The Phoenix Queen's expression gradually turned cold. They attacked the Vermilion Bird treasured ground and caused many casualties to our Phoenix Kingdom and the Vermilion Bird tribe. They are invaders, and we cannot let them off lightly. Qin Yan had used the divine mirror of grand beginning to probe the interior of the giant ball. It was empty inside and there was a lot of space. Those people gathered and moved around in the giant sphere. They had already prepared to live in the giant sphere for a long time. In order to be absolutely hidden, they had completely cut off contact with the outside world. Only when something activated the giant sphere from the outside would they be able to contact the outside world again. Your Excellency, tell me your plan. How can I help? Although the Phoenix Queen was powerful, she still felt somewhat weak when facing the 3,000 powerful warriors of Tianga and the Great Luo Empire. I have a very powerful Sun Soul Divine Beast. I'll investigate clearly and see if she can absorb the energy of the 4 divine suns from the depths. If she can, I'll let her out. Qin Yan said, she will enter that narrow space and absorb the power of the 4 divine suns. She can spit out a few mouthfuls of fire and heavily injure those warriors. Then, I'll leave the rest to you. Qin Yan did not plan to fight on the stage himself. This kind of hard work could be left to a professional like the Phoenix Queen. The Phoenix Queen was indeed an expert in battle and also one of the more warlike ones. Otherwise, she would not have been able to become the queen. If I go fight, what about you? What if no one protects you? You should have brought Luo Shu and Luo Yaya. The Phoenix Queen said. This? I can protect myself. Qin Yan smiled and said, I am the Divine King, I have the ability to protect myself. That's good. The Phoenix Queen said. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and probed it. Old brother Taisher confirmed that he can draw the divine power of the 4 divine suns deep underground and then surround the huge ball. After Yang comes out, she will transform into the 9 heavens Vermilion Bird and can absorb the divine power of the 4 divine suns. Even if she can't, Yang, the 9 heavens Vermilion Bird, has a lot of power in the Vermilion Bird treasure land. This thing is not easy to enter. If we don't attack, it will be very difficult to enter quietly, right? The Phoenix Queen touched the outer wall of the huge ball. Qin Yan tried before and indeed, he couldn't enter using the mysterious penetration divine ability. Queen, can you break through this? Qin Yan asked. If the Phoenix Queen couldn't do it, then he would have to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal. I'll give it a try. The Phoenix Queen took a deep breath. Suddenly, energy surged from all around and frantically entered the armor wrapped around her body. Her domineering fire phoenix armor seems to be able to frantically absorb energy and gather the energy from the Vermilion Bird treasure land. Following that, she took out a large sword. The sword's body is frantically condensing energy. Qin Yan used the divine mirror of primal beginning to shine it and discovered that the divine universe power on the sword is as high as 2 million. Furthermore, it's an incomparably scorching divine universe power. With a light shout, she stabbed the sword into the outer wall of the huge ball in front of her, the large sword stabbed in heavily. The sword trembled and an intense and violent flame wave surged out, creating a large hole. The outer wall is very thick. Even if a hole was stabbed, it still wouldn't be pierced through. The Phoenix Queen continued to stab with her sword. Fortunately, the energy came from the Vermilion Bird treasure land, so her current consumption wasn't too great. After stabbing 10 times, she finally pierced through the outer wall of the huge ball and entered inside. After entering, the interior was very spacious. Even after accommodating 3,000 people, it still appeared very spacious. In the middle of the huge ball, there is a huge pillar with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Xianxia can tell with a glance that it is an array pillar. When the Phoenix Queen attacked the outer wall, it created quite a commotion. The warriors inside could naturally sense it. At the beginning, they weren't worried at all because they knew very well that the outer wall of the huge ball is very sturdy. It wouldn't be easy to break through it. Even if they pierced through it, they would only be able to create a very small entrance and wouldn't be able to create a huge hole. As long as they blocked the entrance, they would kill anyone who came in. However, when the Phoenix Queen stabbed with her sword, a powerful divine universe power erupted and directly killed the people guarding beside her. Mobile users, please visit. Phoenix Queen directly attacked. The great sword erupted with a wave of divine cosmos power, killing a few warriors guarding inside and bringing Xianxia into the huge sphere. After Xianxia saw the scene inside, a large group of armored warriors rushed over. There were a total of several hundred of them. The aura of divine cosmos power that erupted from their bodies was very terrifying, immediately suppressing Phoenix Queen's aura. Luo Shuang's lackeys, retreat for me. Phoenix Queen waved her sword and another powerful wave of divine cosmos power rippled out like a wave. Those several hundred warriors were immediately swept away by the sword energy wave. They flew over and in the blink of an eye, they were sent tumbling backwards by the surging sword energy wave. Phoenix Queen had just broken through the outer wall of the huge sphere and borrowed the power of the treasure land. This kind of method couldn't last for long. Every time she used it, she needed to rest for a period of time before she could use it again. Your Excellency God King, you can attack now. Phoenix Queen saw more than 1,000 warriors rushing over, her expression became slightly serious as she lightly shouted. Xianxia immediately let Xianxia fly out. Phoenix Queen quickly saw a very cute little girl wearing a red dress fly out. She was extremely alarmed and anxious. After all, she was a very young child. At this moment, she was completely stupefied and immediately let out a strange cry. From her point of view, Xianxia letting a little girl go out to block more than 1,000 powerful warriors was simply like striking a rock with an egg. After Xianxia flew out, her body suddenly flickered with a resplendent purple-gold flame. Following that, a bird cry came from that huge ball of flame. A huge purple-gold vermilion bird rushed out from that ball of scorching flame. It fiercely flapped its wings and shot out a burst of purple-gold lightning flame that swept towards the 1,000 warriors. On the vermilion bird's purple-gold wings, every purple-gold feather shot out purple-gold lightning flame that carried a dense divine cosmos purple sun power. Wherever it went, it was as if the divine cosmos purple sun had the power to destroy the world. 9th Heaven Vermilion Bird. Phoenix Queen was very shocked. She had heard before that Xianxia released the 9th Heaven Vermilion Bird under Nirvana City and easily defeated a powerful primordial ancient beast. She did not see it with her own eyes, so she did not know how strong this 9th Heaven Vermilion Bird was. In her opinion, no matter how strong the 9 Heavens Vermilion Bird was, it couldn't be that strong under the current circumstances. According to her understanding of the 9 Heavens Vermilion Bird, it wasn't a particularly powerful beast. What she doesn't know is that Xianxia is inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit all year round, absorbing the energy of many divine suns to cultivate. Especially inside the divine universe Purple Sun, she can often enter the core. Even now, during the great battle, Xianxia can still absorb the divine cosmos power of the 4 divine suns. In addition to Xianxia's 9 Sun Divine Soul's divine sun power, the divine cosmos power she can erupt with is extremely terrifying. Within this huge sphere, the 3,000 warriors have all moved out at this moment, leaving only a few dozen inscription masters who don't have much fighting strength left. Xianxia's fighting style was very simple. It was to continuously release powerful divine cosmos power, and then, through the technique she had mastered, she would explode the divine cosmos power in a very berserk state. The purple gold thunder flame she is releasing now is the power of the divine cosmos purple Sunday. The divine sun she has cultivated is not small. Now that it has exploded out, even if they have powerful equipment to protect their bodies, it would still be difficult for them to resist. In just a short moment, all the soldiers inside were seriously injured. Their armors didn't seem to be damaged, but the runes inside have been burned and damaged, causing the armor to be unable to insulate heat. Now they are all seriously injured by the burns. Yang, you can come back and rest. Qinyan lightly shouted. Yang doesn't seem to have had enough fun, but she still listened to Qinyan's words. She immediately turned into a little girl and flew to Qinyan's side. Qinyan pinched her little face and let her return to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. He told her to properly rest because he might need her to fight next. Phoenix Queen is completely relieved. She didn't expect that the mighty and powerful Nine Heavens Vermilion Bird was actually transformed by such a cute little girl. Queen, I'll leave the rest to you. Qinyan said. All right. Phoenix Queen can now rely on her own strength to kill the rest of the enemies. She handed over a magic mirror to Qinyan and asked him to record the following process. Then she tightly gripped the large sword in her hand and rushed over. The armors of nearly 3,000 Wangtian Pavilion and Great Luo Empire warriors are already damaged. The main reason is that the runes inside the equipment have been burned by the flames, causing them to lose effectiveness and their defense to drop. Plus, they are seriously injured and have already lost the ability to resist. After Phoenix Queen rushed over, it was as if she was cutting melons and vegetables. Shwa, she killed the group of warriors in batches without even blinking. Finally, those inscription masters were also killed by Phoenix Queen. She also knows that those inscription masters are very precious and have extremely high status, but she showed no mercy. Because when the Vermilion Bird treasured land was breached, the enemy inscription masters put in a lot of effort. Moreover, many inscription masters from the Vermilion Bird race and the Phoenix Kingdom also died in the chaos of war. She will never show mercy to these enemies. Queen, it will be hard on you next. There are still 19 of these things. Qinyan said. Before, Phoenix Queen thought that Qinyan would be the one doing the hard work, but now it seems that Qinyan is very relaxed. The main one fighting is Yang, and she is in charge of cleaning up. She also doesn't understand Qinyan. In the past, Qinyan liked those beauties to do hard work for him. Of course, Phoenix Queen is absolutely not dissatisfied with Qinyan. On the contrary, she is very grateful to Qinyan for giving her the opportunity to take revenge. Killing these enemies hiding in the Vermilion Bird treasured land can not only be used for revenge but also to ruthlessly provoke Luo Shuang. Setting up a formation under the Vermilion Bird treasured land is a big move. Wangtian Pavilion and Great Luo Empire must have mobilized a lot of manpower and dispatched all kinds of outstanding warriors and inscription masters to help Luo Shuang complete the formation. And now, Phoenix Queen personally killed these important resources and destroyed Luo Shuang's formation, which cost a lot of resources. What kind of reaction would Luo Shuang have? In short, Phoenix Queen can be considered to have vented her anger. In the next few days, a large number of enemies hiding in the Vermilion Bird treasured land were uncovered. The 20 giant balls deep underground were all destroyed by Qinyan and Phoenix Queen one by one. Luo Shuang's plan has been completely crushed. After Phoenix Queen and Qinyan came out from underground, she immediately used the magic mirror to transmit a large number of images. They are all images of her killing spree inside the giant balls. She wants Luo Shuang to know. In less than 3 days, Luo Shuang and the others will come again. Phoenix Queen said. The Dragon Turtle clan has also sent people over. Qinyan also wants to take advantage of this time to refine some Divine Sun nuclear bombs to welcome the Nine Heavens goddess Luo Shuang. It can be considered a greeting gift to her. Last time, Xianxia was bombarded and became a lot more well-behaved. She didn't even dare to take revenge. Qinyan also wants to bombard Luo Shuang a few times to make her behave in the God Desolate. The image released by the Phoenix Queen on the magic mirror shocked the entire God Desolate heavens. Luo Shuang's mighty attack on the Vermilion Bird treasure land was very beautiful. She caught the Vermilion Bird treasure land unprepared and left many people to hide in the Vermilion Bird treasure land. After that, Luo Shuang was very proud of herself. She said that the Vermilion Bird clan and Phoenix Kingdom inside the Vermilion Bird treasure land couldn't withstand a single blow from her. She even said that she had nothing better to do. Her tone was full of contempt towards the Phoenix Queen. She even said that the Phoenix Queen was a thing of the past. The Wang Tiange and Daluo Empire were willing to give her so many warriors because of her noble status. The second reason was that the Wang Tiange and Daluo Empire wanted to divide the Vermilion Bird treasure land. The Vermilion Bird treasure land was a very rare treasure land in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. There were only 4 such treasure lands in total. The White Tiger clan and the Vermilion Bird clan occupied 2 of them. The remaining 2 belonged to the Black Tortoise clan and the Azure Dragon clan. The 2 races had already formed ties with the 4 empires and many Grand Prime organizations. They had established complicated relationships with them. Therefore, the White Tiger treasure land and the Vermilion Bird treasure land were coveted by the 4 great empires and Taisher factions. The Taishan Star and Hualing Empire attacked the White Tiger treasure land and retreated in defeat. Luo Shuang led the Wang Tiange and Daluo Empire's armies to attack the Vermilion Bird treasure land. Now, it was obvious that they were defeated. It was very difficult to take down these 2 treasure lands. Luo Shuang saw the Phoenix Queen kill so many of the warriors she placed in the Vermilion Bird treasure land through the magic mirror. Her heart was filled with anger. What made her want to vomit blood the most was that the warriors and inscription masters inside the giant spheres were all killed. It should be known that the Daluo Empire and Wang Tiange spent a lot of money to create these giant spheres. They were rarely used and were mainly used to set up super formations. Now, they were all inside the Vermilion Bird treasure land. The worst part was that there were no self-destruct devices inside the giant spheres. Wasn't this the same as giving them to the enemy? The upper echelons of Wang Tiange and the Origin Luo Empire were on the verge of losing their minds. They submitted petitions to the Wang Tiange Pavilion Master and the Origin Luo Celestial Emperor, asking them to take action and punish Princess Luo Shuang. Luo Shuang had just emerged as the powerful princess of the Daluo Empire. She had the power to suppress the crown prince of the Daluo Empire. She had Wang Tiange as her backer and the Daluo Celestial Emperor's favor. At the same time, she was supported by the Daluo Celestial Emperor to fight against the crown prince. However, not long after, the Phoenix Queen poured a bucket of cold water on her, who was feeling proud of herself. In the depths of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, there was a huge city in the core bustling area. The city walls and the buildings in the city were all dazzling. This was the Great Luo Imperial City. The Great Luo Empire occupied 10 large treasure grounds within the Nine Sun Sacred Ground and had combined them to form a huge array formation. At the same time, the energy and resources of the 10 large-scale treasure lands were being transferred to the Imperial City, making the Imperial City even more prosperous. Luo Shuang stood on the roof of a tall building in this unimaginably majestic city. A super battleship was hovering above her. Luo Shuang's skin was very white, as if it was covered by a layer of frost. Although she was beautiful, her beauty was unreal. She was like a soulless, pale demoness. She was dressed in red battle armor and exuded a murderous aura. Just as she was about to fly onto the super warship, a handsome, tall man suddenly flew over. Luo Shuang, are you going to attack the Vermilion Bird treasure ground? This tall and arrogant man was the crown prince of the Daluo Empire. Although he looked arrogant, he was also very calm. He was not dressed extravagantly and was only wearing a very ordinary white robe. However, his aura was very noble. Crown Prince, this is my business. Luo Shuang said coldly. No matter what, you are still my sister. Although we haven't seen each other often, I still see you as family. The Daluo Crown Prince smiled openly and said gently, if you go just like that, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. Do you know why the Phoenix Queen suddenly became so fierce? You should know that she was jumping up and down anxiously before this. You have spies in the Vermilion Bird treasure ground? I said that this is my territory. What right do you have to spy on the Vermilion Bird treasure ground? Luo Shuang said angrily. Before the Vermilion Bird treasure ground is completely conquered, it doesn't belong to you. Of course I can spy on it. The Daluo Crown Prince smiled. Although the information I have is very limited, I can be sure that the Vermilion Bird race and the Phoenix Kingdom received Xianxia's secret help to find the warriors you planted. Luo Shuang said coldly, I'm not stupid. If you can think of it, I can naturally think of it too. Did you come here to warn me out of goodwill? Sister, I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage. Qin Yun is really not easy to deal with. You will definitely lose this time. The Daluo Crown Prince sighed. I have fought with Qin Yun a few times. To be honest, I did not gain any advantage. I don't believe that someone like you would think for me. Luo Shuang seemed to have calmed down a little. She understood the Daluo Crown Prince, Xianxia, and Hu Ling. They had not gained any advantage against Qin Yun. Now, Luo Shuang had suffered a great loss. We have a common enemy. Even if we are competitors, if there is a common interest, why can't we work together? The Daluo Crown Prince smiled. Sister, I have a plan. Although I can't guarantee that you can take down the Vermilion Bird treasure ground, there's no harm in listening. After all, the final decision is in your hands. Luo Shuang also knew that the Daluo Crown Prince was a wily old fox. She did not have much experience in dealing with Qin Yun. She understood the Phoenix Queen and was not afraid of the Vermilion Bird race. However, she did not know much about Qin Yun. Even if she knew Qin Yun very well, she did not know how terrifying he was without fighting him. Speak. Luo Shuang said. Be it the Wang Tianga or the Daluo Empire, the support they can provide you is very limited. Previously, when you attacked the Vermilion Bird treasure ground, you used up a lot of troops and resources. However, you still suffered heavy losses in the end. Under such circumstances, how much support do you think the Wang Tianga and the Empire will give you? With that said, the Daluo Crown Prince looked up at the supercruiser in the sky. Continue. Luo Shuang also understood that she had brought fewer troops to attack the Vermilion Bird treasure ground than before. There are many generals in the Empire who are unconvinced by you. Why don't you show weakness and let them fight first? That way, you can probe and exhaust the strength of the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. At the same time, you can see if Qin Yun is really in the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. If Qin Yun is really inside, I guarantee that those generals will not be able to attack. However, you were able to fight your way in. With this comparison, it proves that you are more brilliant than those old generals, said the Daluo Crown Prince. If they suffer heavy losses, the losses are the Empire's troops, said Luo Shuang with a frown. The Empire's military strength is beyond your imagination. Our Celestial the Archfather has built up a strong foundation over the years. I have yet to fully investigate it, said the Daluo Crown Prince softly. Luo Shuang immediately understood the Crown Prince's intentions. He wanted to use this opportunity to get the Celestial Emperor's most powerful generals to personally test whether Qin Yun was in the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. If Qin Yun was there, these generals would definitely not be able to breach the Vermilion Bird treasure ground's defenses. They would even suffer losses in the end. Our father, the Celestial Emperor, sometimes trusts these loyal subordinates who are not related to him by blood. Furthermore, in his eyes, we are not even comparable to his 4 kings and 10 generals. The Crown Prince of Daluo sighed. The 4 kings and 10 generals are indeed powerful. We only have a good background, but we are inferior to them in all aspects. If we want them to acknowledge us, we need to demonstrate great power. Luo Shuang said. The Crown Prince shook his head and whispered, if father suddenly passes away, do you think we can control the 4 kings and 10 generals, even if we have the support of the Imperial Heaven Pavilion and Hall of Supremacy? The 4 kings and 10 generals will not acknowledge us. Do you know why? Why? Luo Shuang asked. She did not understand these matters. Because the 4 kings and 10 generals can destroy the Imperial Heaven Pavilion and Hall of Supremacy together. Our father, the Celestial Emperor, has such a strong foundation. Although the troops he has given us seem to be very strong, they are not his regular army. The Crown Prince sighed. But the Imperial Heaven Pavilion and Hall of Supremacy have given us the most elite troops. Luo Shuang was shocked. In her opinion, any one of the Grand Prime forces from the Supreme Hall or the Imperial Heaven Pavilion should have been able to fend off the Daluo Empire. However, even when 2 Grand Prime forces worked together, they were still not the opponent of the 4 kings and 10 generals. Only father can control the 4 kings and 10 generals. I heard that the 4 kings and 10 generals signed a soul contract with Father to be eternally loyal to him, the Crown Prince said. Therefore, if we want to gain control of the 4 kings and 10 generals, we need to gain Father's recognition. Otherwise, we will have to weaken the 4 kings and 10 generals, or it will be disadvantageous to us in the future. Luo Shuang said coldly, Father is not dead yet and you are already thinking about this? Have you gone crazy thinking about becoming the Celestial Emperor? I just do not wish for the entire Daluo Empire to fall into the hands of others. Even if you become the Celestial Emperor, I will feel much better. The Crown Prince said. Brother Crown Prince, you said that Qin Yan is our common enemy and you want to join forces with me against him. Yet, you are not giving me any military support. You are only using words. Luo Shuang snorted. Father doesn't want to see us join forces. Previously, he supported Luo Shu to keep me in check. Now that Luo Shu has fallen, he sent you to keep me in check. If we join forces, you'll soon fall. I'm doing this for your own good. The Crown Prince of Origin Luo said. How strange. Why did Father only use his daughter to fight against you, the Crown Prince, and not support the other princes? Luo Shuang mocked, Crown Prince brother, aren't you thinking too much? He was also hinting to Luo Shuang that not only did the Celestial Emperor want her to keep the Crown Prince in check, but he also wanted the Wan Tiange behind her to keep the Hall of Paragon in check. I don't care what my father's motives are. He told me that I have a share in the Daluo Empire, so I must fight for it. You really do not plan on sending troops to help me now? It is not that I do not want to, but I dare not. The Crown Prince sighed. It does not matter if you listen to my suggestion or not. I will not be the one to lose anyway. I wish you success. The Crown Prince left after saying that. Luo Shuang had been thinking about whether she should take a step back and not rush to attack the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. There must have been external help for so many of her soldiers to appear in the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. No one knew what was going on inside. It was not wise to rush in and start a war. After some thought, she decided to do as the Crown Prince said and send one of the 4 kings and 10 generals to attack the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. She wanted to see if the 4 kings and 10 generals were as powerful as the rumors said. With Luo Shuang's status, she naturally could not summon the 4 kings and 10 generals. She could not even summon the subordinates of the 4 kings and 10 generals. She contacted the Celestial Emperor and said that she did not have enough troops. Phoenix Queen's provocation was equivalent to provoking the Empire. She hoped that the Empire would send an army to flatten the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. The Celestial Emperor agreed immediately. He would send a general to lead the army to the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. Qin Yan was in the Phoenix Queen's residence in Phoenix City. He released the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and quietly refined the Divine Sun nuclear bomb. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Divine King, I have urgent news. Qin Yan was surprised that Luo Yaya had come. Luo Shu was no longer a princess and had left the empire. However, her shadow pavilion was very good at gathering intelligence. It was said that she still had many spies in the empire. Come in. Qin Yan opened the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and let Luo Yaya in. Phoenix Queen was beside him. Luo Yaya had let her in. Where is Lady Luo Shu? Qin Yan asked. He was still controlling the pill-melting heavenly furnace to refine the Divine Sun nuclear bomb. She is cultivating in Nirvana City. I just received news that the Empire has sent one of the 4 kings and 10 generals to attack the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. 4 kings and 10 generals? Qin Yan asked doubtfully, are they very strong? Luo Yaya looked at Phoenix Queen. As a queen, she knew the strength of the 4 kings and 10 generals best. Very strong. The Celestial Emperor controls the strongest military force. They are still very mysterious. They fight the strongest barbarian tribes all year round and have entered the barbarian universe many times. Phoenix Queen said solemnly, Luo Shuang did not come personally. Instead, she sent the Celestial Emperor to mobilize the Empire's divine army. A general, is it his main body or an avatar? Qin Yan asked. He had no idea about the power of the 4 kings and 10 generals. According to the information I have, the weakest general among the 4 kings and 10 generals had enough military force to deal with our kingdom back in the day. Phoenix Queen said, "Your Excellency, we should focus on defense. There is no need to counterattack." If it was just defense, Qin Yun was very confident. But with his character, he wanted to test the strength of the Empire's divine army. They might not necessarily mobilize their strongest military force. Luo Yaya said, "If we counterattack and cause them to suffer losses, they will use their strongest power." Yaya, continue gathering information. I want to counterattack before they reach the Vermilion Bird treasured ground. I can't just sit and wait for death. Qin Yun said. Hearing that Qin Yun wanted to take the initiative to attack, Luo Yaya and Phoenix Queen were very shocked. This time, the opponent was not the Crown Prince, nor was it juniors like Luo Shu and Xianxia, but one of the 4 kings and 10 generals. Even the weakest one was very powerful. Your Excellency, this time you are facing the 4 kings and 10 generals. The Empire will not easily dispatch them. They are very difficult to deal with. I don't recommend you to do this. Phoenix Queen said, "Of course, if you really want to attack, my Phoenix Kingdom will do its best to help. Divine King, please make a careful decision." Luo Yaya also advised. The 4 kings and 10 generals are very strong, I will not look down on them. However, they will definitely look down on me. Even if they already know that I am very strong and have a killing weapon that can destroy a supergiant ship, they will still not put me in their eyes. This way, I can catch them off guard. Since they look down on me and this is the Empire's powerful and mysterious army, they will definitely not bring many troops for their first attack. Qin Yun already had a plan. That's right, the Empire's divine army is indeed very arrogant. However, once they go out to battle, they will become very serious and will definitely not let down their guard. This is their military style. Phoenix Queen said, no matter how arrogant they are, once they enter the battlefield, they will go all out and use their strongest power to fight. I know. As long as one fights with barbarians often, they will hone this kind of spirit. Qin Yun nodded and said, the heaven-opening race that returned from the barbarian universe is like this. Your Excellency God King, do you have any good plans? The Phoenix Queen asked. In her opinion, defense was the most stable thing right now. This is the first time this general is attacking the Vermilion Bird treasured land. He will definitely not use a supergiant ship. Qin Yun closed his eyes and thought for a moment. A truly proud and powerful person will definitely use the least amount of troops to win the most difficult victory. Then what will they do? Luo Yaya asked. Phoenix Queen was also very curious because she had only heard that the Empire's divine army was very strong but she had never seen it before. The reason why the army of the 4 kings and 10 generals is so strong is definitely not just because they have a large number of powerful warriors. Therefore, their strategy is likely to be to think of a way to infiltrate the Vermilion Bird treasured land and send an elite team to directly capture the Phoenix Queen and the Vermilion Bird Patriarch. Qin Yun said, it's very likely that the general's true body will personally lead a team here. The Phoenix Queen's complexion changed. If one of the 4 kings and 10 generals were to successfully sneak into the Vermilion Bird treasured ground, it would indeed pose a great threat to her. In Qin Yun's opinion, Xianxia, Luo Shuang, and Crown Prince Hualing had mobilized their armies to attack the enemy's strongest base. Even if they won on the opponent's home ground, it would be a difficult victory. The best way to take down a treasure land was to take down the master of the treasure land. Previously, when Supreme Palace went to the Human Snake treasure land, they used this method and it was very successful. However, because of Qin Yun's interference, their plan failed. Of course, the main target of the general they sent is me. There's no way the Great Luo Empire wouldn't know about such a major event happening in the heart of the moon. Qin Yun said, now that I've entered the 9 Sun sacred ground, I've crossed their bottom line. That's why the Great Luo Celestial Emperor sent his subordinates. Previously, when the 4 empires fought with Qin Yun, they weren't too serious, mainly because Qin Yun hadn't entered the 9 Sun sacred ground. If a godly king like Qin Yun kept moving around outside the 9 Sun sacred ground, the 4 empires and the Taisher factions could still tolerate it. At most, they would send some young people to cause trouble for Qin Yun and train them. Now that Qin Yun had entered the Nine Suns sacred ground and helped the Vermilion Bird treasured ground turn the tide, the empires had to pay attention to him. They had to send a signal to the outside world to tell the entire divine wilderness that the Nine Suns sacred ground didn't welcome a godly king like Qin Yun. A dignified godly king of the divine wilderness couldn't enter the core sacred ground of the divine wilderness. This would indeed greatly damage Qin Yun's prestige. Your Excellency, since we are allies, I hope you can tell me your plan. I'm really worried about you. Phoenix Queen could only agree with Qin Yun's actions. She didn't want Qin Yun to take risks. It could be said that Qin Yun was the order of the divine wilderness. As long as they, as allies, protected Qin Yun, he would be able to control the order of the divine wilderness through the myriad realms' divine suns. When that happened, the entire divine wilderness would be free from the control of evil forces and usher in true prosperity. There's no need for too many schemes to deal with a true expert. Qin Yun said, the 4 kings and 10 generals under the great Luo celestial emperor are definitely capable people who are brave and smart. In that case, I'll set it up and directly challenge that general. I'll fight with him and determine the outcome. Phoenix Queen and Luo Yaya looked at each other in shock. Qin Yun actually wanted to fight with that general? They all knew that Qin Yun was very strong. Firstly, Qin Yun had all kinds of equipment and tools. Secondly, Qin Yun had a powerful divine beast like the 9 heavens vermilion bird. Therefore, his overall strength was very terrifying. If he fought with his own strength, it would be very hard to say. After all, he was only in the 8th level of the divine space realm. I can defeat the general of the great Luo Empire. Qin Yun said. You can't. Phoenix Queen shook her head. The 4 kings and 10 generals' individual combat strength is extremely strong. Especially now, they have already become new humans. Their improvement in all aspects is even greater. Queen, I'll leave the matter of issuing the challenge to you. Qin Yun smiled and said, I still have things to do now. If there's any situation, you can come and tell me. Alright, now that things have come to this, I can only trust you. Phoenix Queen sighed. Yaya, pay attention to the movements of the great Luo Empire. Pay attention to their army. In my estimation, they shouldn't use their army, but we still have to be on guard. Qin Yun said. Yes. Luo Yaya nodded. After Phoenix Queen and Luo Yaya left, Qin Yun continued to refine the Divine Sun nuclear bomb. This was not to be used to fight the great Luo Empire's divine army but to deal with Luo Shuang. Even if Luo Shuang didn't come, he would find Luo Shuang and blast her a few times. He would let her know why flowers were so red. Phoenix Queen had just issued the challenge on the magic mirror and the general of the great Luo Empire immediately responded. He was willing to fight with Qin Yun and gave him 7 days to prepare. What frightened her was that the general of the great Luo Empire was actually near the Vermilion Bird treasure ground and they didn't even notice him. This meant that the general only brought a few people and was really preparing to sneak into the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. This was just as Qin Yun had guessed. The general of the great Luo Empire moved very quickly and quietly. Even the Crown Prince and Luo Shuang didn't know about the general's actions. They thought that the general would send out a large army to crush them. Mobile users, please visit. When Qin Yun learned that the other party had given him 7 days, he felt that something was amiss. From the looks of it, there was plenty of time for the other party to make a lot of preparations. When the time came, the battle would definitely take place outside of the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. If there were many people from the great Luo Empire and Wan Tiange lying in ambush, they would pose a great threat to Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun believed that a powerful and arrogant general would disdain to do such a thing. So why did he give him 7 days? If this general is very cunning, then agreeing to the challenge is equivalent to setting up a trap. So I have to be prepared for this. Even if he has a trap, I'm not afraid of him. If that's not the case, then he must have some other purpose for giving me 7 days. Qin Yun pondered over this matter in the 9 Suns heaven-raising pagoda. However, the other party had also said that the battlefield would be set up by Qin Yun. Therefore, even if the other party had set up any traps in advance, Qin Yun would have countermeasures. Qin Yun has already decided to use the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to set up a battlefield. By borrowing the power of the 4 divine suns, he can make the barrier even stronger. It will be impossible to attack from the outside. At that time, the All Heavens Dragon tribe would be lying in ambush nearby, and the Vermilion Bird tribe and the Phoenix Kingdom were also very powerful. Old brother Taisher, I should be able to grasp the heavenly runes in 7 days, right? Qinyan asked. It's enough for you to fight. Old brother Taisher said. Old brother Taisher has already thoroughly researched all kinds of Yu clan heavenly talismans. Now he wants to fuse them with all kinds of bloodline heavenly runes, as well as runes from the primordial civilization. Heavenly pattern characters were more difficult than those heavenly patterns, but they were more suitable for the God King Heaven Seal. I'll start learning now. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and asked old brother Taisher to pass the 3 heavenly rune characters to him. In the imperial city of the Daluo Empire, the Crown Prince of Great Luo sneaked to the building where Luo Shuang stayed and waited for her on the rooftop. Luo Shuang also wanted to find the Crown Prince of Daluo to ask about the situation. When she heard that there was someone on the rooftop, she immediately went there. Luo Shuang, father sent General Bingyang this time. Zenith Luo's Crown Prince said with a frown, General Bingyang actually wants to fight Qin Yun. How strong is General Bingyang? Luo Shuang asked, does he cultivate an ice sun? Yes, his ice sun is very strange. As for his strength, I heard that he's the weakest among the 4 kings and 10 generals, but he once defeated the 3rd-ranked general, but he's still only ranked 10th. Crown Prince de Luo shook his head and said, why did he agree to fight Qin Yun? Qin Yun is so cunning, he might set up a trap on the battlefield. He even gave Qin Yun 7 days. Is he worried that Qin Yun doesn't have enough time to set up the setup? Luo Shuang scolded, what's wrong with father? Was this the standard of his subordinates? Why doesn't General Bingyang directly lead the army into the Vermilion Bird treasure ground? In Luo Shuang's opinion, General Bingyang should have flattened the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. Only then would he be worthy of the reputation of the 4 kings and 10 generals. The Crown Prince said, General Bingyang should have his own plans. We just have to wait and see. It's best if he wins. If he loses to Qin Yun, then Wang Tiange will help me break through the Vermilion Bird treasure land with all his strength. This will prove that I am stronger than General Bingyang. When the time comes, the entire Daluo Empire will know that the 4 kings and 10 generals are nothing but an empty title. Luo Shuang said coldly. Even if General Bingyang loses, he is still one of the 4 kings and 10 generals. Father's generals are all truly capable. The Crown Prince could not figure out what General Bingyang was planning. The duel between Qin Yun and General Bingyang naturally attracted the attention of the other empires and Taisher factions. In particular, the other empires wanted to see the strength of the 4 kings and 10 generals of the Daluo Empire. This was also a good opportunity for the other 3 empires to gather intelligence. When Xianxia heard the news, she immediately rushed to the Vermilion Bird treasure land. She had suffered at Qin Yun's hands before, so now she wanted to see how strong Qin Yun was. In just a short day, the entire 9 Sun sacred ground was stirred up. Qin Yun, a godly monarch, had personally participated in the duel. This was because, according to the current intelligence, he was only at the 8th level of the divine space realm. His strength mainly came from the godly monarch heavenly seal, the bloodline heavenly pattern box, and some of the artifacts given to him by the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. As for his own strength, it was rumored that he was not very strong. Qin Yun also knew that this duel would definitely attract attention. This was what he hoped for, because he wanted to attract the attention of the 9 Sun sacred ground with this kind of momentum. He wanted all the factions in the 9 Sun sacred ground to know how powerful he, a godly monarch, was. Luo Shu and Phoenix Queen were outside the 9 Sun sky-raising pagoda. His thoughts are really hard to guess. Although General Bingyang is the weakest among the 4 kings and 10 generals, this is only because he has the weakest military strength. His own strength is not weak, Luo Shu said. Luo Shu said. When she heard the news, she immediately rushed over. Why did General Bingyang give 7 days? Isn't this too much time? Phoenix Queen said, Luo Shu, how much do you know about General Bingyang? I only know that he is very honest. This is what my father told me. He gave your excellency 7 days, so he shouldn't have too many other intentions. Instead, it means that he is very serious about this duel. Luo Shu appeared very worried. I hope that your excellency can make sufficient preparations. Time passed very quickly. There was only 1 day left before the duel. Outside the Vermilion Bird treasure land, all kinds of large flying ships were floating. They all came from various factions. This made the Vermilion Bird Patriarch and Phoenix Queen even more worried. Because even if Qin Yun won, he might be besieged by many factions. Fortunately, the Dragon Turtle tribe of the All Heavens dragon race had dispatched a large number of experts to protect Qin Yun. Qin Yun also came out of the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda today and quietly left the Vermilion Bird treasure land. He released 9 huge dragon altars outside and set up the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. He was not afraid of those flying ships at all. In his eyes, those things were like paper. After the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation was set up, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. They knew that this was the battlefield that Qin Yun had set up. In the past few days, other than mastering the 3 important heavenly rune characters, Qin Yun had also made other preparations. He had refined 30 divine sun nuclear bombs. And the main purpose was to deal with Luo Shuang. He knew that Luo Shuang would definitely come and she would hide in the deep sky with a super huge ship. Once General Bingyang lost, Luo Shuang would excitedly attack the Vermilion Bird treasure land. This way, it would show that she was stronger than General Bingyang. 9 Sun Sacred Land is really a good place. Qin Yun stood in the middle of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and looked at the myriad realms divine Sunday inside the sacred land. He could feel even more divine sun energy. His duel with General Bingyang was to let the factions inside the sacred land know that he, Qin Yun, would one day control the entire sacred land. The empires and Taisher forces within the 9 Sun sacred ground, as well as many kingdoms, were gradually transforming their bloodlines and producing more and more new beginning humans. The magic mirror was under their control. After they announced the news on the magic mirror, the divine wilderness quickly learned of it. This caused great panic among the races outside the 9 Sun sacred ground. No one had a rough understanding of how strong the new beginning humans were. Now, Qin Yun, the divine king of the divine wilderness, was recognized as the strongest person outside the sacred ground. He challenged General Bingyang, one of the 4 kings and 10 generals of the Daluo Empire, who was also a new beginning humans. If Qin Yun lost, it would be a great blow to everyone outside the sacred ground. It would make them fear the new beginning humans from the bottom of their hearts. The reason why General Bingyang accepted the challenge was to defeat Qin Yun, the divine king, in public and completely shatter the legend of the divine king of the divine wilderness. It could be said that Qin Yun, the divine king, was the hope of all the powerful races outside the sacred ground. As long as Qin Yun was alive, the divine wilderness had hope of breaking free from the rule of the empires and Taisher forces. The 4 empires and many Taisher forces had previously pressured everyone to the point of suffocation. Now that they had transformed into new beginning humans, a universe god race had appeared. Without Qin Yun, everyone would be in complete despair, therefore, this battle could be said to be a battle of hope. Qin Yun wanted to give hope to the powerful races outside the sacred ground. Otherwise, once they lost hope, they might act recklessly outside the sacred ground or even lose. Their fighting spirit, the powerful races outside the sacred ground were regarded as trial targets by the major forces inside the sacred ground. They were used as training tools. Relying on their powerful strength, they wantonly slaughtered the races outside the sacred ground. This was completely out of order. 7 days had passed. Qin Yun was already waiting for General Bingyang in the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation covered a large area, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. This battlefield was not small. At noon, General Bingyang arrived. General Bingyang looked very young. He was a tall and thin man with hair that reached his shoulders. He wore a white robe, and his handsome face was filled with coldness. His eyes flickered with white light from time to time, and his body had a very strange cold aura. When he descended from the sky, the people outside the battlefield were in an uproar. Because very few people had seen the 4 kings and 10 generals, General Bingyang looked completely different from what they had imagined. Furthermore, General Bingyang wasn't wearing any battle armor. Qin Yun's attire is also very ordinary. He is wearing a blue inscription master robe. His skin is slightly dark and his face is masculine and handsome. In comparison, he looks a bit older than General Bing Yang. This battle is very important to Deluo Empire. Moreover, Deluo Empire believes that they will definitely win. Therefore, they will broadcast the battle live on the magic mirror. This way, more people will be able to witness Deluo Empire's general defeating Qin Yun, God King. At the same time, it would also let the powerful races outside the Nine Suns sacred ground see how the godly king they revered would be defeated. It would let them know how vulnerable the strongest cultivators outside the sacred ground were in front of the empire's general. After General Bing Yang arrived, he closed his eyes and did not say a word. He also did not say that he wanted to start a war. He didn't even look at Qin Yun seriously. He took out the magic mirror and seemed to be contacting someone. Qin Yun is also very quiet at that moment. He also took out the divine mirror of primordial beginning to probe General Bing Yang's strength. However, the divine mirror of primordial beginning could not detect anything. Luo Shuang and Deluo's crown prince also arrived. They are very close to each other, floating in the air above the battlefield enveloped by the 9-dragon heavenly origin array. Luo Shuang, General Bing Yang will definitely win this battle. Deluo's crown prince said, according to the latest information I have, General Bing Yang will be conferred the title of our Deluo Empire's 5th king. In any case, I am prepared for General Bing Yang to lose. Once he loses, I will immediately attack the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. Wang Tiange will help me attack. According to Wang Tiange's information, Qin Yun is rather strange. He won't be that easy to defeat. Luo Shuang still hoped that General Bing Yang would lose. That way, she can show off her skills. She naturally knew that the 4 kings and 10 generals were very arrogant and looked down on the children of a celestial arch. Therefore, she wanted to prove it to them. If General Bing Yang loses, then the 4 Empire's celestial thearchs will re-evaluate Qin Yun's strength. When that time comes, dealing with Qin Yun will no longer be a matter of you or me. Instead, it will be the Empire's powerful forces that will attack. Deluo's crown prince said. Regardless of whether Qin Yun wins today, his outcome will be the same. Humph. Luo Shuang snorted in dissatisfaction. She still wanted to defeat Qin Yun's alliance. Because she knew that Qin Yun was helping Luo Shu, which brought her a lot of threat. Phoenix Queen is also leading a group of powerful warriors to support Qin Yun. She looked around and thought, Yu Shangyun actually didn't come. Her man is fighting with someone else, she should be there. She immediately used the spatial sound transmission formation that Qin Yun gave her to contact Yu Shangyun and told her about this matter. Yu Shangyun, who is in the divine moon of the heavens, already knew about this matter. She gave Phoenix Queen a very certain reply, he will win, I don't need to go. General Bing Yang suddenly opened his eyes and put away his magic mirror. He said to Qin Yun, I won't use weapons in this battle but you can use them. I allow you to use them. He purposely made his voice very loud, everyone burst into an uproar. The moment General Bing Yang opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that the weapons in Qin Yun's hands are all very powerful. You are really confident. Qin Yun said with a smile, since that's the case, I won't be polite. He took out the 9-sun divine hammer, put on the sky crown hat and the heaven-trampling divine boots. Then he said, my equipment is not limited to these. Wait for the battle, I'll do my best to let you experience them. Everyone can completely understand Qin Yun. After all, he is facing an expert. If he can take advantage of them, he will not let them go. No matter how strong your equipment is, it's all futile. After General Bing Yang finished speaking, the entire battlefield suddenly became filled with cold air. In the blink of an eye, the ground of the battlefield with a radius of several tens of thousands of meters suddenly turned snow-white and condensed into a thick layer of ice. The most frightening thing is that the cold air emitted by this ice is very cold and at the same time, it is scorching hot like a flame. It is very strange. At the moment when everyone was shocked, a divine sun that emitted white cold air appeared above General Bing Yang's head. This divine sun is like a giant ball of ice and frost. It suddenly appeared and directly smashed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun is completely shocked. This Bing Yang is extremely terrifying. Previously, when he was at the Moon Heart, he had faced many experts who cultivated divine Sunday. Among them were even Cosmos God race people. However, their divine son did not give Qin Yun any pressure. And this ice sun in front of him has an indescribable strange power. When it enveloped him, the divine cosmos power within Qin Yun's body, even his energy body and imperial heaven heart were frozen. At the same time, he felt a heart-wrenching burning pain. The enormous ice sun landed on the ground and engulfed Qin Yun. Soon after, everyone could see that the layer of ice outside the ice sun gradually became transparent. There is a very small figure inside, it is Qin Yun. The moment General Ice Sun attacked, he instantly subdued Qin Yun and trapped him within the powerful ice sundae. Everyone could see that Qin Yun was motionless within the ice sun. He was likely frozen and unable to move. Over the past few days, various factions had been frantically trying to gather information on General Ice Sundae. They wanted to know how strong he was and what made him so strong. However, they had only heard that his ice sun was extremely powerful. The strongest expert outside of the Nine Suns' sacred ground, the godly monarch of the divine wilderness, had been taken down by General Ice Sun the moment the battle began. Wasn't the difference in strength too great? Even the crown prince of Zenith Luo and Luo Shuang, the sons and daughters of the celestial arch, found it unbelievable. It was truly terrifying that their celestial arch-father had more than 10 such powerful people under his command. Although Qin Yun had been instantly sealed within the ice sun, the experts present did not laugh at him in their hearts. That was because if they were in his shoes, they would probably end up the same way. However, most of the experts in the sacred ground were happy to see Qin Yun suffer a setback. Qin Yun was the godly monarch of the divine wilderness. It could be said that he represented the Nine Suns' Dharma spirit to maintain order in the divine wilderness. As long as the experts in the sacred ground did not interfere with the interests of other major factions, they could do whatever they wanted in the divine wilderness. Outside the Nine Suns' sacred ground, they viewed the various races outside as ants that could be killed at will. They enjoyed this feeling of freedom. Dragon Turtle King, should we attack? Long Shu asked. Dragon Turtle King was the former Dragon Turtle clan leader. The Dragon Turtle race was now a tribe of the All Heavens dragon race, and the clan leader was conferred the title of King of the All Heavens dragon race. Not for now. The godly monarch's strength is not limited to this. Dragon Turtle King was very calm. Phoenix Queen was very nervous, but she could only maintain her composure on the surface. She was already prepared to have the Phoenix army surround the entire battlefield at any time. Luo Shu also secretly instructed Luo Yaya to instruct the various commanders of Luo Shu's army to prepare for battle. Luo Shuang, your previous preparations were really futile. The Crown Prince of Zenith Luo let out a long sigh. What a pity that we did not get rid of Qin Yun. What a great opportunity it would have been to make a name for ourselves. Wasn't it your idea? Luo Shuang sneered. I still hope that Qin Yun can win. I still can't be sure if Qin Yun is dead or not. As long as I can't be sure, he has a chance of winning. Then, my preparations won't be in vain. The Crown Prince of Daluo could only shake his head. General Bing Yang looked at the figure inside the huge ice sun, his voice cold and emotionless. It was Sky Emperor who made me agree to fight with you. I am also here to capture you in the name of Sky Emperor. Qin Yun, you should now know how insignificant you are in front of the Empire's power, right? Of course, Qin Yun could not answer him because he was sealed in ice. The surface of the ice sun flickered with very profound and complex runes from time to time. It is very clear that the ice sun has been carved with formidable heavenly runes. General Bing Yang's voice suddenly became louder as he shouted, from today onwards, there will be no more god kings in the divine wilderness. There are no more god kings in the divine wilderness. As a godly monarch, Qin Yun had won many battles against many parties. Even if he lost once and had no choice but to retreat, he still made the other party feel extremely uncomfortable. During this period of time, Qin Yun has become the focal point of the entire divine desolate. It is very difficult to not know of his existence. As for the strongest powers of the four empires, they did not make a move. They even intentionally or unintentionally let their juniors fight Qin Yun. They clearly knew that Qin Yun is very strong, but they still let their juniors go. It seems like they want the juniors to lose to Qin Yun. In this way, when the empires make a move, they can show off their hidden formidable strength. At the same time, they want to trample Qin Yun to the ground when Qin Yun's prestige is at its peak. Then the powerful clans that followed Qin Yun in the divine wilderness will feel even more despair. They will thoroughly feel the strength of the empires. At this moment, the patriarchs of the powerful clans that came to watch the battle from outside the sacred land all feel despair in their hearts. However, they looked at Qin Yun inside the ice sun and felt extremely unwilling. They followed Qin Yun and acknowledged him as a god king. These days, the Myriad Realms Divine Court has indeed helped these powerful clans resist the powerful enemies in the sacred land. They even gave them a lot of convenience and helped them build teleportation arrays. However, they only needed to pay some Divine Universe Golden Stones to the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Those Divine Universe Golden Stones are nothing to these powerful clans. They regarded Qin Yun as the hope of the divine wilderness, but they did nothing. Hundreds of patriarchs clenched their fists tightly at this moment. They suddenly realized that Qin Yun did not help these powerful clans to let them live carefreely. Instead, he helped them to unite their strength and stimulate their hidden strength and courage. Only by working together could they resist the powerful new humans. In front of the empire, everyone is an ant. General Ice Sun said coldly. Qin Yun, from today onwards, you will become a prisoner of the Daluo Empire. God King, we are with you. Suddenly, one of the patriarchs shouted. Then, hundreds of patriarchs madly released the divine universe power in their bodies. In an instant, a mighty wave of divine universe power enveloped the battlefield. Qin Yun is their hope. He wants to save their hope. Seeing this, Dragon Turtle King's expression changed slightly. Although he is somewhat excited, he also knows that what they are doing is very dangerous. Because there are many powerful clans and Taisher forces in the sacred land near the battlefield. Although there are not many people, it is enough for the patriarchs outside the sacred land. Dragon Emperor, Phoenix Queen, Vermilion Bird Patriarch, White Tiger Patriarch, Exotic Cat King, Nine Dragon King, we can act now. Not to save the God King, but to go to the patriarch's side. Dragon Turtle King said. Seeing this group of patriarchs from outside the sacred land suddenly show their power, the big shots in the sacred land sneered in their hearts. Their eyes were full of contempt. I, the Crown Prince of the Hualing Empire, am enough to kill you ants. Why didn't you wait outside for us to find you for training? You came in here obediently to die. Crown Prince Hualing's voice was full of arrogance. Then, hundreds of soldiers rushed over. At this time, Dragon Turtle King, Long Shu, White Tiger Patriarch and other experts also rushed over. The White Tiger Tribe and the Vermilion Bird Tribe are both powerful clans in the sacred land. Their power is very terrifying. Just by going over, the hundreds of soldiers of the Hualing Empire had to disperse and retreat. The battle between the God King and General Ice Sun is not over yet. Dragon Turtle King said loudly. Wait until General Ice Sun completely defeats the God King. It is not too late for you to make a decision. Outside the battlefield, it suddenly became quiet. Yes, the battle is not over yet. Crown Prince Hualing, I was originally the patriarch of the Dragon Turtle tribe outside the sacred land. Now, I am the Dragon Turtle King of the All Heavens Dragon tribe. When the battle between the God King and General Ice Sun is over, please stay. When Dragon Turtle King said this, a faint smile suddenly appeared on his kind old face. The little dragon turtles of my Dragon Turtle tribe have metamorphosed in Nirvana City. I want to find you for training. Please give me some face and don't run away later. The latest chapter of the Nine Sun Divine King, the dragon race was the strongest race outside the Holy Land and the Dragon Turtle tribe was the king of the dragon race. The Dragon Turtle King naturally had to stand up for Crown Prince Hualing when he looked down on the strong races outside the Holy Land. Since Crown Prince Hualing had looked down on the strong races outside the Holy Land, the Dragon Turtle King naturally had to step forward. Previously, it had always been the forces inside the Holy Land who used the Holy Land as a training ground. But now, the Dragon Turtle King wanted to use them to practice. This was a very strong provocation. Wait until your Divine King survives. Crown Prince Hualing sneered, Qin Yun will be finished soon. Let's see how you will jump then. Crown Prince Hualing also hated Qin Yun very much. He had an avatar who went to find Qin Yun and was later killed. Miserably. Although it was Phoenix Queen who did it, he still vented his anger on Qin Yun. General Bing Yang was not disturbed by the outside. He was still very focused on dealing with Qin Yun. Everyone just saw him standing there without exerting much strength. In fact, he was constantly strengthening the power of the Ice Sun. Only General Bing Yang could feel that Qin Yun was exerting his strength. Qin Yun was not completely frozen by the Ice Sun at once, which surprised General Bing Yang. He thought that he would be able to take down Qin Yun soon. But now, if he could not completely freeze Qin Yun, he might be able to break out. Qin Yun, who was inside the Ice Sun, was still in a very good state. He was continuing to strengthen his flame. The ice inside the Ice Sun also needed a very special flame to restrain it. After all, this ice was condensed from the Divine Sun. Ordinary flames could not melt it. This ice was not afraid of heat. Qin Yun had tried before, but the flame of the Nether Sun was not enough. He needed the Nether Sun to fuse with the white Divine Sun fire. After the black and white flames fused, they were translucent and could not be seen from the outside. Only General Bing Yang could feel that the ice inside his Divine Sun was melting. Even if he kept strengthening the power of the Ice Sun, Qin Yun could still melt it. At this moment, the two sides were secretly competing and entered a battle of consumption. This was something that outsiders could not see. Qin Yun was not afraid of consumption. He could absorb the Divine Universe Golden Stone through the Divine King Heavenly Seal to replenish his Divine Universe power or draw out the Divine Sun power of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. One had to know that Qin Yun had amassed nearly 20 trillion Divine Universe Goldstones. Although a large portion of it was going to be used to establish the Myriad World's Divine Court, he could still use it if he needed it urgently. Qin Yun, that fellow should have 2 Ice Suns. He is only releasing the weakest one now. Old brother Taisher said. 2 Ice Suns? They have 2 Divine Suns in their bodies? Qin Yun was alarmed. My guess is that after they introduced the barbarian bloodline, their bodies evolved, and 2 divine universes appeared in their bodies. These empire generals have a lot of resources, so they can cultivate the second Divine Sun in the first place. Old brother Taisher said, however, they are extremely weak. At most, he can only cultivate 2 or 3 Divine Suns. Qin Yun has the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. In theory, he can cultivate 9 Super Divine Suns. The human body had its limits. It was unable to accommodate a large Divine Sun, so one could only cultivate this kind of small Divine Sunday. But Qin Yun is different. He has a very complicated heart of Imperial Heaven. Together with the Divine King Heavenly Seal, he can fuse an energy body into his body. The energy body is the evolved form of the super-large Nether Sunday. It is very terrifying. In the future, if Qin Yun wants to release the power of the energy body, he can only use external force. For example, through the 9 Sun Divine Spirit or the Divine King Heavenly Seal. If he released too much energy through his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy has 2 Ice Suns. I will slowly exhaust him and let him release the second Ice Sun. Once I consume the power of his 2 Divine Suns, he can only let me beat him flat. Qin Yun releasing flames to melt the Ice Sun's ice is only on the surface. At the same time, he is secretly mobilizing the 9 Sun Divine Spirit Nether Sun Pearl's Nether Sun to devour the Ice Sun's power. With Qin Yun's own Nether Sun, it is indeed unable to devour General Ice Sun's Divine Universe power because the disparity is too great. However, the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's Nether Sun is different. It is an authentic Nether Sun and it has already been raised by Qin Yun. General Ice Sun was very calm before, but now he sensed something strange. He can't help but be secretly alarmed because Qin Yun's upper limit of Divine Universe power has already exceeded his estimation. After all, Qin Yun is only at the 8th level of the Divine Space Realm. Qin Yun guessed that General Ice Sun's upper limit of Divine Universe power is around 700,000 to 800,000. After all, he has 2 Ice Suns and the Divine Universe power is stored inside the Divine Sun. Moreover, when he releases the Divine Sun, his recovery speed is even faster. Even if his recovery speed is very fast, it can't keep up with the consumption. Because Qin Yun has melted and devoured too much Divine Universe power. General Ice Sun can only continue to exhaust Qin Yun's Divine Universe power. Qin Yun has the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, Imperial Heaven Heart and Energy Body. he also has the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Dealing with an expert of General Ice Sun's level is not a problem. Of course, if he were to face two people of this level at the same time, he would not be their match. At this moment, the spectators burst into an uproar, because inside the huge and transparent Ice Sun, the small figure moved. Qin can move, it means that he is not completely sealed in ice. The Ice Sun is now becoming bigger and bigger. From afar, Qin looks like a black dot inside the Ice Sun. If one doesn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see him. General Ice Sun is feeling more and more strenuous. However, he still believes that Qin's divine universe power will definitely be exhausted. He is betting everything to capture Qin. After all, he said a lot of arrogant words before. He said that there are no more divine kings in the divine desolate and even said that he would capture Qin. If he can't do it, even if he wins this battle, it would be a loss of face for him. Qin is now sure that in the divine desolate, his individual combat strength is very strong. Very few people can match him. Only the heavenly emperors of the four great empires, or the clan emperors of the cosmos god race, or the strongest new humans of the barbarian race camp can pose a threat to him. Qin is confident that he can defeat General Ice Sun in front of him. Those with good eyesight can see that the black dot inside the Ice Sun floating in the air is falling down bit by bit. Qin's entire body released the flames formed by the fusion of Nether Sun and White Sun, quickly melting the ice around him. This will allow him to fall down and escape from the Ice Sun. General Ice Sun's expression is grave. He said coldly, "Qin, you are destined to be the loser today." As his voice fell, a strong light suddenly flashed. A threatening cold air penetrated through the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. The entire battlefield is covered in ice and frost. In the blink of an eye, another huge Ice Sun appeared, double Ice Sun. Everyone is immediately alarmed. It is already very rare to cultivate one divine sun, but this General Ice Sun actually has two. What is even more frightening is that the two Ice Suns suddenly fused together. Qin, who was still falling down, is now sealed in ice again. He is unable to continue melting the ice around him. Qin is not surprised at all because he already knew that the other party has two Ice Suns. This is exactly what I want. Only by defeating you in this situation can I prove that I am stronger than you. Qin is secretly delighted. The moment the two Ice Suns fused, the terrifying ice-cold divine universe power broke through the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation and rushed outside, causing the barrier of the Vermilion Bird treasure land to be covered in frost for several li. The most frightening thing is that although it is very cold, after the coldness seeped into the bones, there was a very strange burning feeling, as if the soul was being burned. Even though they were so far away from the battlefield, everyone was affected by the aura of the Ice Suns and felt uncomfortable cold, let alone getting close. Qin was sealed in the center of the Ice Suns, but he did not die. He could still move. His endurance shocked everyone present. Most of the people who came to watch the battle were big shots. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine space realm. They knew very well how terrifying General Bingyang was, but they were even more shocked by Qin's strength. To be able to survive after being sealed in the center of the Ice Suns, just based on this point, it was not something they could compare with. All the experts present felt that if they were sealed in the center of the Ice Suns, even if they did not die, they would only be able to live on. In fact, the situation in the center of the Ice Suns was more frightening than everyone imagined. Because not only was there a powerful divine universe power attacking from all directions, there was also a wave of mental power attacking Qin's soul. Fortunately, Qin was wearing the sky hat. The mental power attacking him was dispersed and swallowed by the sky hat. It did not affect him at all. General Bingyang was not only consuming the power of the Ice Suns, he had also consumed a lot of mental power. At this point, he had no choice but to secretly use energy storage equipment to replenish his consumption. He already had a sense of crisis. He felt that if he consumed too much energy, it would be very dangerous. Qin would launch a fierce attack on him. This was a kind of intuition that came from his instinct, and it was also because of this intuition that he could live for so long. Therefore, he had to ensure that he had enough energy at all times. Only in this way could he deal with everything in the most dangerous moment. This guy is secretly replenishing his consumption. It seems that he has already sensed danger. Qin Yan said in his heart, it will be difficult to kill him here, but defeating him should not be a problem. Crown Prince of Great Luo suddenly said from afar, General Bing Yang, Qin Yan cultivates the Nether Sun. He might be devouring the energy of your Ice Sun right now. He was reminding General Bing Yang and expressing goodwill to him in order to gain the favor of these generals. You don't have to tell me, I already know. General Bing Yang replied coldly. He was secretly enraged because the Crown Prince of Great Luo could tell that he was in a precarious situation. As a proud person, he would never allow himself to be defeated by Qin Yan, much less in front of the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo. This was because he had always looked down on the Crown Prince of Origin Luo and any of the Origin Luo Celestial Emperor's children. It wasn't just him, the 4 kings and 10 generals were the same. So what if Qin Yan has Nether Sun? His Nether Sun is too weak, while General Bing Yang has 2 Ice Suns. One of the Ice Suns was cultivated a long time ago and accompanied General Bing Yang for many years. An old man from Supreme Palace said. Crown Prince of Great Luo only shook his head. Previously, he was rather confident in General Bing Yang. But now, he realized that Qin Yan was not that easy to kill. I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be leaving first. The Crown Prince of Origin Luo said to Luo Shuang, are you coming? I'm not leaving. Luo Shuang snorted. Are you afraid that Qin Yan will kill you if he wins? Of course not. I'm going back to cultivate. In this day and age, if I don't cultivate a powerful little divine sun in my body, I won't be able to survive. The Crown Prince of Origin Luo sighed. My little divine sun is too weak. I'm going back to cultivate. The Crown Prince of Origin Luo was truly afraid of being killed by Qin Yan. From the moment General Bing Yang released the second Ice Sun, he began to feel uneasy. Qin Yan hated him very much because he had once spoken disrespectfully to Xiao Yuan and the other 9 sons' divine ladies. Once his true body fell into Qin Yan's hands, he would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, he decided to flee. Before leaving, the Crown Prince of Origin Luo glanced at Crown Prince Hualing from afar. He felt that this was the last time he would see Crown Prince Hualing. This time, Crown Prince Hualing had come personally. If he was killed, there would be no turning back. Qin Yan did not hear the Crown Prince's voice when he was in the Ice Sun. However, he knew that the Crown Prince would come. He did not expect to be able to kill the Crown Prince of Origin Luo this time. He originally planned to wait until he was strong enough to enter the Imperial City of Origin Luo and kill the Crown Prince of Origin Luo in the Imperial City. Then, he would cause great damage to the Imperial City. Only then would he be able to shake the entire 9 Sun sacred ground. After fighting with General Bing Yang, Qin Yan roughly knew the strength of the top experts in the Origin Luo Empire. This gave him greater confidence in assassinating the Crown Prince of Origin Luo in the future. General Bing Yang also knew a lot about Qin Yan. Even though he was very arrogant, when facing an enemy, he would deal with them very seriously. Therefore, he had previously gathered a lot of information about Qin Yan. He knew that Qin Yan had a Nether Sunday. However, he believed that Qin Yan's Nether Sun could not devour the power released by his Ice Sunday. He had tested this before and found a relatively larger Nether Sun to practice. However, now that he was in this situation, he knew that he did not know enough about Qin Yan. However, not long after, the divine power that General Bing Yang had just replenished was greatly depleted. If this continued, he would only be completely depleted and could only retreat in defeat. Everyone saw the small black dot in the huge Ice Sun move again. Qin Yan began to fall again. The double Ice Sun was unable to trap Qin Yan. General Bing Yang's expression became incomparably grave. He suddenly let out a loud shout and unexpectedly withdrew the Ice Sun. Qin Yan felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. He still planned to continue devouring the Ice Sun. This way, he could easily defeat General Bing Yang. General Bing Yang is not stupid. He already understood Qin Yan's intention. If this continued, he would really lose. It would be better to conserve his strength and directly fight Qin Yan. Seeing the double Ice Sun being withdrawn and Qin Yan appearing safe and sound, everyone is secretly shocked. Being sealed in the center by such a powerful double Ice Sun and all kinds of attacks, it is as if he is completely fine. Most of the people outside the sacred land who were watching the battle with the magic mirror cheered at this moment. Their divine king is fine, he is still fine. On the contrary, General Bingyang no longer has that kind of arrogant majesty from before. Release your nether son. General Bingyang coldly shouted. He wanted to personally see how strong Qin Yan's nether son is. I don't need to release my nether son to fight you, Qin Yan indifferently said. However, when everyone heard this, they felt that it is very arrogant. Facing General Bingyang, he actually did not need to release his most powerful nether son. Good, you are indeed as arrogant as the legends say. General Bingyang said with sneer, originally, I only planned to capture you and bring you back, but now I can only kill you. Qin Yan's eyes suddenly turned deep blue and then shot out two intense light beams. This is the blood-soul power formed from the convergence of very strong mental power and divine cosmos power. He is carving characters, heavenly rune characters. This is the first time he is using heavenly rune characters to fight. Old brother Taisher said that using heavenly rune characters to fight, the might is very great and the consumption is also very great. Mobile users please visit General Bing. Yang still kept his promise. Before the battle started, he said that Qin Yan could use equipment but he himself wouldn't. Actually, he felt that at their cultivation level, unless it is very powerful equipment, it won't be very useful in battle. Only the great Luo Heavenly Emperor and the four kings have equipment that can be useful to people at their level. As for what kind of effect it will have, he himself doesn't know. Although Qin Yan is holding the 9-Sun Divine Hammer, he still hasn't used it. Now is not the time to use it. He is still carving heavenly rune characters. Others only think that he is carving ordinary runes in the void to fight. Everyone knows that he is an inscription master. Now that he is using runes to fight, no one finds it strange. Only a few people can see that the runes Qin Yan is carving are not simple. They are very different from the runes they have seen before. General Bingyang can see that Qin Yan is carving heavenly rune characters. Of course he knows how terrifying heavenly rune characters are. He is even more clear that these heavenly rune characters are very difficult to master, let alone use them in battle. Generally speaking, heavenly rune characters are used to create super strong divine weapons or to set up powerful formation seals. And Qin Yan wants to use them in battle. This caused General Bingyang to be secretly alarmed. He didn't expect that Qin Yan's inscription level would be so strong. In Great Luo Empire, there are inscription masters who can carve heavenly rune characters but not many. There are only a few of them in the entire empire. However, those inscription masters have to devote their entire lives to the Tao of inscription. Not only is Qin Yan an inscription master, he is also a divine king. This is something that cannot be understood. General Bingyang realized that the heavenly rune characters Qin Yan is carving are very powerful. He immediately rushed over and pushed several palms towards Qin Yan. One after another, ice snakes with white flame aura rushed towards Qin Yan like lightning. 10 gigantic ice snakes flew towards Qin Yan like chains, trying to tie him up. Qin Yan used transcending void step and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 10 huge ice snakes pounced on empty air. General Bingyang immediately controlled the ice snakes to continue chasing after Qin Yan. The ice snakes were condensed from a very powerful divine cosmos power. In the current battle, he needed to reduce the consumption of divine cosmos power, so he had to continue controlling the ice snakes to fight. After Qin Yan dodged with the void step, he knew that the ice snake was chasing after him. His claws suddenly surged with scorching purplish gold flames. A pair of heavenly lion claws appeared. He frantically grabbed at the ice snake that was charging toward him, using the heavenly lion's fighting dragon claw to leave countless purplish golden claw projections in the void. In the blink of an eye, the 10 huge ice snakes were crushed into pieces of ice and even melted. Qin Yan is now using his heavenly eyes to carve heavenly rune characters. Although he can't finish immediately, his speed is still very fast. A very complicated heavenly pattern character gradually formed. General Bingyang became more and more alarmed. The speed at which Qin Yan carved the heavenly rune characters had reached such a level. In Daluo Empire, even the top inscription masters would need at least a few days to complete a single heavenly rune character. Qin Yan's speed made General Bingyang feel that he is not carving a heavenly rune character. However, according to his experience, Qin Yan's eyes are spewing out a very strong blood-soul power, condensing into countless threads of runes that are quickly interweaving into a complicated heavenly rune character. General Bing Yang became more and more anxious. He immediately shattered all the ice on the battlefield and then quickly condensed them into countless ice swords. From all directions, they densely packed together and rushed toward Qin Yun. A lot of thick ice had condensed on the battlefield before. These ice were formed when the ice sun appeared and contained divine cosmos power inside. However, these divine cosmos power are very weak. General Bing Yang used these ice swords to attack Qin Yun only to disturb him. As the countless ice swords stabbed at Qin Yun, two large and long ice spears suddenly appeared in General Bing Yang's hands. Of course, these are not weapons he used because these two ice spears were condensed from his twin ice suns. Qin Yun had already seen Divine Sun transform into divine weapon when he was at the Moon Heart. General Bing Yang blended into the countless ice swords as if he was invisible, but Qin Yun could still sense him. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw from afar because the battlefield is filled with countless ice swords releasing white light. They are densely packed, like a white fog enveloping the battlefield. They are unable to see General Bing Yang and Qin Yun at all. Although Qin Yun is carving a heavenly rune character, his reaction is very fast. The 9-sun divine hammer in his hand suddenly became bigger. He injected 200,000 divine cosmos power and directly poured it into the 9-sun divine hammer. The 9-sun divine hammer absorbed the 9-sun divine spirit's divine sun power and doubled the 800,000 divine cosmos power Qin Yun released, which is 1.6 million divine cosmos power. It swept forward. The divine hammer swept horizontally, surging divine cosmos power rippled out, and the ice swords coming from all directions were all scattered. A thrusting ice spear was directly swept away, and cracks appeared on it. General Bing Yang's twin ice suns were indeed very strong, if not they would have been defeated just now. He still had an ice spear in his hand that was specially used to stab Qin Yun. He never expected Qin Yun's divine cosmos power to be so terrifying. It far exceeded his expectations. He was unable to estimate how much divine cosmos power Qin Yun had erupted with. In short, he was very sure that if his body was hit by that attack, he would definitely be severely injured. In order to block the ice spear that stabbed at him, Qin Yun had no choice but to counterattack. This caused him to expend a lot of divine cosmos power. Fortunately, the Divine King Heavenly Seal could quickly replenish it. After he struck with his hammer, General Bing Yang immediately appeared in front of him and the ice spear stabbed at him like lightning. This stab was aimed at the divine cosmos in his body. Qin Yun immediately raised his foot and injected divine cosmos power into his heaven-trampling divine boots. Then, he erupted with nearly 1 million divine cosmos power, accompanied by an extremely strong vibration force, and kicked at the ice spear. General Bing Yang's hands that were tightly gripping the ice spear felt a jolt and intense pain. He had no choice but to let go, and the ice spear was also sent flying. The pair of ice spears immediately flew back into his body because just now, they had suffered different degrees of attack. This is the twin ice suns. If they were defeated, he would be done for. After the twin ice suns entered General Bing Yang's body, it immediately caused him to erupt with a very strong divine cosmos power. At this moment, General Bing Yang is very close to Qin Yun. He also realized that this is extremely dangerous. At this moment, a black whirlpool appeared under Qin Yun's feet. After a few moments, the whirlpool expanded to a very large extent. General Bing Yang did not even have time to react when he discovered that the whirlpool was already under his feet. This is the Nether Sun domain released by Qin Yun. Don't even think about running. As soon as Qin Yun's voice fell, the blue heavenly rune word that was engraved suddenly flashed with blue light. Like a huge mountain, it fell from the sky and pressed down on General Bing Yang's body. General Bing Yang's movement speed inside Qin Yun's Nether Sun domain is very slow. When he decided to release the twin ice suns to fight to the death, his body was already enveloped by the heavenly rune word and all the power in his body was sealed. General Bing Yang's body is currently being pressed down by a 3-dimensional heavenly rune character. From a distance, it looks like he is being pressed down by a small mountain. If you look carefully, you can see that the heavenly rune character is made up of many interweaving runes. This heavenly rune character has an ancient and mysterious feeling. After it appeared, energy from all around frantically rushed towards the heavenly rune character. The most terrifying thing is that the energy of the 8 myriad worlds' divine suns in the sky can be absorbed by this heavenly rune character. At the beginning, Xianxia only used enough blood soul power to carve the heavenly rune character. After that, the heavenly rune character can absorb energy by itself. In addition, the heavenly rune character has very strong defensive power. Unless there is a special method, it is very difficult to destroy the entire structure of the heavenly rune character. It is very difficult for the heavenly rune character to dissipate. Using powerful energy to attack it will only be devoured by the heavenly rune. Of course, only the heavenly rune character carved by Xianxia has this kind of miraculous effect. Because the heavenly rune he carved is fused with the nether moon totem, it has this kind of dreadful devouring power. The heavenly rune character Xianxia just carved is a very ancient seal character. It was created by old brother Taisher by fusing all kinds of seal-type runes. This heavenly rune character is also very easy to carve. Therefore, Xianxia chose to carve this heavenly rune first. As for the other two heavenly rune characters, with his current strength, it will take him a long time to carve them. After General Bingyang was sealed, his heart is filled with fear and shock. He is now very sure that he has been sealed by a heavenly rune character. He is a person who possesses two ice suns. He was actually sealed just like that. And this heavenly rune character was carved by Xianxia in a very short period of time. What does this mean? It means that Xianxia can use heavenly rune character to fight. This should be the most powerful inscription battle technique. When General Bingyang's cultivation had not regressed, his strength was far stronger than now. However, at that time, he had never seen an inscription master who could reach this step, able to use heavenly rune character to fight, therefore, he has no experience in dealing with this kind of battle. Now that he is sealed, he is completely dumbfounded. Seeing General Bingyang being sealed, the scene gradually quieted down. Only a few people present know that this is a heavenly rune character. They are just like General Bingyang, they are filled with fear. This battle was transmitted through the magic mirror, so all the big shots of the four empires and Taisher powers can see it. Through the devil mirror, they can clearly see that it is a heavenly rune character. It was carved by Xianxia in a very short period of time. Moreover, this heavenly rune character is something their inscription masters have never seen before. There are very few heavenly rune characters. All the top inscription masters in the four empires can recognize the few heavenly rune characters. Xianxia's heavenly rune characters were created by old brother Taisher, so it is normal that they don't recognize them. General Qin cannot lose. Even though he rune is sealed, he is sealed, he is as sealed by he is as sealed. God. His body suddenly flashed with strong white light, Yang sword. These two ice suns were fused together. The smaller ice sun was inside, while the larger one was outside. The divine sun that was fused in this way could unleash even greater power. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to release it. General has he rune, he is can. Released sun, the sun can and can heavenly rune character. When General Bingyang saw that he can release ice suns and the two ice suns can shake the heavenly rune character, he immediately saw a glimmer of hope. He desperately controlled the ice suns to become bigger, he wants to tear the heavenly rune character from the inside. Only by doing this can he break the seal. This guy is a powerful general of the empire, he is naturally not that easy to kill. Old brother Taisher said to Xianxia, his twin ice suns are very strong. Xianxia floated in the air, looking down at General Bingyang. He doesn't need to control the heavenly rune character. However, many people think that he is still controlling the heavenly rune character to suppress General Bingyang. Xianxia, you are indeed powerful, I underestimated you. General Bingyang shouted. At this moment, he is no longer as calm and composed as before. His ice-white face has lost its calmness. Give up resistance, admit defeat and accept the trial of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. I can spare your life and throw you into the Myriad Realms Divine Court's heavenly prison. Xianxia's voice came. Throw General Bingyang into the Myriad Realms Divine Court's heavenly prison? Why? General Bingyang said angrily. Didn't you come here to capture me? Didn't you say that if you can't capture me, you can only kill me? You provoked me and now you are defeated. This kind of ending is the best for you. Xianxia said coldly. He needed the beginning of order, which is to subdue the person who provoked him as the divine king and then throw him into the heavenly prison. Ridiculous, you think that by defeating me, your order can suppress the entire Nine Sun holy ground? General Bingyang said with sneer, Qin Yun, I will not lower my head to you. Your strength is far inferior to the great Luo Heavenly Emperor, I will only submit to the strongest. He suddenly shouted, his twin ice suns suddenly expanded, unexpectedly bursting out of the heavenly rune character. The people at the scene are now incomparably shocked. General Bingyang is actually about to be defeated. They quickly flew far away. If the twin ice suns suddenly exploded, the shockwaves would definitely spread far away. Qin Yun's battle in the Nine Sun Holy Ground has indeed produced very good results. If you surrender now and are willing to enter the heavenly prison, I guarantee that you will be able to see the great Luo Heavenly Emperor killed by me in the future. Qin Yun said. Arrogant. General Bingyang shouted angrily. The Nine Sun Divine Hammer in Qin Yun's hand suddenly became very large. Then, he raised his hand and actually removed the heavenly rune character. He actually removed the powerful heavenly rune character just like that. What does this mean? Even General Bingyang is incomparably surprised, the spectators also find it inconceivable. Qin Yun is clearly throwing the match. General Bingyang's twin ice suns suddenly became very large, however, Qin Yun's Nine Sun Divine Hammer has already fallen, Heavenly Annihilation 9 styles, Heavenly Quake, Thunder Collapse, Setting Sun and Heavenly Frenzy, 4 styles were used in succession. Before even using the 5th style, the twin ice suns exploded, releasing an incomparably berserk energy wave that directly broke through the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. At this moment, heaven and earth seem to be shaking, as if a great calamity has descended from the heavens to destroy the world. Qin Yun's 9 Sun Divine Hammer has just been injected with the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Directly through this powerful Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box, it drew out the power of the few divine suns inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Its power is incomparably formidable. Originally, Qin Yun planned to let General Bingyang enter the heavenly prison and announce that his order has begun to descend upon the Nine Sun Holy Land. However, General Bingyang did not cooperate at all. Therefore, he will use his strongest power to completely annihilate this person who openly provoked him. Qin Yun had just entered the Nine Sun Holy Land and General Bingyang was the first to jump out. He wanted to attack the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land and fight against him, a divine king. Therefore, Qin Yun must have sufficient deterrence in this battle. The twin ice suns were completely shattered. Such powerful ice suns were actually shattered by Qin Yun with just a few hammer strikes. The spectators from afar are all dumbfounded. Is this still someone at the 8th level of the divine space realm? General Bingyang is lying on the ground, his body is already covered in injuries. At this moment, a voice sounded, Qin Yun, spare Bingyang's life and my great Luo Empire will let bygones be bygones. The voice belongs to the great Luo Heavenly Emperor. Qin Yun did not speak. Instead, he took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and directly pressed down. The runes and intense light on the surface of the Heavenly Seal burst out, instantly turning General Bingyang into ashes. If you want to chat about Nine Sun Divine King with more like-minded people, follow You Read Literature on WeChat, chat about life, find bosom friends. The Celestial Emperor had been paying close attention to the battle. He had thought that General Bingyang would win easily and capture Qin Yun to show the Empire's might. What he hadn't expected was that Qin Yun could inscribe heavenly patterns to fight and seal General Bingyang. However, Qin Yun had inscribed heavenly patterns to see if he could capture General Bingyang and force him into the Divine Court's prison. That way, his order would be in a better position. General Bingyang still didn't think much of Qin Yun in the end, so Qin Yun could only use his strongest power to kill him. The Celestial Emperor had used a great deal of power to transmit his voice to this place, which showed how much he valued General Bingyang. There had been room for negotiation, but he had told Qin Yun to let bygones be bygones, which was equivalent to saying that Qin Yun had been in the wrong and that he could let him go this time. Qin Yun was infuriated by this. Luo Shuang had casually attacked the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground, causing the Vermilion Bird Tribe and the Phoenix Kingdom to suffer great losses. Then he had sent General Bingyang. It had been the Empire's fault from beginning to end, but the Celestial Emperor didn't think they were in the wrong. Instead, he felt that Qin Yun had always been against them. The mountain-like Divine King Heavenly Seal slowly rose into the air and shrank, returning to Qin Yun's hand. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent, the Celestial Emperor had tried to stop Qin Yun, but it was useless. Qin Yun had still killed General Bing Yang in the end. This was a vicious slap to the Empire's face. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the Celestial Emperor's voice. But after a long time, the sky remained quiet. The Celestial Emperor's voice did not come. Qin Yun had long since put away the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't find anything wrong. The big shots of the 9 suns' sacred ground felt their hearts churn. Although they hadn't had much contact with the Celestial Emperor, they knew he was terrifying. Just as General Bing Yang had said, the Celestial Emperor was very powerful, which was why he had sworn loyalty to the Celestial Emperor. The 4 kings and 10 generals were the Celestial Emperor's confidants, much more important than the crown prince and princess. The exalted Celestial Emperor's authority in the 4 empires was due to his 4 kings and 10 generals. If he only relied on his children, the crown prince and Luo Shuang, he wouldn't be able to intimidate the other empires and Taisher factions. The death of General Bing Yang was a huge blow to the Celestial Emperor. Therefore, the powerhouses of the Sacred Land believed that the Celestial Emperor was going to deal with Qin Yun personally. Even if he didn't show himself, he'd send at least a few generals or a king to wipe out Qin Yun's allies. The Phoenix Queen and Luo Shu both knew that the 4 kings and 10 generals were very strong. They had previously warned Qin Yun to be more careful. However, in the end, Qin Yun killed General Bing Yang. Although the process was complicated, it did not seem difficult. General Ice Sun was not particularly powerful in front of Qin Yun. First, it was unable to seal Qin Yun. Later, it was sealed by Qin Yun's heavenly rune character. Following that, Qin Yun smashed the dual Ice Suns with a few hammer strikes, and finally, it was suppressed to death by the Divine Monarch Heavenly Seal. The Dragon Turtle King already knew that Qin Yun could defeat General Bing Yang. Previously, in Taisher Nirvana City, he could see that Qin Yun was hiding a bottomless power, so he was very calm from the beginning. The Phoenix Queen also understood why Yu Shangyun did not come to watch the battle. She did not even care about it at all. It was because Yu Shangyun knew that Qin Yun would never do something he was not confident of. She knew that he would definitely win, so she was not worried at all. The Dragon Turtle King immediately let the hundreds of patriarchs outside the Sacred Land enter the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. The Phoenix Queen and the Vermilion Bird Patriarch withdrew their people into the treasure ground. They could feel that the atmosphere at the moment was full of killing intent. Would the exalted Celestial Emperor make a move? If he made a move, would he destroy the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground and the White Tiger Treasure Ground first? Qin Yun was still outside the treasure ground. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distant deep sky. He could catch a few moving shadows. The Dragon Turtle King was outside with dozens of young people. They had their eyes on Crown Prince Huling. From here, he could see the deep sky very far from the ground. There was a super huge ship moving there. Luo Shuang was ready to make a move. Luo Shuang was a little surprised that General Bing Yang was killed. But she was even more surprised that her father, the Celestial Emperor, actually spoke. Moreover, his voice came from the distant exalted Celestial City. But in the end, he did not stop Qin Yun. From Luo Shuang's point of view, now was the best time to attack the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. As long as she could take down Qin Yun, she could avenge General Bing Yang. The other 4 kings and 9 generals' impression of her would greatly change. Wang Tiange had given her a lot of support. That was why she was so confident. In the eyes of the elders on Wang Tiange's side, as long as Luo Shuang did a good job this time, her status and reputation would immediately be higher than the Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City. Perhaps even the Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City would be crippled. The Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City had left long ago. He was still on his way back to Exalted Celestial City. On the way, he was constantly watching the battle through the magic mirror. Of course, he had also heard the Celestial Emperor's voice and was extremely shocked. But the most shocking thing was that Qin Yun had actually killed General Bing Yang. He knew that this was a big problem. He also knew that Qin Yun was not someone that he, the Crown Prince, could afford to provoke. He realized that he would be in big trouble. Sister Luo Shuang, are you preparing to attack the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground? Quickly stop. Qin Yun has yet to return to the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. He is still outside. He is waiting for you to appear so that he can beat you up. The Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City immediately advised, quickly stop, or you will suffer heavy losses. Crown Prince, even if I suffer heavy losses, I will still fight. This is for the reputation of the Empire, for General Bing Yang. I am not as smart as you, so I cannot win the approval of so many seniors. But I am not afraid of death. For the Empire, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Luo Shuang said, no matter the outcome, I will fight this battle. I will fight with all my might to avenge General Bing Yang. She said this deliberately. She had rarely used the magic mirror to communicate with the Crown Prince because they knew that they would be monitored. The Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City could naturally tell that Luo Shuang was deliberately putting on a good show for the seniors of the Empire. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Against Qin Yun, he was terrified. The Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City put away the magic mirror. Beside him were 2 Supreme Palace Elders. Crown Prince, it is not appropriate for you to leave. One of the elders said, I suggest that you face Qin Yun head-on no matter what. The Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City released an avatar and said, I will use my avatar to lead 2 super warships to attack the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. I can only use 2 super warships, right? Yes. As soon as possible. The elder nodded. The Crown Prince of Exalted Celestial City was very passive. He did not want to fight, but if he did not fight, he would definitely lose to Luo Shuang. For mobile users, please visit. The Supreme Palace Elder felt helpless when he saw the clone. He shook his head and sighed inwardly. This elder was often with the Crown Prince and he knew him very well. He was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Daluo Empire he had ever seen. However, he was too cowardly. For example, the Crown Prince still did not dare to use his true body to fight. This meant that he was afraid of death. Elder Wen, this clone is comparable to my true body. If one is not very familiar with me, they will not be able to see through it. Luo Shuang will definitely not be able to tell that I used a clone. The Crown Prince said. He could tell what the elder was thinking. It's up to you whether or not you can turn the tables this time. Elder Wen said, no matter what, this battle must be fought. Our Supreme Palace is also prepared to face heavy losses. This battle looked like it was against Qin Yun, but it was actually a battle against Luo Shuang. Now that a general of the Daluo Empire had been killed, the princess and the Crown Prince were present. If they did not do anything, how would the entire Daluo Empire view them? This battle was for the Daluo Celestial Emperor and the Daluo Empire to see. It had nothing to do with winning or losing. It was just to show their attitude. The Crown Prince had left suddenly because he did not expect Qin Yun to kill General Bing Yang. He felt that no matter how strong Qin Yun was, even if he could defeat General Bing Yang, he would not be able to kill such a powerful general. Therefore, he had left in advance. Now that this unforeseen event had caught him off guard, Luo Shuang had taken the initiative. He had become so timid mainly because the help that the Supreme Palace provided him was gradually decreasing. It was far less than what Wang Tiange could provide to Luo Shuang. Luo Shuang was the Nine Heavens goddess. Even if Wang Tiange did not help her fight for the throne, he would still give her a lot of support. The Crown Prince's true body immediately left and hid. He was afraid of Qin Yun because he had said all sorts of nasty things to Xiao Yuan and insulted the Nine Sun goddess. Therefore, he did not dare let his true body get too close to Qin Yun. Otherwise, if he was caught, he would definitely be killed. Elder Wen was also well aware of this matter, but he did not say anything. This was because the crown princes of the other empires had also said that they would take in Xiao Yuan and the other 9 sun goddesses as female slaves. They were definitely targeted by Qin Yun. Elder Wen led the crown prince's clone towards the 2 super warships. Although there were only 2 super warships, they belonged to the Supreme Hall. Moreover, they were led by the Crown Prince of Daluo. This showed his attitude. At the very least, he would not let Luo Shuang take the opportunity to step on him. Behind Qin Yun, Dragon Gui King whispered, "Divine King, Crown Prince Huoling is very arrogant. We need to teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful we are. Today is a good time to teach him a lesson. 2 crown princes were beaten up by us in the Holy Land on the same day. This will make our reputation even greater. On the premise that we can protect the Vermilion Bird treasure ground, we can pursue Prince Hualing, Qin said. This guy seems to have come in person. It would be best if we can capture him. The Vermilion Bird treasure ground is a super treasure ground within the Holy Land. It has a very strong defense. Inside the Holy Land, our Dragon Turtle treasure ground will have even more energy to support us. God King need not worry. The Dragon Turtle King said, God King, their super huge ships are very powerful. Although our Dragon Turtle has transformed in Nirvana City, we are still unable to do anything to their huge ships. Crown Prince Hualing did not have any super huge ships. They only had large flying battleships. Dragon Gui King and the others could easily deal with such battleships. Qin was looking at the distant deep space when he suddenly saw two black dots converging with Luo Shuang's 5 super huge ships. They have 7 super huge ships. This is a big move, Qin said with a frown. At that moment, Luo Shu and Luo Yaya flew over. We just received information that the Crown Prince of Deluo borrowed 2 super huge ships from Supreme Hall. Luo Shuang's super huge ships are from Wang Tianguo. The Deluo Empire's super huge ships have not been dispatched, Luo Shu said. Interesting, the Crown Prince of Deluo only has 2 ships? Moreover, he only arrived later. It looks like he did not plan to attack the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. Qin did not have enough Divine Sun nuclear bombs. The super huge ships had very strong defense. It was easier to destroy them after entering. Now that there were 7, it would not be easy for Qin to destroy all of them alone. However, he was still confident because this time, he was not fighting alone. They are doing this for the Celestial Emperor of Deluo to gain the recognition of the Celestial Emperor and the 4 kings and 9 generals, Luo Shu said. According to the information I have, the Crown Prince of Deluo said that he had something to do and left. Now that he has suddenly appeared, it means that he is very passive. Qin roughly understood what was going on. The Crown Prince's sudden departure meant that he had come in person. It was also because he saw that Qin could defeat General Bing Yang that he suddenly slipped away. And when he killed General Bing Yang, the Crown Prince must have been frightened. Since the Crown Prince still dared to return, it might be a clone. If he still uses a clone at this time, what will the Celestial Emperor and the 4 kings and 9 generals think? Qin smiled. If we can prove that he is fighting with a clone, the Crown Prince's status will definitely plummet, Luo Yaya said. Luo Yaya said, Divine King, this time, Luo Shuang has made up her mind to attack the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. Please be careful. Got it. Qin nodded. Luo Shu and Luo Yaya could not help much now. They could only return to the Vermilion Bird treasure ground and wait. When Dragon Turtle King heard that there were 7 super warships, he was somewhat worried. But when he suddenly sensed the Divine Judge's aura, he immediately felt relieved. The Divine Court of Myriad Realms has arrived. This is the true combat power of the Divine Monarch. In this battle, Qin not only wanted to display his Divine Monarch power, he also wanted to display the power of the Divine Court of Myriad Realms. He wanted to let all the major factions in the Divine Wilderness know that the Divine Court of Myriad Realms is no longer just for show. The Divine Judge has arrived. He did not bring many God position gods, only 7. Sword God Xia Wufeng, Heavenly Dragon God Long Yuqing and Star God are very familiar with Qin. The other 4 God position gods are Thunder God, Fire God, Hercules God, and War God. They are all very powerful God position gods. The gods of the Divine Court of Myriad Realms are powerful because they can borrow the divine power of the 4 divine sons. If 7 powerful God position gods and the Divine Judge can fight against 7 super warships, then no one in the Divine Wilderness would dare to look down on the Divine Court of Myriad Realms. In the White Tiger treasure ground, because of the Divine Court of Myriad Realms joining in, they were able to destroy the enemy's super warships. This was mainly because the Star God could summon a very large star to descend and press down on those super huge ships, smashing them to the ground. Qin secretly communicated with Star God. He knows that the stars she summoned did not appear for no reason. They were refined by her from the 4 divine sons. When needed, she could summon them from the 4 divine sons. She needed to arrive above the Divine Desolate in a short period of time. She doesn't have many star reserves, only 20 or so left. When she summons them, they might be intercepted. Qin discussed with her a bit and decided to let her star cooperate with his divine sun nuclear bomb. This way, they can burst out even more formidable power. Star God could only smash the super warship down. It would be very difficult to smash it like before. The stars she had in reserve were not strong enough and the opponent's super warship would definitely have some defense. Xiao Yun, those guys' super warships have some defense against my stars. Even if you use your divine sun nuclear bomb, you might not be able to destroy them. Star God transmitted to Qin Yun. Previously, when they were supporting the strange cat kingdom in the White Tiger treasure land, the stars summoned by Star God were all refined by her with a lot of effort. Furthermore, the opponent did not have any defense, so they could smash the super warship into pieces. As long as the warship doesn't attack in the air and lands on the ground, and its defense is affected to a certain extent, we can break through their defense. Qin Yun said, Sister Star God, just control the stars well and smash them a bit more accurately. Smash the super warship to the ground and leave the rest to us. Star God has already started summoning the stars. It would still take some time to fly over from the 4 divine suns. If there were no accidents, they would not be intercepted. When she was in the White Tiger treasure land, the great factions in the 9 Sun sacred land must have known about her summoning the stars. They should have already sent people to pay attention to the 4 divine suns and knew that she had summoned the stars. Those stars were all very large, so it would be quite difficult to intercept and destroy them. Not to mention that the stars were flying at an extremely fast speed. When they charged, they would also produce very strong energy shockwaves, which could form a certain level of defense. Of course, if those great factions used enough power, they could shoot down the stars. Therefore, Star God had to prepare for the worst and presume that only half of the stars would come. Qin Yun was currently formulating a battle plan with the Divine Judge and the others. The most ideal outcome he had imagined in advance was for the super warship to be shot down. Then, everyone would use the power of the 4 divine suns to kill the people who escaped from the super warship and kill the captains. If possible, they would capture Luo Shuang and the Crown Prince of Great Luo. 7 super warships descended majestically from the sky, and the people on the ground were all stunned. The people below could already see the 7 huge phantoms appearing in the sky. They were all very scattered. As soon as the super warships appeared, they shot out 7 powerful energy shockwaves from 7 directions to attack the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land's barrier. The Vermilion Bird clan was already prepared. They raised the barrier's defense to the maximum and used the energy under the treasure land to open many layers of the barrier. The 7 super warships' attack did not break the barrier's defense. After all, it was a super treasure land in the sacred land with its strongest defense. It was not that easy to take. Next, the dragon turtles in the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land formed groups of dozens. They floated in the air and transformed into huge and mighty dragon tortoise formations. Formed dragon tortoise formations to guard 7 positions. Everyone in the Vermilion Bird treasured ground felt safer when they saw the mountain-like dragon turtles hovering above them. The Vermilion Bird tribe also controlled the release of energy within the treasure ground for the dragon turtles to absorb. When necessary, the vermilion birds of the Vermilion Bird tribe would also fly into the sky and block the attacks of the super battleships with the dragon turtle. The Zenith Luo Crown Prince felt a headache when he saw these dragon turtles. Previously, when they attacked the human snake treasure ground, these dragon turtles had also withstood the strongest waves of attacks. All sorts of lesser divine suns had been blasted away by the dragon turtles. Their super warships are moving quickly. They seem to know that my star is approaching and are preparing to avoid it. Star God immediately said, My divine sun nuclear bomb won't attack with your star. I'll use it to attack the super warships first. It can slow them down and make it easier for you to aim. Qin Yun could only change his previous plan. He had planned to merge the divine sun nuclear bomb with the star and hide it inside the star. When the star exploded, the divine sun nuclear bomb would explode, creating a double explosion. The super warships were moving quickly. They also released many layers of protective barriers. The barriers were rather strange. They seemed to have a very strong power to distort space. They could easily deflect the star, allowing it to circle around the super warships. The super warships were all moving quickly, and they were also releasing many layers of protective barriers. These protective barriers were rather strange, and they seemed to have a very strong power to distort space. They could easily bounce the stars away from them, allowing the stars to circle around the super warships. They really quickly thought of a way to deal with it. They even used it on the super warships. They are really fast. Star God said with a frown, Xiaoyun, as long as you slow down these super warships, I can hit them with the star. No problem. Qin took out the God King cannon and aimed it at one of the super warships. He said, I'll use this one to test it out. Are you ready? I'm ready. My remaining 20 stars have all arrived without a hitch and were not intercepted. I plan to use 2 or 3 stars to smash a super huge ship. The star god nodded lightly and said, the prerequisite is that these super huge ships have to slow down. When she controlled the star to fall, it was not as accurate as Qin Yun's Divine Sun nuclear bomb. Therefore, if she couldn't aim accurately, it would directly fall to the ground and be wasted. Alright, I'll begin. Qin Yun shot out 2 Divine Sun nuclear bombs at once. After the Divine Sun nuclear bombs were shot out, Qin Yun didn't need to worry about it anymore. Because the God King cannon had obtained the ability bestowed by the Divine King Heavenly Seal, it could automatically aim and track the target. Once it was targeted, it couldn't be shaken off. The Divine Sun nuclear bomb shot out by the God King spear flew very fast. Because it had been refined by the pill transformation Heavenly Furnace, its size was also very small. When it approached the super warships, it was not easy to be discovered. And when the super warships sensed it, it was already too late. Boom. 2 Divine Sun nuclear bombs hit a super warship that was moving at high speed from the bottom and exploded at the same time, flashing a dazzling light and shockwave in the air. When everyone saw the super warship being attacked, they knew that the real show had begun. Qin Yun and company finally started attacking. After the super warship's defense was strengthened, the protective barrier was indeed stronger than before. The Divine Sun nuclear bomb only broke through the outer few layers of the protective barrier and didn't cause any damage to the super warship. However, the super warship was bombarded like a headless fly. In order to not crash into the ground, it had no choice but to immediately stop to maintain its balance and make all sorts of adjustments. However, at this time, 3 incomparably huge blue flame stars fell from the sky one after another. The super warship was several tens of thousands of meters long. It looked like a small island. And the falling stars were several times bigger than the super warship. It was as if a huge island had fallen from the sky. And it was 3 in a row. The first star enveloped the super warship and it quickly fell to the ground. Then the next 2 stars attacked the ground and continued to attack the super warship a second and third time. This scene was extremely shocking. The outside of the Vermilion Bird treasure ground was already covered in blue flames and all sorts of huge rocks. It was equivalent to 3 huge islands falling from the sky in a row. Furthermore, they were all covered in flames. After the super warship landed, it was immediately engulfed and disappeared without a trace. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye to take a look and was secretly alarmed. The super warship was actually cracked and tattered. However, it had to be said that the entire super warship was still very sturdy. It did not shatter into pieces. Luo Shuang and the Crown Prince of Great Luo were in their own super battleships. Their super battleships had not been destroyed, but they were starting to panic. Especially Luo Shuang because she had brought 5 super battleships with her. If they could break into the Vermilion Bird's treasure land, it wouldn't matter even if they lost them. At least, it would prove that she had tried her best and the result wasn't bad. If she couldn't break through the Vermilion Bird treasure ground's barrier, all the super warships would be shot down, and her mission would be a complete failure. Previously, when she attacked the Vermilion Bird treasured land, she successfully broke through the barrier and even planted many of her soldiers in the treasured land. She even placed many of those giant balls that were used to set up a great formation. It could be said that she was very successful. However, after Qin Yun arrived at the Vermilion Bird treasure land, all of her arrangements were destroyed. Moreover, her attack on the Vermilion Bird treasure land this time was not as smooth as before. At that moment, she finally understood how Xianxia and the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo felt when facing Qin Yun. Despite knowing that Qin Yun was very strong, he always held on to a sliver of hope, believing that he could defeat Qin Yun. However, after sensing Qin Yun's strength, he felt a sense of helplessness. The godly monarchs of the divine wilderness were not people that juniors like them could shake. Previously, she did not believe that a god monarch like Qin Yun would be able to accomplish anything in the sacred land. But now, she believed it. The divine king's order might really descend upon the entire Nine Sun sacred ground. If the various powerhouses in the Nine Sun sacred ground did not join forces to eliminate Qin Yun, they would be punished by the godly monarch order sooner or later. The death of General Bingyang was just the beginning. The exalted celestial emperor hadn't made a sound since General Bingyang's death, so no one knew what he was feeling right now. All he knew was that the exalted celestial emperor would never bow his head to Qin Yun so easily. It was only a matter of time before the great Luo Empire attacked Qin Yun. Boom! Boom! Qin Yun shot out 2 more Divine Sun nuclear bombs and hit one of the super warships. Star God summoned 2 stars to descend and hit the slightly smaller super warship. Another super battleship was smashed down by 2 huge fiery blue stars. At this moment, there was also news on the Magic Mirror platform, saying that it was the star god of the divine court of the myriad realms. Qin Yun was a godly monarch, a supreme overlord of the divine court of myriad worlds. This time, it was Qin Yun who led the gods of the divine court of myriad worlds into battle. As soon as the divine court of the myriad realms made a move, 2 super warships were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The strength of the divine court's deities was quickly spread like wildfire. Many people present thought that the divine court of myriad realms had sent out many powerful gods. In fact, there were only the god chief and a few powerful gods. However, this was enough to stop the 7 super warships. Princess, let's retreat. The 2 super warships that were lost now belong to us. The Crown Prince of Daluo did not lose a single warship. It's meaningless for us to continue attacking. We won't be able to break through the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. Instead, we'll continue to lose super warships. An old man from the Wangtianga felt a heartache. Previously, he had thought that they would at least be able to break through the Vermilion Bird treasured grounds barrier, allowing the Daluo Empire's reinforcements to enter. But now, with the dragon turtle guarding the Vermilion Bird treasured land and Qin Yun attacking their super warship, they could only take the beating. Luo Shuang had already made her stance clear. At this critical juncture, she would not retreat. However, if they continued, they would suffer more losses. This was not a wise decision. Your father already understands your intentions. If you continue to persist and cause more losses, your father will think that you are foolhardy. The Wangtianga elder added, we have lost 2 super warships. The Crown Prince of Daluo's side will likely suffer losses as well. If we suddenly retreat, they will become our next target. Retreat. Luo Shuang immediately gave the order. The Wangtianga elder was secretly delighted. He immediately relayed the order. Luo Shuang's remaining 3 super warships suddenly flew away rapidly, charging into the sky and flying in 3 different directions. They're actually retreating. Star God was somewhat surprised. He asked, Little Yun, there are still 2 more super warships. We have to shoot down at least 1 more. Qin Yun fired another 2 Divine Sun nuclear bombs. The Crown Prince of Daluo cursed Luo Shuang inwardly. She did not even inform him of their retreat, allowing their super warships to suddenly become a target. Now, the Crown Prince of Daluo also wanted to retreat. However, as the super warships were flying away, one of them was suddenly struck by 2 Divine Sun nuclear bombs. It suddenly slowed down and lost its balance. In order to stop the super warship, Qin Yun immediately fired another Divine Sun nuclear bomb to buy time for the falling star. The Crown Prince of Daluo's avatar was inside the super warship. He cursed inwardly. After the violent explosion, the super warship could no longer fly at high speed. It even lost its balance and floated in the air. Following that, 3 huge blue fiery stars fell one after another, smashing the super warship into the ground and causing another violent commotion. Go! The Divine Judge raised the All Heavens Divine Punishment flag and charged at the crashing super warships. Xia Wufeng, Thunder God, Battle God, Fire God, and Long Yuqing also charged over. They were mainly targeting the powerful warriors on the super warships. Following that, the Phoenix Kingdom, the Vermilion Bird race, and the All Heavens Dragon race also sent out their armies to surround the super warships. The warriors of the Phoenix Kingdom and the Vermilion Bird race showed no mercy. Many of their comrades had been killed by the army led by Luo Shuang. Although the super warship was not completely destroyed, it was already cracked and the situation inside was terrible. The little divine sun core inside was very unstable. Furthermore, the energy from the impact of the stars on the super warship was extremely violent and affected the people inside. Most of the warriors that came out of the super warship were injured and in poor condition. Furthermore, there were very few warriors wearing powerful armor. They could not deal with such a large army. After all, they were outside the Vermilion Bird treasured land. They had fallen at the doorstep of the Phoenix Kingdom and the Vermilion Bird race and were heavily injured. Their fates were obvious. Xianxia waited patiently for more than an hour before he saw the Phoenix Queen capture the Crown Prince of Daluo. However, the Crown Prince's avatar had already lost consciousness. He must have cut off contact with his main body to prevent himself from being captured and tortured by Xianxia. Even if it was an avatar, Xianxia took out his saber and beheaded the Crown Prince on the spot. He even posted the process on the Magic Mirrors platform, letting everyone know that the Crown Prince had sent an avatar. Although it was a little cowardly, everyone felt that it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, his main body would have been captured and beheaded. Xianxia did not have any hopes of capturing the Crown Prince's main body. He already knew that the Crown Prince was an extremely cowardly person. Only by killing his way into Daluo Imperial City could he destroy the Crown Prince's main body. That would be even more challenging for Xianxia. I should have already served as a deterrent, right? Then I can start preparing for the birth of the ninth divine sun. Xianxia looked up at the sky. The ninth divine sun was about to be born. When the time came, the ninth sun divine maiden would gather in it. He had to go. The ninth divine sun was something the cosmos gods had to fight for. Moreover, it was the cosmos gods who had led many new human forces to fight for it. Even with the protection of the ninth divine sun, the ninth sun goddess might not be able to defeat such a powerful force. Therefore, Xianxia had to become stronger before that happened. Only then could he fight against the other forces. The Zenith Luo Empire had sent General Bing Yang, but he had failed in the end. The major forces in the Nine Sun Sacred Land now knew that Xianxia was very terrifying when he got serious. The Zenith Luo Celestial Emperor had not said anything after General Bing Yang's death, nor had he released any information to the outside world. However, the powerful races and major forces in the Nine Sun Sacred Land believed that the Zenith Luo Celestial Emperor would definitely take revenge. It was only a matter of time. Xianxia was not worried about the Zenith Luo Empire's revenge in the short term because he knew that the Zenith Luo Celestial Emperor would focus on the birth of the ninth divine Sunday. If he had used too much power to deal with Xianxia, he would have fallen behind the other empires after the birth of the ninth divine Sunday. Luo Shuang had already retreated, but it was still very lively outside the Vermilion Bird treasure ground. The Huoling Empire's crown prince and others were being violently attacked by the Dragon Turtle King. The Taishan planet, a Taisher force, had a good relationship with the Huoling Empire. They did not stand idly by and tried to rescue the Crown Prince and others. However, the Vermilion Bird race, the Phoenix Kingdom, the Nine Dragon Kingdom, the Exotic Cat Kingdom, and the White Tiger race all joined in and immediately suppressed them. This battle was very important, so most of the allies of the Divine Court of Myriad Realms had come. This was their territory, after all. There was no advantage in fighting at their doorstep without preparation. If that idiot dies, then so be it. Let's retreat. Xianxia was also present, but she did not participate. Her elder brother was the one commanding the reinforcements. Seeing that the enemy was too strong, he could only let his people retreat. If this continued, they would all be wiped out. Just like that, the previously aggressive Crown Prince, Huoling, was captured. He was stronger than the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo in one way. Because of this, he was captured. The news quickly spread throughout the Divine Wilderness. Everyone thought that the Luo Empire hated Xianxia to the core. They never expected that Huoling Empire's Crown Prince would also fall into Xianxia's hands. Now, everyone guessed that the Huoling Empire and Zenith Luoling Empire would join forces to attack. Xianxia wanted to kill Crown Prince Huoling in the Vermilion Bird treasure land. Prince Hualing often brought people outside the Nine Suns sacred ground to invade the strong clans to carry out so-called trials and kill a large number of strong clans outside the sacred ground. The Myriad Realm's divine court's ability was limited. Every time they rushed over, they could only save a few. The divine court of the Myriad Realms had always remembered this. Except for Prince Hualing, the divine court of the Myriad Realms kept a record of what the other forces of the Holy Lands had done outside. When they were strong enough, they would take revenge one by one. Luo Shuang had learned from the magic mirror that Crown Prince Hualing had been caught. She still had a lingering fear. If they had been slower, they might have fallen into Qin Yun's hands. After this battle, she no longer dared to think about using her own strength to fight against Qin Yun. Furthermore, she now understood why the Crown Prince of Great Luo was so timid when facing Qin Yun. Because even she began to feel an indescribable fear towards Qin Yun. The most terrifying thing was that she knew that Qin Yun would definitely take revenge. If she was not strong enough, she might have been caught by Qin Yun. The Crown Prince of Great Luo knew that his status would definitely fall in the future. Although no one would laugh at him for using a doppelganger, in the eyes of his father, the 4 kings and 9 generals, he was a coward. After all, Luo Shuang was not as timid as he was. Damn Qin Yun, you have been in the limelight this time, but you are completely finished. You killed General Bing Yang. Father will definitely not let you off. Now that you have caught Crown Prince Hualing, the Hualing Empire will definitely take revenge on you. The Crown Prince of Great Luo hid in the Great Luo Imperial City. He only hoped that Qin Yun would be killed quickly. Otherwise, he would not be able to rest in peace. It was not only the Crown Prince of Great Luo who was afraid of Qin Yun. All the strong clans and other forces in the Nine Suns sacred ground were more or less terrified when they learned that Crown Prince Hualing had been caught. Qin Yun, the divine king, had finally entered the sacred ground. As soon as he entered, he became enemies with 2 powerful empires. He had even captured the crown prince of the Hualing Empire and killed a strong general of the Great Luo Empire. Would his wind of order eventually sweep the entire Nine Suns sacred ground? Everyone was very concerned about how the Nine Suns sacred ground would resist. Of course, what made the major forces in the sacred ground feel more at ease was that they still had the backing of the cosmos gods and the new beginning humans in the camp of the barbarians. The new beginning humans of the barbarians were a very terrifying force. Even the 4 great empires and the Taisher forces did not dare to casually start a war with the barbarians. Qin Yun was with Phoenix Queen in the Phoenix City of the Vermilion Bird Treasure Ground. Today, he would try to help Phoenix Queen break her sealed inherited memories. In a quiet underground chamber in the Phoenix Palace, Phoenix Queen was wearing a loose phoenix robe. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. She sat on a chair and leaned back in a relaxed manner. She looked at Qin Yun, who was in front of her. Qin Yun was also looking at the beautiful Phoenix Queen. This was the first time he had seen the queen let go of everything. At this moment, she had lost some of her majesty and domineering aura. Her elegant and moving side was revealed. There was a very spiritual charm to her. This reminded Qin Yun of Yu Shangyun. This powerful empress seemed to be like this when she was gentle to him. When I first saw Xianxia, I could not understand why she was willing to be with you. Later on, I gradually understood. Phoenix Queen said. She and I have also experienced many ups and downs before we can truly be considered to have come together. Qin Yun smiled and said, Queen, did you once look down on me? It's not that I look down on you, but it's because Xianxia and I are both goddesses of the 9 heavens. I just feel that a woman like her wouldn't casually find a man. A gentle smile appeared on Phoenix Queen's face. I suddenly want to hear your story with her. You should ask her. Qin Yun took out the divine mirror of absolute beginning and said, you have to release your soul. I want a complete soul. Sure. I trust you completely now. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have done this at all. After the Phoenix Queen finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a small phoenix gradually appeared. What surprised Qin Yun was that this phoenix was not illusory and was not condensed from some kind of energy. When he caressed it with his hand, he could feel that the feathers of this little phoenix were very soft. Your soul is so powerful, it has even condensed a physical body. Qin Yun shone the divine mirror of absolute beginning. I was born with this powerful soul. Phoenix Queen sighed, this was passed down to me by my mother. I won't hurt you. Xianxia said, if you can undo the seal, you will be able to obtain the inheritance of the universe's law spirit. Then your strength will increase by a lot, and at that time I will need you to help maintain the order of the Divine Desolate. Phoenix Queen was holding the little phoenix in her hands. At this moment, she seemed somewhat restless, indicating that her soul was unable to completely relax. What's wrong? Xianxia wanted to use the divine mirror primal beginning to investigate, but because the little phoenix was rather irritable, it was impossible to proceed. Phoenix Queen frowned slightly and shook her head. I don't know what's going on either. I tried my best to relax, but it's still like this. Xianxia could only reach out and caress the little phoenix formed from his soul. He wanted to try and see if he could pacify the Phoenix Queen's soul. When he caressed it, the little phoenix calmed down a little, but it was still unable to completely relax. Is it not time yet? Xianxia sighed softly. God King, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I don't seem to be prepared yet. I don't know what's going on either. Phoenix Queen trusted Xianxia, but for some reason, her soul felt restless and uneasy. How can I continue? Xianxia was also thinking of a way. Old brother Taisher transmitted his voice to Xianxia and said, her heart is still filled with vigilance towards you. Let's put it this way, her strength is inferior to yours and now she wants to completely hand her soul over to you. This is an instinctive reaction. Queen, this should be your instinctive reaction. It's a subconscious self-protection. Try it again. Xianxia said with a smile. The smile on his face was to make the Phoenix Queen even more relaxed. Phoenix Queen nodded gently and closed her eyes. However, her soul that had turned into a little phoenix was still trembling slightly. Old brother Taisher said again, Xianxia, maybe her mind is in a mess right now. In short, in her current state, it's impossible to help her remove the seal in her soul. After a while, Phoenix Queen opened her eyes and shook her head. She did not expect that her soul would have such a reaction at such a critical moment. Queen, I'm speaking the truth. If I've offended you, please forgive me. Xianxia said. Please speak. Phoenix Queen nodded. Do you feel that I'm very dangerous and pose a great threat to you? Xianxia asked, if that's the case, your soul won't be able to accept me. The Phoenix Queen was silent for a while. She first nodded, then shook her head. I'm not sure. In short, when I'm with you right now, I have an uneasy feeling. It makes my mood very chaotic, and I can't calm down. Could it be that you're more sensitive to danger because you're the Jiutian goddess? I am indeed a very dangerous person, but I will never harm you. Xianxia was now in a dilemma. Your cultivation isn't high. Your powerful strength probably comes from your equipment. Phoenix Queen looked at Xianxia's cap and said, this cap of yours makes me feel a little dangerous. The heavenly hat was a sun soul. It was indeed quite powerful. Xianxia immediately took it off. He was still wearing the heaven-trampling divine boots, so he immediately took them off and kept them. How about now? Xianxia asked. It seems to be a little better. The Phoenix Queen spread out her hands again and released her little phoenix soul. However, it was still the same. Looks like it really isn't time yet. Xianxia could only give up. How about, you take off your clothes and soak in the water? Phoenix Queen suddenly said. She didn't blush when she said this, as if she felt that it was nothing. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he stammered, Is this appropriate? This way, I will feel much safer. It might make me feel that I can easily suppress you. Phoenix Queen said. Xianxia was somewhat speechless. Actually, even if he didn't have any equipment, he would still be very strong. However, right now, Phoenix Queen was playing tricks in her heart. She always felt that he was covered in powerful equipment and that she couldn't defeat him. A woman like Phoenix Queen was born to be strong. This was also because she had never felt safe since she was young, so she constantly became stronger to obtain a sense of security. Xianxia was the divine king of the divine desolate land. The strength he had displayed before was extremely powerful and could easily defeat and kill General Bing Yang. Therefore, in Phoenix Queen's heart, Xianxia was very difficult to defeat. Unless Xianxia didn't use any equipment, she would only be able to defeat Xianxia. That's not good. Qin Yan felt somewhat embarrassed. I like to conquer the strong. If I meet someone I can't conquer, I will feel uneasy. Phoenix Queen stared into Qin Yan's eyes. Qin Yan's heart skipped a beat again. He didn't know what she meant by conquer. Divine King, you are only at the 8th level of the divine space realm. If you don't have anything on you, I won't be afraid of you at all. Phoenix Queen said again, then smiled faintly. What, are you afraid that I'll eat you? Of course not. Qin Yan coughed dryly and said, all right, I'll start now. He took out a large bathtub and placed it in the spacious secret room. Then, he took off his clothes and soaked in it. Phoenix Queen also walked over and entered the bathtub wearing a loose robe. Come, let's try again. She spread out her hands and released Little Phoenix's soul. Little Phoenix's soul didn't seem to be trembling so much anymore. Qin Yan immediately approached and took out the divine mirror of absolute beginning. Is this okay? Phoenix Queen felt very at ease at this moment. She didn't know why. I'm investigating. Qin Yan nodded. I'm still not sure if I can break that seal. Phoenix Queen's beautiful phoenix eyes stared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan also looked into her eyes. The two of them immediately fell into silence, but they didn't feel awkward. He took a light breath and felt that the fiery fragrance on Phoenix Queen's body was getting stronger and stronger. This made his heart pound. Qin Yan, that seal is very strong. I can't do anything about it. Old brother Taisher suddenly sent a sound transmission to Qin Yan, pulling him back from his thoughts. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. If old brother Taisher couldn't break it, then it would be very difficult. What's wrong? Phoenix Queen asked. That seal is very strong. Qin Yan put away the divine mirror of absolute beginning and said, I'll investigate again. This time, I'll use my soul to take a look. As he spoke, he released his soul. His soul form was a very small black nether moon. Your soul is the nether moon, how did you cultivate it? Phoenix Queen said with some surprise. I cultivated it a long time ago. Qin Yan smiled and said, I'm going to start. He controlled the nether moon to the side of Little Phoenix and released a burst of powerful soul power that enveloped Little Phoenix. At this moment, he felt one of the pearls in his 9-sun divine spirit move. There were 2 pearls in the 9-sun divine spirit that had yet to be opened. One of them contained something that the universe law spirit had left for him. It was this pearl that had moved just now. As Qin Yan's heart trembled, he immediately focused all of his mental power on the pearl of the 9-sun divine spirit. When he probed this bead in the past, it was pitch black inside, and there was a strong resistance force resisting it. Now, he could see the inside of the pearl flickering with white light from time to time, and the resistance was still there. Phoenix Queen lightly nodded. Her heart was also filled with worry. She was very worried that the evil consciousness energy hidden in her soul would devour her. If Qin Yan was not by her side, once it flared up, it would be very dangerous and impossible to control. At that time, she might even cause damage to her own Phoenix Kingdom. Qin Yan, we can be considered friends now. When there's no one else around, you can just call me Feng-er. Phoenix Queen said, how long can your seal last? I'm worried that it will be broken. I'll help you check every once in a while, you don't have to worry. Qin Yan saw that Phoenix Queen was so worried and said, how about this, I'll make a tool for you to carry with you. If it really flares up, it can temporarily help you suppress that evil consciousness. Can you make it quickly? Phoenix Queen is truly worried because at this critical juncture, she really can't have anything happen to her. I'll start now. Qin Yan immediately took out 10 storage pearls and strung them into a bracelet. Then he took out 10 super strength storing pearls and placed them inside as energy sources. Next, he took out 10 square stone slabs. These were all used to set up formations. They were not ordinary stone slabs, they were all fused with many precious materials and divine universe heavenly bones. When Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had nothing to do, they would make many of these materials so that when Qin Yan needed them, he could immediately use them. Qin Yan carved heavenly rune characters on each of the 10 stone slabs and then placed them into the bracelet. Then, he connected them from the inside. Finally, he carved many auxiliary runes to make it more convenient for Phoenix Queen to use. After making it, Qin Yan told her how to use it. She quickly mastered it. In fact, she didn't need to use it, she only needed to wear it on her wrist. In fact, as long as it was refined by Qin Yun, Phoenix Queen would feel a lot more at ease. She had seen Qin Yun's level of inscription. Just now, she thought that she was finished. She didn't expect that Qin Yun's heavenly rune character would be able to seal that evil consciousness energy. I'm truly sorry that I couldn't let you obtain the inheritance you wanted. Phoenix Queen sighed softly. Right now, you really need a special method to raise the upper limit of your divine universe power at the 8th level of the divine universe realm. Only like this can you defeat even more powerful enemies in the future. I will definitely find a way. Qin Yun laughed and said, Feng you go rest, I also need to rest properly. Phoenix Queen arranged for Qin Yun to go to a comfortable and spacious room while she returned to her room to rest. It is now night time. Qin Yun is in his room, concentrating his mental power and constantly pouring it into a pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Soul. This pearl was previously completely dark, but now, because of the Phoenix Queen's soul, it suddenly became extremely bright. Qin Yun informed Taisha of this change. There are 3 layers of enchantments inside this pearl of yours. The evil consciousness energy in the Phoenix Queen's soul has broken through the first layer. Old brother Taisha said, if you investigate carefully, you should be able to sense the remnants of evil consciousness. Qin Yun exclaimed, is that so? I didn't even notice. Old brother Taisha was considered a Dharma spirit. His psyche powers were much higher than Qin Yun's, so he naturally discovered it. Why did the evil consciousness of the Phoenix Queen's soul break through a barrier? Qin Yun asked curiously. There should be something inside this pearl that attracted her evil consciousness. That's why the moment she erupted, she first entered the pearl inside your 9 Sun Divine Soul. She discovered that she couldn't continue breaking the seal, so she wanted to control the Phoenix Queen to kill you. Old brother Taisha said. Qin Yun recalled the situation back then. Phoenix Queen must have told him to run quickly because she knew that the evil consciousness wanted to kill him. Old brother Taisha, didn't you say that the inheritance obtained from Taisha Nirvana City can help in opening this pearl? Qin Yun asked, this bead should contain the universe Dharma spirit. What could it be? Whether it is the pearl left behind by the universe Dharma spirit or the 9 Sun Dharma spirit, it is not easy to open. It has to be done slowly. Old brother Taisha said, for example, right now, I can use heavenly rune characters to break through the barrier of the universe Dharma spirit's pearl. Can only break through 1 layer? Qin Yun is somewhat disappointed. 3 layers of barrier. Phoenix Queen's evil consciousness broke through 1 layer, I broke through 1 layer, the remaining layer will depend on you and Yuan. Old brother Taisha said. After Qin Yun finished dealing with the matter of the heaven's divine moon, he originally wanted to contact Xiao Yuan but he didn't have the time. Can we start now? Qin Yun said with smile, after you break through 1 layer of barrier, I will immediately go find Yuan. I haven't seen her for a long time. Take out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yun immediately took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Heavenly Seal is slightly trembling. Old brother Taisha is using the Divine King Heavenly Seal to create heavenly rune characters. He transformed many inheritances he obtained into heavenly rune characters, including the Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman inheritance he obtained before. After he evolved and fused them, they became even stronger heavenly rune characters. Qin Yun still hasn't mastered the heavenly rune character used by old brother Taisha. He has mastered 3 heavenly rune characters, 1 is seal, 1 is defense and the last one is fire. How long will it take? Qin Yun is somewhat impatient. Daybreak will be good, about 3 to 4 hours. Old brother Taisha said. Qin Yun is secretly astonished, even old brother Taisha needs several hours to complete this heavenly rune character, it can be seen how complicated it is. Daybreak, a very complicated heavenly rune character appeared on the surface of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yun also can't understand it. Let's begin. Old brother Taisha said. Qin Yun grabbed the Divine King Heavenly Seal and pointed it at the pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. A beam of light condensed on the surface of the seal and shot into the pearl. Soon after, he can feel that the inside of the pearl is exploding and violently shaking. Success, only the last barrier is left. This barrier is not something that can be broken with brute force. Old brother Taisha said, contact Yuan and ask her to help you. Xiao Yuan has a 9 divine spirit in her hand. It was copied by Xiaqiru. It is said that it is exactly the same as Xiaqiru's 9 divine spirit. Qin Yan walked out of the room and went to the roof to release the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to contact Xiao Yuan. However, he saw Star God and Phoenix Queen together. The charming and beautiful Star God is very intimate with Phoenix Queen. She is holding Phoenix Queen's arm and walking towards Qin Yan's room. Little brother Yun. When Star God saw Qin Yan come out, she delicately shouted, "We are looking for you, where are you going?" "I am going to call Yuan over, I have something important to ask her for help." "What do you want from me?" Qin Yan asked. "The 20 giant spheres that Luo Shuang placed in the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land, Star God needs them. If you don't want them, I'll give them to her." Phoenix Queen said. "And, give them to her." Qin Yan nodded and said. Phoenix Queen still doesn't know the intimate relationship between Star God and Qin Yan, so she didn't directly give them to Star God. "You can really contact Yuan, that's great, I haven't seen her for a long time." Star God ran over and pulled Qin Yan's hand, she even kissed Qin Yan's handsome face. The magic mirror was in the hands of the Empire and the Taisher factions. They often released many rumors to discredit Qin Yan. When Phoenix Queen collected information about Qin Yan, she did not believe those rumors. But now, she believes one thing is true, there are many women around Qin Yan. When she saw how intimate Qin Yan and the Star God were, she only secretly despised him in her heart and did not say anything. She had seen many situations like this. Her father the Heavenly Emperor was like this, and the women around him were not simple. They were all members of the upper echelon or relatives of Grand Prime organizations. Qin Yan went outside and released the 9 suns heaven-raising pagoda. He stood at the top of the pagoda and controlled the signal transmission. It can be transmitted to the 8 myriad realms divine suns in the sky. Xiao Yuan can receive it. If she could reply, she would reply to Qin Yan very quickly. The Star God stood at the top of the pagoda and looked at the 8 myriad realms divine suns in the sky. He frowned and said, "Little Yun, the 9th divine sun is about to come out. What will happen to the divine wilderness in the heavens after that? I don't know. In short, after the 9th divine sun appears, the divine wilderness will not be peaceful," said Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, I want to cultivate a powerful divine Sunday." Tian Shixiang said that you have a way to help me. The Phoenix Queen said, "It would be best if I could be like General Bing Yang and cultivate 2 divine suns in my body." If she could reach that level, she would no longer be afraid of the 4 kings and 9 generals in the future. She, the Phoenix Queen, might even be able to be promoted to the Phoenix Empress. "Sister Phoenix, you didn't manage to cultivate the divine sun, how is that possible?" The Star God was a little surprised. The Phoenix Queen also looked at the myriad realms divine sun in the sky. She had a look of fascination on her face as she said, "I'm not afraid of you guys laughing at me. I cultivated it before, but it wasn't ideal. It wasn't a good divine sun. Moreover, as my cultivation level regressed, I was unable to maintain that divine Sunday. I could only dissipate it. I hope to be able to cultivate a divine sun at the level of General Bing Yang, but this is very, very difficult. Only the celestial emperors of those empires should be able to grasp the most perfect method." Of course, Qin Yan had a way, but he didn't know if it was suitable for the Phoenix Queen. Before he could answer the Phoenix Queen, the Star God rushed to answer. "Sister Phoenix, this is simple. You don't need Xiaoyan's help. Just find Xianxia. She cultivates a white God Sun, and over the years, she has a lot of experience in cultivating God Sunday. She can guide you." Star God said. "I'll provide the Yang seed. It's not that difficult," said Qin Yun. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi both had sun seeds. The divine sun in Qin Yan's 9 sun divine spirit could produce a sun seed and be used to cultivate the divine sun. Then, the Star God pulled the Phoenix Queen aside and told her many things about Bai Suxin so that she could understand the White Sun Queen in advance. After the Phoenix Queen heard this, she was secretly shocked. She did not expect the Divine Moon Clan to have such an amazing woman. At that moment, Qin Yan received Xiao Yulan's response. "Xiao Yun, you did a great job with the Divine Moon of the Heavens. The Divine Moon's little magic spirit contacted us and said that it was all thanks to you." Xiao Yuelan's voice entered Qin Yan's mind. Yuelan, you said that you would tell me the inside story about the ninth divine sun after I'm done with the divine moons of heavens. Can we meet? Qin Yan immediately asked with a voice transmission. Of course. I'm going to find you now. I'm going there quietly. Xiao Yuelan smiled and said, otherwise, if Yueme follows us, they will all know that we ran away. Qin Yan did not mention the matter of the nine sun divine spirit. It would not be too late to talk about it when Xiao Yuelan came down. Phoenix Queen could not wait to cultivate the divine sun. She first brought the star god to take away the giant sphere and then waited for Bai Suxin to come over. Bai Suxin was among the 4 divine suns. She used the teleportation formation to teleport to the dragon province and then teleported back. Qin Yan's 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is in the courtyard outside the Phoenix Queen's palace. Xiao Yuelan also teleported from the divine sun. She first went to the dragon province, which was changed from the human snake treasure land, and then to the vermilion bird treasure land. What surprised Qin Yan was that she had arrived together with Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin, the white-haired beauty, is also very happy when she saw Qin Yan. She is also somewhat surprised. Xiao Yun, your white divine sun is very strong. The white divine sun in Qin Yan's white sun pearl is Bai Suxin's sun seed, so Bai Suxin can sense it. Of course, I didn't mistreat it. Qin Yan said with a chuckle. If you have something to say, then take your time to chat. I'm going to find the Phoenix Queen. Bai Suxin said with a light smile. Star God brought her and was about to find the Phoenix Queen when she saw the Phoenix Queen personally come out to greet them. Xiao Yuelan is very happy to see the Phoenix Queen. She immediately went over to greet her. Although it is the first time they met, she is very familiar with her, as if she is seeing a good sister. Big sister Queen, my time is limited. I won't talk for now. Let's wait for next time. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. All right. The Phoenix Queen also smiled. Qin Yan immediately pulled Xiao Yuelan into the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. He is indeed worried that there is not enough time because he still needs to open the final seal of the 9-sun divine spirit. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a purple dress. She looks a lot more lively. She is only like this in front of acquaintances. If she is an enemy, she would look like a cold and elegant killing god. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan hugged intimately for a while. Xiao Yun, I secretly ran out. Xiao Yuelan placed her hands on Qin Yan's cheeks. She is very reluctant to part. Her time is very tight. She has not reunited with Qin Yan for long and she has to part with him. Her heart is filled with melancholy. Yuelan, what will happen if we go back later? Qin Yan is also reluctant to part with Xiao Yuelan. Then I won't be able to secretly provide information to you in the future. Xiao Yuelan playfully stuck out her tongue and said with smile, Sister Kira doesn't want you to participate in the matter of the 9th divine sun, but I promised you that I would let you join. Qin Yan feels very helpless. He sighed and said, why doesn't Sister Kira want me to join? I clearly care about them very much. Not only Sister Kiru, Elder Sister Master and Sister Bingxing also don't want you to take any risks. They are doing this for your own good. Moreover, with our 9-sun divine maiden's strength, it should be enough to deal with all kinds of dangers. Xiao Yuelan gently smiled, you actually don't need to worry too much. Qin Yan raised his hand and the 9-sun divine spirit appeared on his wrist. He asked, Yuelan, I want to break the seal of one of the pearls. I only need the last barrier layer. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan tried before but they did not succeed. And Xie Qiru said that they need the cooperation of the 9 divine spirit to be able to open the last 2 pearls. What do you mean only need the last barrier layer? Xiao Yuelan curiously asked. Qin Yan simply explained about the pearl's 3 barrier layers. 2 of them have already been broken. Alright, let's begin immediately. Xiao Yuelan is also very much looking forward to the things inside the pearl. Although Xiao Yuelan's 9 divine spirit is a replica, it is exactly the same as the original 9 divine spirit. It was with her help that Qin Yan's 9-sun divine spirit produced the sun heavenly shield ability. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan clasped hands tightly. She transferred the power of the 9 divine spirit to Qin Yan, allowing him to draw it into the 9-sun divine spirit. The 9 divine spirit's energy is very strange. Furthermore, after it entered the 9-yang divine spirit, it immediately changed. Qingyun channeled the energy into the 9-sun divine spirit to attack the barrier. How is it? Xiao Yuelan asked. It's a little useful. Continue. Qingyun said, I wonder why these 3 barriers were set up back then. Each barrier is so powerful. Furthermore, the first barrier was broken through by the Phoenix Queen's evil consciousness. Xiao Yuelan said, you will have to ask the 9-sun law spirit. Back then, he and the universe law spirit improved your 9-sun divine spirit and even sealed something inside. She continued transferring energy to Qingyun. Her 9-yin divine spirit had cultivated many things within it, so transferring it to Qingyun would not cause any loss. Even if there's nothing, it doesn't matter. I need to break the seal on this pearl. I want to use this pearl to cultivate the divine yang. Qingyun said with a smile, only by cultivating a powerful divine sun within the 9 pearls of the 9-yang divine spirit can I become even stronger. Xiao Yun, after the 9th divine sun is born, we don't know what will happen in the divine desolate land. In short, it will definitely fall into great turmoil. Xiao Yuelan's face is filled with worry when she thought of this matter. Qingyun extended his hand to caress her face and said, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Xiao Yuelan wrinkled her nose and said with a charming smile, it's more like it's our 9-sun divine maiden protecting you. We don't need your protection. As long as the divine sons of the myriad realms remain, we, the 9 sons divine ladies, will never perish. After the 9th divine sun is born, you will have to enter and seize control of it. Is it that simple? Qingyun asked, the cosmos gods will also enter to vie for it. It will still be very dangerous for you. The birth of the 9th divine sun involves a very important matter. Once the 9th divine sun was born, the multiple universes would immediately merge, and the divine wilderness would become even bigger. At the same time, the 9 myriad realms divine suns will become even more powerful. They will be the most powerful myriad realms divine suns in the history of many universes. Xiao Yuelan's expression gradually turned serious. Qingyun was unaware of this matter. He believed that the multiple universes had completely fused together. At that time it will be known as the new cosmic era. And the ruler of the new universe era would be the universe's law spirit. The cosmos god race represents the cosmos law spirit. The cosmos god race is able to obtain the strongest power at the first instant, and then, the new humans. Xiao Yuelan looked at the 9-yang divine spirit on Qingyun's wrist. She only hoped that Qingyun could obtain formidable power from it. Only then would he be able to stabilize his position as divine king in the new universe era. Then what about grand beginning humans? Qingyun asked. He was also a grand beginning human. If the primordial humans want to have a place in the new universe era, they have to rely on themselves. The 9 suns law spirit had failed to transform into a human, and the law spirit of the cosmos would transform into a human when the 9th divine sun was born. He would personally lead the cosmos god race. What our 9-sun divine maiden needs to do is to prevent the 9th divine sun from falling into their hands. We need to protect the core region of the 9th divine sun and wait for the 9-sun dharma spirit to transform into a human through the 9th divine Sunday. Qingyun is very alarmed. The universe's dharma spirit is actually transforming into a human. Moreover, the 9 suns dharma spirit had failed to transform into a human previously. Next, it would attempt to do so again through the 9th divine sun's core. Why does the universe law spirit want to turn into a human? Qingyun said with a frown, this guy, why is he transforming into a human instead of being a universe law spirit? Because the law spirit has always been an existence of laws and order, so he is also bound by the laws he set. If he transformed into a human, it would be equivalent to giving up on everything. Then he would be able to do whatever he wants in the new universe era. From then on, the new universe era would no longer have any rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to exterminate the 9 suns law spirit. Xiao Yuelan said. Although the law spirit is powerful, it is restricted and can't directly take action. Qingyun said with a frown, the new universe era will be a new starting point. Moreover, this universe is basically set in stone. It will also produce the most powerful myriad realms divine sun and myriad heavens divine desolate. As long as one becomes the strongest ruler of the new universe era, they will be able to dominate the entire universe. Xiao Yuan nodded and said, that's exactly the case. That's why the universe law spirits made the cultivation of all living beings regress, including the universe law spirits themselves, in order to take back most of the energy so that after the universe law spirit transforms into a human, it can obtain this energy. If the Nine Suns law spirit also successfully transforms into a human, doesn't that mean that there will no longer be any order in the world? Qin Yan's face is filled with shock. What will happen then? There will no longer be heavenly punishment. There will be no distinction between good and evil. Whoever is strong will be righteous. As long as one is strong enough, no matter how much evil they commit, they will not be punished by heavenly punishment. Xiao Yuan said, the myriad heavens divine desolate is the area where the living beings of the new universe era live. If the universe law spirit transforms into a human, it will definitely be a calamity. The Nine Suns law spirit transforms into a human just to stop him? Qin Yan sighed and said, in that case, the appearance of the ninth divine sun is truly a great test for the myriad heavens divine desolate and we are not prepared yet. Xiao Yun, the universe law spirit will transform into a human and enter the ninth divine sun. Although our nine suns divine maiden can stop him when the time comes, we won't be able to kill him. We won't even be able to kill the people he brought with him. I hope that when the time comes, you can go in and help us. At the very least, you can help us kill his capable subordinates. Xiao Yuan said. Will the experts of the four great empires and the Taisher powers all go? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. Even if they come, we can block them outside the core region. But the outer region will definitely be occupied by them. Xiao Yuan said. Suddenly, Qin Yan's nine sun divine spirit moved, the pearl is trembling. The barrier is about to be broken. Qin Yan is somewhat excited and shouted. Is that so? How much longer? Xiao Yuan's face is filled with anticipation. Immediately. Qin Yan's brows wrinkled, he condensed the energy together and then broke through the barrier, boom. The moment he broke through, Qin Yan's head is in extreme pain. Soon after, an incomparably evil aura surged out from the pearl. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yuan screamed, how are you? Qin Yan's expression changed greatly, he shouted, inside, what is sealed inside is an evil sun, I can't control it. He immediately let Yang, Momo, Little Queen Ant and the other little guys come out. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Ling Yuner are the last to come out. They also sensed that something is wrong with the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. What the hell is going on? Xiao Yuan saw Qin Yan's pitch-black expression and hastily asked Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner and the others don't know what happened. When they came out, they saw that the divine universe purple sun inside the purple sun pearl is shrouded in black gas. At this moment, an evil laughter came out from Qin Yan's mind. The divine king that the Nine Sun Law Spirit painstakingly nurtured, was killed by me just like that. The Nine Sun Law Spirit is still too inexperienced. The voice laughed loudly, Qin Yan, hello, I am the universe law spirit. Xiao Yuan and Qin Yan clasped hands tightly. She transferred the power of the Nine Yin Divine Spirit to Qin Yan, allowing him to draw it into the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. The Nine Yin Divine Spirit's energy is very strange. Furthermore, after it entered the Nine Yang Divine Spirit, it immediately changed. Qin Yan channeled the energy into the Nine Sun Divine Spirit to attack the barrier. How is it? Xiao Yuan asked. It's a little useful. Continue. Qin Yan said, I wonder why these three barriers were set up back then. Each barrier is so powerful. Furthermore, the first barrier was broken through by the Phoenix Queen's evil consciousness. Xiao Yuan said, you will have to ask the Nine Sun Law Spirit. Back then, he and the Universe Law Spirit improved your Nine Sun Divine Spirit and even sealed something inside. She continued transferring energy to Qin Yan. Her Nine Yin Divine Spirit had cultivated many things within it, so transferring it to Qin Yan would not cause any loss. Even if there's nothing, it doesn't matter. I need to break the seal on this pearl. I want to use this pearl to cultivate the Divine Yang. Qin Yan said with a smile, only by cultivating a powerful Divine Sun within the 9 pearls of the 9 Yang Divine Spirit can I become even stronger. Xiao Yun, we don't know what will happen to the Divine Wilderness after the 9th Divine Sun is born. In short, it will definitely fall into great turmoil. When Xiao Yuan thought of this matter, her face filled with worry. Qin Yan extended his hand to caress her face and said, "No matter what happens, I will protect you." Xiao Yuan wrinkled her nose and said with a charming smile, "It's more like it's our 9-son divine maiden protecting you. We don't need your protection. As long as the divine sons of the myriad realms remain, we, the 9 sons divine ladies, will never perish. After the 9th divine son is born, you want to go in and seize control of it? Is it that simple?" Qin Yan asked. "The Cosmos God race will also enter the competition. It's still very dangerous for all of you. The birth of the 9th divine son involves a very important matter. Once the 9th divine son was born, the multiple universes would immediately merge, and the divine wilderness would become even bigger. At the same time, the 9 myriad realms divine sons will become even more powerful. They will be the strongest myriad realms divine sons in the history of multiple universes." Xiao Yuan's expression gradually turned serious. Qin Yan was unaware of this matter. He believed that the multiple universes had completely fused together. At that time, it will be known as the new cosmic era. And the ruler of the new universe era would be the universe's law spirit. The Cosmos God race represents the Cosmos law spirit. The Cosmos God race is able to obtain the strongest power at the first instant, and then, the new humans. Xiao Yuan looked at the 9 Yang divine spirit on Qin Yan's wrist. She only hoped that Qin Yan could obtain formidable power from it. Only then would he be able to stabilize his position as divine king in the new universe era. Then what about the Grand Primes? Qin Yan asked. He was also a Grand Prime human. If the primordial humans want to have a place in the new universe era, they have to rely on themselves. The 9 sons law spirit had failed to transform into a human, and the law spirit of the cosmos would transform into a human when the 9th divine son was born. He would personally lead the Cosmos God race. What we, the 9 sons divine maiden, have to do is to prevent the 9th divine son from falling into their hands. We have to protect the core region of the 9th divine son and wait for the 9 sons Dharma spirit to transform into a human through the 9th divine Sunday, Xiao Yuan said. Qin Yan is very alarmed. The universe's Dharma spirit is actually transforming into a human. Moreover, the 9 sons Dharma spirit had failed to transform into a human previously. Next, it would attempt to do so again through the 9th divine son's core. Why does the universe law spirit want to turn into a human? Qin Yan said with a frown, "This guy, why isn't he properly being the universe law spirit? Why is he transforming into a human?" Because the law spirit has always been an existence of laws and order. Therefore, he is also bound by the laws he set. If he transformed into a human, it would be equivalent to giving up on everything. Then, he would be able to do whatever he wants in the new universe era. From then on, the new universe era would no longer have any laws. Xiao Yuan said, otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to exterminate the 9 sons law spirit. Although the law spirit is powerful, it is restricted and can't directly take action. Qin Yan said with a frown, the new universe era will be a new starting point. Moreover, this universe is basically set in stone. It will also have the most flourishing myriad realms divine sun and myriad heavens divine desolate. As long as one becomes the strongest ruler of the new universe era, they will be able to dominate the entire universe. Xiao Yuan nodded and said, precisely so. That's why the universe law spirits caused the cultivation of all living beings to greatly regress, including the universe law spirits themselves, in order to take back most of the energy so that after the universe law spirit transform into a human, it can obtain this energy. If the 9 sons law spirit also successfully transform into a human, doesn't that mean that there will no longer be any order in the world? Qin Yan's face is filled with horror. What will happen then? There will no longer be heavenly punishment, there will be no distinction between good and evil, whoever is strong will be righteous. As long as one is strong enough, no matter how much evil they commit, they will not be punished by heavenly punishment. Xiao Yuan said, myriad heavens divine desolate is an area where the living beings of the new universe era live. If the universe law spirit transforms into a human, it will definitely be a catastrophe. The 9 sons law spirit transforms into a human just to stop him? Qin Yan sighed and said, in that case, the appearance of the 9th divine sun is truly a great test for myriad heavens divine desolate and we are not prepared yet. Xiaoyun, the universe law spirit will transform into a human and enter the ninth divine sun. Although our nine-sun divine maiden can stop him when the time comes, we won't be able to kill him. We won't even be able to kill the people he brought with him. I hope that you can go in and help us when the time comes. At least help us kill his capable subordinates. Xiao Yuelan said. Will the experts of the four great empires and the Taisher powers all go? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. Even if they come, we can block them outside the core region. Xiao Yuelan said, but the outer region will definitely be occupied by them. Suddenly, Qin Yan's nine-sun divine spirit moved and the pearl trembled. The barrier is about to be broken. Qin Yan is somewhat excited and shouted. Is that so? How long will it take? Xiao Yuelan looked at him with anticipation. Immediately. Qin Yan frowned. He gathered a surge of energy together and broke through the barrier. Boom. The moment he broke through, Qin Yan's head was in extreme pain. Soon after, an incomparably evil aura surged out from the pearl. Xiaoyun. Xiao Yuelan screamed, how are you? Qin Yan's expression changed greatly. He shouted, inside, what is sealed inside is an evil sun, I can't control it. He immediately let Yang, Momo, Little Queen Ant and the other little guys come out. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Ling Yan'er came out last. They also sensed that something is wrong with the nine-sun divine spirit. What the hell is going on? Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan's dark expression and hurriedly asked Ling Yan'er. Ling Yan'er and the others don't know what happened. When they came out, they saw that the divine universe purple sun inside the purple sun pearl is shrouded in black gas. At this moment, an evil laughter came out in Qin Yan's mind. The divine king that the nine-sun law spirit painstakingly cultivated, was killed by me just like that. The nine-sun law spirit is still too inexperienced. The voice laughed loudly, Qin Yan, hello, I am the universe law spirit. Qin Yan immediately controlled the nine suns heaven-raising pagoda and sent his perception through the bottom of the pagoda to the grand array beneath the vermilion bird-treasured land. This way, he could absorb the power of the four divine suns through the vermilion bird-treasured land. The divine king heavenly seal is constantly absorbing energy from the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda to maintain the seal's energy and seal the universe law spirit's consciousness inside the evil yang pearl. The universe law spirit only has a thread of consciousness. As long as he can seal this thread of consciousness, he can seal that evil yang. The universe law spirit can burst out with great power through the evil yang and pose a great threat to Qin Yan. Ling Yan'er is very anxious watching from the side. She really wants to enter the evil yang pearl and directly destroy the universe law spirit's consciousness. Suxin, go out with them and protect these little fellows. Qin Yan said, Sister Steamed Bun, Sister Tianzi, take care of Momo and the others, let Phoenix Queen protect Lu'er. Miller is very special now, she is inside the nine-sun sacred ground. If Great Luo Empire sensed her, they might send people over. In this kind of situation, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi cannot help at all, they can only bring Yang and the others out. Bai Suxin is very worried. She cultivates white divine sun, she can sense that Qin Yan's nine-sun divine spirit is releasing very strong evil yang energy. She knows how terrifying evil yang energy is. Don't worry, I can handle it. Qin Yan nodded at Bai Suxin. Don't try to be brave, if you can't handle it, just say something, understand? Bai Suxin warned. Got it. Qin Yan squeezed out a smile. Very soon, only Qin Yan and Ling Yan'er are left. Qin Yan originally wanted to let Ling Yan'er go out but she refused to leave and insisted on staying with Qin Yan. Xiaoyun, can you sense the situation inside the nine-sun divine spirit? What about the other divine suns? Ling Yan'er is very anxious, she is pacing back and forth. Those divine suns have been contaminated by evil power, only nether suns are not affected. Qin Yan took a deep breath and said, as long as we can control the evil yang, the nine-sun divine spirit can recover. Don't let that guy control all the divine suns, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Ling Yan'er gritted her teeth and said, there is such a dangerous thing inside the nine-yang divine spirit. Why didn't the nine-yang law spirit warn you? Because the nine-yang dharma spirit also doesn't know. Back then, he thought that the cosmos dharma spirit was doing this for my own good and left me a very important thing. I didn't expect that the universe's Dharma spirit would start scheming against the 9-yang Dharma spirit from then on. Qin said with a frown. Thankfully, the 9-yang divine spirit's beads are very strong. They have self-defense barriers. Can you really not control the nether sun? Ling Yaner grabbed Qin's wrist and said, let me enter the nether sun pearl. This won't do. The universe Dharma spirit is obstructing my connection with the divine sun. I can sense the divine sun, but I can't control its energy. I don't know how he did it. He can't control those divine suns yet. Qin is determined not to let Ling Yaner in because it is too dangerous. Ling Yaner's pretty face is filled with worry at this moment. Because she has been in the 9-sun divine spirit for a long time and is very familiar with the divine sun inside. Furthermore, she was once the nether sun Tao spirit, so she can sense that the situation of the divine sun is very bad. Although Qin said that he is fine, Ling Yaner doesn't believe him. Her feeling is telling her that with Qin's previous strength, he would not be able to reverse the situation. In fact, Qin is also not completely confident. Otherwise, he would not have asked Xiao Yuan to go to the divine moon of heavens for help. He asked Bai Suxin and others to leave the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda because he was worried that they would be affected. Now only Ling Yaner is here. She has followed Qin for many years and Qin has faced many dangers. Therefore, she is very clear about Qin's confidence in dealing with danger. Xiao Yun, you should only have 30% confidence, right? Ling Yaner asked. No, I have 50% confidence. Qin tried his best to calm himself down. The Divine King Heavenly Seal is still releasing energy to suppress the 9-sun divine spirit's evil sun pearl. The universe's law spirit did not speak again, but the power it is releasing from the evil sun pearl is becoming stronger and stronger. The Vermilion Bird Treasure Land's great formation is frantically gathering the energy of the 4 divine suns. Then it gathered under the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and poured it into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. This also caused the sky above the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land to be shrouded in a layer of light mist. The 4 divine suns also sensed that Qin is in danger and the light mist became even stronger. The good times did not last long, the sky gradually darkened. 8 myriad realms divine suns gradually descended from the horizon, the sky became completely dark. At this moment, Qin felt that the evil sun's power suddenly increased sharply, he will soon be unable to suppress it. At this moment, the myriad heaven's divine moon shot down an intense light mist that enveloped the entire Vermilion Bird Treasure Land. The Star God's great formation has also been set up, it gathered a large amount of Star God power and poured it into the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Phoenix Queen and the others are watching from outside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. They know that Qin is in danger, but they do not know what kind of danger it is. Xiao Yuan has already returned from the myriad heaven's divine moon. She wants to enter the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, but she has already been sealed by Qin. She is shouting and shouting outside, wanting to go in and help, but Qin is ignoring her. At this moment, Qin is facing a great crisis. If necessary, he must prepare for the worst. This won't do, the myriad heaven's divine moon's power is not enough. Ling Yaner said. I can hold on until daybreak. Tomorrow is enough for me to seal this evil sun pearl. Qin forced himself to calm down. There are still 10 to 20 trillion divine universe golden stones inside the Divine King Heavenly Seal. If it doesn't work, he can still extract the energy below the Vermilion Bird Treasure Land. In his opinion, as long as he can hold on until the 4 divine suns come out, he can win. However, Qin still underestimated the power of the universe law spirit. The universe law spirit chuckled and said, Little guy Qin, I have succeeded. The few divine suns inside your 9-sun divine spirit are already under my control. Are you ready? I want to defeat you in one breath. Qin's expression greatly changed. He immediately probed the situation inside the 9-sun divine spirit and discovered that he can only sense the nether sun inside the nether sun pearl. He has lost contact with the other divine suns. Xiao Yun, cooperate with me later. After Ling Yaner finished speaking, a black mist flew out from her head and entered Qin's 9-sun divine spirit. Her body is still outside. Her body was originally refined by Qin. Although she has cultivated her body to become very strong over the years, she can leave her body at any time when she needs it. Yuner, don't act recklessly. Qinyan involuntarily shouted, his expression is filled with despair. He knew that the inside of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit is very dangerous, so he did not let Ling Yuner go in. He did not want to lose her. Xiao Yun, don't forget that I am your Tao spirit. I was born to suppress your evil. The evil of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit will be suppressed by me. Ling Yuner's voice came out, it is very solemn. She has already entered the Nether Sun inside the Nether Sun Pearl. Qin Yun can only cooperate with Ling Yuner now. He doesn't blame Ling Yuner for taking risks because her mission is to protect his Nether Sunday. Although Ling Yuner is usually very naughty, she is also very scary when she is serious. Moreover, she is not afraid of death at all. She is only afraid of losing Qin Yun, afraid that she will never be able to see Qin Yun again. Qin Yun forced himself to calm down and transmitted his voice to Ling Yuner. Yuner, what do you plan on doing next? How should I cooperate with you? I want to enter the evil Yang bead from the Nether Yang bead. Ling Yuner said, I am inside the Nether Sun, it can distort space, I can go to the evil Sun Pearl from here. The Nether Sun inside the Nether Sun Pearl can be said to have been bred by Qin Yun and Ling Yuner together. Therefore, Ling Yuner is very familiar with Nether Sun, and Nether Sun also recognizes Ling Yuner. What happens after you enter the evil Yang bead? The consciousness left behind by the universe's Dharma spirit must be very powerful. Qin Yun said, you must not face him alone. I can use this hat. It can help me a lot. Ling Yuner said again, Xiao Yun, put the hat in for me. Qin Yun is indeed wearing the heavenly hat. Previously, he was afraid that the Cosmos Law Spirit would attack his soul, so he wore it. Now, the evil Yang bead is suppressed by the Divine King Heavenly Seal and the Universe Law Spirit's consciousness is unable to break out. Qin Yun is still safe. He immediately placed the hat into the Nether Sun inside the Nether Sun Pearl to protect Ling Yuner's soul. Ling Yuner entered the Nether Sun Pearl in the form of a soul and the heavenly hat can be considered the Sun Soul of the Nether Sun. It can be of great help to Ling Yuner. The universe's Dharma spirit made countless calculations, but it missed me. I am an unexpected variable. If you want to defeat him, you have to catch him off guard. Ling Yuner said, I am preparing to enter the evil Yang bead. With that, she entered the evil Yang bead and cut off contact with Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately perked up and told Brother Taisher about Ling Yuner's situation. Brother Taisher, you must protect Yuner. She is very important to me. I can't lose her. Qin Yun pleaded, if I lose her, I might go crazy. I'll try my best. Even Taisher was not confident. This made Qin Yun even more worried. Right now, he was unable to figure out the situation of the evil Yang bead. In order to contact Ling Yuner, he immediately used sun and moon shine together, erupting his divine cosmos force and pouring it into the evil Yang bead. Sun and moon shine together not only had divine cosmic force, but also a large amount of mental force. This is the power produced by the fusion of Nether Sun and Nether Moon. It is extremely powerful and directly penetrated into the evil Yang bead. After the energy entered, it dispersed a large amount of evil qi. Qin Yun immediately opened his celestial eye and saw Xiaoyang who was releasing the black qi. Around Xiaoyang, there were purple, blue, white and gray energies. These were the energies of the Divine Universe Purple Sun, Heavenly Universe Divine Sun, White God Sun and Chaos Divine Sun. Xiaoyang was gathering the energy of many suns and strengthening himself. Soon, Qin Yun sensed Ling Yuner and the Universe Law Spirit's consciousness. He could clearly sense that there were two frightening soul forces fighting right now. Ling Yuner was fighting with the wisp of consciousness of the Universe's Law Spirit. Brother Taisher, stop the seal and pour all of your energy into my body. Qin Yun also wants to participate in the battle because he discovered that the God King Heavenly Seal's sealing power is completely useless against the universe. Law Spirit. The Universe Law Spirit doesn't seem to be afraid of the God King Heavenly Seal's power. It means that the Universe Law Spirit is very familiar with the God King Heavenly Seal. It knows that the strongest power of the God King Heavenly Seal comes from the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. It is impossible for the Universe Law Spirit not to know about the formation of the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Therefore, he is very familiar with the power of the box. Maybe it was created by him. Qinyan used sun and moon shine together to blast open a path inside the evil yang bead. He opened his celestial eye to see clearly. Old brother Taisher can't see this point clearly, he is mainly controlling the God King heavenly seal and using the heavenly rune to seal it. This kind of seal is indeed very powerful, but it is not effective against the universe law spirit's consciousness. Do you really want to do this? If you stop the seal, the universe law spirit's consciousness will retaliate. Old brother Taisher said. The universe law spirit is very familiar with your power but not with mine. I want to use my power to suppress it. Qinyan said. Alright. Old brother Taisher can only cooperate with Qinyan. Qinyan pressed the God King heavenly seal on his heart, his imperial heaven heart madly throbbed. He immediately operated the imperial heaven divine technique and urged his mental power. Heaven extermination 9 style, moon separating soul. Qinyan placed his nether moon into the evil yang bead and used the imperial heaven divine technique to activate the heaven extermination 9 style. Moon separating soul is a soul attack technique of the heaven extermination 9 style. It was created by Xianxia. Later, Qinyan combined it with the imperial heaven divine technique to strengthen it. Moon separating soul uses the nether moon to attack and lets the nether moon extract the soul in an instant. After the nether moon entered the evil yang bead, although it became very small, as Qinyan continuously poured in divine power, it gradually expanded. Now it is night time, absorbing the power of the heavenly divine moon and stars can make Qinyan's nether moon even stronger. Xiaoyun. Ling Yun'er's soul can sense Qinyan. That guy is not very strong, we are evenly matched. I have already successfully stopped him from devouring other divine sun's energy. Leave the rest to me. Qinyan said. Attack as much as you want, I have the protection of the heavenly hat, your power can't harm me. Ling Yun'er's voice arrived. The nether moon released by Qinyan has already expanded to a very large size. With a thought, the nether moon that has expanded to a very large size suddenly deflated and started shrinking. And in the process of shrinking, waves of powerful mental energy burst forth, producing an extremely strange devouring force. At the same time, the universe law spirit's consciousness and soul inside the evil yang bead are gradually being extracted. Qinyan, you are indeed the person that the 9 sun law spirit thinks very highly of, you are indeed very awesome. The universe law spirit's voice transmitted into Qinyan's mind and said with smile, I lost to you this time but you will also not have a good time. Don't even think about self-detonating. Ling Yun'er's voice arrived and said angrily, old thing, hurry up and die. It is unknown what Ling Yun'er did but the universe law spirit let out a furious roar and then its consciousness was completely extracted from the evil yang bead. After the universe law spirit's consciousness left the evil yang bead, it became extremely weak. Qinyan directly used mental power to completely exterminate it. Ling Yun'er's soul also flew out of the evil yang bead and returned to her body. Qinyan immediately hugged her and discovered that her mental state is not very good, she is very tired. Yun'er, how are you? Qinyan kissed her charming face and pinched it. I am fine. A mere universe law spirit is not my opponent. Ling Yun'er laughed and said, I am a bit sleepy now. Oh that's right, how is the 9 sun divine spirit? I still haven't seen it. Qinyan placed Ling Yun'er on a bed and then went to observe the 9 sun divine spirit's situation. The situation has stabilized. Yun'er, are you really okay? Qinyan continued hugging Ling Yun'er. I'm really fine. I need to rest for a while. Ling Yun'er smiled at Qinyan. The situation inside the 9 yang divine soul had already stabilized. The spirit inside Xianxia, as well as the universe Dharma spirit's consciousness, had been wiped out by Ling Yun'er. With the godly monarch heavenly seal sealing it, Xianxia was now in a dormant state. This Xianxia was still very strong, stronger than the other few divine sons in the 9 sun divine spirit. However, because it was too evil and inside Qinyan's 9 sun divine spirit, the universe law spirit's consciousness was unable to completely control Xianxia. Otherwise, Qinyan's 9 sun divine spirit would truly be in danger. Ling Yun'er was really tired and quickly fell asleep. At this time, Xiao Yuelan and Bai Suxin hastily entered the 9 suns heaven-raising pagoda. They also entered because they saw that the 9 suns heaven-raising pagoda was not enveloped by evil energy. Previously, Qin Yan had closed the Nine Suns heaven-holding pagoda to prevent them from barging in so as to not endanger them. "Xiao Yun, how are you now?" Xiao Yuan asked. She only roughly knew that the universe law spirit's consciousness was wreaking havoc in the Nine Sun divine spirit. "I'm fine." "That universe law spirit guy, what did he put in the evil yang bead?" "I have to find out." Qin Yan gently caressed Xiao Yuan's face and smiled slightly. Xiao Yuan saw Ling Yin'er sleeping on the bed beside her and hurriedly went over to touch her face. Seeing that she was fine, she felt relieved. "Sister Su Xian, I'm fine." Qin Yan smiled up by Su Xin, then hugged her and Xiao Yuan. Just now, he was almost killed by the universal law spirit and almost lost the chance to see his beloved forever. Soon after, the star god also rushed over. She had not put away the array yet. She had also sensed that the Nine Suns heaven-raising pagoda was no longer absorbing energy through her array. That was why she had come down to take a look. "That's good." The star god heaved a sigh of relief. After that, Bai Suxin and Xingshan continued helping the Phoenix Queen cultivate her divine Sunday. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi brought Milu'er, Mo, and the other cute little fellows into the Nine Suns heaven-raising pagoda. For the time being, Qin Yan did not allow them to enter the Nine Sun divine spirit because those few divine suns still had evil aura that had not been removed. The Xiaoyang within the Xiaoyang bead had already been sealed, and the evil force that had invaded the other Xiaoyang beads was gradually weakening. Qin Yan already had 2 Yang seeds, Xiaoyang and Mo Yang. It was just that he had never found a good opportunity to create Xiaoyang and Mo Yang. Now, he was inserting the Xiaoyang seed into the Xiaoyang in the Xiaoyang bead. Xiaoyang and Mo Yang were very dangerous, but Qin Yan could suppress them, so he was not afraid. In addition, he could use these 2 types of energy very well. Especially when he entered the state of extreme evil, his strength would become even more powerful. Especially in the current situation where his cultivation was restricted to the 9th level of the divine universe realm. If Qin Yan could possess these 2 divine suns, then he would be able to use even more power. Through the godly monarch heavenly seal, Qin Yan injected the purifying powers into the pearls one by one. Soon, the evil powers of the other divine suns were purified. Finally, Xiao Yuan entered the 9 Sun divine spirit to confirm before allowing Zi Qingqing and the others to enter. The 9 Yang divine spirit is already fine and Ling Yun'er has also woken up. Previously, she entered the Xiaoyang and killed the original Yang seed of the Xiaoyang. Qin Yan placed a new Yang seed inside and very soon, he will be able to completely control this Xiaoyang. Xiao Yuan came secretly, she also has to return now. Xiao Yun, before the 9th divine sun appears, I will inform you. Even we don't know the exact time. Xiao Yuan said, when the time comes, you must come. I know. Qin Yan nodded and then kissed Xiao Yuan goodbye. After Xiao Yuan left, Qin Yan is alone in the 9th Sun heaven-raising pagoda. Next, he will fully control Xiaoyang. After controlling the Xiaoyang, he will be able to search the entire interior of the Xiaoyang bead. The interior of the Xiaoyang bead is very spacious and there is also a lot of land. The universe law spirit placed something inside, it should be very important but he doesn't know where it is hidden. Qin Yan closed his eyes and circulated the imperial heaven divine technique, allowing his mental power to continuously enter Xiaoyang and strengthen the power of the Yang seed. He wants to let his Yang seed enter Xiaoyang's core. Only then can he completely control Xiaoyang. The vermilion bird treasured land has gradually calmed down. After being besieged several times, the vermilion bird treasured land still has not been breached. This also allowed the people in the treasured land to feel relieved. Myriad World Divine Court also began to send people to build large cities in the treasured land and then build teleportation formations in the cities. This way, the vermilion bird treasured land can gradually integrate into the Divine Court Alliance. At this moment, the Divine Court President is also presiding over a meeting, inviting the patriarchs outside the Holy Land to participate. At this moment, the big shots of the Divine Court Alliance are basically all present. Divine Moon Clan Zhu Shangyun did not come because she is still in the Moon Heart. However, Divine Moon Clan sent Xiao Xianqin. Xiao Xianqin is the successor of the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. When Yu Shangyun is unable to appear, she is the one to handle it. Although Qin Yun is a divine king, it doesn't matter if he doesn't appear. He rarely participates in the matters of Myriad World Divine Court. He only gives a general direction and then the Divine Court President and the others discuss it. The Divine Court Alliance's meeting is mainly to discuss cooperation and help each other against strong enemies. There is also the matter of Taishur Nirvana City's Nirvana. The heaven-splitting ancient clan Senju Lifan. There is also a Taishur historical site under their heaven-splitting treasured land. Currently, they suspect that it is a Nirvana city. Yu Lifan is very generous and invited his allies to go with him. However, he also said that the heaven-splitting treasured land is closely watched by empires and Taishur factions. There might be danger and they will need help when the time comes. Therefore, they began to discuss how to fight against the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Qin Yan is inside the Nine Suns heaven-raising pagoda, peacefully subduing Xianxia. He no longer needs to worry about the Divine Court Alliance. After the battle in the Vermilion Bird treasured land, this alliance has matured and can trust each other. There is no lack of strong clans and powerful factions in the alliance. It can be said that there are many capable people. Even without his participation, the alliance can still hold its own. Unless the Divine Court Alliance faces many empires and Taishur factions, it will be very difficult to defeat the alliance. 2 days later, Qin Yan has completely subdued Xianxia. The Nine Sun Divine Spirit finally has another powerful Divine Sunday. Although this Xianxia is special and dangerous, he is very powerful. Qin Yan looked at the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Ling Yuner is now wearing a sky hat, looking for the thing left behind by the Universe Law Spirit inside the evil Yang bead. Xiao Yun, I think that thing might be hidden in Xia Yang's core. But are you sure you want to find it? The Universe Law Spirit is very sinister, aren't you afraid that he will trick you again? Ling Yuner asked. She is also worried now. Although the Nine Sun Divine Spirit is Qin Yan's, he rarely goes in. It is not that he cannot go in now, it is just that there is a certain amount of risk. Xianxia is completely under my control, it no longer has the consciousness of the Universe Law Spirit. No matter how strong the thing he left behind is, it will not be able to create any waves. Qin Yan decided to enter the Xianxia to investigate. But it is still dangerous. The Universe Law Spirit is too strong, luckily it is only a strand of his consciousness this time. Ling Yuner is still very worried. Yuner, the thing that the Universe Law Spirit put inside must be very valuable, otherwise the Nine Sun Law Spirit would not have agreed. He purposely put something very valuable inside, that is why he could hide it from the Nine Sun Law Spirit. Qin Yan said. He cannot contact the Nine Sun Law Spirit now. He also cannot figure out what the Universe Law Spirit put inside, but according to his deduction, it must be very important. Alright, if you want to go in, I will accompany you. Ling Yuner hugged Qin Yan's arm and pouted. Alright, I will let Sister Steamed Bun and the others come out and wait outside the Nine Sun Heaven-raising pagoda. Qin Yan said. He is also afraid that something might happen and cause the Nine Sun Divine Spirit to be affected and implicate them. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Malur brought the little guys out and waited outside the Nine Sun Heaven-raising pagoda. They did not ask anything. Qin Yan placed the Nine Sun Divine Spirit on the table and let them watch from the side. Then he entered the evil Yang bead with Ling Yuner. Qin Yan looked inside the evil Yang bead from the outside. Although he can clearly see the situation inside, it is a different feeling after going inside. Inside the evil Yang bead, it is like coming to a barren land. The sky is white and emitting white light, it is not dark inside the evil Yang bead. There is a huge black evil sun hanging in the sky. The nether sun is also black, but it looks like a black bottomless hole. And the evil sun is a huge black crystal ball, its surface is flickering with black lightning, evil aura is spewing out, when it shines on the bottom, it also brings a strange kind of heat. The power of this evil sun is really scary, I wonder how it grew to this level. Qin Yan looked at the evil sun and clicked his tongue in wonder. Evil suns are very rare, even if there are, they are very small. Such a huge evil sun was even rarer than a nether sun. Xiao Yun, this thing has been subdued by you. Right now, it can be considered very gentle, but the power that it erupts with is still very violent. Ling Yuner sighed, if it really exploded, the power can be imagined. Fortunately, it did not fall into the hands of the universe's law spirit. Come, let's enter the core and have a look. Qin Yan pulled Ling Yuner and flew towards Xiaoyang. Soon, they landed on the surface of Xiaoyang, which was filled with black crystals. After passing through the thick crystal layer, he arrived at the core region. Though this Xiaoyang was huge, it was not as huge as the Thousand Realms' godly sun in the sky. Hence, the godly sun's core was very small, about the size of a manor. The myriad worlds' divine sun had an outer region and an inner region. The outer region was huge and could accommodate a lot of people. The core area could even accommodate dozens of powerful races. Xiaoyang's core was empty, but there was a godly sun core in the middle. It was pitch black and very small. If there really is something, then it must be in this core. I haven't entered it yet, Ling Yuner said. She had only explored this core, she did not enter the core. The core was a black crystal with a diameter of 10 meters, it was very difficult to see through it. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye with all his strength, 2 golden rays shot out from his eyes and entered the core. Not long later, he saw a golden stone in the core. It was the size of a peach and it looked very irregular. What is this? Qin Yan took out the Taisher divine mirror and shone it on it, but he could not see it. Therefore, Taisher old brother also did not know what it was. Qin Yan told this discovery to Ling Yuner and said, I will go in and take it out, wait for me outside. Xiao Yun, what if there is danger? Ling Yuner quickly pulled Qin Yan's hand and said, I will go in with you. If there is any danger, one more person means one more strength. Qin Yan took out the heavenly hat and put it on her. Then, he took out the Divine King heavenly seal and pulled her towards the core. Wanting to enter is also very difficult. Qin Yan frantically consumed his divine cosmos power to use mysterious penetration divine ability to pass through the crystal and finally enter the core to take out the golden stone. After taking it out, Qin Yan carefully looked at it and said with frown, it has no weight at all. It is as light as a feather. What the hell is this? I also can't sense any energy. Ling Yuner took out a dagger and poked the golden stone and said, it seems very sturdy. Could it be that this is a super good material? The surface of the stone is golden, it has no weight, no energy aura, but it is very sturdy. Qin Yan took Ling Yuner's dagger and vigorously stabbed it. The dagger directly broke into pieces, but the stone is completely undamaged. At least it seems like this is a very powerful material. But if it is only this, the universe law spirit should not attach so much importance to it. Next, Qin Yan tried all kinds of methods, but he was unable to destroy the stone. Old brother Taisher also doesn't know what it is. He used the bloodline heavenly pattern box's energy to touch the stone, but there was no reaction. Finally, Qin Yan placed the stone inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine it. At the same time, he carefully observed it. After the pill transformation heavenly furnace absorbs energy, it can produce a very strong pressure. It can compress things from all directions and then turn them into a pill. Qin Yan controlled the many divine sons of the 9 sun divine spirit inside the evil yang pearl and poured energy into the pill transformation heavenly furnace to release even stronger energy. Not long after, the pill transformation heavenly furnace's spirit transmitted to Qin Yan, Master, this thing can't be suppressed. The pill transformation heavenly furnace really can't suppress this stone at all. In the past, no matter how hard it was, it would have been compressed into a square shape or a circle smaller. Although it can't be suppressed, Qin Yan discovered that the golden stone has been compressed to the point of deforming a bit. In other words, this stone might have a flexible nature, but the pressure is not enough, so it can't deform. Qin Yan is now certain that the universe law spirit did not leave behind any hidden dangers. It is just that this golden stone is very mysterious. This thing shouldn't be as simple as a material. Qin Yan held the stone and said, Yuner, let's go out first. Qin Yan and Ling Yuner left the 9 sun divine spirit together and then let Zi Qingqing and the others return. It is rare for Ling Yuner to relax. She also found out that Star God and Bai Suxin are still in Phoenix Palace, so she immediately went to find them to play. Phoenix Queen's cultivation of Divine Sun is also gradually entering a good state. She learned from Ling Yuner that Qin Yun is currently free and immediately went to the 9 sun divine spirit to find Qin Yun. After learning that Phoenix Queen is outside the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda, Qin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. He plans to use the Imperial Heaven Divine technique to eliminate the evil consciousness energy inside Phoenix Queen's body. This way, Phoenix Queen can receive the memory inheritance of that Nine Heavens goddess. Maybe she will know what the Golden Stone is. Mobile users, please visit. Back when Xianxia fought with the universe's Dharma spirit, although Phoenix Queen didn't know much from the outside, she could sense the existence of the universe's Dharma spirit. She could also sense the powerful evil power. She did not understand much from Bai Suxin and the Star God. Now that Xianxia's condition had stabilized, she immediately came over to ask about it. Xianxia invited Phoenix Queen into the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and said with a smile, "Feng how is your divine sun cultivation going?" "I'm still missing the yang seed," Xianxia said. "Her white god sun is not very suitable for me." "You have a suitable yang seed here." Phoenix Queen is quite happy to hear Xianxia call her Feng Xianxia's few divine sons could produce sun seeds. He did not lack them. Previously, when the Phoenix Queen mobilized the entire Vermilion Bird Treasure Land's power to help, he had yet to thank her. Hearing that Phoenix Queen needed a sun seed, Xianxia immediately took out the Divine Universe Purple Sun and Heavenly Universe Divine Sun's sun seeds. "Which of these two yang seeds do you want?" Xianxia asked. "Divine Universe Sun and Divine Universe Purple Sun, they all seem to be pretty good." Phoenix Queen looked at the blue and purple sun seeds on Xianxia's palms and suddenly felt conflicted. "Xianxia, give me a suggestion." Phoenix Queen smiled and said, "What kind of divine sun do you think is suitable for me to cultivate?" "How about one of them?" Xianxia said with a smile, "How can just cultivating a divine sun be enough?" The Phoenix Queen revealed a hearty smile and said, "In that case, with your help, I will be able to cultivate a second divine sun very quickly." "That's great. I don't have to be so conflicted." She first chose the Divine Universe Purple Sun's yang seed. After obtaining the yang seed, she knew how to fuse with it and quickly fused it into her body. In the future, she only needed to cultivate further and fuse the divine yang within her body with the divine universe within her body, and she would be successful. With the help of Nirvana City, it should be very easy for everyone to cultivate the divine sun," said Xianxia. "You guys are really amazing. You obviously haven't surpassed the divine space realm, but you've grasped so many techniques. Although I, the Phoenix Queen, am not the strongest in the Origin Luo universe, I was once a queen who commanded the universe. However, I am not as proficient in these techniques as you are." Phoenix Queen sighed. The process of Bai Suxin and the Star God helping her cultivate her divine sun made her gasp in amazement. "Because we all grew up in the gods desolate. There will be even more miracles in this land." Xianxia was suddenly curious as he asked, "How did Suxin and the rest teach you divine yang?" "They taught me a cultivation technique called the Sun Moon Heart Sutra. I can't tell you the specifics." Phoenix Queen smiled mysteriously. "Feng I want to help you get rid of the hidden danger in your soul. Are you willing?" Xianxia suddenly said solemnly, "I obtained something left behind by the universe's law spirit, but I don't know what it is. I need your sealed inherited memories." Speaking of this, the Phoenix Queen was still quite worried and did not immediately agree. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. It doesn't matter to me, but I'm afraid that I'll implicate you. You are the Divine King, the hope of the Divine Desolate." Phoenix Queen looked at the bracelet Xianxia gave her. It was used to seal the evil energy. "It's all right." Xianxia held her hand and said with gentle smile, "Not long ago, I defeated the universe's law spirits. Consciousness. I have already found a way." "All right, I believe you." The Phoenix Queen's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded. She immediately released her soul. Xianxia looked at the Phoenix soul in her hands. There is a heavenly rune character on it, sealing the formidable evil consciousness energy. This evil consciousness should be similar to the universe's law spirit's consciousness. Bloodline heavenly rune or divine king heavenly seal methods are unable to restrain it. Because the universe's law spirit is very familiar with this kind of power. Xianxia looked at the Phoenix Queen in Phoenix Queen's hands and then silently used Heaven Extermination 9 style, Moon Separating Soul. He used this move to deal with the universe's law spirit's consciousness. The Heaven Extermination 9 style was improved by Xianxia by fusing it with the Imperial Heaven Divine technique. And this imperial heaven divine technique is a technique Qin Yin comprehended himself. The universe's law spirit doesn't understand it. Qin Yin released the nether moon and said in low voice, Feng there might be a big reaction in a moment. Prepare yourself. N. Phoenix Queen lightly nodded. Let's begin. Qin Yin immediately began using moon-separating soul. The nether moon enveloped the small phoenix and burst out with devouring power. It began extracting the evil consciousness energy. At the same time, Qin Yin released righteous energy power and poured it into Phoenix Queen's soul. It's coming. Phoenix Queen suddenly said in a deep voice. Her eyes suddenly turned black and evil energy poured into her body. That consciousness wants to seize her consciousness. Hoochie! Phoenix Queen's body suddenly burst out with an incomparably powerful energy, tearing her clothes apart. Soon after, her body was wrapped up by evil energy. At this moment, her long hair is fluttering in the wind. Under her jade-like skin, waves of black evil energy gushed out. Her pair of phoenix eyes, which were originally filled with majesty, are now spewing out black evil energy, making her look strange and frightening. Man, don't even think of touching my descendant. Phoenix Queen said. Her voice is hoarse and old. This is Phoenix Queen's ancestor, the first 9 heavens goddess of her line. Phoenix Queen has been possessed by her. Looks like it's not a dirty trick left behind by the universe's law spirit. Qin Yin said very calmly, Phoenix old ancestor, do you wish for your descendant to survive in this great era? Not only must my descendant survive, she must also show disdain for the entire universe. That voice is filled with boundless might. However, she can't even defeat a dog of the universe's law spirit. Qin Yin said with sneer, all these years, is this how you've helped your descendant? What nonsense are you spouting? My descendant is the 9 heavens goddess, how could she not be able to defeat a dog of the universe's law spirit? Phoenix old ancestor said angrily. Have you never read the memories of your descendant? Qin Yin asked. I have never interfered with their growth. Only when their lives are in the most dangerous moment, I will appear to save them. I only appeared when the universe's law spirit wanted to exterminate her soul. Phoenix old ancestor said. Qin Yin is secretly alarmed. So it was the universe's law spirit who secretly made a move last time, but it did not succeed in the end. It seems like you don't know the current situation at all. Let me tell you. Qin Yin actually doesn't know what the universe's law spirit wants to do. He only knows that the law spirits of many universes are fusing together and the universe's law spirit wants to transform into a human. Phoenix old ancestor actually listened very patiently. Moreover, after listening, she is no longer as unrestrained as before. She also realized that her descendant's situation is very bad. Actually, I also don't know what the universe's law spirit wants to do. Qin Yin spread out his hands and said, I helped your descendant cultivate Divine Sun and in the future, I will also help her cultivate second Divine Sunday. I really don't have any malice towards her. You don't need to understand what the universe's law spirit wants to do, you just need to constantly strengthen yourself. Phoenix old ancestor said coldly, you summoned me, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Qin Yin originally did not know that the Phoenix ancestor was like this. He had previously thought that the consciousness sealed in the Phoenix Queen's soul was arranged by the universe's law spirit. Now, it seems that is not the case. When I fought with the consciousness of the universe law spirit before, I was lucky enough to win and obtain the thing he left behind. I don't know what it is, but it should be very important to the universe law spirit. As Qin Yin spoke, he took out the fist-sized golden stone. When the Phoenix clan ancestor saw the stone, he cried out in shock, this is Divine Sun bloodline. Does it do anything? Qin Yin hurriedly asked. He never expected that it would be something related to blood and not some kind of stone. It's very useful. This sort of thing could be said to be a transcendent object. According to the understanding of the universe, this sort of thing shouldn't exist. But this universe still gave birth to such things. The Phoenix clan ancestor did not touch this god's sun blood seed, mainly because she was worried that the universe's law spirit would sense her. Qin Yin picked up the divine sun blood seed and asked curiously, an item that transcends? First of all, the divine sun blood seed has no weight, but it is very strong. It contains a very special energy and can resist all kinds of powerful attacks. The Phoenix clan ancestor said, however, this thing has no weight at all. Are there many divine sun bloods in the universe? Under what circumstances was it formed? Xianxia asked. Not many, but it's very rare. It's easier for it to appear in the cores of extremely large evil suns and devil suns. The universe's Dharma spirit had destroyed a large number of evil suns and devil suns and was frantically collecting this kind of thing. Even he doesn't know the specific usage of the divine sun blood seed. Phoenix clan ancestor said, of course, he didn't know that year, but now he should know. Phoenix clan ancestor, do you know what use it has? Xianxia is also very curious. If this item is very important to the universe Dharma spirit, then the universe Dharma spirit will definitely snatch it back. Back then, the cosmos law spirit used my body as an experiment. He extracted the liquid from the divine sun blood seed and injected it into my body, causing my body and soul to become extremely evil. In the end, because he couldn't control my soul or kill me, he had no choice but to seal my evil consciousness. But he was not willing to seal me forever, so he used a very complicated method to let my soul live in the soul of a descendant. He wanted to see if I could break the seal in the end and what I would become in the end. The Phoenix clan ancestor's heart was filled with resentment as he recalled the past. Violent and furious nefarious energy suddenly gushed out from the Phoenix Queen's body. Ancestor, how are you doing now? You seem to be able to control evil. Xianxia asked, is that so? Yes, over the years, I've slowly regained control. I can already completely control this evil power. Don't think that my soul is filled with evil energy, but I will never lose my mind. Phoenix clan ancestor said, the greatest use of the divine sun blood seed is to strengthen the body, allowing the living beings in this universe to completely transcend. Complete transcendence? Xianxia said with a frown, are universe Dharma spirits going to transcend as well? He is the universe's law spirit. It's just a magic spirit. For example, if you create a very powerful artifact, and the artifact produces its own spirit, then the spirit will always be inside the artifact, and it will be controlled by the master. If the artifact was yours, would you let the artifact spirit act recklessly? How much authority would you give the artifact spirit? Phoenix clan ancestor asked. Xianxia immediately sank into contemplation, his heart gradually filled with shock. He always thought that the universe's law spirit was invincible in this universe. However, after listening to the Phoenix clan ancestor's explanation, many of his doubts were easily solved. In his opinion, the universe's law spirit was so awesome, it could easily destroy heaven and earth, but it would always be restricted. The universe's law spirit wants to transcend, it wants to transform into a human, it wants to have the most powerful body. Just like the artifact spirit of your divine artifact hates you, it wants to cultivate a fleshly body, break away from your control, destroy the divine artifact, and even kill the master. Phoenix clan ancestor said again. Then the entire universe's cultivation regressing, the fusion of multiple universes law spirits, what's going on? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that these universes were complicated and terrifying. Multiple universes are equivalent to multiple divine artifacts. Multiple artifact spirits work hard to fuse multiple divine artifacts, everyone concentrates their power and strive to transcend the divine artifact. As for the regression of cultivation, it is not something the universe's law spirit can do. The universe's law spirit's power is limited, it can only be said that the universe's law spirit triggers the universe's power to recover energy, this is equivalent to harvesting. For example, if you plant medicinal herbs, you put in a lot of resources, then harvest them. Phoenix clan ancestor's words shocked Xianxia once again. The operation of the universe is far more complicated than he imagined. Then what kind of existence is the Nine-Yang Law Spirit? Could it be that it also wants to transcend? The Nine-Yang Law Spirit created the divine desolate heavens. Is it to gather everyone's power, then let everyone transcend the comfort of the universe? And the ancient primal, did they also want to transcend? Is the universe's law spirit created the new humans to research on how to break away from this universe? The divine sun blood seed is called the transcendence object by the universe's law spirit because this thing is born from the divine sun spirit. My guess is that the powerful and special divine sun needs to transform its own spirit into a body, then retract the divine sun's energy into the divine sun blood seed, finally transforming into a human. Phoenix clan ancestor said again. Xianxia thought of the bloodline heavenly rune box. These boxes are formed by sealing powerful divine suns, then fusing with large amount of runes to transform into bloodline. It is also a very mystical thing. Ancestor, how much divine sun blood seed liquid did the universe's law spirit inject into your body? Xianxia looked at the divine sun blood seed in his hand. This thing is so sturdy, it is actually made of liquid. 10 drops. I was so powerful back then, but just 10 drops of divine sun blood seed liquid was enough to consign me to eternal damnation. Even now, Phoenix clan ancestor is very afraid of this. How do I extract the liquid? Xianxia is eager to give it a try. He wants to try it on his body. It is difficult for his body to break through again. If he fuses with this kind of thing, he might be able to break through the upper limit of divine cosmos power. You want to try it on your body? I advise you not to court death. Phoenix clan ancestor solemnly said, since you are some god king, then obediently cooperate with the Nine-Yan law spirit. You know about the Nine-Yan law spirit? Xianxia said again. Of course I know. I also know that he has a god king plan, but I don't know the specifics. In short, you are very important to him. Phoenix clan ancestor said. The Nine-Yan law spirit is in trouble. With my current strength, I can't save him. I need to borrow the power of the divine sun blood seed liquid. Xianxia insisted on using his body to try. End of chapter 3278. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.